When a crazed fan turns out to be the king of hell, what would that feel like? Lu Mang had personally tasted that bizarre and terrifying experience. If one asked whether there was any benefit at all, there was absolutely none. The only thing clearly visible was that Lu Mang had lost his life. Not only that, he was branded a heinous sinner by the king of hell, not for robbery or murder, but merely for being connected to the angsty novel he himself had written. It turned out that in the work Lu Mang had just finished, the protagonist Deep Quinn awakened his bloodline. Everything went smoothly. He defied conventions yet achieved resounding success. It was just a pity that the protagonist power level was set far too high, causing Lu Mang to endure countless sharp attacks from readers. So when the protagonist slaughtered the entire villain faction who were about to harm the heroine, Lu Mang flew into a rage and casually destroyed the entire world within the novel. Ironically, the King of Hell was a loyal fan of that very story. He had followed it for a whole year hoping the male and female leads would end up together. Yet Lu Mang threw out an ending of mutual destruction that shattered both their hearts. This was truly something beyond Lu Mang imagination. He should have lived to 90 years old, but because the disastrous ending ruined the King of Hell mood, 2/3 of his lifespan were ruthlessly cut away. Lu Mang was still a virgin. He had never even held a girl hand. He still dreamed of getting married. He truly did not want to die young. King of Hell generously granted him a wife, and then threw him straight into the book to save the world. The condition was that within 10 years he must reverse the apocalyptic ending. If he failed, he would be sentenced to eternal bachelorhood, not even allowed to touch a girl hand. Once the verdict was delivered, no matter how Lu Mang protested, he was forcibly dragged away. Gu Ka and Ma Ka coldly escorted Lu Mang to the Tam Du Ha, ignoring his cries to return to his beautiful youth and kind-hearted life. The two treated his pleas like passing wind and sent him falling straight down with a kick. In their haste, they forgot to make Lu Mang drink Meng Po soup before he transmigrated into the very novel he had written. Even more ironically, Lu Mang possessed the body of a short-lived villain with a vile temperament. Having just awakened, he had not yet understood who he was. Only after hearing the surrounding people gossip did he vaguely realize his identity. His gaze stopped on the jade pendant he was holding in his hand. Lu Mang felt despair to the extreme. Li Yuguo was originally a hypocritical white-faced villain who committed every evil imaginable, harmed both men and women, even humiliated the protagonist woman, and in the end was assassinated and castrated. Fortunately, at this moment that thing was still intact. Even so, transmigrating into this villain still filled Lu Mang with hatred that was hard to accept. In the end, the whole world would still head toward destruction. No one could escape that outcome. After all, this was the novel world created by Lu Mang, where treasures were hidden, where fortuitous encounters lay, how the plot unfolded. He knew it all like the back of his hand. That alone allowed Lu Mang to regain a bit of confidence, that he could play the role of one who controlled fate. Before he could even find a treasure, a large box fell straight onto his head. It was a special express delivery package. One look at the drawing on the outside of the box, and he knew who the sender was. Inside, there was also a letter. As expected, the letter was left by the King of Hell, informing him that he had been granted a mission completion system, numbered 102, named Alamama. The moment he finished reading, the system immediately activated, opening the Alamama online shopping platform, allowing Lu Mang to freely select goods, with express delivery arriving at any time. With just a glance, Lu Mang recognized this as the legendary Golden Finger. The protagonist he had written had also relied on a similar system to rise all the way, marry a beautiful, wealthy wife, and reach the peak of life. The only difference was that system was named Alibaba and required random draws, while his allowed him to buy whatever he wanted. Thinking of that made Lu Mang see a glimmer of hope for changing his fate and averting the great calamity 10 years later. But the harsh reality was that Lu Mang's current capital was still a perfectly round 0. At that moment, the rapid sound of horse hooves rang out, and a chill suddenly ran down his spine. One who appeared was the beauty named Nap Lan Ma. The moment Vu Qua saw her, his face flushed, and his heart began to race uncontrollably. Yet her personality was completely opposite to her appearance. A single crack of the whip and sharp shout was enough to startle him. Vu Qua hurriedly tried to explain that he truly was not attempting to run away. Nap Lan Ma glanced at him to see whether he was worth listening to, then coldly repeated the 2 words, "Mount the horse." From the gossip of those around them, it was known that last time Li Yuguo had been tied to a tree by her, and beaten for an entire day and night. The martial rank system in this world from highest to lowest was martial emperor, martial saint, martial venerable, martial sect, martial sovereign, martial king, martial spirit, great martial master, martial practitioner. Nap Lan Mong was the 9th daughter of the Tam Vuong Jia Hao Thien Quoc Thuong Thang. At only 19, she had reached martial spirit, a woman both beautiful and dangerous, while her husband Li Yuguo bore the title Nguyen Fan Vuong and had stagnated at martial practitioner for 10 years. Sitting behind Nap Lan Mong, Yuguo was enchanted by the faint fragrance from her body like roses blended with osmanthus. His hand seized the opportunity to reach out, intending to wrap around that slender waist. But things were not so easy. She coldly warned that if he dared to grope again, she would chop off each of his fingers. Two stopped at the city lord mansion of Nap Lan Than. Lan Mong ordered Yuguo, who was furtively looking around, to follow her into the ancestral hall. Seeing that scene, two maidservants whispered that Nguyen Fan Vuong had been caught and brought back again. This time he would surely have a hard time escaping a beating. As soon as they entered the ancestral hall, Lan Mong immediately forced Yuguo to kneel. His body reacted from long ingrained habit and dropped to his knees without hesitation. Lan Mong lit 3 sticks of incense and prayed for her parents' forgiveness for failing to control her husband. Only then did Yuguo notice that on the altar were the memorial tablets of his own parents. Although Li Yuguo was unruly, his father had been the war god renowned throughout Hao Thien Quoc, sworn brothers with Nap Lan Mong father, the Tam Vuong Jia. Two families were hailed as the Hao Thien Song Hung, which was why Yuguo had the qualification to marry Lan Mong. But because she despised him for being weak and useless, they had never shared a bed. He vented his frustration outside chasing women, each time being caught in the act and beaten by Lan Mong. If not for respecting their ancestors, she would have long since divorced him. Half a year later, the protagonist would lead troops to attack Nap Lan Than. Lan Mong would fight desperately to defend it, but be unable to prevail. The city would fall, and its people would perish. Only at the final moment would Li Yuguo awaken to regret. Looking back, he would understand that Lan Mong had never had it easy. Calculated that if he started developing Nap Lan Than from now on, when the great calamity arrived, he might be able to resist it, and he could rely entirely on the Alamama system to manage this. It was just that he was not certain whether the silver in this world could be used in Alamama. In any case, he would only know after trying. While lighting incense, Lan Mong coldly asked what Yuguo had sneaked out to do today. In her eyes, there were only 2 possibilities: chasing women or gambling. For the first time, Yuguo gave an answer completely different from before, saying that he felt Nap Lan Than could still be saved, and a trace of surprise immediately flashed across Lan Mong's eyes. He boldly named his price, as long as she gave him 100 taels. In response, Lan Mong shot him an icy gaze filled with killing intent, as if she wanted to tear him apart. Nap Lan Mong frowned at her husband. Was he planning to take the money and gamble again? Yuguo raised a finger signaling her to listen, then slowly explained that it was not gambling but business. Nap Lan Than, though far from the Hao Thien Quoc border, was an essential route leading to the capital, with merchants constantly passing through. If properly developed, it would help the people live more easily. Lan Mong's eyes widened in disbelief. A thought flickered in her heart. That serious gaze was completely different from before. Could it be that he had truly changed? Yuguo clearly felt that fixed stare, and the moment he turned, he saw Lan Mong's face as cold as ice, inwardly groaning in distress. He swallowed and forced a smile, realizing his mistake. Changing too quickly would expose him. If she discovered that he was not her real husband, then even 100 lives would not be enough to die. Thus Yuguo immediately changed the subject, saying that seeing the commoners starving and sallow in the past had made him unwilling to let Nap Lan Than become a gloomy place littered with corpses. Seeing Yuguo return to his familiar demeanor, Lan Mong let out a soft sigh. She had once thought he had changed, even if the motive was selfish. Taking one step forward was already rare. Just as Yuguo was about to continue persuading her, a money pouch was thrown straight at him, and he hurriedly reached out to catch it. Lan Mong crossed her arms and reminded him that Nap Lan Than had suffered drought for years. The money was all used for relief. At most, she could give him 50 taels. Yuguo looked at the pouch of silver and burst into laughter. 50 it is. After all, he only needed to test whether it could be used in Alamama. Having achieved his goal, Yuguo whistled cheerfully and left. ignoring the whispers of the maids in the ancestral hall. Someone whispered why Lan Mong still placed hope in him, fearing she would be tricked out of money again. She watched Vu Qua retreating figure and shook her head in rebuttal. No, I feel that this time he is truly different. On the streets of Nap Lan Than, beggars sat scattered everywhere. Vu Qua clenched the pouch of silver in his hand and muttered excitedly, "First test the Alamama system." He quickly activated the system. A blue screen appeared with a notification, launching the Alamama shopping platform. The system confirmed the current balance was 50 taels. Seeing the displayed number, Vu Qua's eyes shone brightly, and he could not help but laugh heartily. It really worked. Immersed in calculating his plans, he completely failed to notice a man behind him staring intently. Suddenly that man rushed forward and hugged Vu Qua tightly, his hand even landing on a sensitive spot. Vu Qua's face darkened. He sprang back several meters and shouted, "Why are you grabbing my chest, short of money or short of women?" The middle-aged man rubbed his hands and laughed awkwardly. "Little brother, do not misunderstand. I smelled the scent of Western region pepper on you and only wanted to confirm it." Hearing this, Vu Qua took a small bottle from his clothes, guessing inwardly that the other party was very interested in pepper. Seizing the psychology, he lightly shook the spice bottle in front of the man and smiled. "Of course it is genuine. I spent no small effort obtaining it." The middle-aged man bent down and inhaled deeply. After just one breath, he revealed a satisfied expression. "Yes, this is the scent." Without beating around the bush, he immediately offered 50 taels, causing Vu Qua's eyes to widen and his mouth to hang open as he stammered the number. Seeing that reaction, the middle-aged man frowned, thinking that he found it too little. He then raised the price continuously to 100, and then 150, even 200, saying any higher would be a heavy loss. Vu Qua listened with secret delight. Truly a rich man who could not calculate. He did not bargain further and decisively agreed to sell. The middle-aged man held the pepper bottle and laughed loudly in praise. Asking his name, Vu Qua calmly replied, "Li Yuguo." Holding the pepper in his hand, the middle-aged man curiously asked about its origin. Vu Qua cleverly answered, "If I told you, I would lose my life." The man laughed heartily and clasped his hands, introducing himself as Thatch Dai Than, hoping that in the future all of Vu Qua's goods would be sold to him. Vu Qua merely smiled ambiguously. That would depend on sincerity. Dai Than was so pleased his eyes narrowed. He turned around to lead the way, telling Vu Qua to follow. Dai Than warmly led him to his stall, smiling as he said to pick whatever he liked here as a meeting gift. Vu Qua did not stand on ceremony, glanced over the items and noticed a peculiar jade bottle, asking what was inside. Dai Than took a glance and immediately replied that they were just nameless flower seeds. If he liked them, he could take them. When they bloomed, he could gift them to the one in his heart. As Vu Qua listened, he picked out a seed with a special pattern. Dai Than kept his word and let him choose. Vu Qua then took the jade bottle and bade farewell, and he did not forget to remind him of the cooperation promise. Vu Qua nodded to indicate he understood. As soon as he left Dai Than's sight, he immediately opened the system, and a mechanical voice sounded, launching Alamama and searching for the item Moon Spirit Grass. On the screen appeared an image of a blue flower. After reading the information, Vu Qua smiled smugly. It was indeed a spiritual herb that gathered spiritual energy and was excellent for cultivation. This time he would make a huge profit. But right after that, the system panel displayed additional strange information that left him stunned. Why were there extra lines of text? 2 progress bars appeared along with images of 2 people. The system announced that Li Vu Qua villain Halo was 2%. The protagonist Deep Quinn was 98%. Seizing opportunities could change the ratio. If the villain Halo dropped below 0%, then annihilation would arrive earlier. Vu Qua stroked his chin in thought. Deep Quinn was the protagonist he had written. Annihilation was the predetermined ending. But what exactly were these 2 kinds of Halo? At that moment, the commotion on the street drew his attention. A crowd had gathered, pointing and shouting about selling a blade. In the middle of the crowd was a burly man with his right eye covered, holding a long blade and proclaiming it a family heirloom treasured saber that could cut iron like mud, priced at 80 taels. A few people whispered skeptically, saying the blade looked dull yet was sold for 80 taels, clearly deceiving others. A bald man even mocked and offered 10 taels. The blade seller tightened his grip on the weapon, saying 80 was already cheap. If not for a seriously ill family member, he would never sell it. After speaking, he hesitated for a long time, before decisively announcing that he would not sell it anymore. The two who had just mocked him immediately stepped forward to cause trouble. The bald man grabbed his shoulder and shouted that he had said he would sell it, and now changed his mind. Was he playing them? The other chimed in, demanding he leave the blade behind. Having watched for a while, Vuquois could no longer hold back and spoke to stop them. Stop. Crowd consciously made way for him to step in, whispering and calling him the live and fan Vuong of the Nap Lan family. And he did not bother explaining, but only asked, since it is a family heirloom treasured blade, why sell it? The bald man lowered his head upon seeing Vuquois. His companion hurriedly hid behind him, fawning that since Kwa Ji had spoken, then it was settled. Vuquois waved his hand in satisfaction to dismiss them. After settling the matter, Vuquois took a money pouch from his clothes and tossed it over, saying to keep the treasured blade and stop selling it. One-eyed man caught the pouch in panic, not understanding why he was being helped like this. As if seeing through his thoughts, Vuquois clasped his hands behind his back and said calmly, "Take this 100 taels for now to save your family member." The bald man and his companion turned pale with fear, while the blade seller pressed his lips together and looked at him with complicated eyes. A thud rang out as the man dropped to one knee, clasping his hands in salute. He bowed his head, announced his name, and solemnly declared that he was Quan Van Pham, that he would never forget the life-saving grace and would repay it someday. Vuquois did not wish to accept such a grand gesture and calmly helped him up, saying it was only a small matter. Vuquois treated it lightly, but the bald man behind did not think so, his voice dripping with mockery as he sneered that Kwa Ji was not afraid the man was a swindler. Vuquois found it amusing. He laughed loudly in the middle of the street. "If 100 taels can help me see a person, clearly then it is a great bargain." He said so. Vuquois felt displeased inside. It was his money to spend, and he had not complained, since when did nobodies dare to interfere? He shot them a glance and asked why they had not left yet. The bald man was resentful, but did not dare confront him directly, only leaving bitterly while muttering venomous words about relying on his wife and pretending to be a big figure. His companion also glared and called him foolish for giving 100 taels to a rude man. Vuquois heard every word clearly, yet did not bother getting angry, only smiling coldly. Two short-sighted fools. The real losers were them. Vuquois paused briefly, and in his mind appeared the image of Van Pham kneeling atop the city wall under the cold moonlight, full of heroic bearing. He said leisurely that was the #1 chivalrous thief in the world, the thief Emperor Quan Van Pham. With everything settled, Vuquois waved goodbye to Van Pham and wished him a safe journey, inwardly thinking that originally the thief emperor had been saved by Deep Quinn and later became his sworn brother. Yet unexpectedly he had met him first. He whistled in delight. This trip not only earned 100 taels but also befriended a treasure like the thief emperor. A huge gain. Time to return to the city lord mansion. As soon as he stepped inside, Vuquois loudly called out, "Wife, I am back." The only response was the sharp crack of Nap Lan Mong whip slicing through the air. Hearing the familiar voice calling her, she glanced over by reflex and asked curtly, "Lost money again?" Vuquois slipped his hand into his robe and replied confidently, "How could I lose?" He pulled out a heavy pouch and handed it to her. 100 taels, both principal and profit, are here. Nap Lan Mong took the pouch and could not hide her astonishment. In just one afternoon he had earned this much. Vuquois tilted his head like those husbands who hide private funds, secretly thinking he had kept another 50 taels. Just then someone who did not know his place interjected that, with Engia de methods, it must have been gambling. The speaker leisurely waved a fan, and as soon as Vuquois glanced over he recognized him, Li Yuguo. His appearance made Vuquois' expression darken. Li Yuguo was Li Vuquois' sworn elder brother, already at martial master, serving under Nap Lan Mong, secretly in love with her for years, always seeking to get rid of Vuquois, and Nap Lan Mong's later death was also related to him. Ngok Duong's words made Nap Lan Mong suspicious. She turned and asked whether the money truly came from gambling, yet Vuquois was not angry at being doubted. Instead, he folded his arms and smiled confidently. "I always lose at gambling, so why would I go? This money was earned through business. If you do not believe me, you can ask at the market." Ngok Duong covered his mouth and chuckled softly, speaking in a mocking tone that asking would be easy. But no one paid attention to him. Under Vuquois' surprised gaze, Nap Lan Mong reached into the pouch and said briefly, "No need." She took exactly 50 taels, returned the principal, and looked at Vu Qua, saying, "This time I believe you, the rest is yours. I am tired. I will return to my room to rest." That action was like a slap to Ngok Duong's face, making him grind his teeth in hatred, thinking sooner or later I will make Nap Lan Mong disappointed in you. Vu Qua pretended not to see and slipped away, leaving behind the sworn brother seething with fury. Night fell in the bedroom of the city lord mansion. It was the couple room, yet for many years they had slept separately, one on the bed and one on a mattress on the floor. However, every night Lai Vu Qua shamelessly climbed onto the bed only to be kicked down. It had happened so many times that he was used to it. He thought to himself that if she could not accept him, yet then perhaps. Idea struck Vu Qua. He slung his bedding over his shoulder, intending to sleep outside. I will rest in the hall. That action made Nap Lan Mong momentarily stunned. She wondered inwardly, he is taking the initiative to sleep outside. Could it be that I have been too harsh with him? Reaching the hall, Vu Qua sat cross-legged and muttered that it was better to lose face than stay there, better to search for treasure. He recalled the original novel he had written. Lai Vu Qua's father, the war god Lai Kwang Engia, had left behind a secret manual named Blazing Sun Divine Mirror, a cultivation method of extreme yang power. Vu Qua scanned the room searching for the treasure. According to the setting, the manual should be here. Last he saw it, his eyes gleaming with pride. The manual was hidden within the wall. A painting that seemed useless concealed a secret of the world. And when he lifted it, the manual was indeed behind it. Blazing Sun Divine Mirror made him cover his mouth and laugh. Cultivation methods were graded from common to supreme treasure, and this one was the rarest supreme treasure in Nap Lan Than. Afterwards, Vu Qua opened the window and gently placed the moon spirit grass obtained earlier outside. This spiritual herb had to be set under moonlight to sprout. Seeds sprouted rapidly the moment it touched the ground. Spiritual energy gathered densely. Clearly no ordinary plant. Vu Qua clasped his hands and whispered softly, beginning to circulate the technique and cultivate. Lacking foundation, he could only take a shortcut. He borrowed the moon spirit grass to absorb spiritual energy, streams of vital essence transforming into his life force. Meanwhile, in the bedroom, Nap Lan Mong stood under the moon, lost in thought. Women were indeed contradictory. The one who advanced was disliked. The one who retreated made one ponder. Could it be that I have been too strict with him? She thought of her master. While immersed in thought, her nominal husband was outside, happily absorbing spiritual energy. Master, have I done wrong? Next morning, Vu Qua awoke with a start, eyes wide as he stared at the result. In just one night, he had broken through from martial practitioner to martial master. He raised both hands in a daze. Normally, each realm was difficult to cross. Could it be that he was a genius? Suddenly, his nose began to bleed. Vu Qua was startled and realized something was wrong. The rooster that had hibernated long suddenly rose in vigor. Blazing Sun Divine Mirror, indeed, caused yang energy to erupt. That moment, Nap Lan Mong passed by, intending to see how her husband was. Just as she called out, she caught an awkward sight. Vu Qua panicked as blood spurted from his nose and hurriedly shouted, "Do not come in." Seeing that scene, Nap Lan Mong immediately misunderstood in another direction. "It seems I have disturbed your moment of pleasure." She flushed and turned away in annoyance, leaving Vu Qua sitting there on the verge of tears, explaining in vain. Vu Qua knew that nothing he said could save his reputation. He could only lament that even jumping into the yellow river would not wash him clean. After taking a few steps, Lan Mong leaned against a pillar, half helpless, half bitter. As expected, he is lustful. Even sleeping separately, he still does such things. At least he is not going out to chase women. On the streets of Nap Lan Than, Vu Qua walked while thinking that to change Lan Mong's impression, he had to take it slowly. For now, making money was still the priority. His steps quickened along with the plan in his mind. Only when the city lord mansion grew wealthy could Nap Lan Than be saved. Moreover, the moon spirit grass had been used up, and he had to find that merchant again. Lost in thought, he did not notice he had entered a deserted area. Suddenly realizing the surroundings were unusually silent, his author instinct immediately sounded the alarm. Right after that, the sound of galloping horses thundered from afar, hooves striking the road with earth-shaking force. A group of masked men charged out, blades pointed straight at Vu Qua, shouting the familiar line of short-lived bandits. "Lai Vu Qua, someone has bought your life, hand it over." Vu Qua did not flinch at all. As an author, he had long expected such foolish plot twists to appear. He folded his arms leisurely and asked who bought it. "How much?" "I will pay double." The group did not even bother to look at him. shouting in unison that they feared a useless trash like him had no money. Brothers charge. Kill Nguyen Fan Vuong. I was just wondering where to test my new strength. Since you dare to look down on me, I will use you as whetstones. Qua spread his legs to brace himself, his fist blazing with dazzling flames as he unleashed Tyrant Fist. The punch struck without hesitation, smashing straight into the bandit in front with perfect accuracy. That man was blasted into the air, the back of his clothes torn apart. The rest broke into cold sweat. Someone trembled while watching the flight trajectory, saying that this punch was at the martial master realm. He was no longer a useless trash. Qua personally sent one man to his end and felt extremely satisfied. Combined with Blazing Sun, Divine Mirror, even an entry-level fist technique erupted with terrifying power. He struck a provocative pose, pointing at the rest and saying, "Name the one behind you and I will spare your lives." But the pea-brained fools still recklessly shouted that he was only a martial master. Charge together and kill him. Qua was startled and thought quickly, not scared. The other side had numbers and strength. Risking his life was not wise. He had to change tactics. Before he could react, Quan Van Pham suddenly rushed in and stole the spotlight. "Stop! Who dares touch my benefactor?" Vu Qua turned his head in shock. It was indeed Quan Van Pham. The blink of an eye, the enemy riders were wiped out without a single one left. Van Pham pressed his sword to the throat of the last surviving bandit, making him tremble. "Who sent you to kill my benefactor?" Staring at the blade about to take his life, that man burst into tears. It was Li Yuguo. As the author Vu Qua should have guessed this scene, yet he still froze briefly. Li Yuguo. Afraid of death, that man immediately confessed everything. "Yes, he usually sheltered us while we robbed villagers. He split half the spoils with him. Last night he sought us out to kill you. We were forced. Spare us." Van Pham sneered and sent him on his way. "Spare you to report back. Since it has begun, I will finish it. I will go kill Li Yuguo." Vu Qua suddenly grew more alert. "Wait, without solid evidence, killing him will only make me bear infamy." Van Pham asked in surprise what should be done. Vu Qua pointed to the sky calmly. "Make money for the city lord mansion. As long as Nap Lan Than prospers, and the people are well fed, what is there to fear from one Li Yuguo?" Van Pham seemed enlightened and immediately knelt with clasped hands. "All my life I robbed the rich to aid the poor, yet it was minor. Benefactor, you have grand ambition. I am willing to follow you to death." Vu Qua had never received such solemn kneeling and felt awkward. Quickly helping him up, "Brother, rise." He placed his hands on his hips proudly. The thief Emperor Van Pham possessed martial spirit strength. Pulling him over meant indirectly snatching deep Quinn ally. The halo would surely rise. As soon as he opened the system, the mechanical voice announced the villain halo increased by 1%. Vu Qua rejoiced inwardly. It was now 3%. He suddenly noticed a new entry in the system. Skill, a bit of opportunity. So this was why the male lead always encountered luck. The more he thought, the more pleased he smiled, ignoring Van Pham probing gaze behind him. "From now on, I too have the destiny of a dragon among men." He gave Van Pham a thumbs up. "Come, let us head to the market to make money." The scene shifted to the bustling, lively market of Nap Lan Than. Vu Qua led Van Pham to the familiar roadside stall. Dai Than greeted with a bright smile. "Brother brought good goods again." Qua held up a spice jar and enthusiastically promoted sugar, salt, and various other seasonings, all from Alamama. Dai Than was startled and panicked. "Wait, salt is prohibited. Smuggling is punishable by death. Hide it quickly." Vu Qua froze and understood the issue. In ancient times, salt was scarce and strictly controlled. Private trade was forbidden. He quickly laughed it off and thanked him for the reminder, unaware that in the shadows someone was secretly observing. A masked figure with cold eyes sneered, "Smuggling salt. I have leverage now." Vu Qua swiftly changed strategy, laying out other goods. If salt cannot be sold, other items can. Dai Than looked and pointed at 4 crates. Cried out nervously yet excitedly, "Is this jade glass?" Vu Qua brushed his hair and inwardly lamented. Careless, glass was rare in this era. Taking out so much was too conspicuous. Before he could react, Dai Than had already hugged his leg and wailed, "Grand Master, you must sell to me." Vu Qua hurriedly replied, "As long as you do not spread it, you may call me anything." Dai Than hugged his abacus and laughed until drool nearly fell. "Rest assured I would be a fool to speak. Let me calculate." The abacus clacked rapidly in an instant. Dai Than announced the price in a solemn tone, flicked out a number that made Vu Qua eyes widen. 80,000 taels. Outwardly, Vuqua remained calm, but inwardly he screamed. In his past life writing novels, he had never seen such money. Transmigration luck had finally arrived. Dai Than also took out a dazzling gold bracelet. Together with the previous goods, it totaled 100,000 taels, fully delivered to brother. Vuqua examined the bracelet. This was a spatial bracelet. Dai Than rubbed his hands and nodded. Yes, focus your mind and you will see the money inside. It is only a low tier from Zhen Yuan sect. Higher tiers can even hold a house. He also praised Zhen Yuan sect as a successful merchant model. Magical artifacts and spirit pills commoners could only buy there. Vuqua scratched his head and thought, was Zhen Yuan sect not Deep Quinn sect? He suddenly remembered something else, right? I also want to buy a few magical artifacts. Dai Than draped an arm over his shoulder and pointed ahead. There is a caravan heading to the capital selling magical artifacts and even beast race slaves. Box spirits are hot goods. He laughed ambiguously that the wealthy all wanted to buy them as maids, leaving the rest unsaid. Only a knowing chuckle remained, as Dai Than urged him to buy one and cultivate feelings. Vuqua looked at the cages holding half-human, half-beast beings and was speechless, realizing he had written such inhumane trade. He sighed inwardly, but ancient society was like this. Even in prosperous times there were slaves. Suddenly the sign Jojai trading house caught his eye. Wait, was this not that caravan? This was exactly where Deep Quinn picked up a great bargain. Vuqua covered his mouth and smiled. He had to see if there was good stock among the slaves. Dai Than tactfully pulled Van Pham aside, letting Vuqua browse at leisure. He waved in response, fine. After that he glanced toward a dilapidated shack in the distance. Inside were several cages placed apart. Vuqua's gaze swept over, and he immediately found the target he was seeking. Sure enough, nothing had happened yet. But in the next instant, a tall figure blocked his path. The one who appeared was the manager of Jojai Trading House. Old Joe cupped his hands and smiled, saying it was rare for Lord Li to grace them. Whatever he wished to buy, just say it. Vuqua felt displeased at a glance. Joe Bat Bai was cunning. To deal with him required tactics. He pointed at the woman curled up in the cage and asked what that was. Old Joe replied she was a destitute picked up in the wild, about to die, so he wanted to sell her cheaply, but no one bought. Upon hearing this, Vuqua sensed opportunity and gave a faint sound of agreement. If others learned there was a dying invalid here, business would surely be affected. Old Joe knew he was at a disadvantage and broke into sweat. Lord Li, what should be done? Vuqua concluded at once, I happen to need a living target to practice. I will help you handle it. Old Joe sighed in relief and praised the wisdom. White-haired woman in the cage slowly opened her eyes, her body trembling lightly as the two bargained. Old Joe repeatedly expressed thanks. This matter is known only to heaven, earth, you and me. Vuqua smiled coldly and replied that Boss Joe was indeed smart. A weak beast race could only let fate decide. After buying the person he needed, Vuqua brought her to a secluded corner of the city. He took out a pill, eat it. Having lived in hunger too long, the beast race understood immediately, thinking the young master wanted to use her to test medicine. She swallowed the unknown pill without hesitation. In just moments, all her wounds vanished. She stared at herself in shock. My injuries, how are they all healed? Vuqua half knelt and patted her head. Come, go home with me. The beast race froze. A glimmer of light shone in her eyes. I also have a home. Suddenly, a madman holding a sword rushed into the alley, accompanied by a piercing shout, scoundrel. That man pointed his sword forward, feigning righteousness. Release that girl. Vuqua was full of question marks, pointing straight at the stranger. Who are you? The other curled his lips in a smile. Me. That man brushed back his hair and introduced himself. Surname Deep, given name Quinn. The most handsome martial master in history, future martial emperor. The name startled Vuqua. Deep Quinn, the male lead of the novel. Quinn pressed his sword close to Vuqua's face, saying he had heard of Fan Vuong evil deeds and would act for heaven. Vuqua stepped back, shielding the beast race, while inwardly judging the male lead arrogance. The beast race behind him gathered courage and spoke. Nonsense. The young master saved me and healed my wounds. He is a good person. Deep Quinn looked as if he had swallowed something disgusting. His eyes darkened. You even dare brainwash her? He immediately thrust his sword forward. Vuqua was caught off guard, the blade terrifyingly fast. He retreated, widening the distance while shielding the one behind, softly telling her to run. The beast race only had time to answer yes before fleeing. Deep Quinn still charged fiercely. You dare flee. He immediately unleashed a vicious move. true essence sword art. Vu Qua dodged the fatal strike, clenching his fists thinking luckily he had learned his trump card last night. He drove a punch straight into the opponent's chest, tyrant fist. At the same time, Deep Quinn slashed his shoulder, blood spraying and nearly taking his life. Both were injured and forced to retreat. Deep Quinn still pointed his sword and shouted hand over the girl, and I will spare you. Vu Qua covered his wound and retorted, we just met, and you already try to kill yet claim righteousness. Seizing a civilian girl makes you a hero. Deep Quinn was speechless and stood frozen, unable to reply. Vu Qua immediately seized the opening. He rushed forward and unleashed another precise tyrant fist into the opponent's abdomen. The blow sent Deep Quinn flying and coughing blood. Deep Quinn roared in anger, calling him despicable. Vu Qua inwardly wanted him gone, but outwardly said sternly, I will not kill you, Li. Deep Quinn could not endure the shock of defeat, shouting that he was the century genius of Zhen Yuan sect. How could he lose to trash? Vu Qua stared at the surging aura around him in shock. What was happening? Bloodline manifestation formed into a white-furred ape roaring. Deep Quinn declared he would uphold justice. Vu Qua immediately glanced back, worried for the beast race. He ordered the beast race to run into the alley and find the man with a facial scar. She understood the danger and fled. Though calm on the surface, Vu Qua inwardly only hoped she would escape far away, at least keep her life. Deep Quinn seized the chance and stomped the ground, charging up. That man delivered a lethal kick into Vu Qua's abdomen, leaving him nearly half dead. Deep Quinn was completely frenzied, only wanting to kill the man before him to reclaim his honor. His eyes rolled white as he shouted, die. Just then a hand rested on his shoulder. A handsome, calm youth appeared, saying indifferently, senior brother Deep is causing trouble again. Deep Quinn pointed at Vu Qua, accusing junior brother Ximen. He seized a civilian girl first. The other looked at Vu Qua and said lightly, oh, he is Li Vu Qua. Contrary to expectation, Ximen Lang handed a pill to Vu Qua and warmly apologized, calling him consort prince. Deep Quinn stood beside with mouth agape. Vu Qua accepted the pill and returned courtesy. You are the famed, courteous senior brother Ximen. Ximen Lang cupped his hands, admitting it. Vu Qua thought inwardly, Ximen Lang, senior brother of Zhen Yuan sect, great villain of the later stage, truly villain meeting villain. This moment, Van Pham hurried over shouting benefactor. He stood before Vu Qua, saying river water does not offend well water, so I strike. Ximen Lang looked at Van Pham in surprise. Beside Li Vu Qua there was such an expert. Vu Qua did not wish to escalate, patting Van Pham's shoulder to reassure him. It was only a misunderstanding. Fortunately, senior brother Ximen intervened. Van Pham understood and bowed, apologizing to Ximen Lang. Deep Quinn angrily retorted, but Ximen Lang rebuked him, shut up. Have you not lost enough face? Vu Qua curled his lips into a mocking smile, glancing at Deep Quinn, whose eyes were wide in childish confusion, thinking to himself that senior brother Tay Mon should not blame him. It was almost written across his face that he was jealous of a son. He even wanted to add a few more cutting remarks. Vu Qua still refused to let him off, spreading his arms to pat Deep Quinn on the shoulder in teasing fashion. But this youth had already reached martial master cultivation at such a young age, truly rare, making Deep Quinn angrily brush his hand away and coldly tell him not to touch him. Timon Lang smiled gently as he explained that boy possessed an extremely rare innate bloodline. It was precisely because of that his cultivation speed surpassed ordinary people. After speaking, he draped an arm over Deep Quinn and pulled him away, loudly thanking Li Fa Ma for not lowering himself to argue with a petty man. We must return to the sect immediately. In a few days, we will certainly visit to express our gratitude. Qua stood watching the two leave, his expression gradually turning serious. It seems he must accelerate his cultivation. Deep Quinn talent is far too terrifying. What if the furious wave dragon ape bloodline fully awakens? He was still immersed in calculation when suddenly a small, soft hand gently wrapped around his arm. The demon girl asked anxiously, young master, are your injuries all right? Vu Qua replied softly that it was nothing. He reached out to stroke the head of the person before him, gently asking whether she had a name yet. The demon girl blushed and lightly shook her head, saying she did not. Vu Qua pondered for a moment before saying, then I will give you a name. You shall be called Quan Tayet. Her eyes immediately lit up. Quan Tayet sounds wonderful. Thank you, young master. Van Pham stepped forward from the side to remind his benefactor that Timon Lang was shameless, sinister, and cunning. They must be on guard. Vu Qua turned back to reassure him that it was fine. A greedy man like him is easy to manipulate. After that he added, Do not call me benefactor anymore, just call me brother. Van Pham calmly lowered his head. Then I will call you KK, worthy of the name KK. Your schemes are indeed profound. Vu Qua suddenly sensed something unusual. The villain halo seems to be fluctuating again. The electronic panel quickly appeared before his eyes. The current villain halo has reached 45%. This number made him sigh inwardly. It seems the previous battle increased the halo quite a bit. Thinking so, Vu Qua nodded and turned to leave. Quite some time has been wasted. He must quickly go find Dai Than and the others. Slanting sunset cast long shadows over the carriage. Dai Than waved enthusiastically at the VIP guest. Brother Vu Qua, over here. Quan Tiat had been quietly following behind, and upon seeing that person she frowned with clear displeasure. Dai Than immediately understood the origin of the white-haired demon girl, revealing a wicked smile at Vu Qua, brother bringing along such a special beauty. Vu Qua immediately changed the subject and went straight to business. Dai Than took out a pair of sandals and held them up boastfully. This is a magical treasure I just acquired. It looks like cheap straw sandals, but is actually a wind-generating fan. The smell is somewhat unpleasant. He then pointed to another item. Look at this chamber pot. It may look ordinary, but it can hold up to 5 liters of water. After saying that, Dai Than immediately lifted it to drink, causing Hu Tai beside him to panic. Boss, that truly is a chamber pot. Turned to carefully attend to Vu Qua, ignoring his friend drinking water behind him. Lord Li, please choose as you wish. Vu Qua sighed and replied that sounded impressive. A wooden chest was open, and the items inside gradually came into view. Suddenly Van Pham, who had been silent, spoke up. There is a supreme quality item outside. Vu Qua picked up a small object half the size of his palm. Shopkeeper, these fruits look quite good. Hu Tai hurriedly praised him. What sharp eyes, golden snow spirit fruits are very precious. 1,000 taels each. He added that if Lord Li liked them, these 6 would be sold for 5,000 taels. Exactly like market hawkers, enticing customers to buy more and spend more. And of course the male lead was no different from others, buying several fruits at once. Before leaving, he did not forget to greet him. Many thanks, brother Hu Tai. Another day let us share a drink. The other happily agreed that it was certain. After that, Vu Qua casually picked up another item beside him. Brother, about this fruit knife. Hu Tai understood and nodded. It is a gift for you. No need to be polite. Transaction completed. The 3 of them returned together to Vu Qua residence. Quan Tiat stared intently at the golden snow spirit fruit in her hand and curiously asked what kind of treasure it was to cost so much. Vu Qua smiled and explained that the knife he gifted was the real treasure. He had deliberately pretended to like the fruit. By conveniently including the fruit knife, shopkeeper Wang naturally had no suspicion. At the same time, Van Pham stood beside them excitedly cradling the knife in his hand. Immediately afterward, that important item was snapped in 2 by Van Pham before Quan Tiat's shocked gaze. Vu Qua was not surprised at all. It was indeed that. Van Pham revealed a mysterious expression, his cold eyes fixed on the broken blade fragment. Ru Kai Nhu, one of the top 10 supreme hidden weapons. It was said to have been lost long ago, yet it appears here. Vu Qua looked at the words primary luck on the system and could not help but marvel that this halo truly brought fortune. He suddenly realized something. The villain halo has increased again. He stroked his chin and thought. It only increased by 0.05%, probably because Ru Kai Nhu is unrelated to Deep Quinn. Thus Vu Qua slung an arm over Van Pham's shoulder and smiled brightly. This Ru Kai Nhu is for you. Van Pham hurriedly waved his hands in refusal. This is too precious. How could I dare accept it? Vu Qua shook his head sincerely. You are my brother. Ru Kai Nhu will display greater power in your hands. Of course it should belong to you. These words moved Van Pham to tears as he hugged his leg and cried loudly, thanking his generous elder brother worthy of the peerless martial god. He could only smile awkwardly and tell him not to be so polite. After calming down, Van Pham stepped back and clasped his hands in farewell. My wife's injuries have not yet healed. I will take my leave first. As soon as he finished speaking, he shot away at a speed that left Quan Tiat stunned. Young master, that bandit Emperor Lord vanished again. Vu Qua softly explained that it was his unique technique. After that, he tossed several things to Quan Tiat. These are clothes and golden snow spirit fruits bought for you. The fruit helps improve physique. Remember to eat them. Quan Tiat's eyes brimmed with tears. Young master treats this servant too well. I do not know how to repay you. Vu Qua placed his hands on his hips and laughed, saying it was nothing. You and I are destined. From now on we are family. Yet in his mind, he briefly recalled the plot. At present, no one knew she was the final frost demon of the world. Quan Tiet blushed and whispered that in the future the children would take the young master's surname. Vu Qua was lost in thought, so he blankly asked what. I did not hear clearly. Quan Tiet shyly turned away, saying it was nothing. He did not press further and said, let us go home. Quan Tiet softly replied yes. Before long, Vu Qua brought Quan Tiet back and pointed at the vast residence, saying, from now on this is your home. He did not notice when Nap Lan Mong had appeared behind him, angrily shouting that he had quite the nerve to openly bring a young girl home. Sensing trouble, Vu Qua quickly pulled Quan Tiet back and fawned. From now on she will be my personal maid. Quan Tiet, come here. This is the commandery princess. Quan Tiet obediently followed, bowing in salute. This servant greets the commandery princess. Nap Lan Mong still looked half-believing, half-doubtful. Looked at Vu Qua unhappily. There are already so many maids in the city lord mansion, and it is not enough. Now you add another white-haired one. He smiled ingratiatingly and explained, my wife. The maids here all belong to you. How many truly obey me? Nap Lan Mong was still upset. Suddenly she widened her eyes and glanced at Quan Tiet. The image of the tender young girl with tearful eyes and pitiful appearance struck the soft spot in her heart. In the end, Nap Lan Mong relented, closing her eyes and allowing the other to stay in the residence. Fine, I will barely accept your reason. Vu Qua seized the chance to take out a banknote. By the way, this is the 1,000 taels earned today. Nap Lan Mong eyes widened in disbelief. 1,000 taels. Her expression darkened as she turned to question him. How did you earn money again? Did you go robbing? Accusation startled him into realizing he had overdone it. He had overestimated the old image of Li Vu Qua. Casually producing 1,000 taels was indeed excessive. Vu Qua's face turned pale as he quickly raised his hands in surrender. Of course not robbery. I merely repaired the roof. You also know Nap Lan Than has many visiting merchants whom I cherish. Nap Lan Mong stared at him suspiciously and asked, did you not previously say you wanted to make Nap Lan Than rise? Vu Qua wore a serious expression and crossed 2 fingers into an X as he slowly explained. This matter must be done step by step. After all, Nap Lan Than has been like this for more than 10 years. Wanting to change it quickly is not easy. Vu Qua's present appearance made Nap Lan Mong's heart tremble slightly. It seems he truly has changed from before. Perhaps she should treat him a little better. She asked herself inwardly, then immediately blushed and looked away. Finally, as if unintentionally giving Vu Qua a green light, are you still sleeping in the guest room tonight? Vu Qua completely failed to grasp the hidden meaning. He placed his hands on his hips and laughed. Yes, I am used to staying there. Please arrange an extra sleeping place in the guest room for Quan Tiet. Hearing that, Nap Lan Mong froze, not expecting such a reaction, and he even mentioned another woman right in front of her. Nap Lan Mong was both angry and helpless. She tossed out a sentence and turned away. Stay wherever you like. Vu Qua sighed inwardly and could only watch her with regret. She is very good, but the time is not yet right. The night grew late. A crescent moon hung high, silver light spreading across the star-filled sky. At that moment, Vu Qua strode forward with long steps, holding golden snow spirit fruit in his hand, thinking that Quan Tiet had forgotten to bring it, truly careless when coming here. He raised his hand and gently pushed open the door from which light still spilled. Immediately, a startled scream pierced through the night. The scene before his eyes stunned him. The luck of the number 1 young man seemed to erupt. Vu Qua widened his eyes at the dreamlike sight. Quan Tiet was soaking in a bath barrel, her skin flawless and fair. She had not expected someone to suddenly open the door at midnight. Her face flushed as she stammered, young master. Vu Qua's eyes grew misty as he inwardly thanked the heavens for fairness. After being a man for more than 20 years, he had not expected to witness such a stimulating scene in real life. He coughed lightly several times to regain composure, though a nosebleed had quietly begun to flow. A girl like you I have seen many times. No need to be shy, hurry and change. His words were firm, but his heart pounded wildly. Hearing that, Quan Tiet grew even more flustered, yet still gathered her courage to say, my life was saved by young master. It is fine if young master looks. After she finished changing, Vu Qua handed her the golden snow spirit fruit. Quan Tiet lowered her eyes and spoke softly. I will remember this life-saving grace forever. Even if young master tells me to die, I would accept it willingly. He immediately replied that there was no need to die. Eat the fruit. To nourish her body, Quan Tiet obediently took one and placed it into her mouth, softly answering yes. This girl was truly adept at pleasing others. After a bite, she smiled brightly and praised its sweetness. Young master, this fruit is very sweet. Yet Vu Qua maintained a calm demeanor. He awkwardly patted her head. Well, I will go first. You rest well. Inwardly thinking she is indeed a frost demon. The shell of the golden snow spirit fruit is hard as steel. In the silent night, the oil lamp still flickered brightly. Vu Qua sat by the table reading intently, taking notes about the bloodline of Lai Kuang, blazing fire-armored insect at the epic tier. His gaze fixed on the page. The descendant inheriting the bloodline is gradually weakening. It is necessary to examine the bloodline of Lai Vu Qua mother. The golden page displayed the image of a cobra, annotated Mu Rung Ina Chai, junior sister of blood robe sect, reckless by nature, stellar tier bloodline. Vu Qua howled in despair, recalling how joyful he had been when writing the novel. Now he suffered headaches because of this very world. Bloodlines were divided from legendary to epic. Refined, superior, each tier a terrifying gap. The distance between him and Deep Quinn only growing farther. Thinking of that, he slumped down gloomily as if petrified. Could it be he only had half a year left to live? Suddenly he remembered something. His eyes lit up. Wait, he had once written that an unawakened bloodline could be replaced. Vu Qua felt himself truly a genius, as if illuminated by stage lights, even striking a proud pose. Originally written for Deep Quinn to subdue a subordinate, yet unexpectedly it might save his own life. Rested his chin in thought, telling himself that the source of bloodline power lies in demonic beasts. Outside the city there is an ancient demon tomb. He could try his luck. Outside the moon still shone, yet below sudden noise erupted. The door was violently kicked open. That wretched girl, get out here. Quan Tiat was holding a golden snow spirit fruit, about to eat when she froze in shock, seeing three maids led by Tiu Thai rush in. Before she could react, she was slapped hard and knocked to the floor. Two other maids immediately rushed forward and stomped on her. She could only cover her head and endure. Tiu Thai scolded viciously. You even have spirit fruit to eat. Are you fooling around with that, useless man? Quan Tiat angrily retorted that young master is not useless. Tiu Thai put her hands on her hips and shouted, still daring to talk back. Keep hitting. Just then another maid hurried over. She stood outside the door and called in. The bailiffs have come to arrest Lai Vu Qua. The raised hand suddenly paused. What? Tiu Thai and the two maids turned and left, leaving Quan Tiat sitting on the floor, their faces full of satisfaction as they went to watch the excitement. Quan Tiat's face was covered in scratches. She wiped the sweat from her chin, worry evident in her eyes. Could it be young master is in trouble? Gok Duong led several Yamen soldiers rushing in. One shouted loudly, Lai Vu Qua, come out here. Vu Qua was calmly reading. Seeing this, he merely looked at the group, allowing Ngok Duong to step forward and sneer. My good younger brother, who would have thought you dared to smuggle salt? Hearing that, his heart trembled slightly. Could it be when he took the jar of salt from Thatch Dai Than he had been seen? But that alone was not enough evidence. He must not panic. He coldly asked, you say I smuggle salt, where is the proof? A loud commotion sounded in the yard. Ngok Duong saw his men and proudly spread his fan. Both witnesses and evidence are present. A group of people carrying heavy sacks entered and knelt in the yard. Monkey-faced man at the front stammered. Boss Lai sold us salt and was then caught, his shifty eyes clearly revealing deceit. Just then Nap Lan Mong hurried over and cut in. What is this? Ngok Duong grew even more pleased seeing him in difficulty, folding his fan as he mocked. Younger brother earning money cannot be done through crooked paths. Nap Lan Mong, upon hearing that, believed it before listening to any explanation. No wonder he earned so much money in an instant. You truly disappoint me. The atmosphere grew extremely tense. Vu Qua stood rigid, grinding his teeth. Lai and Ngok Duong again went to great lengths to frame him. That man wanted to push him to death. What should be done this time? At that moment, Quan Tiat, with a dirty face, ran over and hurriedly defended him. Young master is supremely intelligent. He does not need to smuggle salt to earn money. Close maid of Nap Lan Mong glanced at her with disdain and retorted, he intelligent, merely an uneducated rogue. Those beside her chimed in with more insults. So young yet lying without shame. Quan Tiat trembled in anger, speechless. Lai Vu Qua stood behind, resting his chin in thought, eyes closed in contemplation. Suddenly he opened them brightly, rejoicing inwardly that there was a way. He immediately summoned the 4-9 golden ring. Magic surged and transformed into countless gold ingots piled into a mountain, dazzling light leaving the Yamen soldiers staring. He stood beside, striking a cool pose. She is not lying. I truly have no need to smuggle salt. Ngok Duong was still unwilling to accept it, stubbornly sneering, "It seems this is not your first time doing this. Otherwise, where would you get so much gold?" Vu Qua did not rush to argue, calmly raising a blue jade bottle and asking everyone, "Do you know what this is?" Nap Lan Mong hesitated and replied it is glass. Smiled confidently, leaning against the mountain of gold and speaking loudly, "That is right, this was imported from a friend. This money all comes from selling glass, safe and profitable. Why would I smuggle salt?" Ngok Duong gritted his teeth, unwilling to concede. "Lies. How could you know a glass merchant?" Vu Qua could not endure it any longer, stepping forward and pointing at his face in disdain. "I have mingled among all kinds of people. What type have I not known?" Ngok Duong was left speechless. Only then did Nap Lan Mong believe, gently asking, "Then why did you not tell me about this source of money?" Vu Qua sighed and replied, "In your eyes I am merely a useless man. If I suddenly produced so much money, would you have believed me?" Ngok Duong still refused to let go, rambling that you are only making excuses, unable to prove you did not smuggle salt. Suddenly a voice rang out accompanied by hurried footsteps. "I can testify." The one who arrived was Dai Than together with the renowned salt merchant Hu Tai. Dai Than spoke directly. "Yesterday we encountered someone sneaking around the salt shop buying large quantities." Nap Lan Mong asked in surprise about his identity. He clasped his hands in salute. "I am a merchant from the capital, brother of Lai Vu Qua. Hearing my brother was in trouble, I came to testify." Hu Tai pointed straight at the monkey-faced man. "It was him who yesterday bought 10 sacks of salt from me." The man panicked and stammered, "No, that is not what I meant." At this point, Ngok Duong's expression abruptly changed, his eyes blazing like headlights as he angrily channeled force into his fan. In an instant, the burst of force scattered wildly, frightening the maids into incoherent cries. The single fan spread. Those who had carried the salt sacks instantly lost their lives. Ngok Duong feigned fury. "So it was these scoundrels who framed my worthy brother. Death is not enough for their crime." Couple Vu Qua and Nap Lan Mong stared blankly at the corpses before them. Nap Lan Mong showed helplessness. "Why did he kill them already? We have not even asked the full story." Ngok Duong hurriedly defended himself. "I lost control of my vital energy for a moment. In any case, Vu Qua is my sworn younger brother." After speaking, that man placed a hand on Vu Qua's shoulder and forced a smile. "Good brother, your elder brother misunderstood you. Forgive me." Vu Qua glanced at him and sneered inwardly. Seeing the situation turn unfavorable, he killed to silence them. Lai Ngok Duong is truly vicious. He only hated that he could not say outright, "That man has been my elder brother long enough." In the end, the matter was closed by a yamen runner saying, "Since it is a misunderstanding, everyone disperse." Vu Qua turned to shake hands with the Western merchant and smiled brightly. "Many thanks, Brother Dai Than, for helping prove my innocence." The other hurriedly replied that it was nothing. After that, Vu Qua invited him to drink away their worries. "Brother Dai Than, come. I will treat you to a round," making him beam and nod. At that moment, a small hand tugged at his sleeve. "Wait, Vu Qua." He turned his head in surprise. "What?" Lan Mong blushed, hesitation clear on her face. "I have a few words to say to you." Nap Lan Mong spoke guiltily. "About what happened earlier, I misunderstood you, that matter." Before she could finish, Vu Qua pulled back his sleeve and walked away while saying, "Is this not something I am already used to? I have long been accustomed to this." The sentence left her stunned for several seconds, only able to watch the group happily leave to drink. On a tree branch outside the gate, a man with a blue scarf and a sturdy build silently observed their every move. Then he executed a movement technique and leaped down. Vu Qua immediately recognized the acquaintance and called out loudly, "Good brother, you have come." Dai Than quickly explained that it was Hong Tak who informed him earlier. Fan Pham steadied himself and stood upright looking at Vu Qua, gesturing as he asked, "Elder brother, do you need me to kill Lai Ngok Duong?" Though his eyes looked in different directions, his fighting spirit was obvious. Vu Qua waved his hand with a smile, acting magnanimous. "No need to rush. If we strike directly, I will be suspected." Van Pham nodded in agreement. Elder brother is indeed brilliant. Though he said so, in his heart he had long made calculations. That man has repeatedly tried to push me to death. Then do not blame me for lacking brotherhood. The urgent matter now was to drink more wine to prepare for the next plan. Vu Qua excitedly invited everyone. "I heard Hu Tai leaves Nap Lan Than tomorrow morning. Why not go to Han Hoa Pavilion tonight?" The three others responded in unison, "Let us drink among the flowers." In contrast to the excitement of the men, Quan Tiat pouted and turned her face away. Suddenly a hand gently stroked her head, a soft voice asking, "Were you bullied by Tiu Thai? Does it still hurt?" Realizing it was Vu Qua, Quan Tiat widened her eyes and stammered, young master knows. He softly replied, "In this house such things I have experienced them all before." He smiled brightly and pointed to himself as he assured her, "Rest assured in the future I will not let you suffer grievances again." The sweet atmosphere was immediately broken by a shout. "Brother Li, if you come late, there will be no beauties left." He changed expression as fast as flipping a pancake, instantly putting on a lecherous look and quickening his pace to chase his brothers ahead. "I am coming." Manhwa Pavilion blazed with lights, butterflies and flowers fluttering under the shimmering night sky. A voice rose amid the noisy crowd. Bai Lin Lung, the top courtesan of Manhwa Pavilion, actually followed Li Yuguo. What a pity. In the wine room, the table was full of dishes. Everyone gathered to savor the spicy brew. Hu Tai, sitting beside Dai Than, sneered. After all, Li Yuguo is an associate of Nap Lan Than. At this moment, Vu Qua excused himself. "I will handle something. You all continue drinking. I will return soon." As soon as he finished, Dai Than and Hu Tai, drunk, laughed and mocked. He cannot hold it anymore. He is going to vomit. Leaving the room, he walked along the corridor of Manhwa Pavilion, his mind constantly calculating. Bai Lin Lung, the woman beside Li Yuguo, is my target. At the end of the corridor, Vu Qua stopped before a person holding a pipe and presenting an item of the finest quality, smiling obsequiously. "Mama Truong, long time no see. I brought good goods for you." Turned out to be the head mama of Manhwa Pavilion. She rolled her eyes as she accepted the item and smiled faintly. "Rarely do you come here. Such fine tobacco surely means you want my help." Vu Qua feigned difficulty. "Is it not that someone at home has a birthday soon? I want to add a small performance, so I wish to meet Miss Lin Lung to seek advice." Mama Truong did not agree immediately, tactfully refusing. "This makes it difficult for me. Lin Lung now belongs to General Li." Hearing that, he immediately took out his purse, and before she could finish, presented a gleaming gold ingot. "I trouble Mama." She quickly accepted it. "1 stick of incense time will be granted." Knowing the fish had taken the bait, Vu Qua immediately left. Mama Truong contentedly sniffed the gold and thought that this top scholar prince seemed sensible today. A moment later, he stood before Lin Lung door and raised his hand in greeting. "Miss Bai, it is me." Seeing Vu Qua through the mirror, Lin Lung turned and shouted, "Why is it you? Leave at once, or I will call someone." Vu Qua leaned leisurely against the door and spoke slowly. "If you do not wish to know your younger brother whereabouts, I will leave immediately." Lin Lung froze and demanded, "How do you know about my brother?" He instantly seized the opportunity. He stepped fully into the room, crossed his arms, and said firmly, "I not only know he exists, but also know where he is now." She stared in shock. "Impossible." Lin Lung sprang up with tears in her eyes. Yuguo searched for him for 3 years without success. "How could a useless live-in son-in-law like you know?" Vu Qua calmly replied, "I know. Moreover, that man fears finding your brother because then you would no longer help him. 3,000 taels ransom he could easily pay." Lin Lung's attitude immediately changed. With tears brimming, she rushed forward and pressed urgently, "Where is my brother?" The contact made his body tingle as if struck by lightning. Vu Qua forced himself to remain calm and said, "At the mass grave 10 miles outside the city." Lin Lung was struck as if by thunder, and tears streamed down. He collapsed into his arms sobbing. "You are lying. Before Yuguo even brought my brother Jade pendant here. I do not believe he is dead." Vu Qua gently helped her sit on a chair and softly persuaded, "If you want proof, tomorrow morning we will meet at the mass grave." Before leaving, he added, "If you still do not believe it, then consider that we have never met." Next day, the sky was overcast. A carriage carried Lin Lung to the meeting point with Vu Qua. When she was helped down by a maid, he was already waiting at the end of the road. Lin Lung asked directly without preamble, "I have come, where is the evidence?" Vu Qua pointed to a skeleton missing 1 leg and said briefly, "Here." Though trembling in fear, Lin Lung still recognized it. "This leg truly belongs to my brother. Why?" Vu Qua struck at her psychology. "Look at the sword wound on the neck. In Nap Lan Than, only 3 people can create such an injury. Nap Lan Mong, Li Yuguo, and a demon thief." Lin Lung knelt beside the skeleton and lowered her head, asking through sobs, "Then on what basis do you say Li Yuguo did it?" Vuqua's answer made her turn pale and tears pour down. Was it not Li Yuguo who brought your brother Jade pendant? Lin Lung collapsed crying like a child and blamed herself. I harmed him. Seeing this, Vuquo seized the chance to press further. Do you want revenge? Lin Lung replied without hesitation. What must I do? Vuquo immediately said, Li Yuguo has an account book recording collusion with demon thieves. As long as you obtain it, I will expose his true face. And Pham, standing beside, added, if there is any news hidden in the flower pot outside the window, I will help pass the message. Lin Lung nodded firmly. Seeing it was getting late, Vuquo instructed, return first. If Mama discovers, it will be hard to act. As the carriage began to move, Lin Lung lifted the curtain and bowed in thanks. This humble girl thanks young Master Li. Vuquo smiled in response. Resolving Li Yuguo can also be considered bringing some benefit to the people of Nap Lan Than. Sky outside was still overcast, yet before long it was replaced by radiant brilliance and a clear voice echoing afar. The City Lord Mansion is officially recruiting workers. Didnt stood before the gate of Nap Lan City loudly calling out, recruiting workers, 1 do of rice per day. Come register quickly, only 100 people needed. Immediately drawing a curious crowd into discussion. What 1 do of rice each day? Did we hear wrong? Some suspected a scam. Others whispered that the top scholar prince would never care about our lives. On the high platform, he strode out with imposing momentum, carrying a large sack of flour, and declared, from today, we officially reclaim the wasteland 10 miles outside the city. Anyone who joins the labor will receive white flour. A sturdy young man immediately volunteered, to everyone's amazement. I will join. Give me 1 do of flour first. He generously poured 2 do of flour into the man's sack and smiled. You are the first. I will gift you 1 more do. Instantly stirring the crowd enthusiasm as they cheered. It really is flour. Crowd pushed forward, touching the flour sacks and marveling. Is there truly such a good thing? Order began to break down, forcing he and Didnt to shout for them to line up. Someone cried out in panic, stop pushing, my trousers are slipping. Amid the crowd, Nap Lan Mong's figure could be seen. After much effort, he wiped sweat and sighed, finally finished distributing. Van Pham looked at him with admiration. With Brother Kaka's ability, you could completely leave your wife and stand on your own. He smiled awkwardly and defended his wife. Nap Lan Mong may be a bit fierce, but her heart is very kind. Moreover, he understood clearly that in the end she would not abandon Li Yuguo. Nap Lan Mong heard those words, half believing yet inwardly sweet, embarrassed, and secretly scolding that scoundrel for speaking such shameless words so smoothly. Ahead, he had no idea of her presence. Continuing to rally everyone to reclaim the land, the crowd eagerly responded, each holding a hoe ready. Watching his busy, charitable figure, she thought to herself, Master, it seems Vuquo has truly changed. Several days passed under clear skies and singing birds. He cultivated leisurely while thinking he should check the reclamation site later. It had been 3 days. At that moment, a familiar figure suddenly appeared, interrupting his thoughts. Van Pham hurriedly leaped through the window, bringing bad news. This is bad. Didnt has been captured. He clenched his teeth in fury and roared, what? Soon they rode swiftly to the outskirts and saw corpses strewn like weeds. He shouted in shock, what happened here? A village youth hurriedly reported, young master, a group of demon thieves came causing trouble. Afterward they all died. The bruised youth struggled to grasp his arm and said urgently, the priority is that Miss Didnt was taken by the demon thieves. We lacked strength to stop them. Afar came the rapid sound of galloping hooves. It was Nap Lan Mong with her men who heard of trouble outside the city and came to assist. He darkened and said briefly, Didnt was taken. Yuguo glanced at the corpses and pretended to analyze. These seemed to be demon thieves from Linza Mountain. Inwardly that man cursed angrily. I told them to kill Li Yuguo. Why capture that girl? He said coldly, I will go to Linza Mountain to save her. Nap Lan Mong hurriedly stopped him. No, it is too dangerous. She is only a maid. He did not bother listening fully, turning with Van Pham to leave and replying coldly, yes, a maid. The only maid who spoke for me when I was in greatest danger. Before departing, he glanced at them and firmly declared, Li Yuguo always repays debts of gratitude. Van Pham suddenly noticed something unusual and raised a hand to stop him. It was not done by demon thieves. He crouched to examine the corpses carefully and concluded, these demon thieves died from the poison of Poison Emperor. Hearing that Yuguo felt a flash of panic, fearing exposure, and quickly asked, who are you? Van Pham turned his head toward him, revealing the large scar on his forehead. That feature made Ngok Duong realize in shock. The cross scar. You are one of the 10 heroes of the yellow rank, the bandit emperor. Van Pham said in a low voice. He hunted me because my wife is also his younger sister. His sharp gaze swept aside. These demon thieves would not come to cause trouble here without reason. Ngok Duong shivered under the look and shifted responsibility. I see. Matters concerning Poison Emperor you handle yourselves. Van Pham, knowing he had implicated others, bowed his head sadly. This matter was caused by me. Let me handle it. Before he finished, he slung an arm over him, warmly saying, we go together. I will never abandon my brother, moving Van Pham deeply. Nap Lan Mong on horseback wondered, is that maid so important to Li Yuguo? Tiu Thai whispered that useless man will surely die at Linza Mountain. Congratulations, miss. Unexpectedly, those words struck her anger. A gaze as cold as a blade shot over. Nap Lan Mong slapped Tiu Thai hard, causing her cheek to swell. Whether teeth fell, none could tell. She gritted her teeth and warned, my man is not for a servant like you to judge. Tiu Thai trembled and kowtowed, admitting fault. Nap Lan Mong spurred her horse, chasing after her husband, shouting. Li Yuguo stopped right there, leaving Tiu Thai clutching her face behind. Ngok Duong seized the chance to hold Tiu Thai and add fuel to the fire. How pitiful, your mistress hit you for a useless man. That man continued, using his handsome charm to provoke. What if I were your master? Tiu Thai immediately turned against her mistress and said while holding her cheek, if my lord were Master Nap Lan Than would surely prosper more. Ngok Duong stepped closer and whispered, if you help me you will become my concubine. High above the blue sky, leaves drifted slowly onto fertile earth, the peaceful scene even blending with the hum of a drone aircraft. Along with it a voice sounded, I will not mistake this dosage. It is Poison Emperor, he sneered while looking at the screen in his hand. The style of the 10 heroes of the yellow rank is truly unique. Van Pham helplessly explained that actually Poison Emperor can be considered relatively mild. Before he finished, both startled and looked at each other, heads, 4 eyes wide. They cried out in overlapping panic. Kaka, why are you growing mushrooms too? This is bad, we have fallen into that old poison creature trap. From behind came Poison Emperor laughter, struck by lovesickness, purple spirit poison, and still conscious. Van Pham ground his teeth in hatred upon seeing him clearly, pointed straight at him and shouted, old poison creature, you dare ambush me. Poison Emperor sneered and his gaze fell on him. Is this not the top scholar prince of Nap Lan Than? That feigned ignorance made he furious. Since you know I am the prince consort, release me at once. Though he shouted, his body grew weaker from the mushroom poison, and his mind spun, seeking a countermeasure. Poison Emperor laughed loudly without fear, pupils shrinking like a demon. How interesting. I most enjoy tormenting wealthy nobles like you. In another corner, a young girl in red with familiar brown hair drew her bow. The whistle of an arrow cutting the wind made both he and Poison Emperor turn simultaneously. Unfortunately, his reflexes were honed, and he easily dodged the distant arrow. Nap Lan Mong looked down from above, gripping her weapon, and declared, in this world only I may discipline him. Hearing that Poison Emperor not only did not retreat but mocked, the little girl has some spirit like that old Zhuang. Word father from his mouth disgusted Nap Lan Mong, and she immediately rushed forward shouting, stop pretending familiarity. His subordinates intended to rush to protect him, but Poison Emperor swiftly assumed a battle stance. All of you step back. Let me experience the Imperial Clan combat art. That man hurled a sphere of demonic energy, unleashing the ultimate move, 100 poison scripture. Nap Lan Mong amber eyes clearly reflected the image of the poison sphere rushing toward her. Nap Lan Mong tilted her body slightly, her supple figure easily slipping out of the attack trajectory. Poison Emperor raised a hand to smooth his parted hair, his voice teasing as he praised, not bad movement technique. Marrying that impotent fellow truly wronged you. That man cast what he believed to be a charming glance at her and pretended to sigh regretfully. It is a pity I already have a wife. Otherwise letting you follow this young master would not be impossible. Nap Lan Mong was furious to the point of explosion and was about to shout when he had already sprinted in the opposite direction. She immediately noticed and widened her eyes in disbelief. Li Yuguo actually dared to run away. Van Pham stepped forward at once to block the 2 lackeys, fighting while shouting loudly, run quickly. Poison Emperor sneered disdainfully, clasping his hands to summon wolf claw-like weapons, daring to be distracted while fighting me. Blades instantly shot out, leaving horrifying wounds on Nap Lan Mong's slender legs. Despite the pain, she forced herself to remain conscious and sealed her acupoints to stop the bleeding. Poison Emperor hypocritically reminded her, "Stop struggling. Even if you seal your points, you can only last 1 hour." Though heavily injured, Nap Lan Mong still gritted her teeth and unleashed her ultimate move, summoning a majestic golden dragon. "Even if I die, I will drag you down with me." Poison Emperor eyes widened in shock, not expecting to meet a desperate opponent hiding a trump card. It turned out to be the rare 5-claw golden bloodline. The tide immediately reversed as Nap Lan Mong erupted with power and pursued like a ferocious beast, forcing him to repeatedly retreat with vast sky poison scripture. Even so, Poison Emperor still had leisure to mock. "Give up. If you activate your bloodline like this, the toxin will invade your organs faster. By then, even I will find it hard to save you." Nap Lan Mong clenched her teeth and gathered her remaining strength, preparing a finishing blow. A wandering poison master dares to poison a ruler. Go die. Amid the fierce clash, he suddenly appeared and shouted loudly, "Stop." 2 small mushrooms like hairpins sprouted on his head. He held the unconscious Quan tight in his arms, drenched in sweat yet forcing himself to speak. "I have something to say." Nap Lan Mong frowned slightly, telling herself it was not jealousy but irritation. "Did Li Yuguo abandon me just to save that maid?" Poison Emperor laughed triumphantly. "Once struck by my poison, there is only death. Hearing last words does no harm." While he ignored his rambling and gently laid Quan tight on the ground. Then he said something that stunned everyone. "Recently, when you share the bed with your wife, do you feel powerless and unable to perform?" With a single sentence, he hit the sore spot. Poison Emperor face turned purple like poison. "What nonsense are you spouting?" That man panicked at being exposed. Van Pham laughed at his misfortune. He took out 3 green pills and spoke seriously as if marketing. "I know medicine, Emperor. This is proof. This pill ensures unyielding strength and knights like a dragon." Though suspicious, Poison Emperor still reached out and snatched one, thinking, "What if these swindlers fool everyone except me?" He snorted coldly, half believing, "The brat would not dare trick me," then tossed the pill into his mouth. As he swallowed, he muttered to reassure himself, "No poison can harm this young master." Suddenly his throat felt an explosive surge. His body seemed unlocked as the medicinal force awakened dormant dragon power, in an instant rising from martial spirit straight to martial king. The explosive effect made him boast excitedly, his aura surging before the astonished eyes of his lackeys. Van Pham ran over and hugged him, crying, "My foolish elder brother, if you had given me that pill, defeating that old poison creature would be easy." He only smiled wryly, thinking it was sheer luck. Breakthrough directly solved the chronic illness that had troubled Poison Emperor for years. He generously tossed out a red bead. "Not bad, brat. I owe you nothing. You cured me and helped me advance, so I will spare you." Poison Emperor slowly explained, "This is an antidote pill. Take it and you will be fine." He took the medicine and smiled with satisfaction. Poison Emperor waved to dismiss them. "Leave quickly." While Nap Lan Mong, though holding the antidote, still looked gloomy. Poison Emperor and his subordinates had not left when he called out, "Wait. As long as you agree to 2 matters, these 2 divine pills will be yours." That man turned back, interest flashing in his eyes. He raised one finger and said sternly, "First, allow Bandit Emperor and your sister to be together. They truly love each other." Van Pham glanced over, moved, such brotherhood. This struck a sensitive nerve, and Poison Emperor angrily objected, "That is impossible." He calmly analyzed, "These years you forcibly separated them. How has your sister lived?" Poison Emperor gradually recalled that at first his sister was peaceful with Bandit Emperor. Only after he forced them apart did her life become chaotic. That man suddenly awakened as if possessed. "My sister's unhappiness is not because of Bandit Emperor, but because of me." Poison Emperor waved his hand and sighed, "Fine. The brat treats my sister well, I agree." Van Pham burst into tears and rushed over, shouting, "Elder brother." Then Poison Emperor frowned and asked, "What is the second matter?" Seriously proposed, "Help me wipe out the bandits of Linza Mountain and the overlord demon beast there." Poison Emperor thought, then nodded, "Fine, but the demon beast spoils must be shared with me." After agreeing, he handed over the remaining pill and reminded, "This one can only be used after half a year." Poison Emperor replied gruffly, "No need to remind me." Now that they were allies, he invited him to stay in Nap Lan Than for a few days. "Food and lodging are on me." Poison Emperor naturally did not refuse. "Consider it that you are sensible," then led his men away. He closed his eyes and thought, 3 pills exchanged for poison emperor assistance. This deal is a huge profit. Before he could relax, the system voice rang out. Halo is fluctuating. Looking at the system panel, he was startled. Deep Quinn Halo has recovered. It seems I must hurry to Linza Mountain to alter my bloodline. After matters were settled, it was time to eat. The aroma of grilled meat made Quan Tyet marvel. Young master is amazing. Even the blue scale snake tastes so good roasted. He smiled while cooking and chatting. Of course, it is natural food. Nap Lan Mong also remarked that recently you keep trading strange things. Poison Emperor behind them raised his head upon hearing this. Before he could explain, Poison Emperor interrupted. Brat, give me some of that nature stuff. During a chance to profit, he tilted his head and smiled. Sure, but it is very expensive. Poison Emperor hesitated at that. In the end, he gritted his teeth and rummaged in his clothes. He took out a strange weapon and handed it over. This dagger is coated with lethal poison that seals the throat in 3 steps. No antidote, usable once, but even a martial king cannot withstand it. Seeing good goods, he gladly accepted. His motion of storing it was extremely swift. Poison Emperor did not notice and only happily stared at the bag like he had found treasure. After Poison Emperor left, he suddenly remembered something. Almost forgot. He took out a gift box wrapped with a red ribbon and handed it to his wife. This was bought specially for you. Open it. Nap Lan Mong shyly turned away. I am used to swords and spears. I do not like such things. He immediately replied, this is perfume from the western regions. I put in much effort to buy it. He moved the box closer, open it and see. She had no excuse and pulled the ribbon. As the box opened, fragrance spread. Nap Lan Mong unconsciously exclaimed, how fragrant. He smiled meaningfully. Spray it on, and you will have more of a woman's scent. That sentence instantly angered her. Who are you saying lacks a woman's scent? Realizing his slip, he turned and ran. At that moment, commotion erupted behind them, causing both to turn their heads. Looking up at the cliff, they only then realized that at some point figures had appeared all around them, accompanied by the chaotic shouts of the snow army signaling an enemy ambush. A leading man stepped on a rock ledge, using the momentum to leap down while roaring that the city lord of Nap Lan Than wanted to capture them, yet had sent only this many men. The fat leader waved his weapon fiercely and shouted to those behind him that the prince had come to their doorstep. All of them were to charge and kill him. Seeing the opponent's hairstyle thick with early 2000s style, Vuqua immediately connected him to a character from the novel Rooster Color. This was the second chief of Linza Mountain, Lakaya. When he saw the enemy closing in, Vuqua instantly withdrew his playful expression. His right hand clenched as he unleashed Blazing Sun Fort Fist. The moment the strike was released, 3 men opposite him were blasted away, their feet not even touching the ground before they collapsed in an instant. That sudden burst of power left Nap Lan Mong unable to hide her shock. Had Lai Vuqua already reached the realm of great martial master, while Quan Tyet paid no attention to rank and simply cheered loudly for the young master. Seeing her husband fighting while she herself was at a higher realm, Nap Lan Mong could not stand aside and rushed in with her spear, telling Quan Tyet to stay behind, and receiving an obedient reply telling her to be careful. Just as Nap Lan Mong charged forward, Lakayet suddenly appeared with a vicious grin, saying the beauty was seeking death herself. Hearing his voice close by her ear, she inwardly cried that this was bad. Seeing this, Vuqua gritted his teeth and rushed forward with all his strength, playing out a scene of a hero saving a beauty. He swung his hand and delivered a heavy, decisive slap to Lakayet, the opponent collapsing instantly. Lakayet fell face first to the ground with a thud, one hand clutching his swollen cheek, as he resentfully asked if he truly was blocked King Lai Vuqua. Vuqua snorted lightly and replied that if he were fake, then he could be exchanged. He even pointed his thumb at himself, the corner of his lips curling up with confidence, saying this was Lai Vuqua himself. Nap Lan Mong stepped to his side, the tip of her spear aimed straight at the still dazed Lakayet, coldly asking who had leaked the news that they were about to arrive. That man's face was bruised beyond recognition. His tiny eyes still flashed with malice. As Lakayet seemed about to speak, he suddenly lowered his head, revealing a hidden weapon tied behind his neck. A silver dart shot out toward Nap Lan Mong before she could react. As expected, the dart pierced into her left chest, fresh blood spraying out as Nap Lan Mong stared in shock at the bright red soaking her clothes. Lakayet laughing loudly in triumph and boasting that he had killed the city lord of Nap Lan Than. Vuqua immediately caught Nap Lan Mong, his heart filled with worry for her safety, speaking as he comforted her. and told her to endure a little while he went to find a physician. As Lakayat continued laughing madly at the side, an arm suddenly appeared above his head, Doc Hong glaring as he grabbed him tightly, turning that man's face pale with fear. Right after that, Lakayat was killed on the spot by Doc Hong's methods. The enemy had prepared in advance, so it was best to split into two directions to retreat. Here I cannot use large-scale poison. Holding Nap Lan Mong tightly, Vu Qua quickly instructed Quan Tayat to go with Tak Hong, arranging to meet at Thong Min's stream and receiving an agreeing response. Another twist appeared when a familiar yet unfamiliar figure laughed loudly and blocked their path, declaring that none of them would escape. That appearance shocked Vu Qua Deep Quinn, disciple of Tran Nguyen Tong. He had not expected them to join hands with mountain bandits to frame him. Deep Quinn crossed his arms and replied coldly that Tran Nguyen Tong would not walk the same road as mountain bandits, even scolding Vu Qua for daring to severely injure the city lord of Nap Lan, saying he intended rebellion. Vu Qua gritted his teeth and thought that he absolutely could not offend Tran Nguyen Tong, so what should he do now? At that moment, a figure rushed over shouting for them to run. Van Pham stood in front of everyone and threw out a series of smoke bombs to rescue them. Seizing the opportunity, they quickly blended into the smoke and escaped. The people of Tran Nguyen Tong coughing and shouting to beware of Tak Hong's hidden weapons while seeking cover. When they realized the targets had used the chaos to flee, they ground their teeth in anger at letting the heretics escape. One man discovered dark bloodstains on the ground and called his junior brother, Deep Quinn, lowering his voice to order an immediate pursuit. In another direction after escaping, Vu Qua set Nap Lan Mong against a boulder while he himself sat down gasping for breath. Perhaps Deep Quinn would not catch up anymore. He anxiously asked his wife how she was. Seeing no response from her, he placed a hand on her forehead and pulled out the dart from her chest, feeling the spreading heat and panicking because the poison was still taking effect. Vu Qua stood up straight and observed the surroundings, calculation clearly showing on his face. He bent down close to the person before him and let out a helpless sigh. It seemed there was no other way. At that moment, Nap Lan Mong suddenly woke from her daze. Seeing Vu Qua holding her and leaning close to her wound, she blushed shyly and asked what he intended to do. Nap Lan Mong quickly raised her hand and pushed him away, Vu Qua hurriedly explaining. He put on a very serious expression and said that only by sucking out all the poison would the medicine work. He absolutely harbored no ill intent. Hearing that it made sense, Nap Lan Mong shyly tugged her clothes aside to reveal the wound, her voice soft as she told him to be gentle. Vu Qua moved closer, lowered his head and pressed his lips to her wound, then slowly sucked the poison out. In just a short while the sky turned dark. The moon hung high and shone brightly after Vu Qua finished the first aid. Nap Lan Mong gradually recovered. She curled up by the fire and sighed in admiration. She had not expected that he even knew how to pitch a tent. The praise made Vu Qua unable to hide his smugness, of course, when I came alone to Nap Lan City to find her. After enduring countless hardships, he stepped behind Nap Lan Mong and draped a thick fur coat over her shoulders, moving her deeply. Seeing how attentively he treated her, Nap Lan Mong began to care more. Why have you never told me these things? Vu Qua sat on a rock with his arms crossed, his gaze drifting elsewhere, replying curtly, you never asked, go to sleep. I will stand guard tonight. Right after that, Nap Lan Mong spoke solemnly, revealing a shocking truth. In fact, the one engaged to you is not me. Vu Qua leaned against the large rock behind him, staring at Nap Lan Mong in shock. What, while she lowered her head as guilt engulfed her, her limbs drawing in as she did not dare look at him. Actually, according to the marriage pact between my royal father and your father, the one who was supposed to marry you was originally my 8th sister. Nap Lan Mong's beautiful eyes shimmered with faint sorrow, staring lifelessly into the distance. My mother was only a courtesan. My royal father could not bear to marry off the daughter he loved most, so he sent me to guard the frontier instead. She hesitated before turning to look at Vu Qua, her voice trembling. Do you hate me for deceiving you? He did not answer immediately, only silently looked at her without a word. Suddenly Vu Qua clutched his stomach and burst out laughing, making Nap Lan Mong flustered as she loudly asked what he was laughing at. He laughed until tears streamed down. Laughing at you, telling me to trade a tigress like you for a sickly princess, spare me. After speaking, Vu Qua wrapped an arm around her shoulders, signaling for Nap Lan Mong to lean against him. He gazed into the distance and said slowly, after we return, we will build Nap Lan City into a stronghold to prove to the third prince that he misjudged her. It had been a long time since Nap Lan Mong felt such protection. She was so moved that tears shimmered at the corners of her eyes. She shyly turned away, hurriedly pulling her clothes to cover her teary eyes. The wind just blew sand into them. The wind is too strong today. Vu Qua silently watched the flames, sinking into his own thoughts. In the original work, I never wrote about Nap Lan Mong's background. It seems this place has truly become a real world. After that, he calmly shifted his gaze to the person beside him. Nap Lan Mong must have been too exhausted and quickly fell asleep, not hearing his words at all. Truly a foolish girl. Suddenly a strange noise sounded from behind. Vu Qua immediately turned around. He sprang up swiftly and extinguished the fire. Then he carried Nap Lan Mong away into the night. It turned out Deep Quinn had led people following their tracks to the place they had rested. The fire on the ground still smoked and glowed red, proving it had just been put out. They could not have gone far. Vu Qua hid in the nearby bushes, observing the entire situation. Sure enough, Deep Quinn's group had followed the bloodstains to get here. Fortunately, I used fake blood to lead them in another direction. In his hand was a bag of fake blood bought from Alamama. He tightly wrapped Nap Lan Mong in a grass mat, letting her sleep soundly. As long as Deep Quinn was misled by the bloodstains, they would be safe. Suddenly, a silver dart shot out of nowhere, causing a loud noise. Vu Qua gritted his teeth and turned back. This is bad. One of Deep Quinn's companions quickly discovered his hiding place. Sure enough, he is here. The whole group immediately gave chase. Chase him. Vu Qua dashed away like the wind while cursing, "Useless trash. If not for the people behind you, how could you find me?" At a critical moment, even a small stone blocked his path. Damn, what terrible luck. Stumble sent him flying, flipping several times in the air before crashing down injured. Seeing him fall, Deep Quinn laughed loudly in provocation. "Shameless prince. Let's see where you can run now." That man quickly activated his move. 3-foot true essence break, glaring before striking as he shouted, "I will make you pay." In the blink of an eye, the attack pierced straight through his knee. Vu Qua was struck before he could react. He painfully dropped to his knees, clutching his leg. Suddenly someone trembled and pointed ahead. "Junior brother Deep, this is bad." Deep Quinn looked in that direction, his face instantly turning ashen. It is the spirit overlord beast of Lin Sa Mountain, the Dragon King Turtle. The surface of the lake rose a colossal existence that shattered the tranquil scenery, killing intent soaring in its eyes. Its massive body making humans seem insignificant. Vu Qua's expression also changed amid the chaotic screams. They were not fleeing, but discussing his life and death. "This brat is finished." The gigantic monster suddenly opened its mouth like a bottomless abyss, as if about to swallow him whole. Qua had just rolled and not yet regained his senses when he was struck again. The pain made him curse inwardly, "My butt." After regaining his senses, he stood up and brushed off the dust, his gaze drawn to something inside the cave. For Vu Qua lay the dried skeleton of a gigantic demon beast, tightly bound by thick chains, seemingly imprisoned for a long time. Embedded in its forehead was a blazing red gem as if burning. He looked at it and spoke. "Finally found it. Ancient great demon, guardian spirit beast." Vu Qua found a way to climb onto its head, to take that blazing red gem. Finally touching his bloodline of the resentful face, fate could at last be changed. The Dragon King Turtle lay motionless, its eyes tightly shut, the silence terrifying. Vu Qua somehow pulled out a huge cardboard box, hands on hips as he called out, "Turtle, come out. I brought you something delicious." Hearing the noise, it immediately opened its bright eyes. He opened the lid. Inside were countless fresh oysters already shucked, piled on ice to preserve their freshness. "Can you protect me while I fuse this demon origin?" The Dragon King Turtle roared angrily, nearly blowing him away. "What, you have quite the nerve. Fusing demon origin twists your own bloodline. It is no different from seeking death." Vu Qua smiled blankly and replied, "I know my soul must confront the other soul. It is very dangerous, but I have to try. That is why I asked you to help me." After speaking, he patted the box of the other party's favorite food to curry favor. "As long as you protect me, I will bring delicious food every month." The Dragon King Turtle drooled with greed, hesitating in thought this. After a while it sighed, finally softening for the sake of food. "Fine, go to Snake Spring. The spiritual energy there can help you suppress the violent origin energy." At Snake Spring, Vu Qua took off his shoes and sat upright in the lake, both hands holding the gem in a curved shape, red mist surrounding his body, beginning the fusion. Suddenly his eyes rolled white. A stream of red energy gushed from the corners of his eyes and shot straight into the sky. The pain made him grit his teeth, his face gradually turning darkened. Witnessing this, the Dragon King Turtle could not help but speak. This old one, the guardian soul beast demon origin, actually dares to devour the brat's 5 senses. Waves of intense pain struck relentlessly. In Vuqua's mind flashed a thought. This remnant demon origin soul is stronger than expected. If my life bloodline is devoured by it, then I am in grave danger. Inside his body it was as if a giant spider was battling a cunning wolf. Guardian spirit beast immediately leapt aside, dodging the spider's attack. It roared fiercely, raising its sharp claws to counterattack. It lunged forward to seize the spider, biting off each of its legs, making it writhe in agony, blood splattering everywhere in a horrifying scene. In reality, Vuqua also spat out a large mouthful of blood. Even his eyes oozed thick fluid. It is over. Just as the devouring spirit beast was about to finish off the spider, golden streaks suddenly shot over. It was the Dragon King Turtle's golden threads. At that moment, the ferocious wolf was tightly bound by strands of golden light. The situation instantly reversed. Before long, it became prey to the giant spider. Excellent. Many thanks, Turtle. Spider opened its mouth wide, sharp fangs extending as it lunged forward, following Vuqua's timely shout and swallowing the cunning wolf whole. This is the moment. After that, he smoothly completed the entire process of handling the prey. Wonderful. The bloodline fusion has succeeded. With everything settled, Vuqua immediately ran to the Dragon King Turtle and asked curiously, "Hey, what kind of bloodline is this exactly?" Before Vuqua stood a grotesque monster, a mix between an octopus and seemingly even a bear. Heavens, this evil thing actually exists. Just looking at it sends chills down one's spine. The Dragon King Turtle explained in a deep voice, "That is the most wicked existence in the legends of demon beasts. Even I have never seen it with my own eyes. It cannot even be called a demon beast. It is a demon, the thousand-handed demon." Vuqua was completely clear-headed, feeling his body unusually vigorous. He flicked away the water and sprang up saying, "The power is overwhelming. I can even feel my cultivation directly leaping to the late stage of great martial god." The Dragon King Turtle lay by the lakeside and warned anxiously, "Brat, you must be extremely careful. If this power loses control, it will devour you in backlash." Vuqua remained seated in the water, checking his body, replying excitedly, "Yes, Turtle, just rest assured." Suddenly, 2 unfamiliar figures appeared at the cave entrance, making him jerk his head around and shout, "Who is there?" He immediately waved his hand in anger, tentacles shooting outward. Whether the other side could withstand it or not, "Get out here." Outside the cave were Quan Tayet and Van Pham, who had been searching tirelessly for Vuqua for days. The latter raised his hand to block the strike with difficulty and said, "Brother, it is us." Quan Tayet also hurriedly added, "Thank goodness, young master, you are still safe." He anxiously ran over and recounted everything she knew. Ngok Duong said young master was swallowed by the Dragon King Turtle. "I and Brother Thief King did not believe it, so we entered the mountains to find you. It has been 7 days. Why have you not returned? Madam has locked herself in her room out of worry." Hearing this, Vuqua felt as if struck by lightning, turning to glance at the Dragon King Turtle. 7 days. It awkwardly swallowed a fish and avoided his gaze. "Do not look at me. You truly soaked in snake spring for 7 days. Van Pham clenched his fists in anger and could not help complaining. That villain Ngok Duong. When brother was not around, he clung to sister-in-law every day. I think he only hopes brother meets with misfortune." After hearing this, Vuqua's face immediately turned cold. "Ngok Duong has repeatedly tried to harm me. I cannot keep him any longer." Van Pham, "How far has Miss Lin Lung gathered the evidence?" Van Pham frowned and replied, "Miss Lin Lung has compiled the full list of those colluding with Ngok Duong. A few days ago, she even urged us to act quickly." Receiving the answer he wanted, Vuqua immediately ordered, "Good, you take the people back first. I still have a more important matter to handle." The next morning, Vuqua hid behind a large rock, observing the group ahead in action, unconsciously murmuring, "Deep Quinn." The one called by name blended into the crowd, gripping his longsword as he interrogated, "Speak. Where is the fire essence?" Time Tran beside him also stood ready to fight. He turned and asked gently, "Junior brother Deep, are you certain the fire essence is here?" Deep Quinn replied confidently, "I am certain. Li Ngok Duong said the fire essence is here, so I helped him deal with Li Vuqua." Hearing his own name, Vuqua burned with anger inside. Sure enough, the one who leaked the information was Ngok Duong. Anicap grew furious upon hearing this and hoisted his weapon. That bastard Ngok Duong cooperated with our stronghold and still dared to betray us. Cooperating with that kind of person means betrayal sooner or later. After speaking, they charged forward, kill, avenge our brothers. Mon Lang calmly set up a formation. The true essence sword formation is more than enough to crush them. They truly overestimate themselves. Immediately after, sharp sword blades shot straight toward the spiked mace opposite. The situation became chaotic, but the advantage gradually tilted toward Mon Lang. Terrifying aftershock cracked the rock-shielding Vu Qua. As he dodged, he thought inwardly, such frightening power. Is this the strength of a peak martial spirit? Deep Quinn quickly noticed the hidden figure, immediately turned and shouted, "Who is there?" Vu Qua startled and jumped out, smiling foolishly as he replied, "You all continue fighting, I am just passing by." Mon Lang looked at him and mocked. "So it is the prince consort," Deep Quinn roared angrily. "This prince of Zhen is still alive, kill him, he must not be spared." Tran noticed Vu Qua's weapon and said, "Wait, he holds a blade of the blood robe sect. Could it be they have also come to Spirit Snake Mountain?" Quinn trembled with rage. He must be colluding with the blood robe sect, truly a vile man. Mon Lang hurriedly stopped him. "Junior brother Deep, do not be rash." Vu Qua thought to himself, "It seems I cannot retreat peacefully now." He immediately put his eloquence to use. "Everyone calm down and listen to me. Earlier I was dragged to its lair by the Dragon King Turtle. I discovered it had slaughtered the Blood Robe sect and obtained many fire stones." Vu Qua's gaze swept over Cap. "Right now you cannot obtain the fire essence. Then the fire essence from the Blood Robe sect most likely originated here." Quinn refused to listen and interrupted, "Empty words, who would believe them? Where is the evidence?" Vu Qua took out 2 exquisite glass bottles. "This is the evidence. 2 bottles of snake spring I risked my life to obtain along with the Blood Robe sect spoils." He stepped forward and whispered to Cap, "It seems there has been a misunderstanding. Stop fighting." Though reluctant, he had to nod. "Fine. I will give face to the prince consort this time." Mon Lang was still hesitating, but Vu Qua had already seen through him. He winked meaningfully. "Brother Mon, I still have a few words to say in private." Vu Qua pulled Mon Lang aside, draping an arm over him intimately, holding the jade bottle with a knowing smile. "The fire essence was mentioned by Deep Quinn. If the sect leader blames anyone, he will only blame him." These words struck Mon Lang's thoughts and made him waver. While the other party was still hesitant, he heard Vu Qua continue, "Your precious junior brother has caused quite a stir recently. If this continues, your position in the sect will likely." The unfinished words made the listener ponder. Seizing the chance, he whispered further, "Since we are brothers, take this bottle of snake spring. The sect leader will certainly be pleased." Mon Lang immediately understood. The two quickly formed an ambiguous brotherhood. Before long, the agreement was completed. Everyone returned smiling. Mon Lang stepped forward to conclude, "I have investigated clearly. The fire essence was indeed seized by the Blood Robe sect. We must return to the sect at once to report." Deep Quinn was naturally unwilling. He wanted to eliminate those people and hurriedly said, "Senior brother, they are bandits. They cannot be spared." Mon Lang sternly reprimanded, "Junior brother Deep, the mission is the fire essence, not eliminating them. Returning empty-handed will make it even harder to escape punishment." These words were immediately echoed by many. Indeed, reporting to the sect leader without confirmed news. If the fire essence is obtained, the credit will not be shared with anyone. Deep Quinn heard every word clearly. His face instantly turned pale. Deep Quinn aggrievedly denied it, but Tran coldly cut in. "Fortunately, there were no other incidents. We withdraw." She raised her head to look up, her clear eyes gleaming with contemplation. After a moment, she stepped forward and asked directly, "Prince Consort, can you sell me some snake spring? I will exchange spirit stones." Vu Qua was briefly stunned by her beauty and guessed she must be Tran. He immediately displayed his flirtatious skill, making her blush. "Snake spring is rare. 1,000 spirit stones for 1 bottle." Vu Qua smiled meaningfully and continued teasing. Tran did not expect his skin to be so thick. She could only stammer out, "You." In the end, she still lost to the old fox Vu Qua, turning away in anger and leaving. Mon Lang cupped his hands in farewell. "Many thanks, Prince Consort, for the accurate information. We will take our leave." Vu Qua replied, "Safe journey." Before leaving Tran secretly glanced at Vu Qua, who was waving, inwardly puzzled why he knew her name. At this moment, Dai Cap led people over to thank him. Just now, thanks to the prince consort speaking for us. Vuquois half closed his eyes listening to the thanks, asking coldly in return, "No need, do you truly not know why I came here?" Dai Cap turned pale and broke out in sweat. He hesitated for a moment, then gritted his teeth. With a thud, he knelt down before the astonished subordinates, bowed his head and cried injustice. "Prince consort, these past years our plundering was all ordered by Li Yuguo. We did not dare disobey." Knowing words were not enough, he kowtowed repeatedly, his face twisted only to beg. "We sold our lives for him, yet he sent people to assassinate us. Truly a shameless villain. Please, my lord, make the decision." Objective achieved. Vuquois lightly patted his shoulder. "Enough, stand up." After that, he sat at eye level with Dai Cap, sincerely offering them a way out. "Follow me back. Point out the mastermind behind the scenes." The other party was so moved he did not dare raise his head, only saying in a trembling voice, "Many thanks, Prince Consort." Everything that needed to be prepared was now in place. Vuquois' eyes suddenly turned icy. "This time it is my turn to play with you, Li Yuguo." Elsewhere atop the walls of Naplan City, Naplan Mong leaned alone against the cold stone wall. The stillness around her made her heart feel even heavier. She braced herself and looked down below, sorrowfully recalling everything that had happened. For some reason, she always felt that Chan Nguyen's sect had made a move against Vuquois. Her thoughts were cut off by a resonant voice behind her. "Sister-in-law, have you thought carefully about the marriage I mentioned?" Ngok Duong narrowed his eyes and stepped closer, his handsome face carrying a trace of cunning. "If you do not believe it, then marry me quickly. It will be convenient to invite the people of Tran Nguyen's sect to question them clearly." Naplan Mong did not even bother to turn around. No one could see her expression. Only her indifferent voice sounded, "Elder brother, please do not mention it again. I will never agree." The answer agitated Ngok Duong. He suddenly gripped her wrist tightly. "I am helping you avenge Li Vuquois. Think carefully." Naplan Mong was startled by his action. How could such absurd words be believed? No need. Doing so would only wrong Vuquois. At that moment, outside the city, sudden rapid hoofbeats sounded from afar, raising clouds of dust and drawing both their attention. Ngok Duong paled as he looked down, his voice stammering, mountain bandits of Spirit Snake Mountain. "Why are they here?" Naplan Mong seized the chance to pull her hand free from his grip. Equally shocked, what mountain bandits invading at this time? The group below quickly rode to the foot of the city wall, the identities of those arriving from afar now clear. Naplan Mong stared at the one leading them, unable to believe her eyes as she uttered, "That is." Vuquois rode at the front. Knowing she had recognized him, he urged his horse faster. "White, I am back." Hearing that, Naplan Mong cried out in joy, gripping the wall tightly with both hands. "It is truly Vuquois." In contrast, Ngok Duong's face darkened. He immediately ordered the soldiers, "Close the gates, shoot arrows." Happiness had not yet fully bloomed before those words poured cold water over it. Naplan Mong quickly turned and shouted, "Do not attack." The only response was Ngok Duong's mocking laughter. Her wrist was seized again. He said coldly, "Do you think they still obey you?" Naplan Mong could not believe it. "Elder brother, have you gone mad? Why are you doing this?" Those words made Ngok Duong grin crudely, his eyes revealing ambition and desire. "Ha, I am mad. I want you to the point of madness." Naplan Mong angrily struck away the surrounding soldiers, flames rising so none dared approach. She glared at Ngok Duong and shouted, "Shameless villain, you are only daydreaming." Surging flames did not frighten Ngok Duong. He sneered, "Yes, I am not a match for a martial spirit like you, but look behind me." Naplan Mong turned and saw that at some unknown moment Xiao Thai and the others had been tightly bound, all terrified and despairing. Only Xiao Thai angrily shouted, "Li Ngok Duong, you will not die peacefully. I helped you so much, and you treat me like this." Ngok Duong had always held noble status, and few dared curse him to his face. Now a maid dared to do so and enraged him. He snatched the bow from a soldier's hand. The bowstring drew tight. The arrow pierced straight into Xiao Thai's left chest, accompanied by a vicious curse, "Bitch, too talkative." The trembling sound gradually faded, and Ngok Duong tossed the bow aside in satisfaction. Naplan Mong witnessed everything yet was powerless. She clenched her teeth at the man she once trusted. "Shameless. How did I not see earlier that you are a beast?" Ngok Duong did not care at all. In his eyes, she was his future wife regardless. He leisurely proposed a condition. "If you do not want them to die miserably, Immediately announce before everyone that I am the new son-in-law of Naplan City, imagining the day Naplan Mong belongs to him. He laughed excitedly. Otherwise, the next to die will be your Madame Vu. Madame Vu looked at Naplan Mong worriedly and comforted her. County Princess, do not worry about me. She had raised her since childhood, and now being used as leverage made Naplan Mong stare down from the wall in numb despair. Her mind was in turmoil, but in the end, she had to make the choice herself. Tears could not be held back, falling drop by drop like a string of clear pearls. Though her heart ached, she still gritted her teeth and spoke against her will. Vu Qua, I did not expect you to foolishly collude with mountain bandits. You have been expelled. From today we sever all ties. Hearing from afar, Dai Cap grew furious, urging his horse closer to Vu Qua and cursing, damn it, what is going on? It seems the county princess has been deceived by Li and Gok Duong. Vu Qua immediately denied it. No, I understand her. She must be under threat. After speaking, he pulled out a signal flare from his robe, gritting his teeth in resolve. Vu Qua ignited the flare, smoke rising high. As he rode, he shouted, Wife, do not be afraid. I am coming to save you. The signal shot straight into the sky, brilliant light bursting even in daylight. Naplan Mong raised her head to look at the flare, tears still streaming. Lai Vu Qua, you truly are a fool. Gok Duong watched everything, not taking Vu Qua seriously at all. After all, he still held hostages. Interesting, I want to see how that trash saves you. As his words ended, the heads of surrounding soldiers fell, fresh blood splattering far. The soldiers panicked and could only shout, there are assassins. The only clue was a nameless blue thread stretched across the wounds. A hand reached out from thin air and retrieved the blue thread to its fingertips. The one who acted was Van Pham, and behind him appeared many familiar faces. Gok Duong stared at them in shock, grinding his teeth and cursing, Lai Vu Qua, I underestimated you. I did not expect an ambush within the city. Poison King revealed a sinister smile that made others shudder. This old one does not wish to kill, but whoever blocks my path must not blame my cruel methods. Soldiers on the wall recognized him at once and screamed in terror, Poison King, the Poison King who slaughtered a city overnight. Some clutched their heads, others cried and fled in chaos. I do not want to die, ignoring the shouts to stop them amid the turmoil. Cho Thai timely untied the wet nurse and escorted her to safety. Poison King advanced step by step, causing Ngok Duong to sweat in fear. He could only hide behind soldiers and shout, stop him. This is a military order. Those who disobey will be executed. Realizing the situation on the wall had reversed, Vu Qua immediately signaled, the time has come. He led the group and urged their horses straight toward the city, shouting, attack the city, avenge your brothers. At that moment, a blazing wolf paw suddenly blocked the path. Vu Qua jerked the reins in surprise. Fire Wolf, Dai Cap snorted coldly. The hand-back horse bandits have arrived. A man suddenly appeared, resting a heavy blade on his shoulder. He spoke to Vu Qua in a contemptuous tone, useless Prince of Zhen. Where do you think you are going? That man was Trung Vi, the leader of the hand-back horse bandits, riding a giant fire wolf. Two other wolves stood at his sides, heat rising to form a defensive barrier. Only now did the battle truly begin. On the open ground before the city, Vu Qua's group on horseback faced the hand-back horse bandits, showing off their might. Anicap was restless, cold, sweat streaming. The fire wolves' strength was equivalent to martial masters. 5 at once were indeed hard to handle. One among the horse bandits sneered upon hearing that. At least you have some vision, Ma Dai Cap. I advise you to submit to us. Dai Cap grew angry at the contempt and was about to retort when Vu Qua coldly interrupted. Do not waste words. They are merely beasts. After speaking, he alone dismounted, facing the 5 fire wolves barehanded. Let me handle it. The horse bandits burst into mocking laughter. Some even said he is truly seeking death. Even those on his side were shocked and warned. Brat, are you mad? Those are 5 martial master-level fire wolves. In others' eyes, he was merely a reckless man without fear. Vu Qua arrogantly rested the blazing red sword on his shoulder and looked at Trung Vi, deputy leader. You and the 5 fire wolves come at me together. Trung Vi laughed as if hearing a joke. He mocked. You overestimate yourself. Fine. I will personally take your head. As soon as he finished speaking, the fire wolves lunged bearing fangs. Vu Qua was besieged yet showed no fear, his hand merely tightening around the sword hilt. His emerald eyes suddenly turned cold. Within a few brief seconds he had seen through how to eliminate these beasts. Vu Qua swung his sword, slicing through the air, sharp sword light cutting across wolf bodies, blood gushing as all fell in an instant. He deftly avoided the splattering blood. his handsome face no longer bearing its usual playful smile. Instead, there was cold, killing intent. Anyone who blocks the path to saving my wife has only one end, death. Trung Vi trembled in fright and stammered. Are you not a martial master? How have you already reached the second level? Vu Qua curved his lips in a familiar, profound smile, tossing the sword aside as if teasing. Come, do not stop. I do not need a weapon. Trung Vi had always regarded the Prince of Zhen as trash clinging to his wife. How could he endure such humiliation? He angrily swung his blade and roared. You are the one seeking death. He had just intended to lift De Lao and charge forward to attack when an unexpected change occurred. After only 2 steps, a tentacle-like object suddenly burst from the ground and wrapped tightly around his ankle. Immediately, countless tentacles emerged. A gigantic manifested bloodline surrounded and constricted Truong Vi so he could not escape. He could only scream in panic. What kind of monstrous thing is this? He began to channel his power, dark red blood energy coiling around his arm, killing intent fully unleashed. When you go down, remember to tell the King of Hell that I am very satisfied with this novel world. Following his will, the manifested bloodline slowly tightened its grip. Sickening gurgling sound echoed steadily. Truong Vi felt death approaching, his whole body trembling as he begged in despair. What are you saying? I was wrong. Please do not kill me. He did not listen to explanations, nor did he give the villain a chance to monologue that had always been his principle. He decisively clenched his fist, activating the ability to finish him. Manifested bloodline instantly contracted and crushed Truong Vi within, leaving only a pool of blood. At the final moment of his life, he managed to gasp only 3 words, "Spare my life." After it was done, the bloodline vanished, sweeping away all of Truong Vi's bones and flesh, a living life erased by him with a single motion. The remaining hand-back horse bandits stared at him in terror, as if at a monster retreating step by step, while tremblingly explaining, Prince Consort, it was all a misunderstanding. He had no interest in further slaughter, yet had no intention of letting them go. Tilted his head and smiled, faint killing intent spreading in all directions. It was Lai and Gok Duong who incited you to act against me. Now that you have awakened, will you come with me to seek revenge on him? The lackeys turned pale. They had no desire for revenge at all, but their fear of the Prince Consort was greater, so they could only echo with tearful eyes, "Yes, brothers, we will follow the Prince Consort to storm the city and capture Lai and Gok Duong alive." The whole group immediately mounted their horses and galloped, shouting in unison, "Capture Lai and Gok Duong alive, attack the city." Ngok Duong stood atop the wall witnessing the reversal and trembled with rage, gripping the railing with both hands and cursing, "Shameless traitors." Lin Lung ran over from afar holding a record book, urgency unable to hide her beauty. "You are the true traitor of Nap Land City. All your crimes have been fully documented." Within a single day, Ngok Duong had been countered repeatedly and fallen into his calculations. Now even Lin Lung had turned her back. Ngok Duong went mad with veins bulging on his forehead, shouting, "Bitch, even you dare betray me." Then he reached out and seized her throat with force enough to break it. He had nothing left to lose. Ngok Duong clamped Lin Lung against his chest as a threat, "Prince of Zhen, if you have the guts, duel me. Otherwise, I will crush this bitch to death." He looked at the scene with nothing but disgust, replying indifferently, "Duel." He raised his brow and asked back, "What does your woman have to do with me? Do as you wish. I no longer need to prove your rebellion anyway." The scheme failing before his eyes made Ngok Duong's face turn purple with rage. "Fine, then I will send this bitch to hell." He was completely unmoved, glancing to one side and giving a subtle wink. Van Pham immediately understood. He seized the moment and severed the hand gripping Lin Lung's throat. Ngok Duong cried out in pain and released her, instinctively clutching his blood-soaked wrist and screaming, "My hand, my hand." The soldiers behind panicked and trampled as they fled. Ngok Duong retreated in fear, staring at Van Pham and threatening in desperation, "Do not come closer." Only one thought remained in his mind, escape. As long as he could flee, there would still be a chance. He seemed to have sealed off every retreat, appearing right behind him and casually dealing with the rebellious subordinates. He stared at Ngok Duong, his voice cold, "Captain, where do you think you are going?" Being exposed again and again shattered his pride. Ngok Duong grabbed a nearby spear and roared to vent his fury. "A piece of trash like you dares to block me." Immediately a 3-headed serpent spirit appeared to assist, roaring angrily, "All of you harmed me, die." If it were him in the past, he might have trembled. Now he merely stepped forward calmly. A mighty demon beast manifested behind him in answer to the provocation, comparing bloodlines with me. He spoke calmly as tentacles shot forward. I have given you too many chances. Embezzlement could have been overlooked. Ngak Duong watched warily as his bloodline closed in. In the blink of an eye, the tentacles bound his body tightly, a miserable scream of agony echoing out. His eyes were filled with disgust. You should never have touched Nap Lan Mong. Lin Lung had waited for this moment. Dagger in hand, she rushed forward without hesitation. The blade stabbed straight into Ngak Duong's chest. She cried out in despair, "Return my younger brother to me." Stabbing as she wept uncontrollably, she repeated again and again, "Give him back to me." Watching Lin Lung stab in anguish, he could not help but feel a trace of pity. He stepped forward and placed a hand on her shoulder, gently consoling Bok Lin Lung. "He is already dead." Lin Lung, with tears streaming, choked out her thanks. "Many thanks, Prince Consort, for helping me avenge my blood feud. This humble girl does not know how to repay you." Van Pham, standing beside, could not stop marveling. Brother truly calculates like a god. Even Ngak Duong's escape route was predicted. Receiving the praise, he said spiritedly, "We have finally eliminated Li Ngak Duong. Nap Lan City will surely prosper now. Come, reclaim the 200,000 taels of silver he embezzled." Nap Lan Mong stepped forward in confusion and asked, 200,000 taels. He nodded to confirm, "That is right. That man skimmed quite a lot." Looking at her flushed face, he smiled mischievously. "With so much money, perhaps we should." At the same time, a beautiful golden bird flew toward Chan Nguyen Sek. Time Tran raised her hand with practiced ease to receive it. He gently withdrew the letter and read it carefully. Deep Quinn, standing behind, muttered angrily, "I did not expect senior brother to collude with the Prince of Zhen, and even present snake spring to master. Truly shameless." After reading, Time Tran showed little emotion and turned to say gently, "Senior brother must have his own considerations." Deep Quinn unwillingly proposed going together to question him clearly. Time Tran calmly refused. "Another time, I have more important matters now." After speaking, she drew out her pink gleaming sword. As she rode her sword away, Time Tran glanced at Deep Quinn and added, "I heard the captain of Nap Lan City Li Ngak Duong rebelled and has been killed by Li Yuguo." News struck like thunder, making Deep Quinn cry out, "What? Li Yuguo dares to force someone into rebellion?" That night, a figure in black quietly landed upon the rooftop. He suddenly spoke, breaking the silence. "Stop hiding, come out." Person stepped out calmly and said, "Worthy of the Prince Consort, I was indeed discovered." He got off the bed and approached, nearly causing her to lose balance, clasping his hands behind his back and smiling as he asked, "How have you been recently, senior sister Van? What brings you to see me so late at night?" Time Tran asked suspiciously, "How did you know it was me?" He stepped closer and explained enthusiastically, "I recognize women without seeing their faces. A scent is enough. Senior sister Van carries a distinctive immortal herb floral dew fragrance." Not letting him continue, Time Tran pushed him away and scolded, "Shameless lecher." He laughed along. "Since I am a lecher, perhaps senior sister Van came late at night out of loneliness." Time Tran, disgusted by the teasing, cut him off. "Shut up, I came for a deal." She removed her veil and spoke clearly, "I need snake spring to aid cultivation. You help me find the Dragon King turtle. Once done, I will pay spirit stones." This deal did not seem to interest him. He calmly poured tea and replied, "This matter. It was only by luck that I managed to mix a bit of snake spring from the mouth of that ferocious Dragon King turtle." He leisurely took a sip of tea, glancing at Time Tran. "I did not expect that the moment you opened your mouth you would want me to take you to Snake Spring to cultivate. That is no different from wanting my life." Realizing her request was somewhat excessive, Time Tran immediately changed her tone to negotiate. "Then name your condition. As long as it is not unreasonable, I will agree." He deliberately teased her, his gaze filled with wicked intent. "A condition: I have been married to the county princess for 3 years and have yet to consummate it. As a man, there are times I cannot endure if you—" Before he finished speaking, Time Tran angrily drew her sword and shouted, "You dare speak such frivolous words to me? I will not spare you." Suddenly the sword fell to the ground with a clang. Time Tran's body went limp, as if all strength had left her. She trembled while gripping the edge of the table to steady herself. "Why do I feel so dizzy?" Her face flushed with unnatural redness. He gave a faint smile and looked toward the window, lowering his voice to explain. "Outside, I planted many flowers and herbs to ward off insects and petty villains. Among them is one called Passion Bewitching Flower." Time Tran asked hazily and foolishly, Passion-bewitching flower, what are you going to do to me? Standing so close to a beauty like Time Tran made it hard for him to restrain his instincts. Excitement surged in his heart, worthy of being the #1 beauty of tack back in the novel I wrote, unbelievably beautiful. His hand rested on her waist, pulling her closer, smiling charmingly. Guess what happens to a beauty who barges into a man's room at midnight? Time Tran blushed and turned away, stubbornly resisting. Let me go. If you do not release me, I will shout. Wrapped one arm around her waist and grasped her wrist with the other, challenging her. Shout louder. Let everyone know the second disciple of Tran Nguyen sect sneaked into a man's room at midnight. Struck at her weakness, Time Tran was left speechless. His hand continued to wander, making her struggle like a fish on the chopping board. You do not move your hand recklessly. After secretly checking, he was slightly surprised. He did not expect Time Tran to carry no hidden weapons. Having achieved his purpose, he released her and did not forget to mock. Forget it. Your figure is far inferior to my Nap Lan Ma. Being criticized for her appearance, Time Tran immediately turned back angrily. How am I inferior? The sudden reaction caused their lips to meet, accidentally exchanging a kiss. Time Tran panicked and pushed him away, while he screamed inwardly, heavens, after 2 lifetimes of being a rogue, I have finally lost my first kiss. Time Tran looked at him resentfully, gritting her teeth. I will kill you. He instantly panicked, clutching his head in regret. This is bad. I joked too far. I must appease her quickly. Thinking so, he took out a bottle of Snake Spring and awkwardly said, the effect of the passion-bewitching flower does not last long. It has worn off now. This is the Snake Spring you need? Time Tran asked in disbelief. You are just giving it to me like this. What do you want me to do? He withdrew his playful expression and said seriously, in half a month the 3 sects will go to Black Forest to train disciples. Help me secure a slot in Chan Nguyen sect. Faced with this condition, Time Tran hesitated somewhat, but still considered it. He immediately added, shaking the bottle of Snake Spring temptingly, I know you need Snake Spring because your body is hindered by yin cold and cannot advance to martial spirit. I can cure you and help you break through. The rare opportunity made Time Tran nod at once. Truly, then I agree to the deal. Receiving her agreement, he began the treatment. All right, remove your clothes and lie down. I must guide fire essence and Snake Spring into your body. Hearing that request, Time Tran blushed and hesitated, but unable to resist the temptation of advancing to martial spirit, she stammered. Fine then, turn your back and you must keep this secret. He nodded and turned around calmly, of course. I do not smear others' reputations. If you cry and beg me to marry you later, would that not be a loss for me? Hearing this, Time Tran froze and asked, am I that ugly? He raised 3 fingers and swore. I swear you are terribly ugly, Time Tran angrily retorted. Where am I ugly? If you do not explain clearly, I will cling to you for life. Have I not said you must not criticize a woman's appearance? Could only lament inwardly, heavens, please do not take that oath seriously. After speaking, he became serious again, pouring Snake Spring into his hand. Are you ready? Time Tran lay on the bed nervously, reminding him, be gentle, I am afraid of pain, clearly regretting her earlier words. He softened his voice to comfort her. Though you are ugly, your body is not bad. As he spoke, he applied the medicine to her back, inwardly sighing, such smooth skin, this is fatal. A nosebleed flowed unconsciously. He trembled and told himself, Vu Qua, calm down. She holds your ticket into Chan Nguyen sect. Under the effect of Snake Spring and his hands, Time Tran could not help letting out soft moans. He sternly warned, the spiritual energy penetrates strongly, endure it. I do not want others to hear and lose reputation. Time Tran weakly retorted, it is my reputation that is harder to keep. Then tried to steady herself. She blushed and buried her face in the pillow, muttering, hateful, the bed is full of that bastard's scent. After the treatment, Time Tran slowly dressed again, while he trembled facing the wall. It turned out he was hugging the empty bottle and crying, his voice pained. A whole bottle of Snake Spring worth 100,000 silver is gone. Seeing this, Time Tran's goodwill halved, she said, consider that I owe you, all right. He immediately put on a scoundrel smile. Repaying with your body would also be acceptable. Time Tran replied warily, keep dreaming. He withdrew his frivolous manner and seriously asked, then the Black Forest list? Time Tran coldly replied, tomorrow I will arrange it for you. Having achieved his goal, he casually asked, you are already strong in Chan Nguyen sect. Why are you still so obsessed with cultivation? Time Tran adjusted her clothes and did not answer immediately. After a while she asked indifferently, why ask? He crossed his arms and smiled lightly, just curious. If you do not wish to say, then forget it. Time Tran continued her movements, her tone calm. It is not something that cannot be said. If I reach Marshal King, I can annul my engagement with Tay Mon Lang. He likes Zhu Nhi. I have no feelings either, but must accept it for the family. It is truly tragic. She turned, seeking empathy. You understand me, even if you and Nap Lan Mong are only husband and wife in name. But he absent-mindedly thought, as remembered, Time Tran is a descendant of the Van family of the capital. He turned back and replied, yes, but as for me. Thinking of Nap Lan Mong, he smiled. Being husband and wife in name is enough. When I was at my lowest, she took me in. Time Tran was surprised by such deep feeling, then said, with your status and cultivation, you can fully enter Chan Nguyen sect. The sect leader will surely value you. He yawned and refused. Forget it. I prefer freedom in Nap Lan City. Miss Van, if you miss me, you can visit every night. Time Tran blushed and hurriedly bid farewell. No more. I am leaving before I am discovered. She rode her sword away. He watched and calculated. After handling the Chan Nguyen sect list, it is time to think about revitalizing Nap Lan City. The next morning, everyone gathered in the center of the city. He stood leisurely on the viewing platform with Van Pham and Quan Tai. Pockmarked man ran over to flatter him. New Nhi leader of North Water Stronghold respectfully said, Prince Consort, you are truly formidable. From now on, whatever you say, we brothers will do. Quan Tai corrected, dissatisfied. Do not call him Prince Consort anymore. Young master is now captain. New Nhi hurriedly corrected himself. Yes, yes, captain. Propped his leg on the stone pillar before him and dropped down to sit. He nodded in satisfaction and spoke. Very good. From today onward, you officially belong to Nap Lan City. Since you are now my people, every action must serve the interests of Nap Lan City. He sternly assigned the task. Nhi, I give you 3 months. Use these 30,000 taels of silver to transform the northern water camp into a port. From now on, that place will become a transportation route for merchants. You will take 30% of the profit. Nap Lan City will take 70%. Upon hearing this, Nhi immediately imagined mountains of gold, her eyes shining brightly as she nodded at once. This is wonderful. Everything will follow your command. He turned and tossed a token to the man before him. Tran Lao Can, from today your cavalry unit will be directly under Nap Lan City. You will serve as captain of the guard cavalry and oversee the relay stations. This is an extremely lucrative position. Vu Qua generously added, another 30,000 taels of silver will be granted as settlement funds. Bring your whole family to live in Nap Lan City. No more wandering. Lao Ken trembled with emotion, clutching the token tightly as he sobbed. Finally, no more drifting. Thank you, big brother. From today on, this life of mine belongs to you. Vu Qua nodded in satisfaction and continued arranging other matters. Dai Hap, the most important task is entrusted to you. Repair the city walls and gates. Being suddenly called made him start in surprise. Vu Qua patted the hundreds of sacks beside him and slowly continued. This is called cement. Mixed with sand in the proper ratio, it can build walls that are unbreakable. We did not fully understand what cement was. Dai Hap answered firmly, understood. I will ensure the walls of Nap Lan City are incomparably solid. Nap Lan Mong walked leisurely to his side and praised him without reserve. Your ability to employ people truly makes others look at you differently. Vu Qua smiled awkwardly and replied, I simply put myself in their place. If not for food, who would willingly hide in the forest as bandits? Nap Lan Mong listened attentively, nearly forgetting the main purpose. She then took out a wooden box. By the way, Doc Hong has left, but he left you a farewell gift. Vu Qua took the box, a trace of regret appearing on his face. A farewell gift. I wonder what is inside. Vu Qua excitedly shouted, then for the sake of our Nap Lan City, let the reconstruction begin. The atmosphere instantly became unprecedentedly lively. Everyone filled with hope as they shouted in unison, rebuild Nap Lan City, rebuild Nap Lan City. Van Pham stepped closer to Vu Qua and said gently, my wife and I will train the guards properly for you. Vu Qua nodded in trust. Then I will leave it to you, brother. After everything was arranged, Vu Qua returned to open the secret box, looking at the item inside with confusion. Fire essence crystal. Why would Doc Hong leave this for me? After carefully reading the note inside, he was overjoyed. He did not expect that a fire essence crystal mine had recently been discovered. He put the items away and discussed with Nap Lan Mong about going to the mine at Nhi Lai Village to extract resources. Let us go and take a look now. She nodded in agreement. I will go with you. Quan Tai hurriedly asked to follow, but Vu Qua refused. We do not know if it is dangerous. Stay home and wait for us. At the Nhi Lai village mine, the gloomy atmosphere sent chills down the spine. Vu Qua observed the surroundings and asked Nap Lan Mong, "The stone quality here is not bad. Why did you insist on mining at Lin Za Mountain before?" She pointed to the scorched marks on the rock wall and explained softly, "A fire-covered demonic beast once appeared here, killing many people so no one dared come. Look, these are the traces from back then." Vu Qua nodded in understanding, walked to a place resembling a sealed cave entrance and judged, "It seems what we are looking for is right here." Immediately after, he unleashed a fierce sun-explosive fist, earth and stones scattering as the cave entrance was blasted open. The two slowly ventured deeper inside. Beginning a new journey, Nap Lan Mong asked in surprise, "Can fist techniques be used like that?" Vu Qua smiled and replied, "Many techniques can be applied flexibly. Fire can cook, water can irrigate." The two chatted as they walked. Suddenly, the scene before his eyes left Vu Qua stunned speechless. Firelight in his hand, illuminated piles of corpses strewn across the ground. He slowly approached a skeleton and discovered something unusual. "Look, there are claw marks." The two continued forward. Vu Qua instructed in a low voice, "These must be traces left by the demonic beast. Be careful. I will go first." Nap Lan Mong followed closely behind and obediently replied, "Understood, you must be careful." Upon reaching the edge of a bottomless abyss, Vu Qua suddenly stopped. The two hid behind a rock to observe. He whispered, "It has arrived." Vu Qua eyes suddenly gleamed as he exclaimed excitedly, "Blazing fire beast. This species devours fire essence crystal for years. It may form a crimson crystal within its body. Just one fist-sized piece is enough to buy the entire Napland city." Perhaps his excited voice disturbed the sleeping beast. It let out an angry roar. Nap Lan Mong frowned as she dodged flying debris. "It is over. Have we been discovered?" Vu Qua calmly pulled her into his arms, lifted her up and dashed away in an instant. The two hid behind a rock. He squinted to observe and said in a low voice, "It was probably awakened by the power of that punch earlier. Fortunately, it has lain down again." But Nap Lan Mong could no longer focus on his words. Her face flushed from the close contact. "Can you let go?" Contrary to his flirtatious reputation, Vu Qua immediately set her down and said seriously, "If you do not like it, then I will not carry you again," then swiftly took out his storage space. Leaving his wife still sitting on the ground in embarrassment, he coldly gripped his sword and advanced. "While it is still asleep, I will kill it and take the crimson crystal. Hide well." Qua stealthily approached the sleeping, blazing fire beast. Just as he thought he could finish it with one strike, the blazing fire beast suddenly opened its eyes and stared at the tiny intruder. Vu Qua stiffened, cold sweat pouring down as he muttered softly, "This is bad." Seeing him in danger from afar, Nap Lan Mong rushed forward and loudly warned, "Be careful." She immediately thrust her spear straight into the back of the blazing fire beast. The fierce beast, ambushed suddenly, reflexively kicked hard and sent Nap Lan Mong flying. Qua chased after her in panic, shouting loudly, "Wife!" But the distance was too great. When she was about to hit the ground, he still had not reached her. Seeing his wife struck away, Vu Qua desperately rushed forward, instinctively shouting, "Wife!" Fortunately, he managed to catch her just in time. Nap Lan Mong looked at the blazing fire beast roaring and spewing flames, and hurriedly said, "Except for its eyes, its entire body is covered in hard armor. Blades can hardly injure it." Vu Qua withdraw quickly. "I will cover you from behind." Vu Qua gently carried her to a safe corner. This time he was no longer rough, carefully setting her down before saying confidently, "No need to run, just watch how I handle it." She anxiously called out softly, "Vu Qua." He ignored her call and quickly gathered momentum before leaping up. At the same time, he summoned the system, Alamama. "It is time for you to perform." The screen immediately activated. In that very instant, Vu Qua lavishly spent money to buy stones. "Let me show you." He did not hesitate to hurl sack after sack toward the blazing fire beast. Fierce beast roared in pain repeatedly. Yet after fighting for a while, aside from its roars, it remained unmoved. Vu Qua ran while crying inwardly, "This is truly burning money. Before it falls, my purse will be empty." Suddenly a stone struck its eyelid, causing it to freeze in pain. Vu Qua shouted joyfully, "There is an opening." While the blazing fire beast was still staggering and trying to rise, whoosh. Qua emptied his fortune to buy weapons. 100 sacks of stones smashed down in succession, crushed beneath the power of money. The moment the enormous sacks struck the blazing fire beast body, its roar ceased instantly. Fierce beast was completely frozen, no longer moving. Vu Qua stood tall upon its corpse. He spoke coldly. A tiny divine lizard dares to injure my wife. Rage exploded as he swung his blade straight down, roaring the three words go die. The fierce beast body instantly burst into pieces. Nap Lan Meng rushed forward in panic, loudly calling Vu Qua. At that moment, Nap Lan Meng's spear that was stuck in its body was suddenly flung out. I swiftly caught it, examined the spear, and said with satisfaction, "It seems the spear tip just happened to pierce the crimson crystal and absorb it. Now it has become a crimson-grade crystal. You should keep it." Nap Lan Meng blushed as she accepted it, unable to help but marvel. "I did not expect you to truly kill the blazing fire beast." While Vu Qua was hugging the enormous fire essence crystal and muttering joyfully, "This is wonderful. With so many fire essence crystals, we are truly rich." Yet she could not share his joy. Another worry quickly arose in her heart. News of this fire essence crystal mine must never be leaked. It can only be mined on a small scale to avoid attention. Unfortunately, Nap Lan City cannot rely entirely on fire essence crystal to revive. Vu Qua immediately reassured her. "Wife need not worry. Our Nap Lan City roads connect in all directions. It is actually more suitable for developing large-scale trade." To strengthen his point, he took out a small glass bottle. "Look, this is a perfume I recently developed. A few days ago I asked Lao Thatch to bring it to the capital to sell. The noble ladies fought to buy it. As long as we master the glass crafting technique and this perfume formula, the world will come to our city." Nap Lan Meng carefully raised the perfume bottle to her nose and sniffed, immediately praising happily, "This fragrance smells wonderful." Leaving the cave, Vu Qua looked up at the deep blue sky and said with anticipation, "In the future, Nap Lan City must trade across the world. This is called commerce." Nap Lan Meng asked, half believing, "Will that day truly come?" Vu Qua set up a large formation to seal the cave entrance and affirmed firmly, "Of course, I dare guarantee it to you." Suddenly remembering something important, he continued, "Right. There is one extremely important matter I forgot to mention. This perfume," Vu Qua calmly continued, "is called Nap Lan Fragrance." The name invited endless thoughts. Nap Lan Meng blushed as she looked at the perfume bottle in her hand, and softly replied, "Yes, it comes from Nap Lan City, I know." Yet in her heart arose an indescribable thought. Why did she hope that name carried another meaning? That night after returning home, Vu Qua finally had time alone. Looking at the system in his hand, he could not help exclaiming in shock, "Deep Quinn Halo has actually risen to 95. He examined it carefully but still did not understand what had happened. What is the Halo shop? Out of curiosity, he tapped to check, and a flood of information appeared before his eyes. Vu Qua stroked his chin thoughtfully. No wonder it was so easy to subdue those three bandits. It turns out the villain Halo brings other benefits. This thing is hard to obtain. It is best saved for when needed." Just then the door was pushed open. Tran walked in while sighing. "I did not expect you to be this wealthy, even possessing so many rare fire essence crystals." Vu Qua replied helplessly, "Was it not to cure someone's cold body that I deliberately bought them? These fire essence crystals are extremely valuable." Tran grasped his hand in shock. "You bought them for me." Vu Qua crossed his arms and smiled. "Of course, are you moved? But now that there is no more Snake Spring, tonight you must accompany me to Lin Za Mountain." Tran was slightly surprised upon hearing this. He turned and asked, "Must we go tonight?" Vu Qua pushed her along and affirmed, "Yes, the full moon night gives Snake Spring its strongest effect." The two walked and joked throughout the residence. "Let go. Are you planning to ride a horse to Lin Za Mountain?" Vu Qua teased. "Why not?" Tran immediately dismissed it. "Enough, show me the way. I will fly you there on my sword." In a dark corner, Deep Quinn silently watched. That man ground his teeth in anger. "You useless freeloader, planting love flowers everywhere and even luring senior sister away. You must have a scheme. 2 hours after the medicine effect fades will be your death day." On the flying sword, Vu Qua fearfully wrapped his arms tightly around her waist. The sound of whistling wind and Tran cold voice echoed by his ear. "Keep your hands properly placed, or I will cut them off." Vu Qua hurriedly raised his hands to explain, "I am not." Before he could finish speaking, he slipped and nearly fell, crying out in alarm. In panic, Vu Qua quickly searched for something to grab to steady himself. Unexpectedly, his hand landed in the wrong place, darkening Tran's face. While he sighed in relief, "Mother, I almost fell." Tran kicked him and scolded him as a rogue. The sensation of free fall struck, and he shouted loudly, "Save me." Seeing him somewhat pitiful, She clicked her tongue and rushed to save him. Vu Qua's face turned pale as he complained. Young lady joking like this nearly scared me to death. Two continued on their way. After a while, they finally arrived. Long Vuongqui had already been waiting. Brat, you finally came. Time Tran became worried upon seeing him. Long Vuongqui. Vu Qua happily stepped forward. Do not rush. This time I brought you 3 barrels of fine goods. Long Vuongqui smacked his lips in satisfaction. It seems this brat knows his manners. After greeting each other, the two entered the lake together. Qua began acupuncture for Time Tran. She blushed and asked, "Can this truly change my physique?" He replied seriously, "Directly absorbing large amounts of fire essence crystal is very dangerous. But with the spiritual energy of snake spring to balance it and my golden needles assisting, it will be fine. Now calm your mind and circulate your origin power." In the sealed space, man and woman were close, yet nothing happened. Time Tran could not help thinking, am I truly that unattractive? Li Yuguo is actually so indifferent. Did not know that at this moment he was struggling to restrain himself. Even a character he wrote himself is too alluring. Vu Qua reminded himself, no, I came here to open meridians, endure it. Even so it was of little use. He occasionally stole glances at her. After a while, Time Tran gently opened her eyes. She turned to him joyfully. My cold body is cured, and I have broken through to the initial martial spirit realm, Li Yuguo. Thank you for bringing me to Snake Spring and giving me so many fire essence crystals. Vu Qua remained sitting upright, forcing calm as he replied, very good, Snake Spring is indeed effective. I have also reached the middle stage Great Martial Master. Let us return. After finishing, Time Tran handed him a jade bracelet in return. This is the Bayu bracelet of the Yun family. Inside is a qualification token and 100 low-grade spirit stones. Vu Qua's eyes lit up. This bracelet is worth at least 100,000 taels. Could it be your dowry? Time Tran awkwardly retorted, who are you looking down on? Would my dowry be only this much? Wait, who said I would marry you? Just then a figure appeared outside the cave. Deep Quinn angrily roared, you shameless man and woman. As the two were about to speak further, Deep Quinn trembled and demanded, what exactly are you doing? In that man's mind appeared the image of the two just after intimacy. He could not restrain himself and roared, hateful, I have secretly loved senior sister for years. I thought she was pure and noble, yet she is entangled with this Vu Qua and depravity. Quinn drew his sword and charged, roaring, I will kill you adulterous pair. Time Tran clenched her teeth in anger. She could no longer endure it. She turned and slapped Deep Quinn across the face. Time Tran said coldly, Junior brother Deep, mind your words. I am your senior sister after all. Vu Qua stepped forward and said with a smile, young master Deep, are you blind? I risked my life to bring your senior sister here to cultivate. She has advanced from great martial master to martial spirit. That man still stubbornly insisted, but just now you two. Vu Qua grasped Time Tran hand and raised it before that man, asking loudly, what about just now must one bathe clothed while cultivating? Moreover, did you not see your senior sister chastity mark? Only then did Deep Quinn regret it and hurriedly apologize. Senior sister, Time Tran sighed and turned away, forget it. One who does not know is not guilty, you meant well. Suddenly stopped and glanced back, Vu Qua. Today you helped me advance, I owe you a great favor. I will repay it in the future. Vu Qua waved his hand cheerfully. It is nothing. We are all friends. Deep Quinn hurriedly called after her, senior sister, I know I was wrong. Please do not be angry. Seeing Time Tran leave, Vu Qua followed behind, whistling happily and ignoring Deep Quinn who stood there with his head lowered in misery. Killing intent burst from his entire body. In his fury, he slammed a heavy punch into the ground. That man's heart was in turmoil with worry, fearing that his image in senior sister Van Eyes had completely collapsed, all because of that Li Yuguo. Deep Quinn sighed helplessly, stood up in dejection and staggered away. His steps were unsteady, nearly losing his balance. On the way back, that man inadvertently passed by a desolate grave. Deep Quinn's eyes suddenly caught sight of something beside it. He bent down to pick up the token and examined it, puzzled in his heart. The grave of a blood-robed guard. In that man's mind flashed the thought that the blade Vu Qua was using was precisely the weapon of the young master of the blood-robe set. Deep Quinn revealed a sinister smile, digging up the grave while muttering whether you killed him or not. Vu Qua, this time you are doomed. Next morning at proud Blood City of the blood-robe sect, Deep Quinn brazenly carried an item straight to the gate, claiming to be a disciple of Zhen Yuan sect seeking an audience. Inside the hall, he placed the bundle on the ground and bowed. I am Deep Quinn, disciple of Zhen Yuan sect, specially bringing the young master remains back to his homeland. Proud Blood City Lord Zhu Zhengsheng, also the Blood Blade sect master, frowned and asked, my son has been missing for 10 years. How do you prove this is his body? Zhu Nai Nai, the eldest young lady of the Blood Robe sect, angrily shouted, you have great nerve, daring to say Kaka is dead. Such a crime cannot be forgiven. Killing Zhu Nai Aura, Deep Quinn hurriedly said, Miss Zhu does not know. Wu Qua not only besieged and killed the young master and seized his treasured blade, he even intended to destroy the corpse to erase evidence. I risked my life to snatch back the remains and token to return the young master home. These words immediately stirred Zhengsheng. Is that true? Zhu Zhengsheng fury erupted, his pressure shaking the great hall. A mere son-in-law of Naplan City dares to kill my son and sever the bloodline of the Zhu family. Deep Quinn stood aside, secretly sneering in his heart. So this is the might of a martial king, Li Yuguo. You will die without burial. Zhengsheng nearly lost his reason and roared, where is Li Yuguo now? Deep Quinn calmly replied, in half a month Li Yuguo will represent Zhen Yuan's sect at the trial tournament. It is the perfect opportunity to eliminate him. Zhengsheng rage soared to the heavens, roaring like a wailing ghost. The one who killed my son cannot share the same sky. At the same time, Zhu Nai rushed to the skeleton in anguish and sobbed, Kaka, how could you die so miserably? Your bones shattered. I cannot believe it. Tears fell endlessly as she wiped them and cursed that Li Yuguo is worse than a demon. Deep Quinn feigned sorrow as he stepped forward to comfort Zhu Nai. Fanning the flames, Wu Qua commits every evil in Naplan City. The people hate him to the bone. Your brother and I were close friends. It is a pity I lacked the strength to protect him. Without the slightest shame, Deep Quinn embraced Zhu Nai and swore, before he died he entrusted you to me. I swear to heaven and earth that even in death I will protect you. Zhu Nai was naive and trusting, completely collapsing in her grief as she leaned on his shoulder and sobbed, Brother Deep, we must avenge Kaka. Outwardly righteous yet inwardly calculating, Deep Quinn thought that if he did not use Zhu Nai to climb onto the Blood Robe sect backing, he would sooner or later be defeated at Zhen Yuan sect. Li Yuguo, what I lost I will reclaim. This time Wu Qua had no idea he was being framed, strolling calmly down the main street and sighing in fatigue. Had I known, I would have let time send me back. After a few more steps, he saw a roadside eatery, rubbing his stomach as he decided, I am starving. I will eat a bowl of noodles before continuing. He entered and sat down to order 1 bowl of lamb noodles, 3 tails of wine, and 2 plates of vegetarian dishes. The owner briskly replied, please wait a moment. Wu Qua casually placed his blade on the table. Suddenly, many unfamiliar gazes converged on him at once. Strange feeling made him frown slightly in suspicion. Wu Qua stepped over and spoke softly to the owner. Pack 5 meat buns for me instead. I am in a hurry. The owner asked no questions and handed them over. Here are your buns. Holding the bundle of buns, Wu Qua immediately sensed something wrong. Why is there a smell of blood? He broke one open to check. His expression instantly changed when he saw a human finger inside. Wu Qua was briefly stunned, then immediately became alert. The surrounding crowd no longer concealed themselves, drawing swords and shouting to surround Li Yuguo. He was not flustered at all, swiftly drawing his blade into a guard stance and asking coldly, who are you? And Lin said nothing and charged forward with a slash, shouting, Li Yuguo, stop pretending. Today is your death day. After a few exchanges, 4 words flashed in his mind, blood robe blade technique. He then smiled and said, so it is brothers of the robe sect. Could there be some misunderstanding? From afar, a man leisurely drinking tea spoke up. No wonder our young master was ambushed by you. That man was the senior disciple of the Blood Robe sect, Kuthin's son. He sat on the table, scrutinizing Wu Qua with his gaze. A skinny brat like you dares to cause trouble. Wu Qua assessed silently. Kuthin's son is at martial spirit cultivation. His blood robe blade technique is masterful like fire. His strength is no weaker than Ximen Lang. I am no match at all. Thinking so, he forced a smile and flattered. So it is senior brother Thin's son. That young master I truly do not know. Thin's son leaped off the table and shouted lies. The blade in your hand belongs to the young master. Killing and seizing treasure is unforgivable. He smashed the teacup in his hand. Then like a gust of wind, he rushed forward with a fierce slash, splitting the table apart with one strike. Fortunately, Wu Qua dodged in time. Guards behind also charged forward. Wu Qua was focused on dealing with Thin's son, and failed to notice that the innkeeper was also an accomplice. The old man seized the chance to slash a blade across Vu Kuo's back. The intense pain forced him to his knees, his icy gaze fixed on Didnt. Vu Kuo gritted his teeth in anger, striking without discerning right or wrong. You people are truly excessive. Unable to endure further, he swung his sword in counterattack, the sword force erupting and knocking 2 soldiers down on the spot. Didnt angrily shouted, "You wretched junior brother, daring to secretly learn the blood robe blade technique. Today you are doomed, and this place is crowded." Thus Vu Kuo immediately turned and fled, calculating inwardly that it was cramped here and difficult to maneuver. He must break out to the main street. Blood robe sect members immediately gave chase, shouting as they ran, "Little thief, where are you going?" After running some distance, Vu Kuo suddenly stopped. He encountered an acquaintance riding a horse on the street. Van Pham asked in surprise, "Kaka, what is happening?" Vu Kuo replied with a smile, "People from the blood robe sect are causing trouble." Van Pham's face turned cold as he shouted, "You dare injure my brother? Today do not dream of leaving alive." With that, a thin thread shot out and tightly wrapped around Dint's arm, causing him to frown and utter, "Soft, entwining finger." Immediately after, the thread tightened fiercely and severed one of Dint's arms. At the same time, Vu Kuo stood opposite and executed the blood burst technique, shooting it from his fingertip. Dint's roared in fury, "You little thief, you even dare use our sect's secret technique, and still claim the young master was not killed by you." Before he could finish cursing, the remaining soldiers were cut down one after another. He screamed in panic, "Protect me, protect me." At that moment, a fierce gust swept past with a cold shout. Still thinking of running, Nap Lan Mong surged forward with blazing momentum toward the blood robe sect, roaring, "Who dares injure Vu Kuo in Nap Lan City?" Spear in her hand locked onto Dint's, frightening him into clutching his arm and turning to flee. But all efforts were futile. Dint's was struck down by a sharp move from Nap Lan Mong and lay sprawled on the ground. Then she ordered coldly, "Disarm them and spare their lives. Those who resist will be buried with him." As soon as her words fell, the soldiers shrank back in fear. Their bodies quickly withered until only skin and bones remained. Then faint shadows shot out and scattered. Vu Kuo immediately sensed something was wrong. He hurried over to inspect the remaining husks and shouted angrily, "Damn it, he is not truly dead. Could this be the real blood escape technique?" Turning into a blood shadow to flee and leaving behind a false shell. Nap Lan Mong gently helped him up and asked with concern, "Are your injuries serious?" Vu Kuo shook his head, "Just superficial wounds. These are all elite blood-robed guards. It seems I have been targeted by someone dangerous." After a moment of thought, Vu Kuo suddenly realized, could it be that the skeleton of the blood-robed guard was used by someone to frame me? At the same time, at the blood robe sect, Dint's hurried back to report, "Sect master, I thought I could avenge the young master, but Chu Huang and Nap Lan Mong pursued me together. If I had not used the blood escape technique, I would have died on the spot." Zunai said gravely, "This chance is lost. Vu Kuo will surely be on guard. How should we proceed?" Only then did Deep Quinn speak. "In my opinion, we can borrow the hand of a martial spirit expert to deal with him in the Black Forest trial." Zheng Sheng laughed loudly in praise, and conveniently pinned Vu Kuo's death on demonic beasts. "If young Master Deep succeeds, why not become my blood robe sect son-in-law?" Zunai angrily rushed forward and tugged at Zheng Sheng's sleeve. "Father, what are you saying?" Deep Quinn glanced at Zunai and thought, "She is the childhood sweetheart of senior brother Ximen Lang. Before the matter is settled, it is unwise to fix a marriage to avoid discord." With that in mind, he stepped forward and tactfully declined, "Many thanks for sect master kindness, but the evil thief is not yet eliminated. How can we discuss marriage? Once I destroy Vu Kuo for the blood robe sect and seize Nap Lan City, we can speak of it." His measured words and humble attitude pleased Zheng Sheng greatly. Not rash in major matters, truly reliable. Leaving the hall, Zunai looked straight at Deep Quinn and asked, "You refused the engagement just now because you think I am unworthy." Deep Quinn feigned a sigh and embraced her. "Foolish girl, I only wish to marry you at once, but I am still too weak. If only I had another cultivation technique." Hearing that, she immediately took the bait and said innocently, "Brother Deep, the blood robe sect has the supreme art blood demon outer scripture. Only the sect master may cultivate it, but I will find a way to get it for you." At the entrance of the Black Forest, the 3 sect masters joined forces to open the forest formation. Many demonic beasts had been released for this trial, and demonic cores would count as points. This time even sect leader Wu of the poison cult participated. Each sect sent 40 disciples. The top 100 would receive Spirit Stone rewards. Zhen Keng also joined after sect leader Wu finished announcing. Sect Master Ximen of Zhen Yuan's sect reminded everyone, focus on hunting demonic beasts. Combat is limited and no lives are to be taken. The Black Forest is now open. The 3 sect masters declared together. The trial begins. The disciples of Zhen Yuan's sect responded in unison. We obey. Wu Qua stood among the crowd under unfriendly gazes, thinking that Time Tran did not even give him a proper robe. He truly stood out too much. Ximen Lang approached and said, Prince Consort Li, the forest is dangerous. Better come with me. Wu Qua smiled and declined. Many thanks, senior brother. I will go alone. I do not wish to trouble Zhen Yuan's sect. After Ximen Lang left, the other disciples gathered and whispered, is that not the son-in-law of Nap Land City? He must have entered through connections, even receiving senior brother Ximen care. Seems he has no real skill. Quinn seized the chance to warn loudly. The demonic beasts in Black Forest are extremely fierce, especially the central area. If you dare enter, you will not even fill the gaps between their teeth. Wu Qua clasped his hands and smiled. Thank you for the reminder, yet inwardly he snorted. I was planning to enter the center anyway. Why would I need your provocation? He secretly felt pleased. Do you think I came here for a few spirit stones? In the original story, I wrote a martial emperor failed a breakthrough here and left his entire fortune. How could I miss such fortune? After threatening him, Deep Quinn ran to Time Tran. Senior sister let us go together, but she ignored him. He brushed past coldly. I did not expect a righteous junior brother to mock others. Now that you are strong enough to travel alone, men and women should keep distance. We should separate. Hearing that, Deep Quinn trembled with anger, fists clenched tight. Several fellow disciples approached and laughed. Senior brother Deep, come with us. He frowned and replied perfunctorily, as you wish. Not far away, Naplan Mong and Van Pham hid beneath a tree discussing. I fear the Blood Robe sect will act against Wu Qua. No one in Zhen Yuan's sect will help. Please go inside to watch over him and stay safe. Van Pham smiled and nodded. Sister-in-law, rest assured, I will protect big brother safely. After this, I must return to have little thieves with my wife. Naplan Mong reminded seriously. Wu Qua said not to make promises lightly. Van Pham asked blankly, what does that mean? At the same time, Wu Qua sat on a rock resting and complained, I should have eaten breakfast before coming. In this desolate place, I am both hungry and thirsty. Suddenly, 2 blades pressed against his neck. An unfriendly voice sounded. Prince Consort Li, we heard you carry quite a few treasures. 2 Zhen Yuan sect disciples tightened their swords and sneered. Who told you to be weak yet wealthy? Killing you will draw no investigation. Hand them over as contribution to the sect. Wu Qua smiled and asked back, so it is robbery and murder. With that he shrugged and said the road is narrow, brothers, then leaped aside, avoiding the 2 blades. With one clean move, Wu Qua knocked the 2 useless disciples to the ground. 2 broke several teeth and trembled, asking, are you a grandmaster? Wu Qua did not answer, killing intent spreading as he asked coldly, who sent you? One trembled in fear and begged, do not kill me. Senior brother Deep said you had goods, so we. Hearing the answer, Wu Qua chuckled. So the one harming me is still Deep Quinn. It has nothing to do with you. Before anyone could react, he swung his sword. Blood from the 2 foolish disciples splattered as he said calmly, who told you to provoke a villain? Suddenly mocking laughter sounded from behind a nearby tree, daring to kill Zhen Yuan sect disciples so casually. Impressive indeed. Wu Qua turned toward the sound and called out, who is there? Thin Sun no longer hid and stepped out slowly. It is me. Seeing a familiar face, Wu Qua smiled and advanced with his blade. Oh, senior brother Ku, your arm is reattached. Thin Sun shrugged. Do not misunderstand. I am not here to fight. I only wish to say a few things. Wu Qua put away his weapon and asked with interest. Sounds intriguing. Speak. Thin Sun replied calmly. I examined Zhu Wan Hoa corpse and found he died a year ago. At that time, you were only a martial practitioner and could not have killed him. Frowned and continued. Further investigation showed Deep Quinn holds a grudge against you. He used the Blood Robe sect and inflicted extra wounds on the corpse to frame you, and gained my master trust and Zhu Nai favor. Now I cannot convince them. Saying this, he sighed helplessly. Wu Qua listened carefully, then snorted. As expected, it was him. The Zhu Nai you mentioned is Ximen Lang, childhood sweetheart. The other nodded, yes, the treasured eldest lady of the Blood Robe sect, Zhu Nai. Sun sighed, she is now bewitched by Deep Quinn and hates you to the bone. The blood-robed guards have arranged to kill you in the forest. If I were you, I would withdraw early, while he sincerely advised. Vu Qua took out several cans of wine. He popped one open boldly and raised it, asking in disbelief, withdraw. Vu Qua laughed loudly and handed a can to Thien Sun, draping an arm over him. I do not like cowardly retreat, but thank you, brother, for the warning. Come drink. At this moment, Thien Sun looked at the man beside him with eyes full of respect. Vu Qua was truly a rare true man, completely unlike how Deep Quinn had described him. Having understood everything, Thien Sun lifted the can of wine and laughed loudly. Good. With such spirit, I will accept these 2 bottles. From afar, someone watched Thien Sun leave cheerfully. He turned back and said, if that is the case, I will go first. Be careful on this road. Vu Qua clasped his hands and replied, very well, until we meet again. After Thien Sun disappeared, Van Pham immediately jumped out and asked softly, brother, do you need me to kill him? Vu Qua took a sip of wine and replied, no need. Deep Quinn colluding with the Blood Robe sect is the real threat to Napland City. He lightly shook his finger and smiled. Besides, Ku Thien Sun knows the truth and has feelings for Zhu Nai Nai. The enemy of my enemy is my friend. Van Pham nodded in admiration. Brother is truly brilliant. Oh right, I just saw Van Time Tran surrounded by a pack of wolves while protecting a junior sister. Before he could finish speaking, Vu Qua had already turned around in shock, ran off excitedly while laughing loudly. Let us go, time to spread a little love. At the same time elsewhere, the wolves bared their fangs and claws, growling fiercely. 2 female disciples of Zhen Yuan's sect hid fearfully behind Time Tran. Senior Sister Van, I am so scared. She hurriedly reassured them, do not be afraid. I will lure the wolves away in a moment. You take the chance to run. As they retreated, the 2 worriedly asked, what about you, Senior Sister? Time Tran cut them off. Do not worry about me. Hurry back and call people from the sect to rescue us. Without another word, she immediately circulated her cultivation and attacked. When her sword struck the head of a wolf, she shouted loudly, now run. Time Tran turned and ran in another direction to draw the wolves away. Behind her, 1 female disciple hesitated but was pulled along by the other. Junior Sister Wang, hurry up. Do not hold Senior Sister back. After a chase, Time Tran frowned. They are too fast. They are about to catch up. She gritted her teeth in hesitation. Must I really use that shameful bloodline? Childhood memories suddenly surged back. Back then she was pointed at by the crowd. Look, that is the second young lady of the Yun family. Twin of the eldest young lady, yet her bloodline is only a yellow feathered chick, far inferior to the azure sky white crane of the eldest. No wonder she was married off to a low-ranked sect. The whispers pulled her back to reality. Seeing the fierce assault of the wolves, Time Tran sighed. There is no other way. She immediately activated her yellow feathered chick bloodline. With full force, she unleashed Falling Feathers Wing Slash. In an instant, a row of wolves was cut down. The situation temporarily resolved. Time Tran let out a breath. As long as she deals with the Wolf King at Great Martial Master level, it will be over. But the scene before her made her pupils contract. A roar sounded behind her, causing her to panic. How are there 2 Wolf Fang Kings? Looking at the 2 gigantic wolves, Time Tran said anxiously, it is over, 2 Wolf Fang Kings, how can I withstand this? Just as she was in turmoil, laughter sounded from afar, so foolish. That is the Wolf King and the Wolf Queen. Vu Qua revealed a teasing smile. It is time for you to take the stage. Standing high above, he opened a cage and released a flock of poultry. The hen squad entered the battlefield. Time Tran turned her head in panic, feeling both embarrassed and flustered at the thought of him. She was stunned by the scene before her. Why did you even bring a basket of chickens? Vu Qua frowned and replied, these chickens cost me 500 taels. Without further words, Vu Qua directly pulled Time Tran into his arms. Fool, why are you still standing there? Run. He lifted her up while she asked in astonishment, did you deliberately come to save me? During the question, Vu Qua glanced at her intending to answer, but his foot caught on a branch. With a thud, the 2 fell to the ground. As expected, Vu Qua landed squarely on top of Time Tran, the distance between their lips almost touching. Time Tran blushed and stammered, you. But before she could finish, Vu Qua raised a hand to signal, hush, someone is here. The 2 remained in that position for a moment. Time Tran covered her mouth and whispered, has the person left? As soon as she finished speaking, Vu Qua sprang up and scratched his head awkwardly. It was only a fly passing by. Before he could finish laughing, he received a solid punch along with a curse, you hateful man. Vu Qua complained aggrievedly, Miss Yun, that was a martial spirit punch. If you cripple me, you must take responsibility. Time Tran replied angrily, I am not any eldest young lady. She suddenly lowered her voice. In the eyes of the Yun family, I am only a tool for marriage alliance, never an eldest young lady. Qua grinned. You mean that little bird? It is very cute. Try transforming again, she asked doubtfully. Is it really cute? As if bewitched, Time Tran transformed again into a small yellow bird. Vu Qua happily stroked its head. I have a feeling it will become a divine bird in the future. Inwardly, he felt proud of the rare vermilion bird bloodline. Time Tran asked blankly, a divine bird? Vu Qua nodded firmly. Those who look down on it will surely regret it in the future. Vu Qua smiled brightly and added, and if others look down on you, you must believe in yourself even more. Time Tran froze and stared at Vu Qua. She lowered her head to look at the little bird in her hands and softly said, You act like a rogue, but your words make sense. Suddenly Vu Qua grabbed her hand, the move making Time Tran blue eyes widen. He pulled her down flat onto the ground and said mysteriously, It is time, let us catch flies. She asked instinctively what. Not far away, several people from another sect were struggling against a beast, complaining in exhaustion. We cannot defeat the Emperor Scorpion, run. The scorpion lashed out with its sharp tail. Someone shouted urgently, even if we run, we must be able to run, dodge quickly. That moment, one of its pincers was bound tightly by tentacles. Time Tran seized the opportunity to execute true origin sword art. Her figure shot upward. With a single palm strike, she felled the Emperor Scorpion. The male disciples of that sect looked at her with admiration. Time Tran glanced at Vu Qua and said, Is this the fly you mentioned? Before she finished, another voice interrupted. Senior brother of Zhen Yuan sect is truly formidable. Han and Chai leaned close to Vu Qua, praising non-stop. If not for senior brother help, we would have been in danger. Vu Qua waved his hand and smiled. It was nothing. Time Tran angrily rushed over and scolded, Vu Qua, you lecherous devil. Han and Chai still smiled but looked slightly surprised. Oh, is it senior brother Li? I thought you were Deep Quinn. Lately his reputation is quite famous. Vu Qua lost interest and muttered, Deep Quinn reputation is indeed great. Time Tran snorted coldly. Your reputation is not small either. She gestured toward Nap Lan Ma. Han Chai did not believe it and hugged Vu Qua neck while shaking her head. Impossible, Deep Quinn is a useless man. How could he compare with senior brother Li? Vu Qua immediately grabbed her hand and pushed it away, asking coldly, So, junior sister, do you bear a grudge against me or against the true Lord? He calmly exposed her, Do not use such petty tricks on me. At this moment, the poison insect in Han Chai hand was revealed. She stammered in panic. How did you discover it? Time Tran immediately raised his guard, drew his sword and pointed it straight at Han Chai, his voice cold as he said, Little girl, we saved you fair and square. Who would have thought you would be ruthless enough to strike at him? Seeing the tension, he suddenly laughed and intervened, Wait, do not act rashly. Then he looked at Han Enhai's flustered expression and slowly said, To be honest with you, when I sat drinking with Doc Hong, we discussed quite a few matters related to Vu Doc Jio. Han Chai pretended to stay calm and replied, Oh, is that so? She forced a smile, struggling as she spoke. I did not expect you to know Uncle Doc Hong. You should have said so earlier. I am Ngo Han Chai. Uncle Doc Hong once visited our Vu Doc Jio and even reminded my father. He has shown kindness to my family. Suddenly he released his grip. So it is Miss Ngo, since we are friends, I will not pursue this matter any further. He took the demon cores and turned to Li, at the same time reminding them you had better stay away from the central area of Hakzam Lam. Consider these demon cores as repayment. I will take them. Han Chai hurriedly nodded with a smile and replied, Of course, since Lai Suhain has said so, we will take our leave first. Han Chai put her mask back on and playfully winked. Huiyan Chayan turned and walked away. When I have time, I will visit Lai Suhain. He watched them leave with a silly grin, nodding repeatedly, all right, while Time Tran, standing beside him, crossed his arms and snorted coldly in annoyance. Two continued on their journey. By nightfall, they stopped by a stream to light a fire. He roasted meat while saying the belly of Ngayat Lok is the most tender. Roasted like this, it will be ready to eat in a moment. Night fully descended. Seeing his skilled movements, Time Tran praised him. I truly did not expect you to understand food so well. He sighed and replied, I had no choice. Otherwise, I would have starved to death long ago. In his mind flashed the 5 years he lived alone writing books. Even he did not know how he had endured those days. He inadvertently glanced at the pile of demon cores and said, Take all these demon cores back and report the mission results. Hearing that, Time Tran grew even more confused. Lai Vu Qua, your true purpose is not just this trial, is it? Since Lin Za-sun, I have felt something was off. Why do you know Long Vuong quiz preferences so clearly? The more she spoke, the more uneasy she felt. After entering Hak Zam Lam, you seemed never to care about the precious Lin Thao. Suddenly Time Tran's voice rose. You even handed the demon cores to me, and deliberately chose to camp in a place separated from the center of Hak Zam Lam by only one river. What exactly are you planning? He forced a smile and replied, I do have another purpose. But rest assured, the Demon Core mission of Tran Nguyen Tong has already been completed beyond expectations. It will not affect you. Only then did he suddenly remember how could I forget that Time Tran was designed as support for Deep Quinn. She was originally a cold and intelligent girl. Time Tran truly cared about him. She stepped closer and lowered her voice. It is not that I am worried about the mission. It is just that you always seem to carry a heavy burden in your heart, suddenly. Time Tran paused, hesitated for a long time before reluctantly forcing out the word I. In the end, she could not hold back. She burst into tears, grabbing his collar and shouting, I am worried about you. Seeing Time Tran crying so fiercely, he flusteredly reached out to wipe her tears and comfort her. Wait, do not cry anymore. But Time Tran still refused to stop, choking as she said a condition. Then tell me, and I will not cry anymore. He sighed with a headache, thinking to himself that he had long ruined Deep Quinn and Van Time Tran's chance to remain single. He should have thought of this earlier, but how should he say it? Did he even have the ability to protect Time Tran? He held his head and made a decision. Fine, I will tell you. Yet in his heart he thought, forget it, I have the invincible Alamama anyway. There should not be any problem. Just as he was about to continue speaking, members of Hayat Waimon suddenly appeared. Several disciples looked at Time Tran and him and sneered, you two are truly sweet, standing here making eyes at each other. Such a beautiful day and fine scenery, truly romantic. A sudden shout tore apart the romantic atmosphere here. Vu Qua swept his gaze around and instantly sprang up. The killing intent of the Hayat Waimon surged in. Seeing the two standing side by side, Deep Quinn ground his teeth in fury. Before it was only suspicion. Now it was clear they were on the same side. His face flushed red as he roared, Li Vu Qua, you despicable wretch. What did you do to senior sister Van? I have never seen her cry like that. Time Tran was stunned when she saw Deep Quinn. Junior brother Deep, why are you with the Hayat Waimon? Vu Qua calmly replied, one look, and it is obvious he is a traitor of Tran Nguyen Tong, colluding with the Hayat Waimon to surround and kill me. Tight Nai rushed forward in agitation and pointed straight at Vu Qua. Shut up. Li Vu Qua, you killed my brother. Today a blood debt must be repaid with blood. He smiled calmly. Miss Tight, do not let Deep Quinn deceive you. I can prove my innocence. Deep Quinn clapped mockingly and sneered. Innocent. You and that traitor both say that, do you not? Luckily, I discovered when he deceived Tight Nai for you and cut him down on the spot. Looking at Thien Sun's corpse, Vu Qua's anger surged. You actually dared to kill him. Deep Quinn indifferently dropped the body. With my status as son-in-law of the Hayat Dao Mon, killing a traitor is nothing unusual. He kicked away the can at his feet. The bottle in your hand was a gift from you, right? The evidence is complete. What is there to argue about? Vu Qua reached out to grab it. Time Tran frowned and retorted, Junior brother Deep, have you truly betrayed the sect? Tran Nguyen Tong never treated you poorly. Deep Quinn covered his face and sneered, those things were what I deserved. It was only because Tay Mon Lang was jealous of me. A commoner yet a martial arts genius, taking all his glory. He clenched his fists decisively. I have thought it through. If Tran Nguyen Tong does not need me, then why should I stay there? What I lost I will reclaim step by step. Vu Qua drew his sword with a heavy heart. He did not expect Ku Thien's son to die. At the Hayat Waimon this time do I have no cards left. Tight Nai clearly cannot be persuaded. Is confronting Deep Quinn the only path left? Suddenly several figures stepped out from the bushes. Tay Mon Lang spoke in a deep voice. I may not like you, but have I ever treated you badly? Ask yourself how many times you caused trouble. Was it not me and junior sister Van who cleaned up after you? Then he slowly drew his sword. And what about you? You clearly knew how I feel about Tight Nhi. He gritted his teeth and shouted, in broad daylight you were intimate with her in the forest. How could you dare to do that? The next moment Tay Mon Lang's eyes widened fiercely. Cold blade thrust straight toward Deep Quinn. He laughed disdainfully. So what if we were intimate? Trash like you is not worthy of Ninny. Let me use the secret art of the Hayat Waimon to shatter your delusion. As soon as he finished speaking, he executed the secret art, and a phantom of a monstrous ape appeared. Tay Mon Lang realized it was the blood demon heterodox art. A fist had already slammed into his abdomen. His body flew backward, sweeping through several trees, yet still did not stop. Vu Qua and Time Tran hurried to support him up. "Brother Taemon, how are you?" Fresh blood spilled from his mouth as he coughed endlessly. "Why can I no longer sense Yuan Qi?" Vu Qua checked and turned pale. "It is over. Brother Taemon has been struck by the Yuan Qi dispersal powder of the Hyatt Y Mon." Deep Quinn casually draped an arm over a subordinate and confirmed, "It is indeed Yuan Qi dispersal powder. Forcing your Qi will mean instant death. Brother Taemon, how does it feel to be poisoned by someone at your side?" Taemon Lang cursed shameless. Vu Qua's face twisted with anger. The reinforcements had just arrived and were already lost. And there is also the secret art of the Hyatt Y Mon. He snapped his fingers as his thoughts continued. "It seems I understand why this world was destroyed. It is not that I wanted a terrible ending, but Deep Quinn was villainous to the core from the start." A streak of light quietly flew through the air, yet the moment it appeared it was deflected by Deep Quinn's protective barrier. This moment Van Pham appeared. "Brother, why are you always targeted by that bastard?" Vu Qua realized that relying only on ordinary methods could not counter the blood demon heterodox art. Seeing the newcomer, Deep Quinn shouted angrily, "Van Pham, as one of the 10 royals, how could you be deceived by this vile wretch? Calling him brother, are you blind?" Van Pham replied angrily, "I see more clearly than anyone. The one causing trouble out of misunderstanding is you." Vu Qua patted his shoulder to calm him. Van Pham stopped arguing. He cracked his knuckles and replied, "I understand. Brother wants to take action directly, right? I am ready." Just as he was about to charge forward, Vu Qua pulled him back. "No." Then he pointed the tip of his sword at Deep Quinn. "One facing you is me. Let them go." The people around were all stunned. Time Tran panicked and tried to stop him. "Li Vu Qua, what are you saying? Do not leave us behind." This time he decisively struck with a palm and knocked her unconscious. Then he instructed the other two, "Trust me. I just do not want you to be hurt. Quickly take Time Tran and Taemon Lang away." Van Pham hesitated. "Brother, you intend to?" Van Fong did not continue, obediently supporting Time Tran. "Fine, I trust you. Rest assured I will call for reinforcements." After speaking, Van Pham led the two away, leaving only Vu Qua facing Deep Quinn's group. He did not hesitate to shoot an arrow from his sleeve. "Do not even dream of it. No one is allowed to escape." Vu Qua caught the arrow barehanded. The pressure around him erupted. "If you want to pass, then step over me first." Octopus-like tentacles twisted and grew out behind Vu Qua. Deep Quinn frowned in disgust. "What kind of monster is this?" Titan I grimaced in revulsion. "How disgusting. Did he use this to kill my brother?" Drew her sword, determined to take revenge. Deep Quinn stopped her. "Ninny, trash like this is not worth dirtying your hands. Let me handle it." Saying that, he activated the blood demon heterodox art and unleashed the coagulated blood fist as he charged forward. Vu Qua calculated in a flash. The 3 great secret arts of the Hyatt Y all require Yuan Qi. Better to avoid the sharp edge and focus on defense to drain Deep Quinn's Yuan Qi. The octopus tentacles immediately blocked the attack. Even so, Vu Qua still suffered damage. Just as expected, Deep Quinn's energy overwhelms mine, and I have not reached martial spirit. I cannot gather spirit. Relying solely on bloodline has already nearly exhausted my Yuan Qi. Quinn cursed angrily. "You truly are a petty coward who only knows how to dodge." He confidently executed the blood demon heterodox art blood ape tyrant fist, roaring that it was a self-created move of a genius. "You cannot dodge." Attacks rained down, accompanied by arrogant laughter. "Are you afraid now? Trash like you dares to oppose a genius like me." Vu Qua desperately resisted. The punches and kicks were too fast. He did not expect Deep Quinn to improve so much. In a brief opening, a fist slammed into his face. "Go die, trash." Fanny looked at Deep Quinn with heart-shaped eyes as he casually brushed his hair. "Even this trash cannot be beaten lightly." Vu Qua leaned against a tree coughing. "Brother, when you hit someone, do not hit the face." Deep Quinn lost interest and turned away to order. "Ninny, this one cannot move anymore. He is yours." Titan I commanded her subordinates. "Fine, go and let him taste 10,000 arrows piercing the heart." Blood art struck toward Vu Qua all at once. His eyes suddenly flashed with cold light. His bloodline beast manifested. Deep Quinn's group had never expected it. "What bloodline is that?" Vu Qua swiftly took out 3 blazing red pills. He swallowed them in one gulp without hesitation. Cough, cough, power surged through him. It belonged to Vu Qua, as his body recovered in an instant. He stood upright and revealed a provocative smile. "You will pay for your contempt." The tentacles immediately began a merciless slaughter. The soldiers fell one after another. Deep Quinn was also bound tightly by two octopus tentacles that burst from the ground. Another tentacle shot straight toward him without hesitation. Cried out in panic, "Do not kill me, I do not want to die yet." Tight Nai immediately shoved a subordinate out to block the strike for him, Brother Deep. The two seized this chance to grab each other's hands and flee. The timing was perfect, but he had no intention of letting them go. Want to run, keep dreaming. Unfortunately, the pill pouch in his hand was already empty. It was over all the pills that replenished Yuan Qi had been used up. His strength gradually drained away. His Yuan Qi sucked dry by the bloodline, leaving him unable to kill Deep Quinn. It seemed this time he had lost completely. He wondered whether begging the King of Hell might earn him another chance. Collapsed heavily to the ground, his vision blurred and then went dark. Outside the forest, two groups stood waiting before the teleportation gate. Sect Master Tay Mon laughed loudly. This time Tran Nguyen Tong sent out its three most promising disciples. The first place will surely be ours. At that moment, Tight Nai supported Deep Quinn as they stepped out of the teleportation array. Save us. Sect Master Tay Mon was startled and called out to Deep Quinn. Tran Hung anxiously asked his daughter, "What happened to you?" Tiffany threw herself into her father's arms, crying in accusation. Li Yuguo is a beast. He killed all the Hyatt Y guards and even behaved indecently toward me. If not for senior brother Deep arriving in time, I would have been violated by him. Those words made Tran Hung furious. Li Yuguo, I will definitely take your life. The surroundings immediately erupted in discussion. Li Yuguo truly has guts. He dared to offend Tight Nai Nai. Anyone who teased her before was exterminated along with his entire sect. This time Nap Lan Than is finished. The top scholar there must have something wrong with his head. At the same time, Sect Master Tay Mon held Deep Quinn and urgently asked, "Where is Lang and the others?" He clutched his wound and pretended to be in pain. Brother Tay Mon, they were killed by evil wolves that Vu Qua deliberately lured toward them. This outcome made Sect Master Tay Mon so furious he spat blood heavens. Disciples hurriedly supported him. "Sect Master, please take care of your health." While he gritted his teeth and swore, "Li Yuguo, I will make you pay with your life." Meanwhile, Deep Quinn secretly observed everyone's reactions. Tight Nai leaned close and whispered, "Brother Deep, I have done as you said. But what if Tay Mon Lang returns?" He replied firmly, "Impossible. He was struck by Yuan Qi dispersal powder and will surely die within 2 days. He gave a sinister smile and continued, "Even if he survives and meets Li Yuguo, he will be torn apart by the wolf pack I lured before he can leave. Then it will have nothing to do with me." In his hazy state, he heard someone calling his name. "Brother Yuguo, wake up." His mind was sluggish. "Who is slapping my face like this? Your hell service is terrible. I will file a complaint." Seeing him sit up, Time Tran let out a relieved sigh. "Thank goodness you are still alive." Even he was stunned. Could it be that he had not died? Van Pham beamed. "I told you brother is super strong and cannot die." His gaze suddenly froze when he saw something. Corpses scattered across the ground were the answer. That is right, the blood cave art can absorb other people's Yuan Qi and blood. It seems the secret technique of the Hyatt Y Mon he secretly learned saved his life. Time Tran leaned in and pinched his cheek. "Yuguo, how dare you knock me out? That was too much." He only gave an awkward smile and explained that he feared the blood robe would injure her, so he had protected her. She blushed and turned away, muttering, "Stop talking, who needs your protection?" He handed Tay Mon Lang a pill. "Brother Tay Mon, quickly take this antidote. It can neutralize the Yuan Qi dispersal powder." Tay Mon Lang gratefully accepted and asked where these spirit pills came from. He boasted proudly, "All good stuff given to me by the Poison Emperor. For a brother, I would even cut my own flesh." Tay Mon Lang said emotionally, "Good brother, I owe you another favor." Then he solemnly recounted everything. Deep Quinn escaped with Tight Nai Nai. "I fear the days of peace are about to end." Tay Mon Lang gritted his teeth and swore that as long as he lived, he would not spare that man. Time Tran suggested returning first to report to the sect master, worried that the Hyatt Y Mon would use Li Yuguo as an excuse to launch an attack on Nap Lan Than. She calmly analyzed that the Hyatt Y Mon's strength had surged recently, even surpassing Tran Nguyen Tong. The resources of Ngao Hyatt Than were exhausted, so they would surely plunder outside. The more she spoke, the angrier she became. From their actions, it was clear their target was Nap Lan Than. The conclusion made he anxious. This is bad, we must return immediately. But the gift Deep Quinn left behind has not been dealt with yet. This is bad, we are surrounded. Howls under the moonlight sounded like a herald of death. Everyone looked around in fear and cried out in unison. A pack of wolves. Only he remained calm. Leave it to me. Swiftly scanned the item list in the system. This time I will use cannon fire to deal with them. He covered his mouth and laughed slyly, as expected of me to come up with such a genius idea. Suddenly the system warned that the host was excessively weakened and lacked stamina and yuan qi, so purchasing was locked. He shouted in frustration. What? He painfully slammed his hand against the ground. It is over, I can only rely on my own skills now. Inwardly cursing this broken system that even has restrictions. King of Hell, are you messing with me? Surrounding disciples trembled and asked, Senior brother Van Senior sister, are we about to die? Hun Lang loudly reassured them. Shut up, do not speak ill omens, we will definitely escape and expose Deep Quinn's true face. Fierce wolf pack charged forward all at once. A disciple was pounced on and screamed, Senior brother, senior sister, save me. Time Tran immediately drew her sword and slashed the wolf away. Do not be afraid. Right after that, another wolf lunged at her. Fortunately, Time Tran blocked in time with her sword, but the wolf's strength was too great. The sword in Time Tran's hand shattered. She stood frozen and stammered, what? In the distance, a flame suddenly flared up. A cannon shot struck precisely and took down the wolf before it could harm Time Tran. At the same time, someone rushed forward and caught her, carried the cannon with flair and smiled coolly. You little wolves get lost now. Inwardly pleased that he had luckily prepared fireworks to impress girls. Seeing their companion killed, the wolf pack hesitated warily. And Pham seized the chance to shout, quickly run toward the riverbank over there are no wolves. Everyone hurried forward. He was filled with unease as his stamina and yuan qi were exhausted. The Alamama system and thousand-hand Chima could not be used. This was his final trump card. How could he possibly escape now? Time Tran's eyes suddenly lit up. Everyone look over there, we are lucky. Why is there such a large log floating on the river's surface? He urged the group, quickly climb onto the log and cut the vines. I will cover from behind. The others nodded in agreement. Then he pulled out the large firework cannon and lit it. Little wolves, this time I will go big. Accept the gift I prepared for you. Wolfpack hesitated and stopped in their tracks. Before they could react, the flames had already exploded. He dusted off his hands with flare and turned to leave. The log Time Tran called anxiously, hurry up, the vines are about to snap. He smiled brightly and ran over, coming right now. Suddenly a fierce wolf burst out from the smoke and fire, startling him. What is this? With no time to dodge, he was rammed into the river amid everyone's panicked cries of his name. He struggled frantically in the rushing water. Time Tran widened her eyes in worry. She decided to jump down. You all go first. I will save him. Tay Mon Lang hurriedly called after her. Time Tran swam quickly toward him, her heart resolute. Li Yuguo, I will not allow you to die. The pale moon hung high. He slowly opened his eyes and coughed. Why does my chest feel so heavy? Looked down and saw Time Tran lying on top of him. Time Tran. She opened her eyes and scolded softly, Idiot, you are awake. He stared blankly as if water had filled his brain. You saved me. Time Tran nodded frankly, yes. Because I saved you, I got separated from the others. You owe me a life. He was moved and held her hand. Then while no one is disturbing us, let me repay you properly. Time Tran turned away shyly. Who needs that kind of repayment from you, you lecher? He silently opened the system panel and thought, I have not even said how I would repay her, yet I am already called a lecher. Hearing that, Time Tran hurriedly shut her eyes tight. Stop your hands. After applying the bandage, he withdrew his hand in satisfaction. All done, Time Tran was stunned and did not understand. He felt the cool and comfortable bandage. As he continued applying it, he explained, a special medicine from my family. Consider it repayment to you. Then he carefully continued treating her. Even small wounds must be handled well. It is not good for a girl to leave scars. Time Tran calmly recounted that when pulling him ashore, she was cut by rocks. She recalled that the object looked strange, like a black triangular drill bit. She did not know who had fixed it under the river. After hearing this, he became excited. Where is it? Take me there. Thinking that was exactly the item he was searching for. What a coincidence. Before long, the two arrived in front of a ruined house. He placed his hands on his hips in delight. This is the place. Time Tran was surprised. No wonder you came to hack Zam Lam. How do you know? He gave an awkward smile to cover it up, inwardly cursing his slip of the tongue. He quickly changed the subject. Come, let us go inside. The door creaked open, and dust billowed everywhere. Time Tran looked inside and was startled. Oh, this person seems to be royalty. Inside was a skeleton sitting before an old coffin, he asked in surprise. She replied softly, I once met royalty in the capital. She further explained that the blue and white garments embroidered with golden dragons were typical of the royal family. Suddenly Time Tran stepped on a mechanism and formation patterns appeared. He immediately pulled her back and warned, be careful. A shadow appeared accompanied by a majestic voice. Finally, someone has come. Time Tran asked cautiously, who are you? Figure smiled and replied, I am the crown prince of Hao Thien Kingdom Nap Lan Than. I hope you will listen to my story. He guessed inwardly that this was merely a projection left before death. There must be last words. Nap Lan Than recounted that since birth he had been raised as the heir and cherished dearly, studying countless martial classics. By 20, he had reached martial emperor, and thus aroused the jealousy of his younger brother Nap Lan Kayat. He said sorrowfully, that man sent female assassins to kill me, but we fell in love at first sight. I resolved to marry her. Nap Lan Kayat plotted to frame me. In the end, my beloved wife and I fled the capital, but were still hunted down. She was killed before my eyes. Time Tran was moved to tears. With such love are you not touched? He replied indifferently, I wrote this story myself. Nap Lan Than continued, the destined ones have arrived. Inside the coffin is a pair of rings called Ocean, embracing all streams national treasures with infinite capacity. He was stunned, remembering he had only written one ring. Inside there is also the cultivation method loving wolf tender heart art, which requires a sincere man and woman to cultivate together. My wife and I once practiced it, but she went ahead of me. Nap Lan Than smiled and entrusted it to be passed on to another pair of lovers, then wished he a love without regret. Side sorrowful wolf howls echoed from the mountain peak. He turned back in alarm. This is bad, the evil wolves are about to catch up. In our current state, the odds are grim. Time Tran hurried to the coffin. Then we must cultivate quickly. Soon they found the pair of rings. Time Tran exclaimed it truly is ocean, embracing all streams. Inside are spirit stones enough for cultivation. He picked up the pair of weapons and cheered, there are also the loving wolf saber and tender heart sword, perfect for us. While he looked at them delightedly, thinking it was fate. Time Tran turned her back and urged, there is no time left. Decide quickly and do not peek. He flusteredly agreed and turned around. He also began to remove his clothes, revealing a firm body, telling himself he was only learning another supreme cultivation method. Then he tossed his garments onto the ground. At the same time, Time Tran called out, it is ready over here. She blushed and held her skirt while ordering, sit cross-legged. He obediently sat down. Time Tran stammered and told him not to open his eyes. He quickly replied, fine, fine, I absolutely will not open them. Finally, she turned back to face him, their hands touching as they began to circulate their cultivation. Before long, his sly eyes narrowed. It was truly beyond endurance. Before him was an almost perfect body. Time Tran angrily grabbed his head, causing his nose to spurt blood. Heavens! I truly did not mean to open my eyes. Cultivation is the most important thing. Let us cultivate first. At the same time, on Nap Lan Mong's side, an extremely tense argument was taking place. She gritted her teeth and slammed her weapon to the ground. Her voice resolute, nonsense. Vu Qua would absolutely never do such a thing. Standing behind the two sect masters, Deep Quinn sneered mockingly, Miss Nap Lan, you should wake up. Senior brother Tay Mon is already dead. I saw it with my own eyes. Just then a shout rang out, shameless traitor, who did you say is dead? Tay Mon Lang had returned even stronger than before. He held his injured abdomen with one hand and gripped his sword with the other. Behind him were Van Pham and their companions. Sect Master Tay Mon rejoiced at seeing his son alive and called out loudly, Lang Er. Deep Quinn's heart pounded and his legs trembled. Only one question remained in his mind. How did they escape? Nap Lan Mong anxiously asked Van Pham, where is Vu Qua, making him lower his head in self-reproach. Sister-in-law, I am useless, I could not protect brother. Hearing that, her heart felt hollow, as if the entire sky had collapsed. Sect Master Tay Mon quickly grabbed his son's shoulders and pressed for answers. Lang Er, what exactly happened, making him wince in pain. Tay Mon Lang immediately pointed his sword at Deep Quinn and accused, that man colluded with the Hayat Y Mon to ambush us in Hak Zam Lam. Luckily Vu Qua came to rescue us. Otherwise we would all have died. Everyone's furious gazes instantly fixed on Deep Quinn. He hurriedly argued, Senior brother, why say such things? You must have been deceived by evil people. We are close brothers, how could I harm you? Although Titanai beside him tried to believe him, sweat still poured down uncontrollably. Unable to endure any longer, Nap Lan Mong tightened her grip on her weapon and growled, "Deep Quinn, you still dare to argue? You have repeatedly hunted my husband." As her words fell, she unleashed Dragon Claw Strike. Blazing spiritual power coiled around her weapon as she shouted, "A life for a life." Tiffany rushed forward regardless of right or wrong. Deep Quinn quickly spread his arms to block. "Stop. No one is allowed to harm Brother Deep." Seeing the danger, Tran Hung charged forward to shield her and roared, "Who dares touch my daughter?" The shout was accompanied by the exploding solar eclipse palm. The collision of two streams of spiritual power lit up the space. Unexpectedly, Nap Lan Mong's weapon pierced Tran Hung's hand, leaving him unable to believe his eyes. He immediately kicked his opponent away, but Nap Lan Mong was faster, using the other end of her weapon to block. The crowd in the courtyard buzzed with discussion. They did not expect Nap Lan Mong as a woman to possess such profound power that she injured Sect Master Tran. Others sneered, saying she merely relied on bloodline and weapon. She too was a demoness. Nap Lan Mong's eyes burned with fury as she stared at Tran Hung, folded his arms and sneered, "You have some ability. No wonder a mere martial spirit dares oppose me. Deep Quinn is under the protection of our Hyatt Y Moan. If you want to blame someone, then blame Hak Zam Lam." Father and son of Sect Master Tay Moan clenched their teeth. The Hyatt Y Moan openly protected Deep Quinn. It seemed everything his son said was true. Sect Master Tay Moan flushed red and declared loudly, "From today, Deep Quinn is expelled from Chan Nguyen Tong." Hearing that, he stood stunned, as if his soul had left his body. Titanai anxiously grasped his hand and gently called, "Brother Deep." Tran Hung coldly continued, "Fine. Then I also declare that from now on Deep Quinn is the son-in-law of my Hyatt Y Moan." Tay Moan Lang angrily moved to swing his sword. Sect Master Tay Moan immediately stopped him. "Son, calm down. It is not worth angering yourself over a traitor." Nap Lan Mong led the way in leaving. "Sect Master Tay Moan is right. The urgent matter is to enter Hak Zam Lam to find Vu Qua." Tay Moan Lang immediately followed. Seeing this, Tran Hung moved to block them. "No. If you enter there, how will victory be decided? Moreover, City Lord Nap Lan does not belong to the three sects and has no right to enter Hak Lam." Everyone paused and looked toward him. Nap Lan Mong replied firmly, "It is only life and death. No matter what, this time I will enter to find Vu Qua." In a distant corner, he sneezed the moment his name was mentioned. Time Tran startled and turned to ask, "Are you all right?" He rubbed his nose and pouted, probably caught a cold. Just then a fierce fang wolf smashed through the door and rushed in. "They have arrived." Jumped in fright and hid behind Time Tran, complaining, "Why so fast? I have not even put on my clothes." But in the blink of an eye he grew serious again. The two assumed battle stances and swung their swords as they charged forward. The fang wolves gathered densely outside. The peaceful scene was instantly shattered by a loud explosion. Several wolves were blown away. From the ruins, the two stepped out. Time Tran asked in confusion, "The power of loving wolf Tenderheart is truly terrifying. With our combined swords, we reached peak martial spirit. Why have we still not learned the second layer?" He seized the chance to tease. "Perhaps we did not kiss during cultivation." Time Tran retorted, "Kiss your head." He focused and cut down the fang wolf before her. "Deal with these first." The two held hands and simultaneously executed the technique. Within him is her, within her is him. Chi gathered at the dantian and surged forward. Before the combined strike's power, the massive fang wolf collapsed under blade and sword united. Another black fang wolf lunged forward, with two more of different colors behind it. Time Tran was startled. What he also did not expect this scene. The Fang Wolf King stood shielding the injured white Fang Wolf. A spirit martial demonic beast indeed possessed intelligence like a child. Time Tran tugged his sleeve and softly said, "We intruded into their territory. Perhaps we should spare them." He stroked his chin in thought, recalling a scene in the novel he once wrote about subduing a spirit beast. Why not gamble and try? With current strength, he was not afraid. He searched his clothes and took out a spirit pill, placing it into the mouth of the unconscious white Fang Wolf. It obediently swallowed the pill. Before long it awoke. The black Fang Wolf immediately nuzzled it affectionately. Seeing this, he smiled. "Indeed, we were the ones who trespassed first." Time Tran looked at him with satisfaction. "As expected, I did not misjudge you." To the full moon, the Fang Wolf pack returned to the forest. The black Fang Wolf let out a soft howl, then looked back. He realized their intention. Do they want us to go with them? Time Tran hesitated in doubt. Seeing her worry, he spoke to reassure her. You are afraid yet still saved them. Time Tran lowered her eyes awkwardly, held her hand to comfort her. It is fine, I am here. That scene was as beautiful as peach blossoms blooming in spring. She revealed a bright smile. All her worries vanished. She nodded softly, yes, as they went deeper into the forest. Two still held hands. Time Tran looked around and sighed. What exactly happened here? Could not hide his astonishment either. It seems this is the true center of Hakzam Lam that I never described in detail. They stood beneath the gigantic skeleton of the creature known as the core of Hakzam Lam. Vines wrapped around the fossil, broken bones and skulls scattered everywhere. This gamble was correct. For the massive fossil and the cracked bones he slowly analyzed, this demonic beast was covered in deep wounds, likely inflicted by a martial spirit-level expert. The traces of humans show Nap Lan Than once fled here and encountered it. That speculation was confirmed. No wonder the couple Nap Lan Than had no choice but to stop in such a dangerous place. Time Tran nodded. Look at that nameplate. These skeletons are the assassins sent by Hao Thien Divine Sect. He suddenly exclaimed, this is. From the bushes a radiant purple pearl emerged. He recognized it at once. Overlord Demon Core. This demonic beast had even reached martial spirit level. Time Tran wondered why the Demon Core had existed for so long without being taken. He smiled. The Fang Wolves cannot absorb a high-grade Demon Core beyond their realm. Forcing it would make them explode and die. He casually picked up the gift of heaven and slipped it into his pocket, grinning. Then I will accept it without courtesy. Hearing movement behind them, the two turned around together. Their eyes lit up, smiling so wide they could not close their mouths. Heavens, we struck it rich. It turned out the Fang Wolves had dug up piles of gold and gleaming weapons. Time Tran hesitated and asked what to do with so much. He held up the ring and replied, those who see it get a share. Split it in half. Suddenly a Fang Wolf bit his trouser leg. He looked down in surprise, seeing its face full of anticipation. Its eyes shone like headlights, its tongue hung out greedily. He shook the ring before it. You want the spirit stones inside. You can absorb low-grade spirit stones. Casually tossed several rings into the air. In a blink the rings turned into a mountain of spirit stones. He shouted loudly, it is feeding time, kids. Time Tran tugged at his sleeve and softly called, Vu Qua. As the Fang Wolves chewed happily, she reminded in a low voice, this time do not take Hyatt Y Moan weapons to show off everywhere. He smiled and nodded, fine, but the money is split in half. Time Tran agreed and said she would sell the armor and weapons on the black market, then present them to Nap Lan Than. We should go. The trial is about to end. He was startled and dashed off like the wind, leaving her standing there stunned, almost forgot hurry. Elsewhere Tran hung unleashed a flaming palm and roared. Do you think life and death are yours to decide? Nap Lan Mong tilted her body to dodge the vicious strike. He suddenly appeared pale-faced and cried out, let us talk calmly. I am only an innocent passerby. Van Pham and Tay Mon Lang saw him and joyfully shouted, Brother Vu Qua. Nap Lan Mong turned her head, tears falling silently, whispering emotionally, Vu Qua. He rushed forward and hugged him tightly. I thought something happened to you. Time Tran stood watching while two other girls ran over calling senior sister Van. He took out the item he had just obtained and said to everyone, this is the demon core from the competition. Brilliant light flashed. Sect Master Tay Mon laughed loudly. It seems this year Tran Nguyen Tong has secured the top position. Just then he shouted loudly, Deep Quinn, you bastard, this debt is not settled. As a disciple of Tran Nguyen Tong you dare. Before he finished, Tran Hung cut in. He is no longer a disciple of Tran Nguyen Tong, but the son-in-law of Hyatt Y Mon. It is not your place to interfere. Tay Mon Lang angrily moved to chase, but was stopped by he. Tran Hung turned and left, calling his people to follow orders. Sect Master Tay Mon placed a hand on his shoulder gratefully. Many thanks, Prince Consort, for saving my disciple and my son. He praised him. From now on you are an honored guest of Tran Nguyen Tong. He humbly replied, it is an honor to cultivate alongside brother Tay Mon and senior sister Van. Tay Mon Lang stepped forward laughing in welcome. Time Tran said softly, this time we thank the Prince Consort. Meanwhile Time Tran noticed something unusual. She saw Nap Lan Mong standing behind he looking this way. Nap Lan Mong sensed an invisible threat, observed for a while, and silently confirmed the other's identity. Nap Lan Mong smiled gently yet firmly. This must be Sister Time Tran. When you are free, come visit Nap Lan Than. Time Tran calmly responded with provocation. The atmosphere instantly grew tense. Fine, I have long heard of your spear techniques. I also wish to learn. Nap Lan Mong smiled faintly and reminded you of just reached martial spirit. You may be injured. The air turned icy. He trembled caught between them. Time Tran asked bluntly, or are you afraid? Nap Lan Mong replied, I only fear you will be hurt. If you do not mind, we can spar next time. During conflict, he softly mediated. The weather is nice today, why not return to Nap Lan Than and have a bowl of noodles? Hearing that, both became angry at once, telling him to go back alone and keep quiet. He nodded repeatedly, fine, fine, I will go. Group set off. Nap Lan Mong walked beside Time Tran and asked from behind, I heard you and Tay Mon Lang have a marriage agreement. Time Tran answered frankly, yes, so what? I do not like him. Nap Lan Mong was slightly surprised. Even if it is an arranged marriage, Time Tran coldly affirmed not liking is not liking. Even gold or palaces cannot change that. Her gaze suddenly softened. The memory of he tending her wounds surfaced. If I like someone, then, even if he has nothing, I am willing to go far with him. Nap Lan Mong listened silently. Her expression dimmed. I admire you. As for me, I only have my parents' orders. Time Tran immediately reproached. That is why you were cold to him for 3 years. Truly cruel. Even if unintentional, it is the truth. Nap Lan Mong did not defend herself, but admitted, these past 2 months I saw him change. Suppressing rebellion, developing trade and agriculture, revitalizing Nap Lan Than. Hearing that, Time Tran grew angrier, tightening her grip on her sword and asking, so you changed your mind because of those things? She turned and looked straight at her, her deep blue eyes questioning. Do you like him as a person or like his ability and wealth? Question left Nap Lan Mong stunned, unable to speak for a moment. Time Tran took it as her answer and gently placed a hand on her shoulder. Then she left Nap Lan Mong and stepped forward, concluding, Sister Nap Lan, this competition is no longer necessary. Time Tran turned back with a gentle smile that stirred the heart. Victory and defeat are already clear. Nap Lan Mong understood and only pouted in annoyance. This girl has such a sharp tongue. At Han Ho Lao, the lights were dazzling. Luxurious lanterns hung everywhere. The stage beauties danced gracefully to the music, pink sleeves fluttering like fairies, captivating the audience. He was savoring delicacies when a beauty sat beside him. He greeted her. Miss Lin Lung, long time no see, still working at Han Ho Lao. Lin Lung poured wine and smiled charmingly. Where else would I go besides Han Ho Lao? Or does Lord Vu Qua wish to take this servant as a concubine? Van Pham was already drunk and babbling. Sister Lin Lung is beautiful and suits brother very well. Lin Lung had long been the top courtesan and had heard too many sweet words to believe them. Knowing his place clearly, the boss of thieves only let out a cold, mocking laugh. How would Noza dare dream of distant happiness? It was best to fulfill her duty as the successor madam of Han Hoa House. Luckily, Lord Hiu Wai intervened to save her in a moment of impulse. Otherwise, this small life would have long been gone. As she spoke, as if suddenly recalling something, Lin Lung abruptly moved close to Vu Qua, making his face flush red. Her voice soft and coquettish, right? Today No Ra came to see Lord Hiu Wai because there is another matter I wish to report. From a place difficult to mention, Lin Lung gently pulled out a token and lowered her voice to report secretly. This is something the sisters picked up while entertaining guests. Vu Qua took the token engraved with the 2 words Hyatt Y, his brows tightly furrowed. The blood-robed guards of Ngao Hyatt City. It seems they still refuse to let go. The drunken haze in Van Pham vanished instantly. He immediately confirmed, Big Brother, is it an enemy? Could it be the group that caused trouble at the tavern last time? The group began to enter the main discussion. Lin Lung understood that what she should not hear, she would not hear. You brothers continue drinking and discussing. If you need anything, just instruct the servants. Noza will take her leave first. Before leaving, she even deliberately paused to tease him with a sentence, Lord Lai. Tonight No Ra will not close the doors. Vu Qua was struck by the heavy hint, coughing a few times while pretending to be serious. Talk business, talk business. As for the 3 of Van Pham, they were already captivated by Lin Lung, their eyes turning into bright hearts. Miss Bok, be careful on your way. Turning to the main point, Vu Qua placed several rings on the table and assigned tasks in a low voice. Each of you take a storage ring. Inside are 10,000 low-grade spirit stones. Within 3 months, you must cultivate to at least the great martial master realm. Everyone immediately withdrew their playful expressions. Even Dai Cap, who had been infatuated with the top courtesan, listened seriously. Vu Qua nodded in satisfaction and continued. The blood-robe guards of Ngao Hyatt City number 20,000. Without increasing our strength, it will be difficult to confront them. After receiving orders, each person left Manhwa house. Vuquois still felt uneasy, so he reminded them once more. This matter concerns the survival of Nap Land City. You must absolutely not be lazy. Cap patted his chest in assurance. Big Brother can rest easy and leave it to us. Just as he was about to leave, suddenly a hand tugged at his sleeve. Vuquois startled and turned his head to ask, "Who is it?" Helpless yet frightened expression appeared on his face. Could it be that Nap Land Mong has come to seize him? It turned out to be Didnt. She smiled brightly. "Young master, I have been waiting for you outside the door for a long time." Recognizing someone familiar, he let out a sigh of relief. "Little girl, why did you come here?" Hearing that, Didnt blushed shyly, her hands twisting together. "I was worried about you, so I came, but seeing everyone inside embracing, I did not dare go in." Vuquois laughed helplessly without blaming her, even rubbing her head. "Silly girl, it is fine. Let us go back." Being patted on the head, she happily answered with a soft yes. On the way back, Vuquois gave Didnt an item like a necklace. "Little girl, inside are 500 snow spirit fruits. Remember to eat one each day." Receiving the gift, Didnt jumped with joy, raising both hands high. "Young master treats me so well." The two walked and chatted endlessly. Didnt turned to say, "Since eating the snow spirit fruits, I feel that just by breathing I can freeze water." Hearing that, he felt happy as well. "That is right. Keep eating and you will grow stronger." Didnt curiously asked, "If I become stronger, can I stay by young master every day?" Vuquois replied without hesitation, "Of course you can." While chatting happily, Didnt suddenly sensed something unusual. Her gaze immediately turned sharp and cold. He pulled his hand, her voice full of vigilance. "Young master, there are strangers following us." Vuquois calmly replied, "I noticed long ago. Little girl, do not be afraid. Let us enter the alley." The two stepped into the deserted alley together, while the suspicious group stood outside observing every movement. After reaching a certain spot, Vuquois and Didnt stopped at the same time. He suddenly spoke loudly, "I wonder which friend has been diligently following us. Why not show yourself so we may receive you properly?" The masked figures, having been discovered, no longer bothered to hide. "Not bad. I did not expect to be detected. Too bad. I originally intended to let you live a few more hours." Vuquois turned around, his expression gradually becoming cold and terrifying. "That line should be spoken by me to you." Curled his lips in disdain. "A bunch of rats from the blood robe sect." Hearing him call out their identity, those men were horrified. "Impossible. How did he recognize us?" Another man reassured his companions, "It is fine. Just a mere great martial master. Kill him and frame Tran Nguyen Tong." Vuquois could not be bothered to speak further, directly drawing his weapon. "If you want my life, then come and try." Rushed forward to engage in battle. Behind him, Didnt also intended to help. "Young master, let me assist you." With absolute confidence, Vuquois casually unleashed his moves. A few sword strikes turned them into roasted flesh. "Rats are for me to handle. Little girl, just hide and watch." The blood robe sect screamed in terror. "Damn it. How does he know our sect's secret art?" Vuquois winked, his eyes sparkling like a flirtatious rogue, turning to say to Didnt, "Little girl, you are my secret weapon. Before you mature, you must absolutely not take action." Those words stirred Didnt deeply. In her heart echoed the thought that she was young master's secret weapon. Filled with motivation, she puffed her cheeks like two buns, clenched her fists in determination. "All right, I will definitely eat more snow spirit fruits. Grow stronger soon to stay by young master." Meanwhile, Vuquois was still busy dealing with the sewer rats, coldly concluding, "Let me teach you a bit of the blood robe sect techniques." He unleashed the ultimate move, blazing blood slash, burning all opponents to ashes. The blood robe sect was completely wiped out. Only one was left for interrogation. He collapsed to his knees, his neck pressed close to Vuquois' sword. Vuquois spoke confidently, "I will give you a way to live. Tell me how many people of the blood robe sect remain in Nap Land City." That man did not answer, but suddenly grabbed the blade to end his own life, shouting loudly like a vow of loyalty, "Long live the blood robe sect." Vuquois' sword slashed down, ending him in an instant. Facing that gruesome sight, Vuquois hurried forward to cover Dint's eyes. I did not expect the blood robe sect to send death warriors this time. An ominous thought flashed through his mind. Wait, he killed himself so decisively. Could it be that there are even more blood robe guards in the city? Vuquois immediately showed a grave expression, pulling Dint to run. "Little girl, hurry, return to the residence at once." Seeing his urgency, she quickly followed behind. Young master, wait for me. The Napland residence was sunk deep in the silent night. Qua pushed the door open and entered, loudly asking with worry, wife, are you all right? She stopped writing and looked up at him in confusion. What is it? Took a deep breath to calm himself, wiping sweat as he said, it is nothing as long as you are fine. She picked up the sheet of paper and said, you came at the right time. I have something for you to see. He took it, smiling brightly. Wife, what treasure are you showing me? Seeing the content on the paper, Vu Qua's face turned pale, while Napland Mong coldly declared, you are expelled. The sheet of paper fell to the floor. Li Yuguo gritted his teeth tightly, slammed his hand heavily on the table, frowning as he questioned, what are you saying? She clenched her trembling hands, asking coldly in return, did you still not hear clearly? She angrily shouted, leaving him stunned. I only used you to rebuild Napland City. Now you are expelled. Today get out of Napland City for me. Do not ever return. Vu Qua could not believe it, telling himself to stay calm. Napland Mong is absolutely not a heartless person. What exactly happened? Better to play along for now. Ontiat anxiously interjected, young master, madam, what is going on? Is there some misunderstanding? Vu Qua's face turned resolute. Fine, no matter the reason, I agree. The two turned their backs and left. Quan Tiat looked back. Vu Qua urged, little girl, let us go. Napland Mong let her arms hang down, standing frozen in place for a moment. Gentle hand rested on her shoulder in reassurance. Sister-in-law, is it truly all right for you to do this? She spoke to explain. How is the situation with the news outside now? Van Pham folded his arms and calmly reported. The Blood Robe Guard assassin confessed truthfully. The Blood Robe Guards have split into 3 forces advancing by waterway, deep forest, and the southern border to attack Napland City simultaneously. They plan to launch a full assault in 2 days. The two exchanged silent glances. Van Pham continued. Unexpectedly, the Vu Doc sect has also dispatched 500 witchcraft masters. There are currently many martial masters and great martial masters in the enemy ranks, and even a few martial spirits have appeared. Napland Mong turned with a worried expression. This situation is even more serious than I initially thought. I only hope he can leave the dangerous place in time. Van Pham looked at her pensive face and gritted his teeth. Sister-in-law, actually Big Brother is very strong. If he joins the battle, we will certainly have a chance to win. She lowered her head and spoke her thoughts. It is not that I do not trust him. It is that I already owe him far too much. Napland Mong forced a smile as she turned away. Even if only this once, I want to protect him. The lamp on the table still burned. No matter what, he should not pay too high a price for Napland City. Van Pham, you and your wife did not come together easily. You should leave. Van Pham replied firmly, we are not afraid. This life was saved by Big Brother. Even if we only help him hold back the Blood Robe Guards for a short while, it is worth it. Joshi looked at her husband and nodded. Wherever you go, I follow. Napland Mong's eyes turned cold and resolute. For I will personally take Deep Quin's life. 2 figures hurried along. Quan Tiat weakly reminded, young master, walk slower. Seeing that his expression was not well, she quickly stepped forward to comfort him gently. Young master, do not be sad. Madam drove you away without reason, and that is her fault. Quan Tiat will always stay by your side. He stood in a daze, asking himself, why was he driven away? The plot should not have developed to this extent. He suddenly realized, striking his palm in self-reproach for being foolish. According to the original story he wrote, this should be the moment Deep Quin attacks Napland City. Frowned in thought. His actions forced Deep Quin to leave Chan Nguyen sect. It is very likely that he will soon attack Napland City in revenge. Napland Mong must have noticed the appearance of many Blood Robe Guards within the city. This thought, he suddenly halted. Wait. He immediately rushed toward the city gate. Quan Tiat hurried after him. He had already made a decision, hoping it would be in time. In 2 different places, both made up their minds, I must make the right choice. The mountain gate of Chan Nguyen sect. A crowd gathered holding weapons. Suddenly someone shouted loudly, where is the Blood Robe cannon? Thai raised his twin blades high and crossed his arms in provocation. Western Gate traitors of Chan Nguyen sect, listen well. The Blood Robe sect gives you half a watch to surrender and declare allegiance. We will withdraw the cannons. Nhi wore a silver mask covering her mouth and yawned. How boring. Sitting on horseback, she curled her lips. The Blood Robe sect is truly shameless. They did wrong, yet dragged our Vu Doc sect here to cause trouble. Thai roared angrily. Otherwise, do not blame me for being ruthless. Those around him were both wary and exasperated. NNHI observed carefully, "Father, this person looks truly frightening." A subordinate leaned close to whisper, "The Blood Robe sect is very strong after all. The sect master must have considered carefully before cooperating." She jumped down from the horse, as if having made up her mind. NNHI placed her hands on her hips decisively. "I am not needed here. I will go to Napland City to inform Li Yuguo." The subordinate panicked and grabbed her. "Eldest miss, you must not. The Blood Robe guards are trying to kill him." The subordinate was flustered, but Han Nhi only smiled calmly. "Do we not have you all to help conceal me? You come with me. The others follow the sect master's orders." She turned and left, leaving the subordinate so frightened he nearly cried. "Eldest miss, wait for me." Returning to the battlefield of Chan Nguyen sect, a man seated above spoke in a deep voice to the disciples. "The Blood Robe sect has already attacked the mountain." Imon Lang gritted his teeth in hatred. "These beasts dare strike straight here," Time Tran calmly suggested. "We can seek reinforcements from Napland City. There are more than 1,000 troops there." Sect Master Tay Mon clenched his sword and shook his head. "No, Napland City is only commoners and newly trained bandits with low combat strength. Zhu Zhengsheng is taking advantage of my serious injury to dominate the northwest." After speaking, he covered his mouth and coughed up blood. Everyone was horrified. Tay Mon Lang rushed forward to support his father. "Deep Quinn deserves death for causing father internal injuries. This grudge cannot be ignored." Time Tran asked, "Master, how should we respond?" Supporting the sect master, Tay Mon Lang shouted despite blood on his lips, "Pass down the order. Activate the Chan Nguyen sword formation. Disciples of Chan Nguyen sect fight to the death." 3 sticks of incense burned out. Thir Thai crushed them in his hand. "The time has come. It seems you have chosen the punishment wine." The cannons were raised simultaneously. Thir Thai shouted, "Fire." The great cannons fired directly at the sect protected by formation. Disciples quickly arranged the Chan Nguyen sword formation. Thir Thai sneered, "Chan Nguyen sect can still maintain this move." He drew his sword and spoke coldly, "If long range will not work, then close combat." Charged fiercely forward. Behind him, shield and sword wielders on horseback thundered ahead. Blood Robe iron cavalry charge. The defensive wall was pierced through, and they flooded inside. Both sides brandished weapons and clashed. Cries of killing echoed everywhere. Disciples fell one after another. Tay Mon Lang gritted his teeth in fury. Their numbers are at least over 10,000. The disciples shielded the 2 men. Time Tran urged anxiously, "Master, the losses are too great. We cannot prolong this. We should retreat to Napland City." He sighed. "It seems heaven intends to destroy Chan Nguyen sect." The sect master decisively ordered, "All disciples protect the core and break through to retreat to Napland City temporarily." 2 groups of disciples stayed behind to cover the retreat. All responded in unison, "We obey." Thir Thai slaughtered with bloodshot eyes, swinging his blade to kill one man trying to run. He laughed madly and pursued, "Keep dreaming." Twin blades slashed down at Tay Mon Lang. Time Tran cried out in alarm, "Senior brother!" The sect master shouted in terror, "Lang Nhi." Seeing Tay Mon Lang unable to avoid the strike, Time Tran shouted in panic, "Senior brother, master." The Chan Nguyen sect master shifted into place, using his sword to block one blade and gripping the other tightly with his hand. Knowing he could only hold on briefly, he coughed lightly and said, "Lang Nhi, lead them away quickly." Tay Mon Lang choked as he asked, though he already knew, "What about father?" Sect master understood there was no time. Despite the pain, he unleashed all his true chi. A radiant giant sword appeared behind him, distracting the enemy. He shouted loudly, "Go." Thir Thai also erupted with power, flames enveloping his body. He tightened his twin blades and sneered, "A wounded cripple still dares struggle." Chan Nguyen sect master did not answer, raising 2 fingers before his chest and intoning in a deep voice, "Chan Nguyen art." The giant sword behind him flared brilliantly, trembling violently before splitting into 100 small swords shooting toward the enemy. This move is also called One Thought Ignites. Only such destructive attacks could excite Thir Thai. Red streaks like blood vessels spread in his eyes as he laughed wildly in delight. "Excellent." As his words fell, Thir Thai stomped forward, twin blades spinning in his hands, a thick killing aura pressing down. This was his famed ultimate skill, demonic severing slash. 2 streams of destructive power collided violently, causing the ground to explode and stones to scatter everywhere. Nearby disciples of Chan Nguyen sect were thrown down by the aftershock, enough to show that both the sect master and Thir Thai possessed extraordinary strength. Dust billowed thickly and obscured all sight. The disciples of Tran Nguyen sect could only vaguely see two figures still standing firm facing each other. As the dust gradually settled, Third Thigh appeared with his abdomen hollowed out, his internal organs destroyed in the clash just now. Yet he focused solely on the battle and laughed wildly in praise. Ha ha ha, not bad, truly not bad. Facing him was Tae Mon sect master. He turned his back to the disciples. Two treasured blades pierced straight through his chest. Fresh blood poured out, soaking his robes red. Yet he still gripped the longsword tightly in his hand, choosing death over submission. Tears streamed down. He trembled and cried out in panic, "Father." A gentle breeze blew through, lifting the sect master's silver hair. Until the final moment he stood upright without kneeling, his lips trembling as he tried to call his son's name one last time, Lang Nhi. Sect master turned around, his eyes still shining as in his youth. Death had never frightened him. Yet tears fell because he knew he would never see Tae Mon Lang again. He spoke his final words, "I can only accompany you this far." Tae Mon Lang stood frozen at the sight, collapsing as he rushed toward his father but was held back by Time Tran. "Senior brother, go quickly. Do not let Master's sacrifice be in vain." He cried until his eyes were red and roared in anguish, "Father." Elsewhere he was leading Quan Tayet along. She looked around curiously and asked, "Young master, where are we going?" He answered gently, "We are almost there. Little girl, are you tired?" Quan Tayet widened her eyes and obediently shook her head. "I am not tired. As long as I am by young master's side, I will not feel tired anywhere." Suddenly a young girl's cry for help rang out, "Save me." Quan Tayet startled and looked around. He halted. Why does this voice sound so familiar? He followed the sound. Before him was Han Nha, and the people of Vu Doc sect surrounded by the Wolf King and Wolf Queen, unable to resist and only able to cry for help repeatedly. Seeing this, he immediately acted and spoke calmly, "Stop." Upon hearing the command, the two wolves instantly became as obedient as house dogs, sitting on the ground wagging their tails at him. Han Nha was overjoyed at being saved and even more excited upon recognizing him. Vu Qua big brother. He looked at her in surprise. "Is it not junior sister Han Nha? Why did you come to Lin Za Mountain without informing me so I could receive you properly?" Wolf Queen sat still only a few seconds before pouncing to lick him affectionately. Quan Tayet feared it might harm him and pulled back to keep her away. He could only stand helplessly and ask, "And why did you leave Hak Zam Forest to come here?" Han Nha mischievously raised her gourd and summoned the swarm of bees back, smiling as she explained, "Because my bees know the way. I was even wondering why you were not in Napland City." Without waiting for his reaction, she casually dropped the bad news. "It is fortunate you were not in Napland City. Chan Nguyen sect is about to be destroyed by the Blood Robe sect. The next target is Napland City." Hearing this, he was shocked and gripped her shoulders urgently. "What Chan Nguyen sect has been destroyed?" Han Nha remained calm and smiled. "Vu Qua big brother, do not be agitated. Let me finish." Han Nha slowly recounted the entire matter. 10 minutes passed in silence, enough time for Quan Tayet to lean against the Wolf King and Wolf Queen and doze off. After finishing, Han Nha winked and hugged his arm proudly. "Vu Qua big brother, I risked my life to bring you this news." He did not respond, merely stroking his chin in thought. The crisis of Napland City has arrived earlier than expected and has dragged in Chan Nguyen sect. 20,000 blood robe guards. The situation is more serious than imagined. It must be accelerated. Quickly decided, handed the demon core to her and said, "Junior sister Han Nha, thank you. You all wait for me here." Han Nha hugged the massive demon core with all her attention on it. Ignoring that he had already run off, he called back, "I am going to find a super helper." Only Quan Tayet watched him leave and clenched her fists in encouragement. "Young master, do your best." That day the sky was red as blood, fierce winds howled, as the flags of the Blood Robe sect fluttered wildly. Outside Napland City, an elite force of over 1,000 surrounded it tightly. A subordinate reported, "Sect master, the city walls are built with a strange, demonic technique. The Blood Robe cannon finds it hard to break through. The spirit stones consumed are enormous." Zhu Zhengsheng wore armor and rode his horse as he stared at the city, jerking the reins as he ordered, "Continue firing, continue blasting. I do not believe a small city cannot be broken." The soldiers answered in unison, "Yes." Deep Quinn stood beside him and, seeing the method unsustainable, said, "Father-in-law, I have a plan." Zhengsheng waved his hand. "Worthy son-in-law, speak your plan." Granted permission, Deep Quinn confidently laid out the strategy. attack the main gate head-on while erecting cloud ladders to force them to divide their defenses, then seize the chance to push the blood robe cannon within 100 meters and fire directly at the city. The strategy sounded reasonable, but Zhengsheng still hesitated over the civilians. Deep Quinn interrupted. If Nap Lan Mong loves her people, she will surely open the gates to surrender. If she stubbornly resists and lets the people suffer, then we will blow up the city. It was no different from a vicious scheme, yet Zhengsheng approved, killing intent rising as he waved his hand to order. Erect the cloud ladders. Without ruthlessness, one cannot be a true man. Watching the soldiers carry out the plan, Deep Quinn's smile deepened. He thought that dealing with Li Yuguo required no morality. As long as he won this battle, his status in Ngao Hyatt City would change. On the city wall, Nap Lan forces were divided evenly on both sides. Nap Lan Mong wore red armor and held a long spear while calmly observing. An Pham stood beside her, and seeing the wall withstand many rounds of cannon fire, praised, as expected of Big Brother, to obtain such miraculous material. Dai Cap laughed loudly in agreement. Indeed, this thing called cement is beyond imagination. The two laughed proudly. Dai Cap even went on praising the iron bars woven densely within the wall, costing he no small amount of effort. Nap Lan Mong struck her spear to the ground and reminded sternly, I have sent Zhou Shi to seek aid from Father King, but we must not be careless. Our main task is to hold the city and protect the civilians. Outwardly majestic and resolute, yet in her heart she was anxious for the man she loved, her gaze distant as she wondered where he was now and whether he was safe. Soldiers hurriedly reported, 5 parts of the civilians have been evacuated. On the way they encountered disciples of Chan Nuyen sect. Nap Lan Mong turned back in confusion. Why has Chan Nuyen sect appeared here? Tran appeared covered in grime. Having just heard that question, she led dozens of disciples and explained on behalf of them, Tay Mon sect master has died. We fled to Nap Lan City to seek refuge. We did not expect this place to also fall into danger. Hearing of the sect master's death, Nap Lan Mong looked at Tay Mon Lang with sorrow. Father gone and sect scattered. She sighed. If Nap Lan City falls, then the entire Northwest will fall into Zhu Zhengsheng's hands. Hatred surged in Time Tran. If Nap Lan City is lost, then revenge will be even harder. She quickly said, Sister Nap Lan, now we can only rely on you. Disciples of Chan Nuyen sect will devote ourselves to defending the city. Nap Lan Mong understood the burden on her shoulders and nodded lightly. Time Tran looked around and not seeing Li Yuguo asked, Where is Li Yuguo? Nap Lan Mong was not certain of his safety, but to avoid worrying Time Tran, she only said, He is very safe at the moment. The enemy army worked together to push the cloud ladder carts close. Nap Lan soldiers reported in alarm, This is bad. The enemy has suddenly intensified the attack. The cloud ladders were erected and enemy soldiers swarmed up. The situation grew increasingly dangerous as reports rang out. They want to scale the walls. Nap Lan Mong immediately ordered, use kerosene quickly. Absolutely do not let them climb up. We must hold out until reinforcements arrive. The soldiers hurried to prepare. Barrels of oil were pushed down. Flames burst in continuous explosions, burning the cloud ladders and the enemy soldiers climbing them. Zhengsheng's face darkened as he coldly remarked, Impressive, hiding such a formidable weapon. If he had this, then his forces would be even stronger. Ambition deepened in his eyes. Zhengsheng shouted greedily, Capture Nap Lan Mong alive for me. I must know how to produce kerosene. Cries of killing echoed across the battlefield. On Nap Lan City's side, they continued to hold the defense. Barrel after barrel of oil was thrown down to block the enemy. Nap Lan Mong anxiously observed the battlefield. Judging by the remaining oil, she did not know how long they could endure. Just as she felt her strength nearly exhausted, Zhou Shi suddenly returned and reported, County Princess, I am back. Nap Lan Mong urgently asked, Have reinforcements arrived? Zhou Shi panted and delivered the bad news. I was blocked by the eldest prince and nearly captured. I could not meet the third prince. Nap Lan Mong exclaimed in disappointment. How could this be? While discussing, Zhou Shi suddenly shot hidden weapons and shouted a warning. Sister-in-law, be careful. 2 darts struck the wrist and shoulder of the attacker behind Nap Lan Mong. She startled and turned around, blaming herself for carelessness. Outside the city, the enemy stepped on the corpses of their comrades to climb up. Our troops knocked them down layer after layer. They were like madmen unafraid of death. Curses rang out. The blood robe guards want to pile up bodies. We cannot hold them. Watching the bloody scene below, Nap Lan Mong's heart gradually calmed. She told herself that in truth she should have guessed from the beginning. Father sending her here meant he had already abandoned her. Then she understood, her eyes blazing with resolve. Fine then. For me now the most important thing is to protect the civilians of Naplan City. Naplan Mong took a deep breath. Her entire aura transformed. Disregarding dust and danger, she looked at the soldiers and asked loudly, "Generals and soldiers, are you afraid of death?" He burst into loud laughter. "Ha ha ha, what is there to fear about this wretched life?" Dai Cap laughed heartily as well. This old man still does not know what fearing death means. Righteous spirit seemed to strengthen Nap Lan Mong's resolve. She immediately ordered, "Good. Tran Lao Can and Ngu Nhi lead all elites to guard the city gate. Tran Long continue escorting the civilians to retreat." Everyone clearly received their tasks and nodded in compliance. Understood. At that moment an enemy suddenly lunged in a sneak attack. Nap Lan Mong shouted loudly, "I will hold him back. The rest follow me and vow to die defending the city. Fight to the last drop of blood. Kill." Time Tran swung her sword and slit the enemy's throat, her determined gaze fixed on Nap Lan Mong. Sister truly possesses extraordinary spirit. Disciples of Tran Nguyen sect will never retreat. The two women stood back to back in the battlefield, fully trusting each other with their rear. Nap Lan Mong tightened her grip on the spear, a faint smile curving her lips. "Then, little sister, let us compete." Time Tran replied confidently, "I will not lose." Two young women, one in red and one in purple, weapons in hand, rushed toward the light ahead and shouted together, "Then fight." At the same time, the enemy army had broken through the city gate. The massive log rammed repeatedly until the gate shook violently and gradually cracked. A large section of the gate shattered. Soldiers inside the city cried out in alarm, "This is bad." The broken gate boosted enemy morale. Zheng Sheng rode forward waving his sword and roared, "Charge quickly, seize the city, kill them all." The prolonged battle exceeded expectations and made Zheng Sheng impatient. The advantage leaned toward him, but delay could cause change. He shouted coldly enough, "Bring out the blood-eyed flood dragon." The smile on his face grew even more cruel. Today Naplan City must pay a heavy price. Groups of enemy soldiers began acting strangely. They carried massive heavy chains, dragging something enormous at the other end. Sure enough, a gigantic cage appeared. Inside was the blood-eyed flood dragon, its entire body pitch black, its crimson eyes filled with killing intent that made even the enemy troops tremble. Deep Quinn stood behind Zheng Sheng, stroking his horse's mane flatteringly. Father-in-law truly deserves the title king of the northern frontier. With this flood dragon breaking Naplan City requires no effort. Zheng Sheng laughed proudly. "I will let all the north know the fate of opposing me." He ordered spirit stone carts to be brought. 3 carts piled high were quickly pushed before the blood-eyed flood dragon. The flood dragon immediately struggled violently, roaring as it opened its blood-filled mouth. With one snap of its jaws, it swallowed all 3 carts along with the frames and crushed them to powder. On the city wall, the people of Naplan City stared down in horror. Could that be? After eating its fill, the blood-eyed flood dragon became extremely ferocious. It roared and unleashed an attack 10,000 times stronger than the blood-robe cannon. The attack tore through the air like molten lava and swept past Naplan Mong, dust filling the sky. Several Zhang thick city wall was like cotton before the flood dragon. With one strike, it destroyed the entire defensive structure built by he. Before anyone could recover, the blood-eyed flood dragon slithered forward, its massive body instantly climbing onto the wall. It opened its mouth and lunged, its sharp fangs capable of crushing anything. Naplan Mong faced it in despair, knowing she had no path of survival. Vu Qua, if there is another life. Her resolute face revealed a trace of softness. Tears fell silently like pearls. Even in despair she thought of he, hoping to meet again someday. At that life and death moment, the ground around suddenly trembled violently. The blood-eyed flood dragon was struck hard on the head and staggered sideways in pain. He appeared in time, standing atop the Dragon King Turtle, gripping his sword tightly and declaring loudly, "With me here, who dares touch Naplan City?" He stepped forward confidently. Behind him, Naplan Mong watched anxiously, her voice trembling. Vu Qua. The blood-eyed flood dragon roared and charged, mouth wide open and eyes blazing viciously. Naplan Mong held her spear ready, resolutely facing it without retreat. He suddenly turned and smiled. "Gui, did you miss me?" The Dragon King Turtle opened its majestic blue eyes and roared, "I have waited long enough. Do you still need to call me?" Turned back to his wife, leaving the blood-eyed flood dragon to the Dragon King Turtle. which charged and attacked, causing the flood dragon to howl. Nap Lan Mong asked in shock why he returned. He teased with a smile, "Wife, your acting was too poor." The crowd was shaken seeing the Dragon King Turtle appear. Unable to believe the spirit beast of Lin Za Mountain aided he. The blood-eyed flood dragon was completely suppressed. Amid the chaos, the couple remained tender. He placed his hand on her cheek gently. "You have worked hard, wife." He smiled and told her to return to guard the gate before decisively leaving. She watched with anxious and sorrowful eyes, softly reminding, "Be careful." He strode proudly toward the enemy, weapon in hand and steps steady. "Leave it to me." He sneered, "Is this the elite blood robe guard of the North? Merely this much." His cold gaze swept the crowd. Deep Quinn rode his horse and mocked, "You finally show yourself. I thought you would be a turtle forever." That villainous face is hateful wherever seen. Zhengsheng spoke arrogantly. "Even if the Dragon King Turtle helps, so what? It has been held back. We still have over 10,000 blood robe guards." He ordered the entire army to flood into the city. He smiled faintly. "These fools truly indulge in delusions." "Young master," a female voice rang from afar, accompanied by countless shadows rushing through the dust. It was Quan Tayat. She shouted loudly while riding a gigantic gray wolf, "I have arrived." Behind her followed a whole pack of ferocious wolves. Enemy soldiers turned pale. "We are finished." Before they could react, the wolves charged and knocked soldiers flying. Cries of fleeing echoed. "It is the Fang Wolves." Zhengsheng rode his horse, intending to trample the wolves rushing in. His face darkened and he frowned disdainfully. Mere Fang Wolves dare cause trouble. He raised his hand, gathering blazing red spirit power, his eyes changing color. Spirit power shot out violently as he roared, "Beasts die." A Fang Wolf was blasted far away. If it could speak, it would swear revenge. At that moment, a familiar voice sounded behind. "City Lord Li, your opponent is me." Wu Than suddenly rushed in to ambush Zhengsheng. A dirty move, yet effective. Zhengsheng blocked in time and gathered force to counterattack, scornfully cursing, "You overestimate yourself, but underestimating the enemy is a grave taboo." He was wrong. He used similar spirit power to counter and smiled as he reversed the situation. Two forces collided and exploded, their palms meeting like applause rather than combat. Zhengsheng widened his eyes in shock and gritted his teeth. "Impossible. You are only a great martial master. How can you withstand a peak martial spirit palm?" Only then did he fully unleash his strength and laughed slyly. "Wait, the real show has just begun." Blocked Zhengsheng's palm, creating immense pressure. The opponent immediately struck with another palm. "Let me see how long you can endure." The gap in cultivation caused he to be kicked far away by Zhengsheng. He struggled to keep his balance, sweat pouring down, inwardly cursing, "Damn it, my hands are completely numb." Luckily, he fully absorbed the serpent spring and smoothly stepped into peak great martial master. Only one step from martial spirit. Otherwise, he truly would not dare face him head-on. Zuya stood outside watching her father fight, filled with worry as she shouted, "Father, are you all right?" Deep Quinn stood beside his fiancée and added, "Father-in-law, let me teach that brat a lesson." Zhengsheng raised his hand to signal he was fine and said coldly, "I am fine. That brat may have blocked one palm, but he is absolutely not my opponent." Even reminded his future son-in-law, "Your old injuries are not healed. Just watch. Do not interfere." Hearing this, Deep Quinn felt belittled, anger blazing through his body. He found the scene amusing and thought, Zhengsheng acting like this is rather interesting. He opened the system to check. An information panel appeared. Villain aura 25% owner he, protagonist aura 90% owner Deep Quinn. He stroked his chin calculating. As expected, aura is tied to reputation. When Deep Quinn became son-in-law of Blood Robe sect, it rose to 95%. After failing to seize the city, it dropped to 90%. While I summoned the Dragon King, which greatly increased my prestige, so the aura rose to 25%. While lost in thought, Zhengsheng suddenly charged forward, his ferocious face rushing straight at him, intending to strike a killing palm. "I vous crois, hand over your life." He immediately drew his sword to block a palm strike from Zhengsheng, but the palm force pierced through his defense and struck his body, causing him to grimace in pain and spit blood. With another palm, Zhengsheng sent him flying for the second time. He flew even farther than before, crashing to the ground with a loud explosion, dust and smoke rising. People on the wall shouted anxiously, "Vu Qua, big brother." The elders on Zhengsheng's side seized the chance and charged together, ordering, "All elders obey and kill this man. Hang his head on the city gate." Van Pham saw the bullying by numbers and burned with anger. He gritted his teeth and cursed angrily. Despicable. Zhu Zhengsheng fears backlash and dares not use the blood Mang external art. So he lets the elders besiege Big Brother. Time Tran could not endure and drew her sword to leap down. I will help him. Time Tran jumped from above and landed beside him. He sat on the ground coughing violently. Cough, cough. I thought you met disaster at Chan Nguyen Sec. Time Tran replied coldly, are you hoping I die? He suddenly leaned close, making her blush. If you had died, I would certainly avenge you. Time Tran shyly turned her face away. HMPH. At least you can say something decent then. She hesitated briefly before asking softly, do you want to use that move? He answered without hesitation, of course, as he reached out to wrap an arm around Time Tran waist. Deep Quinn witnessed this and gnashed his teeth in jealousy, clenching his fists and cursing inwardly, shameless pair. Senior sister was originally mine. Tiffany sighed, hearing her fiancé say that left her heart empty, her eyes hollow as she thought perhaps Big Brother Deep never liked me. What he liked was only my family background. Meanwhile, he and Time Tran simultaneously executed the ultimate dual sword fusion. It was as if wings of light grew behind them as they charged straight at the elders. One sword slashed down and then another. The two cooperated seamlessly and swept away all the elders. Elders were horrified in disbelief, while Tay Mon Lang rejoiced. The power of this dual sword fusion far surpassed their realm. The Blood Robe sect remained arrogant. Someone shouted, no matter how strange the technique, it is only two people. We will take turns. Coward pushed the man beside him. Elder brother, your technique is profound. Please go first. The other immediately pushed back. We're the younger brother, you go first. Both sides shoved each other, unwilling to advance. He and Time Tran looked on in disgust and sighed. Blood Robe sect, you are nothing but turtles shrinking your heads. The Blood Robe sect master could not endure and roared, scaring the two disciples pale. All of you attacked together. He watched intently as if enjoying a farce, a satisfied smile on his lips. The two raised their swords in unison and advanced into battle. Now that is more like it. He used his familiar move and slashed fiercely. Unexpectedly, it was anticipated by the opponent, using the same move again. The enemy countered swiftly, forcing him into a disadvantage. That man seized the momentum and shouted, die. As the blade was about to slice across his abdomen, he thought, it is over. At that critical moment, Time Tran rushed in from nowhere and shouted, Vu Qua, be careful, pulling him back to his senses. She swung her sword in a clean, decisive slash, so fast that the opponent had no time to comprehend. His face filled with confusion. He sprang up and swept his leg, sending the remaining injured men flying. He stood proudly and declared, let me teach you what coordination is. Two streams of blue and pink light merged as blade and sword fused, knocking all opponents down. The ultimate move made the Blood Robe sect master frown in fury. What technique is this? Even a martial spirit expert cannot withstand 3 moves. Blood pooled on the ground and continued dripping without end. He said coldly, withdraw your troops at once. I may consider sparing you. Time Tran immediately objected, saying resentfully, no, he killed my master and countless fellow disciples. I will never spare him. The Blood Robe sect master sneered in reply, HMPH, if you wish then come, I will send you to reunite with your master. Suddenly a streak of light descended from the sky and struck the ground, making it tremble lightly. Time Tran recognized the person and her face changed. Not good. Why is it him? I'd never seen him and asked curiously, who is this? Before them stood Khan Thien, former sect master of Blood Robe sect, the one who once led the conquest of Ngao Hyatt City, his seasoned aura overwhelming. Zhengsheng hurriedly clasped his hands in salute and called respectfully, Father, I did not expect to trouble you to act. This child is ashamed. The old man snorted coldly without even looking. Pointed out, those 2 juniors are using a dual cultivation technique of male and female swords. One alone cannot unleash it, but together its power surpasses. Khan Thien smiled arrogantly. Unfortunately, I am not one without fairness. You lovers dare to compete with me. If I lose, I will withdraw the army at once. As he spoke, his expression grew more vicious. If I win. Khan Thien curled his lips in excitement. Then you must hand over this dual cultivation technique to me. He inwardly fumed. This old fox gains advantage either way. Khan Thien is a martial king, but the Ling Xing affection art is also extremely formidable. Time Tran whispered, Vu Qua, this technique is priceless. This deal is too disadvantageous. He closed his eyes and gritted his teeth. Fine, then let us have a match. Time Tran glanced quickly toward the voice, his gaze meeting Vu Qua. He steadied himself and placed a hand on her shoulder to reassure her, saying he understood that she wanted revenge. But the situation of Nap Lan Than and Chan Nguyen Tong was not promising. If they exhausted everything for revenge, the losses would only be greater. It would be better to preserve whatever they could. Con Thien shouted excitedly, "Good." His eyes flashed as he swung his great blade and charged straight at her. "Then I will deal with you first." Time Tran was startled. Vu Qua drew her blade to block the strike, her resolute face gritting her teeth as she reminded him to be careful. The old man leapt back, while he held his sword and stood in front to shield her. Con Thien curled his lips as he sized him up from head to toe. "The blade in your hand is indeed a fine weapon." Vu Qua's eyes were resolute, her brows tightly furrowed, both hands gripping her sword amid the blood as she thought that the strength of a martial king was truly domineering. Time Tran gripped his sword and looked straight ahead, apologizing for his brief distraction, then smiled and turned to say he had not yet reached the martial spirit realm, inadvertently holding her back. The two exchanged determined glances. He said in a low voice, "Let us charge together." Immediately after, both of them swung their weapons and rushed forward at the same time, blade and sword moving as one. Con Thien's face darkened, his aura erupting into a barrier as he executed the Blood Demon External Art Blood Barrier to block the attack. Yet that violent surge of spiritual power still sent both of them flying back. The subordinates behind him cheered excitedly. The sect master is truly imposing. Ran Hung crossed his arms and laughed smugly with his eyes closed. It seems father has broken through to Martial King. In all of Tak Bak there is no longer an opponent. Deep Quinn beside him also laughed loudly. Lai Vu Qua is certain to die today. Tay Mon Lang exclaimed anxiously that this was bad. Junior sister Van might not be able to hold on. Van Pham turned and asked urgently why. Tay Mon Lang widened his eyes in irritation and explained that the opponent's technique consumed vital energy to unleash tremendous power in a short time. But it could not be sustained for long. Moreover, junior sister Van had fled pursuit day and night without even a sip of water. Con Thien excitedly swung his blade to slash down. He immediately raised his sword to block. Without stopping, that man spun and launched a vicious kick. Both sides continuously unleashed rapid and relentless moves. His entire body erupted once more with an immense surge of power. Sweat poured from Time Tran as he inwardly cried that this was bad. No matter which direction he attacked, he could not break through. This was the true strength of a martial king. Standing within the barrier, Con Thien smiled in appraisal. A great martial master and someone who has just entered martial spirit holding out against me this long is worthy of praise. He threw his head back and roared, "Do you know why a martial king is called king?" His eyes blazed as he bared his teeth in a grin and a giant serpent took form. "It is because of bloodline materialization. Let me show you true power." Qua frowned solemnly. Time Tran beside her whispered with slight, "Chita, Nus." Not to be afraid, he felt they had touched the key to twin wings soaring together. Recite the incantation together. If they comprehended the second layer, there would still be hope of victory. The two clasped each other's hands tightly, their hearts gradually merging as one. Both closed their eyes, blue and violet radiance emanating from their bodies, their harmony deep as if questioning the heavens. Con Thien and the brown serpent stared in bewilderment at the scene, facing life and death yet still holding hands and showing affection, truly treating me as heir. Did not hesitate and charged forward. The serpent opened its jaws wide in a sneak attack. Letting the pair of lovers die together could be considered a good deed on my part. Two streams of force collided violently against the barrier. Con Thien's eyes bulged in disbelief as he roared that this could not be happening. Vu Qua revealed a proud expression with her hands behind her back as a pair of wings spread open. Time Tran also stared forward firmly, wings likewise appearing behind her. Vu Qua discovered she was in a different space and thought in shock that she had comprehended the second layer, and Time Tran was the same. She on the other side was in a similar state. Vu Qua rubbed her eyes and turned her head, thinking that the girl's figure was truly perfect. He flushed bright red, so excited that his nose began to bleed, hastily raising his hand to cover it. Time Tran's cheeks reddened as she shyly covered herself and cursed him for being shameless. Vu Qua turned away clutching her head and wondered if after comprehending the second layer their minds had become connected. Crossed his arms with a red face. his improper gaze imagining the young girl in white undergarments, thinking that Time Tran's smooth skin made one want to kiss it. Then Vu Qua knocked repeatedly on his own head, forcing himself to stop and not think nonsense. Time Tran lowered her head shyly to shield her body, thinking that after being seen like this, who would she marry in the future? Perhaps he would have to take responsibility. He straightened up with an awkward smile at the thought of being scolded by her, then told himself to focus on the enemy. Returning to reality, the two were already hovering in midair. Thien pointed his blade wrapped in spiritual power and shouted, "No matter what demonic trick you use." He and the serpent lunged fiercely forward, yet still could not suppress my blood python. The eyes of the two erupted with power, their expressions resolute. Thien slashed toward Time Tran. She swung her sword to block. Vu Qua immediately stepped forward to cover her so she could fly higher. She revealed a look of astonishment, so everything Vu Qua said was true. Behind her, a blazing golden vermilion bird appeared. My bloodline is indeed the divine bird, vermilion bird. The two hovered in the air. He pointed at himself and smiled proudly, saying he had never deceived her. It seemed they could smoothly execute the second layer technique, passionate lovers in harmony. Both of them leapt and shot straight forward, their sword tips aimed at him and the serpent. Paired wings soaring together appeared, causing Thien to panic. His eyes bloodshot as he roared, "How could this be? How could you possess the vermilion bird bloodline?" The two immediately split apart to strike from opposite angles. Their blades tore through the air and severed the serpent tail, crushing his attempt to escape and leaving the old man completely unable to react. Thien gritted his teeth and shot an angry glance, blood still pouring out, yet he forced a smile and raised his sword, saying that the higher the cultivation realm, the deeper the bloodline connection. If the bloodline was wounded, then the body would suffer severe injury as well. Do not think I do not know. Qua spread his wings and dove down to unleash an attack, yet the old man had already opened a defensive formation screen beforehand. Thien lowered his head and tightened his grip on his weapon, fury erupting violently. This absolutely could not continue like this. That man's eyes were icy and sharp as blades, killing intent thickly radiating. "You cannot possibly suppress me." Thien roared in a frenzy, both hands gripping the saber and lifting it high. Spiritual power surged and enveloped his entire body, coiling around the blade. "It was you who forced me to unleash this killing move." That man raised the great saber high behind his head, his eyes flashing with ferocity, his face filled with killing intent as if to devour life itself, shouting that you should hand over your lives. "I am the martial king." Thien slashed down fiercely. The ground trembled, earth and water shot into the sky. Blood energy surged like a sea of blood beyond the law. Two of them simultaneously sensed something wrong. He softly said, "This is bad," and she immediately replied that Vu Qua was risking his life against us. On the city wall, the crowd activated the formation in unison. A massive stream of blue spiritual power spread out to mend the gap. Everyone shouted to quickly form a protective array for the citizens inside the city and hold this attack steady. The two gritted their teeth and steadied their resolve, straining to swing their swords to block the strike. Vu Qua shouted for them to pour all their vital energy into the tips of their weapons. Vu Qua and Time Tran crossed swords to resist. The force of the collision blasted the ground into countless fragments that scattered everywhere. From behind the barrier of the city wall, everyone witnessed a heaven-shaking explosion. Thick smoke billowed and rolled upward, completely obscuring their sight. Nap Lan Mong stood within the blue barrier clad in armor. She bit her lip and frowned in extreme worry, silently praying in her heart that he must survive. After the explosion, the smoke gradually dispersed. Everyone stared tensely, waiting to see who would claim the final victory. Qua and Time Tran were no less anxious, both severely wounded and utterly exhausted. If they lost this battle, then Nap Lan City would surely be leveled. Then the scene that appeared struck the blood-robed guards like lightning. They cried out in shock, "Sect Master!" The great saber was embedded halfway into the ground. Thien had been blasted away by terrifying vital energy, only his right hand still tightly gripping the hilt. Tran Hung let out a gut-wrenching scream and cried out, "Father!" His eyes bulged with fine red veins surfacing. Tight Nai beside him stood frozen in fear. Even his grandfather and Deep Quinn nearby could not hide their horror. Vu Qua looked at them coldly without a trace of mercy, his voice firm as he declared that victory and defeat had been decided. "Why do you not withdraw your troops at once?" Time Tran leaned in his embrace, her gaze steady as she looked straight at Tran Hung without fear. Tran Hung trembled in rage and collapsed before the saber, grinding his teeth as tears streamed down. In his shattered eyes lay an irredeemable hatred. He hissed that you dared to kill my father. He calmly looked at him and replied that a life and death duel was decreed by fate. If I had been the one to lose, the outcome would have been no different. His eyes darkened, understanding that argument was useless. He could only swallow his hatred. Vuquan narrowed his eyes and sneered provocatively. What is it? If you are still unconvinced, I am ready to let you taste that move again. Tran Hung turned to look at his two children and the soldiers behind him, his teeth still clenched, clearly unwilling to accept it. In the end, he realized he was no match. Bitterly picking up the great saber, a rare tear rolled down his gaunt face. Then he ordered the blood-robed guards to retreat. Nap Lan Mong stood atop the wall looking down. Below, Tran Hung and the blood-robed guards departed one by one, leaving only Vu Qua and Time Tran leaning against each other. He trembled and revealed a relieved smile. The battle had drained him completely. Only after the enemy left did he exhale and say they finally left. Both were utterly spent and could no longer support themselves, collapsing unconscious. Seeing this, Nap Lan Mong hurriedly rushed down, anxiously calling his name, Vu Qua. Not long after, in the healing room where he rested, she drifted into thoughts about the Tender Affection Sutra, wondering whether he truly felt that Van Kim Tran was more important than her. Yet in the end, she only wished for him to wake soon. As soon as she thought of it, his eyes flickered open, sweat drenching him. Seeing this, she tearfully called his name in joy. He looked toward her, dark circles under his weary eyes, his hoarse voice trembling as he said, "We won." She immediately clasped his hand happily and softly replied, "Yes," a reassured smile blooming. At that moment, Time Tran and Quan Tiat entered. Time Tran gently asked that Vu Qua, you are finally awake. You were unconscious for 7 days and 7 nights. Quan Tiat rushed forward and threw herself into his arms, crying uncontrollably, saying she almost thought he would never wake. She forgot he was injured and made him cry out in pain as he complained that the wound hurt too much. Nap Lan Mong turned to look outside and suddenly remembered something, asking if he wanted to go out since everyone was very worried. He rubbed Quan Tiat's head as she lay like a kitten on his lap. She sobbed and mumbled that she would help him walk. He walked out with the 3 young women. From left to right were Nap Lan Mong, Vu Qua, Quan Tiat, and Time Tran. He looked at the shattered city wall with a massive hole and felt heartache. All the effort to build it strong had vanished in an instant. At this moment, many people rushed over from all directions, each of them brimming with undisguised joy as they quickly surrounded him. Cheers resounded endlessly, calling Lord Hiu why a great hero, praising that he had awakened and was incomparably formidable. Their eyes now filled only with admiration instead of former disdain. Nap Lan Mong smiled proudly at him, thinking that without Vu Qua, Nap Lan City would likely have perished. From now on, no one would dare call him top scorer king again. He became the hero who saved the city. Amid the thunderous cheers, everyone lifted him high. Vu Qua smiled in satisfaction as if finally acknowledged. Long Vuongqui appeared displeased and protested sulkily. Vu Qua chuckled and added a condition that for the sake of defending the city it would increase by 1 barrel each day. Long Vuongqui immediately agreed to 3 barrels of dried fish per day. Vu Qua waved with a bright smile to seal the deal, calling Ngu Nha to take senior Long Vuongqui to help rebuild the city wall. Ngu Nha carried 3 barrels of dried fish away and responded loudly. Long Vuongqui disappeared with Ngu Nha. Vu Qua burst into tears and lamented that this trip had truly drained him dry. Suddenly, a gentle hand rested on his shoulder. He turned and saw Time Tran standing with hands on her hips smiling, saying she had sold all the magical artifacts and treasures for him, then asked him to guess how much they earned. Vu Qua sadly shed tears and asked how much. Time Tran took out a bag of low-grade spirit stones, clearly stating there were 5 million taels of silver and 100,000 pieces of low-grade spirit stones. It seemed the capital had been recovered. Vu Qua lifted a spirit stone in astonishment and said there were truly many. This time expanding the city would be enough in both manpower and funds. Nap Lan Mong smiled and suggested renaming the city since everything had to begin anew. He propped his chin in thought, then said to rename it Thien Lang City. Tay Mon Lang immediately raised his thumb in praise for the good name. After that, he clasped his hands respectfully before Vu Qua and said that Chan Nguyen sect had been destroyed. He and his fellow disciples had decided to join Thien Lang City. He happily looked at Tay Mon Lang, and said with Chan Nguyen sect assisting, Thien Lang City would surely prosper. It could even merge sect and city like Hyatt Y sect. Vu Qua suddenly remembered something and thoughtfully mentioned that Hyatt Y sect still could not be taken lightly. Looked up at the blue sky where flocks of birds spread their wings, sunlight shining on his face. If using ordinary methods to raise Thien Lang City's strength it would take more than 5 years. It seemed necessary to innovate, and he wondered whether the letter to Ngao Hyatt City had arrived yet. The sun gradually climbed to its zenith in the vast sky. The man holding the letter trembled with anger, sneering as he cursed that the bastard Li Vu Qua was truly bullying others too far. Tran Hung flew into a rage and threw the letter to the ground, not expecting him to even dare send a letter demanding repair fees. This brat wanted to anger me to death. Deep Quinn lowered his head and said that such an unreasonable demand could absolutely not be accepted. Tran Hung's face darkened with fury as he shouted that now it was a matter of strength speaking. It was not your place to object. Everything was caused by you, and you must bear the greatest responsibility for this defeat. Deep Quinn clasped his hands and bent forward to explain that he could not have foreseen it. He had not expected Li Vu Qua to have ties with a fierce beast like Long Vuong Kui and that strange cultivation technique. Tran Hung stepped forward one pace at a time, pressing toward him. Killing intent surged violently. If you did not grasp the intelligence and the overall situation then, what gave you the confidence to declare you would breach Nap Land City and Chan Nguyen sect? Deep Quinn turned pale in fear. Could it be that you truly did not know how powerful that place was? He trembled and stammered in admission. I truly did not know. Tran Hung glared at him fiercely. I suspect there is a spy within Ao Hyatt City. Deep Quinn, you will investigate immediately. You no longer need to manage the blood-robed guards. I will hand them to someone else. You only need to behave and live quietly with Nai. Deep Quinn had no choice but to bow his head and reply, yes. Fury rose in his eyes as he thought that Tran Hung had completely lost trust in him. The more he explained, the worse it would become. Tran Hung said nothing more and walked straight past. Deep Quinn stood still thinking. Was the favor of marrying his daughter genuine, or merely because he still had some value left to exploit? Thinking of Vu Qua and Time Tran entwined together, Deep Quinn trembled with rage, grinding his teeth as he wondered why she chose that useless Li Vu Qua. In what way was he superior to me? Deep Quinn's patience had run dry. He drew his sword and said he had always respected Tran Hung as a father-in-law, but everything was forced by him. Tran Hung started and turned back asking, what do you mean? He replied coldly that he had long known he was not trusted. Tran Hung's recent weakness was not merely due to worry. Tran Hung you. Deep Quinn revealed a sinister smile and slowly unsheathed his sword. 3 days ago I secretly laced the spirit medicine that boosts vital energy with poison. Now you can no longer circulate your vital energy, can you? Tran Hung fell backward in panic, hastily seeking peace and saying he had investigated his background. That jade pendant belonged to the Deep family among the 5 great clans of the capital. As long as you acknowledge your kinship, your future would be limitless. Quinn narrowed his eyes at him, then sheathed his sword and asked, really? Tran Hung forced a smile to affirm it and said he would support him with all his strength. Deep Quinn mocked that if so, why did you not say it before? Were you afraid that if I left you would lose the backing of the Deep family? Tran Hung awkwardly turned his face away. Deep Quinn curved his lips in a cold smile and said he was someone who always repaid favors. His face was covered in icy killing intent. I will be generous and leave you an intact corpse. Deep Quinn took a pillow and pressed it firmly over Tran Hung's face. He could only let out muffled groans. Tran Hung trembled and tried to push the pillow away with his hands, but his strength gradually faded. This moment Deep Quinn looked utterly terrifying, his eyes filled with delight at Tran Hung's helpless struggle. He unleashed his power, condensing it into a small sphere of blood. The blood demon forbidden art was sinister, yet could directly devour another's cultivation. Truly a shortcut to increasing strength. His eyes flashed with greedy light. He struck a palm toward the door, creating a small explosion as camouflage. Deep Quinn drew the sword hidden within his robe. Without hesitation, he stabbed it straight into his own leg, fresh blood immediately splattering. He began acting, clutching his leg and screaming in pain as he called for help. Tight Y and the soldiers rushed in anxiously asking what happened. Brother Quinn, how are you? Quinn held Tran Hung's corpse and trembled as he said that Li Vu Qua had led assassins in, taking advantage of his unpreparedness to kill his father-in-law and wound him. Didnt panicked and cried out for her father. Deep Quinn pulled her into his arms to comfort her, saying this hatred must be avenged. But for now they could not leave the city, fearing it was a scheme to lure the tiger from the mountain. Didnt was grief-stricken without the slightest doubt, only clinging tightly to him and calling Brother Quinn. Deep Quinn's gaze quietly lowered to her. Like a bloodthirsty vampire, he stared at Didnt, a strange desire rising within him to bite through her neck and drain her fresh blood. Late at night at the Van family in the capital, half a month later, a voice reported that Kim Tran indeed carried the vermilion bird bloodline. It seemed there had been a misunderstanding before. Van Ha raised his cup with a satisfied smile. My daughter is indeed not a useless one. Van Lao Nhi laughed loudly and said the messenger was the legitimate son of the Deep family, not yet 20 and already at the martial spirit realm. At the stone table, 4 people raised their cups and conversed. Van Ha asked in surprise whether this news came from the Deep family. Van Lao Nhi confidently confirmed and recounted the background of the child who had fled to the northern frontier years ago. Van Ha set his wine cup down heavily and stood up, giving orders to prepare. He wanted to personally go to the northern frontier. Everyone answered yes. He looked up at the night moon, half veiled by clouds, birds circling in the sky. It seemed the 5 great clans of the capital were due for a reshuffle. Flames blazed into the night atop the roof of a grand residence. Time Tran was cultivating her technique, power condensing into a pair of blazing fire wings. She closed her eyes to sense it. The mutated vermilion bird bloodline greatly strengthened her, tripling her speed of absorbing spiritual energy. Suddenly a voice of praise sounded. Time Tran opened her eyes to look. Turned out to be Nap Lan Mong smiling as she spoke. Time Tran replied that she could not sleep. Nap Lan Mong sat beside her and asked why she was not tending to Vu Qua, who was recovering. She said sadly that she no longer had the right because before the blood-robed sect attacked the city, she had given him a letter. Nap Lan Mong recounted the past with lingering regret. Time Tran listened, then advised that Vu Qua was someone who valued love and loyalty toward his wife. Nap Lan Mong's eyes were filled with sorrow as she admitted the better she was treated, the more guilty she felt, because Vu Qua's father, Lai Quang Engia, had died at the hands of her own father. Seeing her stand up, Time Tran hurriedly comforted her, saying that was a matter of the previous generation and had nothing to do with her. Beneath the bright moon, Nap Lan Mong anxiously asked whether after learning the truth Vu Qua would hate her. Time Tran calmly replied that he would not. He distinguished clearly between gratitude and resentment. Nap Lan Mong exhaled softly, saying, "Thanks to you, my heart feels much lighter." Time Tran stood and extended her hand, saying, "If you have given him a letter of separation, then the 2 of you are no longer husband and wife." Nap Lan Mong froze and called her name. 2 looked at each other as their auras flared. Time Tran crossed her arms in challenge, saying, "From now on we compete fairly." Nap Lan Mong placed her hands on her waist and accepted. The sky was clear and blue. Vu Qua pulled his collar and sneezed, thinking he still could not break through the barrier, only 1 step away from martial spirit. He stepped outside, stroking his chin in thought, hearing that Tai Mon Lang had used spirit stones to successfully break through. Qua held his head and lamented inwardly. Could it be that only I remain lagging behind? Passing by, he saw Nap Lan Mong and Time Tran chatting intimately. He thought in surprise, when did they become so close? Vu Qua frowned and told himself it was best not to guess a woman's thoughts. Guess wrong, and the 2 might join forces to deal with me. Suddenly Van Pham hung upside down from above and poked his head out to report new information that Ngao Hyatt City was empty. He widened his eyes in shock and cried out in alarm. He leapt down and hurriedly told him to wait before continuing. Van Pham recounted that 7 days ago Deep Quinn had led the blood-robed sect to move all assets away from Ngao Hyatt City, more than 300 carts in total. He frowned in confusion, because the strange thing was that Didnt Tran Hung had died. Vu Qua crossed his arms and paced thoughtfully. It made no sense because Didnt Tran Hung was at the peak of martial spirit, asking whether they had found out Deep Quinn's direction. Van Pham replied that he was likely heading to the capital. He suddenly understood and frowned in thought. If it followed this line, then it was very likely that Deep Quinn had discovered his true background. The situation seemed far from good. Full moon hung high in the sky. Within the city, countless shadows moved faintly. Dark figures landed on the ground. Van Ha clasped his hands behind his back and smiled with smug satisfaction. I had long heard Nap Lan City was ruined and dilapidated. Seeing it with my own eyes now, it is indeed true. My daughter actually lives in a place like this. The subordinate beside him bowed respectfully and reported that he had just returned from Chan Nguyen sect and it had already become ruins. Van Lao Nhi followed behind with calculating eyes and said it seems the report was not false. I heard this place is also managed by Nap Lan Mong, the daughter of the third prince. Van Ha replied coldly, an illegitimate child is not worth mentioning. An armored soldier appeared, holding a lantern and gripping a long sword with a stern expression. Beside him, a white-furred dog bared its fangs and growled fiercely. Who dares trespass into Thien Lang City, tired of living? Van Ha cast a contemptuous glance, yet maintained his imposing bearing. Boy, do you know who I am? Soldier frowned and shouted angrily. The county princess Nap Lan has ordered that regardless of who it is, they must present documents at the city gate. Trespassing is strictly forbidden. Someone whispered that trouble had come again. Van Lao Nhi rushed forward and struck a palm straight into the soldier's chest. His eyes bulged as he spat blood and collapsed. Die. The soldier lay sprawled on the ground, a palm print clearly imprinted on his chest, blood pouring from his nose and mouth. The dog beside him howled miserably in alarm. A blade flashed and slashed across, sending the dog's head flying. Van Ha frowned with disgust. This Thien Lang City truly makes one nauseous. Vu Qua lay on the bed resting on a bamboo pillow, sweat soaking him, restlessly thinking what could be happening in the middle of the night, then suddenly jolted with a sense that something was wrong. Vu Qua hurried outside, throwing on his robe. Seeing the black dog barking nonstop, he thought this was Thien Lang's warning signal. Something must have happened. Vu Qua mounted the large dog and sped off, thinking that if Deep Quinn had learned of his deep family background, then it was very likely the Van family had also learned about Time Tran's bloodline. His expression darkened, sensing that tonight's disturbance was certainly related to the Van family. Arriving before the city gate, he saw a group of soldiers holding weapons blocking the way. Qua pushed the soldiers aside and asked irritably, "Who are you people?" Van Ha stood beneath the moon with hands behind his back and smiled arrogantly. "The one who should ask is you. Do you think you are worthy to question my identity?" Time Tran stepped out from behind and called in shock, "Father, why have you come here?" The soldiers immediately stepped aside. Vu Qua froze and looked over Father. Van Ha smiled at her and said, "Good daughter, I did not expect you to have reached the martial spirit realm. Why have you not returned home?" His expression softened. "I once said that as long as you step into martial spirit, the engagement with that small sect can be completely annulled." Time Tran replied with faint sadness, "If it was only for this matter, a carrier pigeon would have sufficed. Why must Father personally come?" Van Lao Nhi spread his arms boldly and laughed loudly, recounting the early glory when the 5 great clans gathered with blazing spiritual aura. He recalled how the 5 great clans founded Thien sect. The Van family and Deep family were meritorious founders. The Van ancestor held the vermilion bird bloodline. He turned impatiently and ordered the disciples to clasp hands toward Time Tran. "Niece, let us go. This tattered place is not worthy of you. For the sake of raising you, we will leave 10,000 low-grade spirit stones." Time Tran lowered her head and said coldly, "What do you take me for? Back then you exiled me to the northern frontier, no different from abandonment. If I were still the former golden vermilion bird, would you have appeared?" Van Ha frowned and stood straight, replying sternly, "Everything is for the family's benefit. You are my daughter, so you must obey arrangements." Trin Tao turned pale and stepped forward, trembling while holding her pregnant belly. The surrounding soldiers were stunned. "Lord of my house, what happened to you?" She embraced the dead soldier's body. The other soldiers immediately became alert. Vu Qua spoke to stop them, saying that Lord Van Ha had just arrived and killed a man of Thien Lang City named Trin Hao. He had a wife at home. Trin Tao hugged her husband and cried bitterly. Van Lao Nhi crossed his arms indifferently. She choked and asked, "Do you not feel the slightest guilt?" Van Lao Nhi frowned in disgust and took out a gold ingot, throwing it down, saying, "If a commoner dies, compensation is enough. Is one cauldron of gold enough? Take it and get lost." The crowd roared in anger. "Is a human life not worth this lump of gold?" With reddened eyes, Trin Tao rushed forward, grabbing Van Lao Nhi's hand, screaming for her husband's life. The ragged woman desperately struggled with him. Van Lao Nhi glared angrily and shouted, "Filthy woman." He raised his hand and slapped her hard, sending her tumbling, saying coldly this brocade robe was tailored in the capital. Trin Tao fell to the ground, blood flowing from her eyes, nose, and mouth. The soldiers cried out in shocked fury, asking whether these people had any reason left. Crowd clenched their fists with tears in their eyes. Trin Hao had been righteous and devoted to his family, yet died unjustly, leaving behind a 5-year-old orphan. Vu Qua bit his teeth in suppressed rage, sweat pouring down. Thinking the Van family head's strength was too great, at least martial emperor. One person alone could slaughter the entire city. If anyone made a move, the city's people would hardly survive. Crane spread its wings and landed. Van Lao Nhi asked niece, do you truly not wish to follow us? Time Tran calmly replied she was not a tool and wanted to stay in the northern frontier. The surrounding soldiers were astonished. Van Ha frowned and let out a low shout. Behind him, blazing flames gathered. Is it because you cannot bear to leave someone here? Time Tran suddenly understood and turned to look at Vu Qua, answering awkwardly, no. Time Tran stepped forward and embraced Van Ha, saying she would return with him, but he must promise one thing. He smiled and replied that whatever she wanted he would grant. Time Tran clenched her hands and choked that her benefactor Te Mon Engich had been killed by the blood-robed sect, and she was unwilling to accept it. Van Ha replied indifferently it was merely a small sect. Third and fourth handle it. The two behind bowed to receive the order. The two immediately flew away. Van Ha raised his hand and said to her, what you wanted is done. Good daughter, let us depart. Soldiers roared angrily that after killing someone they wanted to leave. Vu Qua remained silent and raised his hand to stop them, telling them to maintain order and let them go. Someone called out aggrievedly Lord Hiu, but his hand trembled. Trin Hao had acted first. Van Lao Nhi laughed heartily, praising him for knowing his place. Van Ha added, so you are the son of demons subduing General Lai Quang Engia. Vu Qua replied briefly, it is indeed I. Van Ha glanced disdainfully and said, what a pity you are only a great martial master. The peerless demon-subduing general produced such a mediocre son. But I still have a few things to ask. Escort us for a while. Vu Qua lowered his head and followed, replying, yes. The soldiers murmured in disappointment, thinking Lord Hiu had also bowed to the powerful. No different from Lai and Gok Duan. Vu Qua flew behind together with Time Tran. Mid-air Time Tran. Van Ha and Van Lao Nhi seemed to exchange glances. The two nodded slightly, as if making a secret decision. Suddenly Van Lao Nhi charged straight toward Vu Qua. Without a word, he gathered force and struck a powerful palm into his chest, leaving him no time to react. Before Vu Qua understood what was happening, he was hit directly, pain causing him to spit blood. Van Lao Nhi pushed him downward and stood upon his sword, guiding it in pursuit. Time Tran cried out in panic, calling his name. Seeing his once obedient daughter now recklessly dive down to save another, Van Ha gripped her hand to stop her and lowered his voice, telling her not to follow. Time Tran wept in despair, asking why father wanted to kill him. Her plea could not move him. Van Ha said coldly, I am only helping you sever your feelings for Lai Vu Qua. He is too weak and merely a commoner. You carry the mutated vermilion bird bloodline. He is not worthy. Hearing those cruel words, she angrily pulled her hand back. Her face filled with fury as she turned toward him and poured out the grievances buried for so long. When you despised me for only carrying the bloodline of a small golden bird. Only he accepted me and treated me kindly. Why do you always want to manipulate my fate and ruthlessly destroy everyone by my side? Van Ha flew into a rage and swung his hand, slapping his daughter hard across the face to snap her out of her delusion. The resounding slap left one side of her cheek burning red as she stood stunned in silence. Van Ha lowered his voice and lectured in a domineering tone. Your life was given by your parents. If I want you to return, then you must return. Vu Qua's sighed. After taking a heavy palm from Van Lao Nhi, he was flung out and lay sprawled on the ground, forcing himself to endure the pain as he rasped, why be so ruthless? Before he could finish, he was cut off. That man coldly replied, it is only because my niece has feelings for you. Once you die, she will return to the Van family. Hearing those venomous words, Vu Qua angrily forced himself upright and glared at him. When Time Tran was worthless, you discarded her without hesitation. Now that she carries the vermilion bird bloodline, she is treated as a treasure. Do you even see her as a human? Van Lao Nhi laughed loudly and said that since Van family blood flows in her veins, she must become a tool for the Van family. Van Lao Nhi sneered and stomped hard on his head, pressing Vu Qua down into the ground. Continued to sneer. Even if you once helped her awaken her bloodline, you will never see her again. She will be married to royalty, a foreign prince or a genius of a great clan. At last he added with contempt, a lowborn like you will never have a chance. Insulting Time Tran's bloodline to belittling himself, Vu Qua was furious beyond measure. He closed his eyes and said coldly, "If you want to kill, then kill. Why bother humiliating me further?" Van Lao Nhi grabbed his collar and hauled him up with a sneer. "No hurry, you are about to die. Letting you die with clarity is not bad. You must want to know how your father died." At the mention of his father, he trembled slightly and asked, "My father." Van Lao Nhi began recounting the death of Li Kuang Engia. Back then, his merits overshadowed his lord, so he was framed by his sworn brother, the third prince. He laughed madly and said, "Your father died miserably. Out of brotherhood, the third prince reluctantly married his illegitimate daughter Nap Lan Mong to you. The woman by your side every day is the daughter of the man who killed your father. If your father in the underworld could see this scene, he would not rest in peace." Hearing that brutal truth, Vu Qua turned pale without a drop of blood in his face. Rage erupted as he roared curses. Van Lao Nhi laughed heartily and prepared a finishing strike, reminding him to worry about his own grave first. With that, he delivered a lethal blow, piercing through Vu Qua's body, and coldly stating that the Van family is not a place you can reach. One move shattered his dantian, leaving him utterly immobile. Breaking your dantian is the strike that sends you to hell. Suddenly, from deep within the forest, a strange creature emerged, lured by the scent of blood as it approached. The smell of fresh blood was truly enticing. And Lao Nhi started and shouted who was there. The creature spoke lazily that it was hungry. Sensing an overwhelming pressure, Van Lao Nhi turned and recognized it as the tyrant demon beast of this region. Van Lao Nhi quickly calculated that letting the demon beast devour Vu Qua would destroy evidence and eliminate future trouble without implicating him in murder, killing 3 birds with 1 stone. He laughed proudly and said, "Since the tyrant has arrived, I offer this great martial master to you. Please enjoy him slowly." Tyrant demon beast stepped forward and licked the blood at his abdomen, the thick scent driving it into excitement. Van Lao Nhi flicked his sleeve and left without a trace, laughing that this was a grand gift and telling it to swallow flesh and bone alike. At that moment, Vu Qua called out to the late arrival, his voice familiar as if long acquainted. Long Vuong Kui replied that his dantian was shattered and survival would be difficult. Vu Qua was unwilling to accept it, struggling to raise his hand toward the sky and rasped that he could still be saved. He lay motionless beside Long Vuong Kui in a pool of blood spreading from the wound in his abdomen. He forced himself to raise his hand high and summon the system. The system panel appeared showing Lai Vu Qua's villain halo at 28 and Deep Quinn's protagonist halo at 87, along with recovery options. Though reluctant to spend his accumulated halo points, he still chose to save himself. Without hesitation, he confirmed the purchase, green light enveloping his entire body. His body recovered so quickly the eye could not follow, astonishing Long Vuong Kui. A shattered dantian restoring was unbelievable. When he stood up, he expressed thanks for the timely rescue. Vu Qua moved his body, then recalled the plot he had written, realizing Li Kuang Engia's death had never been mentioned. Deducing this was a new variable, forcing him to dig deeper into this storyline. Outside Thien Lang City, Vu Qua stood proudly upon Long Vuong Kui's back and slowly advanced toward the city gate. He recalled the times he had once been scorned and sighed, wondering whether Thien Lang City would still welcome him as before. Vu Qua calmly stepped into the city. Contrary to his worries, everyone immediately surrounded him with warm concern, asking about his safety and making him feel relieved. Hearing his account of being hunted by the Van family on the road, the crowd angrily cursed the Van family for being lawless and cruel to the city's benefactor. At that moment, Nap Lan Mong, upon hearing he was safe, ran over and anxiously asked about him. He touched his cheek to confirm he was unharmed, then reported that Deep Quinn had taken only 500 elites, while leaving more than 10,000 behind in Ngao Hyatt City. She continued with grim news that those people had all died overnight, their corpses piled outside the city, causing Vu Qua to break into a cold sweat. He was inwardly horrified, thinking that just 2 people could sweep through the entire Ngao Hyatt City. Suddenly, the brothers all knelt in unison and shouted, "Big Brother." Dicap said thanks to his timely restraint, otherwise resisting would have led to Thien Lang City's destruction. Ngu Nhi sighed in agreement. He resentfully said the 5 great clans treated the frontier like grass, caring nothing for life or death. Vu Qua raised his hand for everyone to stand and emphasized that they must remember this humiliation and devote themselves to developing Thien Lang City. He clenched his fist and declared that from today he would intensify his cultivation. Only by becoming strong enough would he have the right to uphold dignity and seek revenge. Everyone echoed that only by becoming stronger could they avoid oppression, and vowed to train bitterly. Afterward, Vuquois pulled Nap Lan Mong aside and asked, "It is time you told me about my father." She calmly replied that it seemed he already knew, and told him to follow her. Two went to a secluded spot beneath a tree. Nap Lan Mong recounted the entire truth and admitted she was the daughter of the man who killed his father. She closed her eyes and said if he wished, then he could kill her to avenge. The two stood silent for a long time in the gentle wind, waiting for the other to speak. Suddenly, Vuquois extended his hand before her. Then he pulled her tightly into his embrace, causing Nap Lan Mong to freeze and stammer his name. Vuquois said, "Do you think I do not understand your suffering? The reason you hid it from me is why I risked my life to seek the third prince." Hearing his words, she burst into tears, blaming herself for years of mistreating and breaking off the engagement with him, asking whether he hated her. But Vuquois only smiled and said, "I never signed that letter of annulment. I even drew a turtle on it, so it does not count." Nap Lan Mong blushed and lightly hit him. Vuquois laughed, saying her acting was poor because the moment he received the letter, he had already guessed her intention. At last, Nap Lan Mong revealed another truth that left him stunned, that his mother was in fact still alive. He continued that they had finally found her whereabouts. She was now in Than Duong City, not far from the northern frontier. After your father passed away, the Lai residence suddenly went up in fierce flames. The entire capital knew of this matter. Everyone believed the woman who died on the bed was your mother, but in truth, it was only the body of her close maid Ling Nha. After General Lai died, a soldier once delivered a letter revealing the truth of his death. Perhaps because your mother treated Ling Nha like a sister, and even granted her the status of a concubine. When disaster struck, Ling Nha still chose to sacrifice herself so your mother could escape the pursuit of my father. Nap Lan Mong lowered her head and paused, her face sorrowful like one burdened with guilt. Even so, she looked at him with sympathy and comforted him. "Do not be sad. In the past, your mother forbade me to tell you, only wishing for you to live peacefully in the northern frontier." Hearing those sincere words, Vuquois remained calm and looked straight into her eyes, replying, "I am not sad." Quietly gazed at the wife who had shared his bed. Her delicate face flushed like a young maiden, thinking that even when he had once been worthless, she remained loyal and never abandoned him. Such virtue was truly precious. Seeing him thoughtful, Nap Lan Mong added that Than Duong City was only 300 li from Thien Lang City. She often visited, but recent reconstruction kept her busy. They would see when to go. Hearing that, he placed his hand on her shoulder and said firmly, "Rest assured, I can go by myself." Seeing him so resolute, Nap Lan Mong was still somewhat worried and hesitated softly, but he wrapped an arm around her waist and lifted her chin, teasingly asking, "What is it? Worried about me or unwilling to part?" The intimate gesture made her flustered as she turned away and murmured, "I am not unwilling to part from you." Before she could say more, he pressed his hand to her cheek and suddenly kissed her lightly, leaving her stunned. Nap Lan Mong widened her eyes and could only let out a soft sound. Her face flushed as she turned away, stammering that he had just recovered from severe injuries, yet planned to travel alone. How could she be at ease? Seeing her clumsy and adorable manner, he smiled and took her hand reassuringly. "Thien Lang City is my backing. With you guarding this place, I am at ease." She finally softened and said she would consider it. Then she suddenly asked, "What about Kim Tran? How do you plan to resolve her matter?" Vuquois calmly explained that the 5 great clans of the capital were the root of many sects, with countless disciples. Anyone who stepped out could become a national preceptor or prime minister. Their strength ran unfathomably deep, enough to rival heaven-tier sects. General holding military power was the 3rd prince of Ngo Thien Kingdom, yet the head of civil officials still came from the 5 great clans. Kim Tran had awakened the Vermilion Bird bloodline, so the Van family would surely nurture her with all their strength. For now, she would be safe. But clans always used marriage alliances to maintain relations. Sooner or later, she would be married off, and with her temperament, she would certainly cause turmoil. "I will definitely bring her back. It is just not the right time yet." Seeing him so serious, Nap Lan Mong grew jealous and pinched his hand hard in interrogation. He cried out in pain and hurriedly explained it was only a strategy against the enemy. She snorted lightly and spared him this time, turning away to warn that if it were another woman, she would absolutely not agree. But since it was Kim Tran, she would reluctantly accept. Hearing this, he exclaimed in surprise. Scene shifted to a cool moonlit night before the grand gates of the Deep residence. Deep Quinn pulled Titanai by the hand and hurried toward the gate, ignoring her exhaustion and pain. His mind filled only with calculations that this Deep residence would sooner or later belong to him. A crafty expression was evident on his face, as if he had already grasped his chance to change his fate. Soon as he arrived, the gate guard recognized him and exclaimed in surprise, welcoming the young master home after years of wandering, then asked who the person beside him was. Seeing the unfamiliar girl whose hand he held, he introduced her as the maid Titanai, who had cared for him all the way from the northern frontier. Titanai had always been a pampered young lady. Hearing herself called a maid, she froze, her face turning pale. At that moment, the Deep family head Deep Hong hurried out to greet them, raising his hand in joy and calling out to his grandson. Quinn's eyes reddened as he called out twice, "Grandfather." The grandfather and grandson embraced. Deep Quinn wept in his arms, telling how his father died miserably. Deep Hong patted his head and comforted him, saying it was enough that he had returned. Early the next morning, a familiar figure stepped through the city gate. Vuqua, still drowsy, stretched to greet the new day. For him, instead of a rooster's crow, was something like a cannon replacing the call. Beside him stood Quan Tai, Nap Lan Mong and Quan Van Ham, making him widen his eyes and ask what that was. Nap Lan Mong introduced Tran Lao Can and his subordinates, who had modified the blood-robed cannon into a new weapon. The shells made from fire essence and crystal stone with immense power. The group observed carefully. The power matched the claim, leaving Vuqua impressed yet aching in his back from bending to watch. Tran Lao Can conceived a new idea, raising his hand to form an L shape with flame above his head, his face proud as he invited them to watch. He ignited it, the cannon head glowing red-hot as a blazing fireball formed within the barrel. A beam shot out, shattering rocks and bushes, heading straight toward a newly built section of the wall. Thick black smoke billowed upward. Vuqua gaped in praise that this power was even more domineering than the blood-robed city's great cannon. Tran Lao Can was still pleased. Quan Tayat cried out in concern. She pointed out that the cannon's mouth had cracked. Vuqua stroked his chin, calculating costs, and said if every shot damaged the cannon, it would be too expensive. Tran Lao Can scratched his head, saying more black iron or mystic iron was needed to increase durability. At that moment, a fair hand rested on his shoulder, causing him to turn. Nap Lan Mong gently proposed going with him to Than Duong City, handling matters while searching for rare metal ore. He asked in surprise had they not agreed he would go alone. She smiled, explaining she had finished affairs in the city, so he no longer had reason to refuse. At that moment, another small hand tugged at his robe. Quan Tayat, teary-eyed, pleaded to go along. He smiled kindly and advised her to stay and care for the wounded since they needed her more. Quan Tayat sighed and reluctantly agreed as he patted her head in comfort. A few days later, Vuqua and Nap Lan Mong rode wolves into the desolate Blood Pool region. He lamented that the road leaving the northern frontier was truly harsh. Nap Lan Mong said lightly that thanks to the two wolf fangs otherwise flying across would consume much vital energy. He nodded in agreement. Suddenly, the wolf beneath his feet growled, as if sensing danger. The two immediately dismounted in vigilance. Nap Lan Mong cautiously said something was approaching. He also felt unease. Vuqua took out a flashlight to illuminate the path, making her laugh at his strange gadgets. Shone the light onto the dark red lake, warning it might be a large creature, but she firmly said they would face it together. At that moment, Vuqua widened his eyes and exclaimed, "We are finished." He shouted, "Blood-eyed flood dragon." A ferocious black dragon burst from the blood pool and opened its jaws to swallow. Vuqua yelled to scatter quickly as the dragon slammed down, shattering the ground. As he dodged, he was shocked that this demon beast was not restrained at all. He shouted a warning for Nap Lan Mong to dodge, just as the dragon swung its head, revealing rows of gleaming sharp teeth. Unfortunately, before he could show off his prowess, he was ambushed by Vuqua and Nap Lan Mong working together. His head smashed into the ground with a miserable thud. She and he barely avoided its ultimate skill. Nap Lan Mong still held her ground, turning herself into a walking camera to report the situation. The blood-eyed flood dragon had originally been imprisoned in the underground prison of Proud Blood City. 2 days ago, this place was attacked by the Van family, so it managed to escape. Vuqua added, its injuries are still severe, likely from risking its life to break out of the underground prison. He raised his sword, preparing for battle, Nap Lan Mong also lifted her spear across her chest and entered a fighting stance. She said in a low voice, "It seems it hates us to the bone. The bloody swamp terrain makes movement difficult. Retreating will not be easy. We can only face it head-on." Thus Vuquar and Nap Lan Mong, like a united couple, shouted in unison, "Fight!" Blood-eyed flood dragon roared and charged forward, flames gathering in its mouth as if compressing its boiling fury. It raised its head and roared to the sky, waves of resentment surging together with the raging fire it spewed out. Only then did he realize and hurriedly shouted, "This is bad. It is about to breathe fire." In the blink of an eye, the dragon shook its pitch-black scales and launched a gigantic fireball formed from its inner breath. In the critical moment, Vuquois shouted for them to split up and dodge. He immediately used Diarachen's second form, this time far wiser, not running like a typical protagonist, but directly growing wings and soaring into the sky. Dragon breathed fire fiercely, its flame techniques bursting out repeatedly like familiar transformation scenes in superpower stories, as fierce as a parent disciplining a child with a cane. Black was black and red was red. The small, adorable dragon met an ironic fate. Its intended target grew wings and flew straight into the sky, rendering its accumulated flames useless. High above, Vuquois let out a breath and said, "That was truly dangerous." Before anyone could recover, he turned back to mock it, facing away and patting his backside with a clownish expression to provoke the unlucky dragon, mocking it for not even knowing how to fly yet daring to call itself a flood dragon. The contemptuous snort made the dragon feel deeply insulted. Perhaps it even wanted to file a complaint to the United Nations. Unlike him, Nap Lan Mong chose a more cautious response, not flying up recklessly, and because of that a beast suddenly emerged from the bloody swamp, its tongue wrapping around her arm swiftly as if harboring old hatred. Seeing this, Nap Lan Mong counterattacked without hesitation, her sharp spear thrust straight into its heart to finish it cleanly. The other demonic beasts immediately grew furious. Amid the frenzy, she tilted her body and warned Vuquois, "Watch your footing." Vuquois felt his hair stand on end and widened his eyes, a thought flashing through his mind that he might be chosen as a sacrifice by the monsters. He quickly waved his hand and said, "Do not say nonsense." Li Vuquois had just turned his head when he discovered the flood dragon, preparing to use a mouthful of fire to comfort his spirit. It immediately shot out 3 streams of flames. He nimbly dodged. He could not use water because water was completely ineffective. He suddenly froze. "This is bad, I am too big." Only then did he remember that the bloody swamp was the forbidden land of the northern frontier, where demonic beasts like to hide underwater and launch surprise attacks. Even in danger, Vuquois did not forget to speak tenderly, "Wife, hold on. If we are injured, these demonic beasts will rush in like mad." Nap Lan Mong tightened her spear and unleashed dragon-roaring steed. She replied decisively, "No need for you to remind me. You focus on dodging the dragon behind you." He laughed arrogantly. "It is just a foolish beast. This is my specialty. After this, it will probably form a special team to deal with Vuquois and Nap Lan Mong." In the blink of an eye, 2 hours passed. The two were still locked in stalemate, the dragon spewing fire to seek its target, while he hid behind a large rock wiping sweat, thinking that constantly dodging like this would exhaust him to death. He poked his head out to observe and realized the blood-eyed flood dragon was also showing signs of exhaustion. When it opened its mouth, only a few weak sparks came out. Nap Lan Mong signaled to him, "Vuquois, it is about to collapse." Hurry up, she controlled her long spear against the black flames and shouted loudly, "My fire spirit spear can block its fire. I will shield you. Quickly find its weak point." He shouted back, "Understood," then spread his wings and flew up to observe the dragon's entire body, thinking that even though it was heavily injured, the overlord of demonic beasts could not be underestimated. Where exactly was its weakness? Not long after he discovered a wound near the dragon's head, accompanied by unusual white strands. Vuquois curled his lips into a smile. "So that is how it is." Instead of continuing to circle in the air, Vuquois chose to descend to the ground and confront the blood-eyed flood dragon directly, the two attacking from different directions to flank the black dragon. It turned out that parasitic water worms were attached to the wound of the blood-eyed flood dragon, sucking away its nutrients. Vuquois leaped up and smugly mocked amid his opponent's pain. "Even the heavens are on my side." With a single jump, he landed directly on the dragon's body, crossing the bloody swamp as if weightless, enough to make Sun Wukong yield his title and to be recorded in history while making scientists doubt the laws of physics. Vu Qua raised his sword and shouted, "Die." Unfortunately, the flood dragon refused to stay still. It thrashed its body like a stranded fish, swaying so violently that he could not keep his footing. Falling was hard to avoid. The other person also leaped up as if rewriting physics. Nap Lan Mong gripped her spear and shouted loudly to draw its attention. "Where are you looking?" Nap Lan Mong unleashed a vicious move, spinning her spear, increasing the firepower and thrusting straight into the dragon's murky red eye, causing the flood dragon to immediately shift its target to her. At that very moment, Vu Qua swung his sword and shouted, "This is the time." Single slash split the flood dragon in two, blood splattering everywhere, enough to make any chef fall silent and reflect on his knife. After the finishing blow, both of them jumped down at the same time, landing neatly as if they were not tired at all. The flood dragon collapsed, striking a pose like Zorro in cosplay. Nap Lan Mong exhaled in disbelief that they had defeated the overlord so easily. She stammered that they had killed a martial emperor-level demonic beast. He also felt relieved. Fortunately, it had already been gravely injured. A few seconds later, Vu Qua eagerly rushed over to inspect the dragon's corpse, muttering calculations. "These scales can make scale armor. This meat will be a grand feast for the wolf pack. The skull bones are even more precious." He laughed delightedly. The blood-eyed flood dragon is truly a treasure from head to toe. Then he and Nap Lan Mong turned into chefs, one carving meat while the other divided portions. After straightening their clothes, they spoke in unison. "Let us begin." After a while in the bloody forest, Vu Qua wiped his sweat and said that it was basically handled. Only the head remained. Nap Lan Mong bent down and pointed at it, saying, "That is right. The most valuable thing is the demon core in the brain. It not only helps demonic beasts increase cultivation, but is also precious material for artificers." Vu Qua excitedly stepped forward, intending to dig out the demon core for her. But suddenly the flood dragon sprang up, even faster than an ex-lover turning hostile. Their experience was still shallow. Nap Lan Mong immediately noticed and shouted loudly. Vu Qua, move aside. She forcefully pushed him away just as the dragon head spewed poisonous gas. He widened his eyes and shouted anxiously, "Why?" He fell down, venom sticking to her thigh, sighing that she had been too careless. She did not expect the severed dragon head to retain temporary consciousness. He rushed over and placed his hand on her thigh anxiously, quickly purged the poison. But Nap Lan Mong leaned weakly against his shoulder, saying it was too late. Vu Qua hurriedly reassured her that she would be fine and began to channel his energy. He placed his hand on her back and circulated spiritual power to force out the poison, resolutely swearing that after returning from hell he had promised the heavens to protect her. If he betrayed that vow, he would suffer eternal damnation. He would never abandon her. Nap Lan Mong whispered that she had been struck by martial emperor-level poison, and there was no cure, telling him to quickly find her mother or both of them would die here. While he was still treating her, the other monsters began to stir and approach. Two wolves roared in warning. He clearly understood the danger of the bloody swamp. After this fierce battle, they could not leave quickly. He handed a round bronze object to the black wolf and instructed them to immediately take it back and deliver it to the thief king. After that, he carried her in his arms, calculating a path to survival. Heavenly Wolf City had no antidote. Returning there would only mean waiting for death. Thinking of this, an idea suddenly struck him and he leaped up. He soared into the sky. "That is right, Qingyang City." In Qingyang City, the tall and sturdy walls stood firm, protecting the residents inside to live in peace. The streets were crowded and bustling, people leading horses loaded with goods, others bargaining and trading, children playing joyfully, creating a scene of tranquility. Suddenly a shrill curse shattered the calm. Where did this beggar come from? Get out of here. The one being scolded was Vu Qua. He carefully held Nap Lan Mong in his arms and covered her with cloth to keep her warm. Seeing the guards about to leave, he called out, asking them to inform someone. "I wish to see Senior Medicine Emperor." The gatekeeper paused upon hearing this. The man burst into laughter as if hearing a joke, a beggar daring to ask to see the Medicine Emperor. The other crossed his arms and laughed along. "Have you never heard of the Medicine Emperor? 3 refusals." The expressions of the crowd immediately turned solemn. The gatekeeper raised 3 fingers and explained clearly, "Those with unclear identities are not saved. Those without money are not saved. Those entangled in romance are even less likely to be saved." Nap Lan Mong was writhing in pain from the flood dragon's deadly poison, yet still heard every word. She struggled to open her eyes and said weakly, "Vu Qua, forget it. Someone like the Medicine Emperor will never see us." When I die, bury me in the northwest. Watching the sunrise there every day would be enough. Could Vuquois accept such an ending? He shook his head firmly. I will absolutely not let you die. His face darkened. The Medicine Emperor was indeed just like the villain in the novel he had written. The leftover villain aura was useless, but this world was created by him. No one understood the Medicine Emperor better than he did. Thinking this, Vuquois immediately waved his hand and took out a storage ring. Bars of glittering gold poured out and covered the ground. He held Nap Lan Mong and said confidently, "You want money? I have it, and moreover." Deliberately left his sentence hanging, glancing at the two gatekeepers who rushed over with their mouths agape to inspect the gold, then slowly said the key point. I also know something about the Poison Emperor. One of the two instantly caught the point and turned around in shock. The Poison Emperor. Everyone knew the Poison Emperor's place in the Medicine Emperor's heart. Anything related to that person was top priority. Hearing Vuquois claim he knew inside information, the two gatekeepers immediately changed their attitude and respectfully opened the door. Sir, please come this way. Outside, the sun had already risen high, the morning light casting a warm golden glow over the Medicine Emperor's courtyard. Inside the room, Vuquois carefully wrung out a cloth to wipe her body. His mind was filled with thoughts. The Poison Emperor and the Medicine Emperor had once been lovers, one killed while the other saved. They had loved deeply before turning into enemies because the Poison Emperor stole her junior sister. Vuquois closed his eyes in contemplation, trying to find a crack in that relationship to exploit, to gain the Medicine Emperor's consent to save Nap Lan Mong. Could not bear to see her endure the pain, gently wiping the sweat from her forehead, still calculating in his mind. As long as he stirred up the Medicine Emperor's memories of the Poison Emperor, she would surely act. At that moment, a seductive female voice sounded outside the door. This girl is the princess of Nalan City. Vuquois was startled and looked over. He had not sensed the other person's approach at all. Outside the door, the Medicine Emperor leaned against the frame, her beautiful face carrying a faint smile. After a single glance at Nap Lan Mong, she concluded, she has been poisoned by a high-level demonic beast. She does not have much time left. Vuquois immediately recognized the person before him. After all, she was a character he had created. He stepped forward and cupped his hands respectfully. Senior, please judge clearly. My wife was poisoned by the blood-eyed flood dragon. I beg you to save her. Eating the Medicine Emperor was one thing, making her nod to save someone was another. She stroked her chin and smiled faintly. The blood-eyed flood dragon is a martial emperor-level demonic beast. That bit of gold is not enough. Knowing continuing like this would be dangerous, Vuquois changed tactics. Lying for his wife should be acceptable. He quickly said he had once met the Poison Emperor. Upon hearing this, the Medicine Emperor immediately crossed her arms and turned away with a cold snort. I do not wish to hear anything about that old poisoner. The cold attitude made him waver briefly. Had he guessed wrong? But since he had already spoken, he could only continue, he added. He looked very haggard. That single sentence changed the Medicine Emperor's expression. She grabbed his hand urgently and asked, "How is he now?" Vuquois answered awkwardly. He sounded as if he had accepted his fate, constantly mentioning someone. Hearing this, the Medicine Emperor stomped her foot angrily. What use is remembering now? Why did he leave back then? Seeing she fully believed him, Vuquois secretly smiled, easier to sway than expected. After venting her anger, she returned to the main matter. A life was more important. The Medicine Emperor agreed to save her but set a condition. I will help you once, but martial emperor-level poison demands a very high price. Seeing that Nap Lan Mong still had hope of living, Vuquois' gaze became resolute. He cupped his hands solemnly. Whatever the price, as long as Senior names it, I, Li Vuquois, will accomplish it. The Medicine Emperor carefully placed a piece of drooping petal into Nap Lan Mong's mouth. At the same time, she handed Vuquois a small slip of paper and explained that this drooping petal could only temporarily suppress the poison. Within 3 days, he must gather all the medicinal ingredients listed on it. Vuquois examined the list carefully. Only at the last herb did his calm expression slightly change. The other items were not difficult. Only the 100-year blood ginseng was troublesome. The Medicine Emperor had already turned away and did not intend to help further. The rest is up to you. Nap Lan Mong was half conscious. The drooping petal suppressing the poison allowed her to be more lucid. She vaguely opened her eyes and called his name, Vuquois. Seeing her awake, he quickly held her hand in self-blame. It is all my fault for letting that beast harm you. Nap Lan Mong forced herself to stay conscious and asked softly, I once treated you poorly. Why do you still treat me so well? In the past, she had forced him to kneel before the ancestral altar and refused to let him share her bed. Thinking of that, she felt sorrowful. I feel unworthy. After she finished speaking, Vu Qua suddenly bent down and kissed her deeply, their lips entwined. After a while, he finally released her and sat up straight. Vu Qua smiled brightly, his handsome face clear. He pointed at himself and said as if it were natural, because you are my wife. Nap Lan Mong blushed deeply and burrowed into the blanket. How can you do this in someone else's house? She clutched the blanket corner and scolded affectionately. Vu Qua only grinned foolishly at her reaction, both adorable and heart-stirring. Suddenly hurried footsteps thundered outside as if the ground might collapse. The sweet atmosphere instantly vanished. The two stared outside in confusion. Is it an earthquake? The door was pushed open violently. Yao Zhuang barged in, his round body so plump his chin was invisible, shouting as he walked, That young master, come out here. Nap Lan Mong, who had been lying down, also sat up and asked irritably why he had come here. Vu Qua looked at the aggressive man in confusion, wondering who this fat man was. Had he come for revenge? Seeing Nap Lan Mong's reaction, he suddenly realized she knew this person. After thinking for a moment, he remembered this was the third young master of the Yao family, the Medicine Emperor's younger brother, son of the Hall Master of Jingxi Hall, known as the Playboy King. This Playboy King was born addicted to gambling. His interests matched Vu Qua's, so their relationship was fairly close. According to the plot, he would later cause trouble for him in Qingyang City. Thinking this, Vu Qua immediately played along, spreading his arms and running over to hug the other's shoulder with loud laughter. Yao Zhuang, 5 years no see. The other happily pounced back. Vu Qua, long-time brother. After greeting, Yao Zhuang turned to praise Nap Lan Mong. Sister-in-law grows more beautiful by the day, but she immediately warned vigilantly, Third young master, do not lead my husband astray. Rejected, Yao Zhuang still grinned and slung an arm over him to invite him to gamble around. Vu Qua, caught in between, could only mediate. No, let us talk outside. Let my wife rest. Nap Lan Mong did not stop him, but before he left, she tugged his sleeve and reminded softly, Mother is at the Cam 2 dye workshop. Remember to visit. Vu Qua nodded firmly, rest assured and recuperate, I will return. The streets of Qingyang City were crowded and lively. Yao Zhuang volunteered as a guide and led him around introducing everything. After chatting for a while, they mentioned his mother. Yao Zhuang curiously asked if his mother had not died. Vu Qua nodded in confirmation, though inwardly he found the question unpleasant. After wandering around, the two arrived at the harbor. Large and small ships lined up densely, the scale extremely grand. Vu Qua watched the porters laboriously carrying goods onto the ships and sighed. He said the boatmen worked really hard. Yao Zhuang narrowed his eyes and replied disdainfully that they all belonged to Qingyang sect. This sect monopolized all water transport within the city. Vu Qua curiously asked about the origins of Qingyang City. Yao Zhuang hurriedly signaled him to be quiet and warned him not to discuss such matters in crowded places lest he lose his life unjustly. This world had been written by him. What was there he did not know? Vu Qua shrugged and nodded, I understand. The two walked a bit further. Yao Zhuang stopped and pointed ahead. The Cam 2 dye workshop is right there. Approaching closer, they saw the place was not small in scale. The large gate built with sturdy silver tiles, an exquisitely carved signboard hanging high. Yao Zhuang waddled over like a duck, running while grinning slyly with pride. The people in the workshop saw his figure from afar and immediately shouted and ran away. One person pulled another and shouted loudly, Run, the Playboy King is here. Qua looked at the scene before him speechless. It seemed this fat man's reputation was no better than his own. Yao Zhuang darkened his face and caught a girl in the workshop. He had only called out lightly when she screamed loudly for help. Seeing he was getting nowhere, Vu Qua stepped forward to ask instead, Elder sister, is there someone here named Tran Tu Nha who does needlework? The other woman was calmer, but her reply was unpleasant. That vixen is in the back courtyard. I advise you not to disturb Lord Hong's pleasure. Hearing his mother's name linked with another man, Vu Qua frowned and asked who Lord Hong was. Yao Zhuang answered honestly, he is Hong Vin, nicknamed Golden Sparrow, the steward of the city lord's mansion, notorious for many wicked deeds. Before the other party could finish speaking, Vu Qua had already turned and rushed straight toward the back courtyard, leaving the fat pig behind panting as he failed to catch up. Vu Qua, wait for me. In the back courtyard of Cam 2 dye workshop, Hong Vin led 3 lackeys to surround Tu Nhi, his whole body adorned with gold and jewels, arms spread greedily as if ready to pounce on her at any moment, drool dripping. Tu Nhi, why suffer like this? As long as you follow me, I guarantee you will live in luxury from now on and lack nothing. Tu Nhi had jade-green eyes. Though a middle-aged woman, she was trembling in fear, holding sharp scissors to her own throat, as if she would kill herself the moment he crossed the line. Her voice choked. This common woman is old and no longer beautiful, unworthy of climbing high. I beg Lord Hong to return otherwise. Before she could finish, Hong Vin rudely cut her off. He rushed forward and grabbed the wrist holding the scissors, snarling, "Otherwise what? Today you must follow me. I have waited 3 months for you. Do not force me to punish you with wine." Just as that filthy act unfolded, a shout rang out, "Stop!" Qua stood at the courtyard entrance pointing straight at him, sternly exposing him. "You are a steward of the city lord, yet dare to lay hands on an honest woman." Hong Vin flew into a rage and pointed at him, ordering, "What are you to interfere? Break his legs for me." The lackeys immediately responded, "As you command, my lord." Vu Qua cast a contemptuous glance at the men before him, his hand clenched into a fist, his aura icy. "You do not know your own limits." Spiritual power surged into his fist. With a single cannon fist strike, Vu Qua smashed one man in the face, making the rest retreat in panic. The lackeys dared not advance further. Hong Vin stammered in fear, "Who exactly are you?" "I am a steward of the city lord mansion. If you dare touch me, you will not have food to eat." Vu Qua did not bother with the threat, his gaze cold. "Today's debt will be repaid in full." His pressure burst forth, freezing the air. "Get lost." Hong Vin turned pale and drenched in sweat, still throwing out a few threats before fleeing in panic. "Fine, I will remember your faces." Just as Vu Qua was in an extremely foul mood, he suddenly heard a soft call, "Vu Qua." Tu Nhi looked at him with reddened eyes, hands trembling before her chest as she asked, "Vu Qua, is that you, my son?" Only then did he look at her closely, stunned. "This is my mother in this world." Old memories suddenly surfaced in his mind. A star-filled night without clouds, a gentle woman holding little Vu Qua gazing at the sky. Emotions surged as Li Vu Qua's memories blended into his consciousness. Keep Li Vu Qua alive. She endured hiding in the city, from a noble young lady to a seamstress in a dye workshop. Thinking of those sacrifices, his heart tightened in pain. Tears silently fell. Vu Qua choked. "Mother, your son is unfilial. I have made you suffer." Tu Nhi embraced him tightly, tears of happiness streaming down. 10 years, you have grown up. This is wonderful." Zhao Zhuang, standing outside, was also moved and sighed. "Vu Qua, you have finally reunited with your mother." At that moment, Sister Zhao, plump and fierce, stormed over and shoved Yao Zhuang aside, frowning at Tu Nhi. "So that pretty boy is your son." Sister Zhao crossed her arms and stared at Tu Nhi. "I have treated you well all these years." Tu Nhi hurriedly replied, "Sister Zhao is indeed my benefactor. Without you I would have starved long ago." Sister Zhao suddenly flared up and pointed at Vu Qua. "Your son dared to beat Lord Hong. He is the city lord's confidant. You may not fear death, but I do. Go apologize at once." Vu Qua stepped forward, shielding his mother, calmly asking, "Are you the owner of this dye workshop?" Sister Zhao put her hands on her hips and sneered, "So what, want to stand up for her? I opened this workshop. Whoever works here listens to me." Vu Qua took out his storage ring and poured out a mountain of spirit stones as tall as a person, spending lavishly without blinking. "Then I will buy this workshop." Sister Zhao stared at the pile of spirit stones, dazzled. She immediately changed her attitude, clutching the stones and smiling ingratiatingly. "Young master is so generous. From now on the workshop bears the surname Tran." Tu Nhi asked anxiously, "Where did you get so many spirit stones? Did you do something bad?" Vu Qua laughed and reassured her, "Mother, rest assured, I refined them with dragon god flower dew water." Yao Zhuang jumped in envy. I did not expect the gambling king to be so capable. After settling matters for his mother, the two strolled leisurely through the streets again, Vu Qua holding a blade of grass in his mouth sighed. "I have searched so long and still no sign of blood ginseng." Yao Zhuang, eating candied haw, replied, 500-year blood ginseng is not cabbage." Vu Qua rubbed his nose and asked, "Then how can we find where it is?" Yao Zhuang lazily replied without opening his eyes, "Qingyang City Black Market. But without 3,000 spirit stones, do not even dream of buying it." As they arrived at the entrance of a small shop, Vu Qua suddenly remembered something and shouted, "I have it." Before he could step inside, the shopkeeper blocked him. "The shop is up for transfer and no longer doing business. Vu Qua replied at once, I am here to buy this shop, name your price. The shopkeeper looked him up and down, thinking he was a prodigal young master, and shouted, 100 taels. Vu Qua leaned on the counter and shook his head, not enough. Such a good location must be 120 taels. Deal was concluded instantly. The shopkeeper threw down the deed and ran off. Yao Zhuang kept grumbling. This shabby shop is overpriced at 100, yet you paid 120. Vu Qua simply closed the door silently and turned to say, just watch. Pried open a wooden board under the counter, revealing a hidden passage. Yao Zhuang gaped. How did you know there was a secret tunnel? Beneath the counter was a deep staircase. Vu Qua went ahead explaining. This used to be a bandit's den. Later, King Yang's sect wiped it out and concealed it. Yao Zhuang asked curiously, then how do you know? Vu Qua broke into a sweat and scratched his head to cover up. I know Zhenyuan's sect and they know King Yang's sect. I only heard about it. Yao Zhuang laughed loudly. Your mind is truly enlightened. Holding a lamp and walking deeper, they finally reached the end of the tunnel. Vu Qua whispered, we are here. Before them was a room full of gold and jewels. But his gaze stopped on a human-shaped figure leaning against the treasure. When he shone the light, he was stunned. This is a demon core puppet. Yao Zhuang was absorbed in the treasure while he was bewildered. In my setting, there was no demon core puppet here. He recalled that puppets were divided into 3 types. Low-level spirit stone puppets only did chores. The highest level was the demon core puppet, capable of exerting strength equal to the inserted demon core. He had just obtained the blood-eyed flood dragon demon core and tried inserting it into the slot on the puppet's head. The residence of the King Yang sect master. The King Yang sect master sat cross-legged cultivating, over 60 years old yet with a straight back, the head of King Yang city. Suddenly a martial emperor aura appeared. He opened his eyes in shock. This is the aura of a martial emperor powerhouse. He immediately summoned disciples to investigate the source. They must determine whether it was friend or foe. The disciples responded in unison. In the tunnel, Vu Qua looked at the puppet radiating martial emperor pressure with joy. He did not expect the blood-eyed flood dragon demon core to unleash such power. But he also understood this aura would attract experts. He could not stay long and must withdraw immediately. Vu Qua hoisted the puppet onto his shoulder and called Yao Zhuang to leave. Yao Zhuang, clutching gold, asked, are we not buying blood ginseng anymore? Vu Qua replied, I already have a way. Yao Zhuang's cultivation was only at the low martial level. He had not sensed the terror of the demon core puppet. Returning to the reception hall of Jingxi Hall where Nap Lan Mong rested, she looked at the puppet and asked, are you going to turn it into a human skin puppet? Vu Qua took out a complete piece of human skin and waved it proudly. Putting on skin is simple, but Nap Lan Mong screamed in shock, human skin. He knocked his head repeatedly and scolded, you scoundrel, killing for a puppet. Vu Qua lowered his head in grievance. In the end, the puppet became a beautiful long-haired woman, looking like a real person. But inside were intricate mechanisms. The eyes were cameras, the throat fitted with a sound talisman, the clothes borrowed from Nap Lan Mong. Vu Qua admired the perfect result and lightly bit his fingertip. Fresh blood dripped onto the puppet's brow. The final step completed. Vu Qua opened his eyes. The puppet opened its eyes at the same time without a fraction of delay. He moved experimentally and the puppet mirrored him exactly. Vu Qua was astonished. My consciousness can actually control the demon core puppet. Nap Lan Mong, standing beside him, sighed. Once dressed in human skin, it is no different from a real person. Vu Qua nodded in agreement, just in time for a test, and decided to control the puppet to buy the medicine. The crowded street, I carried Vu Qua's consciousness and vision as she strolled leisurely, her alluring figure drawing countless gazes and endless admiration from passers-by. Whose young lady is this? She is like a fairy descended to the mortal world. Vu Qua greatly enjoyed controlling that voluptuous body, inwardly smug as he thought, if men were not fond of women, where would beauties come from? While searching for medicinal herbs, a voice suddenly called from behind, young lady, please stop. 3 men in red robes approached, the leader smiling politely. We just heard from the sect master that a martial emperor expert has appeared in the city. It must be you. May I ask your honored name? Vu Qua paused slightly, then casually replied, my name is Jai Tai Mai. The 3 men in red repeated in astonishment, Jai Tai Mai. They whispered among themselves, their heated gazes fixed on her. Could she be the genius of the Jai family among the 5 great clans? Not yet 20 and already a martial emperor. Vu Qua groaned inwardly. I am a man. How can I endure such lustful stares? Finally, one stepped forward to introduce himself. the handsome man smiling warmly. I am Shui King, third disciple of King Yang's sect. May I ask what brings Miss Jai to this city? Wu Qua replied that he was seeking 500-year blood ginseng, gentle on the surface, yet calculating how to exploit this false identity. Hearing this, the leader immediately invited her. King Yang's sect has its own medicinal fields and may possess blood ginseng. Please honor us with a visit so we may host you. Upon arriving at King Yang's sect, disciples lined up on both sides to welcome her with respectful bows, whispers of praise rising, truly worthy of one from the 5 great clans, a beautiful name and an equally beautiful person. Faced with such a grand reception, Wu Qua felt slightly dizzy inside. Being scrutinized everywhere for one's background was truly troublesome. Before her stood 3 prominent figures, the King Yang sect master, the city lord of King Yang City, and the steward Hong Vin, also known as Golden Sparrow. The sect master warmly welcomed her, while the city lord personally came to receive her. Wu Qua glanced at Golden Sparrow, standing at the end of the line, and smiled faintly. You came at the right time. The moment Hong Vin saw the beauty, he became infatuated and blushed, marveling at how such a woman could exist, even bumping into the city lord, who reminded him not to act recklessly and offend the Jai family. Tai Mai suddenly raised her hand. A small beam of light shot out and grazed Hong Vin's head, burning away a patch of hair and nearly costing him his life. With scorched hair, Hong Vin immediately knelt and begged for mercy before everyone. Miss Jai, spare my life. What have I done wrong? Tai Mai crossed her arms and said coldly, when I first arrived in King Yang City, I saw you harassing a female worker at Cam 2 dye workshop. Hong Vin hurriedly raised his head to argue. Miss, you misunderstand. I was merely ordering cloth and needed extra assistance. Tai Mai angrily rebuked him. I will personally visit the workshop to verify. If you dare lie, I will never spare you. Though he admitted guilt, Hong Vin was still stomped hard to the ground by Tai Mai. The King Yang sect master stepped forward and whispered that the earlier attack was at least late-stage martial emperor, unmatched in the city. They must serve her well in the coming days. The junior brother vowed to protect her even at the cost of his life. Inside the solemn hall, a lavish banquet was prepared. The sect master said, we have an 800-year blood ginseng and hope Miss will accept it, then pushed a wooden box forward. Tai Mai opened the box, examined it, and smiled in satisfaction. 800 years. She nodded to accept the gift and took out a blazing red crystal, smiling as she said, please accept my goodwill in return. I have a piece of fire essence. At the mention of fire essence, the entire hall gasped and murmured, truly worthy of the 5 great clans, casually presenting such a large and pure fire essence. King Yang's sect master rose joyfully and raised his cup, thanking Miss Jai for visiting and gifting such a treasure. Everyone followed with toasts. Tai Mai smiled and declined. I am fasting, outwardly claiming to lose weight, while inwardly Wu Qua worried the puppet would leak if it drank wine. During the term fasting, the sect masters misunderstood it as a profound cultivation method. Tai Mai had to explain it was simply abstaining from food and absorbing spiritual energy instead. Hearing this, they all set aside their wine to imitate her. Tai Mai glanced at them, thinking you chose to starve yourselves. Moving to the back garden, Shui King guided her around while chatting, remarking how grand the capital must be, then casually asking whether she was already betrothed. Shui King was clearly lecherous, his gaze making Tai Mai uncomfortable. She thought inwardly that beauty was indeed troublesome. Suddenly Tai Mai stopped and looked in another direction, saying that aura does not belong to King Yang's sect. Shui King immediately became alert and drew his weapon, his expression changing. They are from Yin Sha sect. He explained that Yin Sha sect was their mortal enemy competing for Water Moon Cave Heaven. Hearing this, Tai Mai suddenly remembered that place had appeared in his book. Shui King boasted with a smile, Water Moon Cave Heaven is an immortal residence. The treasured sword I obtained also came from there. Suddenly the door was kicked open, accompanied by curses. You King Yang sect scum. 3 Yin Sha sect members rushed in. The leader Mo Ki provoked them. Dare to fight me. Only the winner may enter Water Moon Cave Heaven. Grand Elder hurried over and clarified that both sides had agreed to alternate usage. You used it for 3 years, and now it is our turn. Mo Ki sneered that after 3 years all good items would have been plundered. Stop the nonsense and fight. Tai Mai stepped forward and said coldly, what does Water Moon Cave Heaven have to do with you? Mo Ki was about to curse when he looked up at her. The moment he saw Tai Mai's appearance, he blushed and stammered praise. Whose beauty are you? Breathtaking. Would you like to come back with me? The Grand Elder sternly introduced her. "This is Miss Jai Tai Mai of the Jai family." Mo Ki was startled. The Jai family of the 5 great clans. A green-haired subordinate leaned over and advised that provoking the Jai family would bring great trouble. Better to withdraw for now. Mo Ki found it reasonable and waved his hand with an awkward laugh. "Consider yourselves lucky. We will return." Yin Sha sect retreated. The Grand Elder invited Tai Mai to stay. She smiled and declined as she had private matters. After Tai Mai left, Shui Qingyun remarked that if she became part of Qingyang's sect, the sect would soar to new heights. The Grand Elder shook his head. Such a genius would never remain in this small city. Shui Qingyun replied slyly. After all, she is a woman. He grinned wickedly and continued. As long as we seize her heart, we can turn her into a puppet. Night fell before the old house. A voice called out, "Ruk Hong Sr., please take a look." Inside, Vu Qua and Ruk Hong were examining the 800-year blood ginseng. She exclaimed that it was worth at least 30,000 spirit stones. Vu Qua scratched his head and smiled sheepishly. "Many thanks, Sister Ryu. Otherwise, Mong Na Chai would have been hard to say." The medicine emperor carried the box of blood ginseng away to store it and said it was time to begin the next course of treatment. Vu Qua glanced over and smiled lightly. "Sister, do just proceed. I will go out and prepare some food for everyone." As Vu Qua stepped outside to look for cooking ingredients, he suddenly caught a faint fragrance drifting over. "Who is cooking porridge?" Following the scent, he arrived at an open patch of ground and saw a little boy sitting there cooking porridge while copying his lessons. Out of curiosity, Vu Qua moved closer to observe for a while and could not help feeling astonished. "Sure enough, I cannot focus on 2 tasks at once like that. When I control Jai Tai Mai, I cannot do anything else. Yet Ba Thong can refine medicine and practice calligraphy at the same time. Just how does she do it?" After that, Vu Qua used a not-so-honorable trick, taking Alamama's charcoal roasted chicken drumstick as bait. He successfully lured the boy with a chicken drumstick and kept striking up a conversation. "Kid, how can you refine medicine and practice calligraphy at the same time? Tell your big brother and this drumstick is yours." The boy stared at the drumstick in fascination and muttered that it smelled so good. After coaxing the boy, Vu Qua sat down attentively to listen to his explanation. "It is actually very simple, just the 2 words circle and square." Hearing that, he thought to himself, why does that sound so familiar? On the ground, the boy chanted while using both hands to draw a circle and a square at the same time. Vu Qua was startled. Was that not Ba Thong's incantation? The next morning, many people had already gathered at the entrance waiting. Suddenly, a hand wearing a ring rose to shield the sunlight. It was Time Tran. She clutched her right chest tightly, her gaze deep in thought. "Vu Qua, I miss you so much." Van and Gayat Tran propped her chin and looked at her with a smile. "Sister, you have been home for 2 months already. Why are you still so sad? Could it be that you truly like Lai Vu Qua? Surely he is already dead." Hearing her younger sister say that, Time Tran replied irritably, "My matters have nothing to do with you. Mind your own business." From behind the door, Deep Hein stepped out with a cheerful greeting, "Brother Van." Van Ha and Deep Hein walked over to chat. "Brother Deep, you are here as well. I heard young Master Deep has been found. Truly a great joy, yes. And he has even inherited the pure rage wave dragon bloodline, purer than mine." Young Master Deep saw the Van sisters and ran over to greet them. "Long time no see, senior sister. You grow more beautiful each day." Time Tran frowned in displeasure and shouted, "Get lost. If you had not secretly reported the news, Vu Qua would not have." Seeing that, Van Ha grew angry and was about to rush forward to scold Time Tran for speaking that way and tell her to apologize to young Master Deep. Fortunately, Deep Hong stopped him in time, saying, "Brother Van, it is a small matter. No need to be tense." After speaking, everyone went inside together, leaving Time Tran standing there alone and aggrieved. All 5 great families are present. Quickly discussed the next crown prince consort. She thought forlornly that every so often they would enter the palace again to take in another consort for the sake of Chinese letter. Time Tran stood there sobbing softly. "The Van family hurriedly brought me back. They must want to force me into the palace as a crown prince consort. I am only a tool of the Van family. Vu Qua, I will definitely avenge you." Suddenly a voice called from behind, "Sister Van." Time Tran turned around and saw Zhu Nai Nai, then asked, "Are you not staying by Deep Quin's side? Why are you looking for me?" Zhu Nai looked troubled and stammered, "Sister Van, I am suffering so much. I thought that after coming to the capital, Deep Quin would treat me well. But as soon as we entered the Deep family, he ignored me and made me serve him. Can you help me?" Time Tran replied coldly, You colluded with Deep Quinn to harm Vu Qua before. What makes you think I would help you? Zhu Nai lowered her head trembling and said, I truly love him. Hearing that, she said disdainfully, love the man who killed your father. Zhu Nai, you are truly foolish. When your father died, a servant secretly witnessed someone poisoning him. The one who killed your father was Deep Quinn. Zhu Nai was stunned in disbelief after hearing it. From inside the house came a voice. So Second Master means that the Dragon King Turtle has swallowed Li Yuguo. Second Master smiled calmly and replied, that is correct. But Deep Quinn immediately interrupted. Second Master, you are mistaken. Deep Quinn analyzed that Li Yuguo is famously cunning and shameless. The Dragon King Turtle is a demonic beast he raised. How could it possibly eat him? Hearing that, Second Master grew furious and stood up abruptly. Are you saying that Brat is not dead? Quinn cupped his hands toward Van Ha and said not only is he not dead, he is living very well. If senior sister is to sever her feelings, this man must be eliminated. If he grows stronger, he will become a great calamity. Van Ha pondered and then asked, where is he hiding now? Does Deep Quinn have a plan to lure him out? Quinn revealed a sinister smile and replied that Vu Qua's weakness is his soft heart. Why not capture the people he cares about to threaten him, even massacre an entire city? Early in the morning, the dawn light flooded into the great hall. Inside, the medicine emperor was taking Lan Mong's pulse and concluded that she was recovering very quickly. Vu Qua stood beside them, and upon hearing that let out a sigh of relief and joy. My wife is fine. When only the two of them remained, the medicine emperor said, do not rejoice too soon. She still needs the yin-yang flower of Thai and Gayat Dong Thien to eradicate the poison completely. Vu Qua felt as if struck by lightning. Thai and Gayat Dong Thien. Why is that place so important? At that moment, Dia Trang walked in cheerfully holding a chicken drumstick and a letter. Vu Qua, brother, there is a letter. That broke the heavy atmosphere. Dia Trang stuffed the letter into his hand. Vu Qua took one look and thought, a three-feather message from Thien Lang City. That means urgent military intelligence. Vu Qua immediately opened the letter to read its contents. After reading it, he frowned as cold sweat broke out. Lan Mong asked anxiously what happened. Vu Qua said the thief emperor reports that there are Van family spies in Thien Lang City. I fear they have grown suspicious and may take action. Lan Mong worriedly asked, should I return there first? Vu Qua crossed his arms in thought and replied, no. I must cure you first. I need to go to Thai and Gayat Dong Thien to find the yin-yang flower. Having made his decision, he turned to the medicine emperor and Dia Trang, cupped his hands, and asked that during the few days he would be away they take care of my wife. Dia Trang patted his chest and laughed, telling him to rest assured. The medicine emperor also waved his hand and told him to go fetch the medicine. Knowing he would be gone for a while, Lan Mong worriedly embraced him and told him to return safely. Vu Qua comforted her that after days of training he had coordinated with Jai Tai Mai, and this time there should be no problem. The scene shifted. Tai Mai sat alone in her room, resting her chin on her hand in thought. When I first arrived, I left traces behind. The people of Than Duong sect will likely find me soon. Thinking that, she sighed. To maintain her identity, she had to rent the most expensive room, spending quite a lot. Suddenly, there was a knock at the door. From inside, she invited them in. Entering were Thai Than Ha and Thai Than Van. They cupped their hands and smiled in greeting. Miss Jai, we finally meet again. Seeing the person accompanying Vu Qua, Thai Than Van asked doubtfully, who is this? Tai Mai quickly replied that this is my younger clansman, a bit foolish. I came to Than Duong City to find a way to treat him. Vu Qua immediately cooperated by pretending to be silly, crossing his eyes and grinning foolishly. Focusing on two tasks at once is too hard. Better to play dumb. After hearing that, Thai Than Van sneered. A younger brother. Truly a fine excuse to approach Jai Tai Mai. Tai Mai suddenly said, the two of you outside. If you have something to say, come in and speak plainly. Hearing that the two from Than Duong sect were startled and exclaimed, there are people outside. Exposed, Ma Ka and Ma Lin stepped out and said calmly, as expected of Miss Jai, you discovered us siblings so easily. Thai Than Van and Thai Than Ha immediately argued with the two, asking what the people of Yin Sha sect were doing here. Ma Ka and Ma Lin retorted that the whole city knows Miss Jai has arrived. Why should only you be allowed to meet her? As the atmosphere grew tense, Tai Mai angrily shouted, enough, if you have business with me, then speak. Thai Than Van quickly cupped his hands and explained, not long ago we sent disciples into Thai and Gayat Dong Thien, but they went missing. Miss Jai is knowledgeable. May I ask if you have any clues? I thought for a moment and replied that Reincarnated Dong Thien is a place where immortals cultivate, filled with countless grand formations and rare treasures. Your disciples have likely fallen into a trap. Thai Than Van continued, is there a solution? If you can rescue our disciples, we will be extremely grateful. I said both sects should send elders to follow me inside. Any spoils obtained you may divide among yourselves. Thai Than Van remembered the matter of treatment and asked if the blood ginseng is medicine for the young master. Vu Qua pretended to be foolish and picked his nose as if unwilling to acknowledge her. Tai Mai replied that is correct. The yin-yang flower in Reincarnated Dong Thien is what I need. Next morning at Than Duong Sek, Thai Than Ha and Thai Than Van stepped into the room. At that moment the great elder spoke up and asked, the person walking beside Jai Tai Mai truly has a foolish young master Jai. Hearing the question, Thai Than Van replied, that young master Jai has not even reached the martial spirit realm. In my judgment his mind truly has problems. The great elder turned to discuss with the Than Duong sect master. The internal strife of the 5 great families is fierce. I fear that young master Jai is indeed a fool, and his position will be hard to keep. The Than Duong sect master continued. In any case, he is still a member of the Jai family. But Jai Tai Mai is very hard to control. We might as well change direction. Hearing that, the great elder raised his head to look at the young girl beside him and asked, Thai Tin Nhi, if we let you approach that foolish young master Jai, what do you think? Thai Tin Nhi asked blankly, Elder, do you mean for me to seduce him? The Than Duong sect master stepped forward and placed a hand on her shoulder to reassure her. This concerns the future of Than Duong City. Hearing that Tin Nhi understood and replied with a sorrowful face, I understand. After reaching an agreement, the Than Duong sect master stood up and announced, Thai Tin Nhi, Thai Than Van, Thai Than Ha. The 3 of you will lead men to follow Miss Jai into Reincarnated Dong Thien. Remember to bring along the people of Yin Sha sect. Tin Nhi asked in confusion why they had to take them. The Than Duong sect master revealed a sinister smile. Miss Jai said Reincarnated Dong Thien is filled with traps. Let those foolish Yin Sha sect people scout the way first. Waterfall roared down, creating white foam. Sunlight shimmered upon it, accompanied by a report, Miss Jai, we have arrived. The great elder smiled and said Reincarnated Dong Thien lies behind this waterfall. Tai Mai looked around curiously, thinking Than Duong City is so scorching, yet this place is icy cold. Truly marvelous. The great elder pointed at a block of ice and recounted that half a year ago a Ling Xiao disciple accidentally broke a tombstone, causing the waterfall to appear. In the end, he was sealed in ice. So young to meet such misfortune, truly a pity. Tai Mai looked at the person in the ice and recognized Ling Xiao, an important figure in her story. She had not expected him to die here. It seemed the fates of Deep Quinn and many others had changed. The great elder raised his hand and condensed a small flame. Shot that flame at the ice block, causing a large portion to melt and revealing a passage. The great elder introduced it as the entrance to Reincarnated Dong Thien. When Tai Mai stepped closer, she discovered the door was like a transparent mirror. Just as everyone was about to enter, a voice suddenly called out from behind Miss Jai. Tai Mai turned and saw Thai Tin Nhi and Ma Lin approaching with cupped hands, saying it was time to enter the cave. Young Master Jai would be entrusted to their care. Tin Nhi also said she was ordered to protect young Master Jai. Tai Mai did not refuse. She gently pushed he forward and said, then I will trouble you both. After taking he over, Ma Lin and Thai Tin Nhi immediately exchanged hostile glances, while he continued pretending to be foolish and stood there blankly. He lamented inwardly, why do I not encounter such good fortune in real life? Probably because I do not have a martial empress sister backing me. Not long after, the entire group had ventured deep into Reincarnated Dong Thien. Tai Mai observed the surroundings, sensing the ice attribute's spiritual energy here was astonishingly abundant. She suddenly had the idea to shift her consciousness back to her original body to cultivate and break through. After thinking it through, she closed her eyes. As soon as her consciousness returned to he, and he opened his eyes, Ma Lin unexpectedly rushed forward and kissed him. Seeing that scene, Thai Tin Nhi angrily shouted, Demoness, what are you doing? Ma Lin smiled provocatively and said, what does my business have to do with you? You dislike young Master Jai for being sickly, but I do not. Although the two argued, he still felt lightheaded from being kissed. Hearing that Tin Nhi blushed and stammered, who said, I dislike him. I can do it too. After speaking, she also rushed forward and kissed him, making him so delighted that his nose bled. Ma Lin stood to the side and mocked that even a righteous sect maiden knows how to seduce a man. The Yin Sha sect disciples behind saw the scene and were filled with killing intent, lamenting in unison why they suddenly felt jealous of this brat. At that moment, Tai Mai finally opened her eyes. Turning to her original body, she was shocked to discover countless people sealed within ice pillars. It turned out the missing Than Duong sect disciples were all here. She stepped forward to observe an ice pillar. Inside, besides the frozen person, there were also magic artifacts and pills. Clearly, treasures were used as bait to trigger traps. A young man in blue rushed forward to embrace an ice pillar and shouted that there was a nourishing spirit pill inside. Tai Mai quickly raised her hand to stop him and shouted, "Do not touch it." The young man had no time to react before he was instantly frozen. Am witnessed this and said seriously, "This is a great ice seal formation. Without breaking the formation, we cannot go deeper." Tai Mai crossed her arms and replied, "This formation is based on the 8 trigrams of heaven and earth. Find the life gate and it can be broken. The formation core lies within an ice pillar." Thai Than Van hastily suggested smashing all the ice pillars. Tai Mai cut him off, saying that would trigger another restriction. Wait for her to find the formation core. Thai Than Van sneered that the restriction was nothing to fear. Seeing that, the great elder shouted loudly for everyone to be silent and follow Miss Jai. Tai Mai sat down to meditate. Thai Than Van stormed off in anger, glancing back at her with resentment, thinking this Jai Tai Mai gave him no face at all. Not far away, he discovered a precious treasure. His heart shook. He had not expected a supreme treasured sword to be here. He grinned wickedly and glanced toward Tai Mai, thinking if she would not let him touch the ice pillars, then he would do it anyway. Once he obtained the treasured sword, she would see whether she still dared to look down on him. Tai Mai was still unaware of that foolish scheme. She focused on finding the formation core just a little more. Suddenly, a loud noise rang out, startling her into opening her eyes. In panic, she turned her head and asked what happened. The great elder saw Thai Than Van holding a sword and shouted, "What are you doing?" He even boasted that he had obtained a supreme treasured sword. Ma'am angrily ground his teeth and cursed that bastard. Does he want to kill everyone? Immediately after, the ice pillars cracked and shattered simultaneously, emitting a thunderous roar. 2 enormous ice abyss giants appeared and charged straight toward the crowd. Great Elder asked in alarm for a countermeasure. Tai Mai quickly ordered everyone to gather their energy and open defensive shields. Assign one to Elder Thai and Protector Ma. She would handle the other herself. The ice abyss giant roared furiously and raised its arm high. Ma Ka, along with Thai Than Ha and Thai Than Van, shouted loudly for everyone to resist with full strength. The ice abyss giant immediately slammed its fist down onto the ground, causing a violent tremor. It suddenly lifted its head, its icy gaze locking firmly onto Tai Mai. Its massive body leaped up and charged straight at her. Tai Mai hurriedly dodged aside, thinking that fighting like this consumed energy too quickly. Even the endurance of demon essence had limits. She focused her mind. Originally, she intended to keep Jai Tai Mai for later use when returning to Thien Lang City, but at present even protecting herself was difficult. She saw the great elder and Ma Am attacking with all their strength, yet their cultivation had not reached Martial Emperor, so they could not inflict significant damage on the ice abyss giant. Suddenly, Ma Am and the great elder both froze in place. Seeing that, Tai Mai broke into a cold sweat and widened her eyes. Wait. This is. In the air, countless white particles fell like shooting stars. They were not ordinary crystals, but higher-grade cold essence. The ice abyss giant suddenly threw a punch toward Tai Mai. Fortunately, she dodged in time and realized it was not a demonic beast, but a puppet powered by spirit stones. Understanding that, Tai Mai turned to counterattack. As long as she seized the cold essence, it would be resolved. Without hesitation, she immediately drew a blazing fire sword and rushed straight toward the ice abyss giant. Gathering all her strength, she swung her sword and split the puppet's head in two. After her fatal strike, its entire body instantly disintegrated completely, not leaving behind even a single fragment. With her unusually sharp intuition, Tai Mai suddenly sensed something was wrong and cast a glance around. In that brief instant, she realized there was still another one hiding that had yet to appear. Tai Mai shot into the air, flipped, and cleanly beheaded the ice abyss giant, her bearing utterly decisive. Alone, she had slain both Martial Emperor-level monsters. At the same time, the great elder and Ma Am stood watching from beginning to end. completely stunned. Their shock quickly turned into trembling fear as they stammered. This is impossible. One person actually killing two martial emperor-level monsters at once. In decades of roaming Than Duong City, we have never witnessed such a world-overturning scene. After cleaning up the battlefield, Tai Mai obtained two major spoils. The red-eyed flood dragon demon core had only a fraction of its power left. Fortunately, she gained two rare cold essence crystals, their rarity no less than the scarlet crystal on Quan Tai's spear. Gifting them would surely be of great help. Great Elder and Ma Am stepped forward, cupped their hands and bowed in gratitude, calling her their life-saving benefactor. Tai Mai replied coldly that such polite words were unnecessary. What do you plan to do next? Tai Mai placed her hands on her hips and said sternly that the spiritual energy here was far more abundant than at the entrance. For now they should reorganize and cultivate, then select those still capable to continue deeper. Ma Am smiled and said, however Miss Jai decides, we will follow. After speaking, she gently closed her eyes and thought it was time to shift her consciousness back to her original body to cultivate. She could not remain standing still forever. When her consciousness returned to he discovered Thai Tin Nhi was pressing her chest straight against his face without mercy. He could only tense up and struggle incoherently. When she let go, he panted heavily, thinking thankfully I switched consciousness in time. A little slower and I would have suffocated. Afterward the two sat together. Tin Nhi attentively wiped the sweat from his brow and softly said her father wanted to marry her to him. Though he was a bit foolish, his heart was kind. Far better than those hypocritical senior brothers who only married to plunder the city lord's wealth. She said this, her eyes reddened, and she looked at him softly asking, do you understand what I am saying? Only then did he jolt inwardly and curse himself for forgetting to pretend to be foolish. He immediately acted silly and raised his hand to wipe her tears, saying, do not cry, your pretty face will become ugly. Tin Nhi burst into laughter and said this fool even knows how to care for others. Elsewhere the sect masters gathered to discuss, believing Jai Tai Mai had entered only because of her foolish younger brother. They need not continue risking themselves. The spiritual energy here was sufficient for cultivation. Scouting could be left to Yin Sha sect. Purple-haired sect master laughed loudly and added that however many Yin Sha sect died had nothing to do with them. On the Yin Sha sect side, Ma Ka whispered to Ma Am that the previous battle had consumed much of Jai Tai Mai's energy. This was a good opportunity. Ma Am sneered that Than Duong sect originally belonged to them, that Inspector Thai only occupied it through marriage. Ma Am clenched his fist and smiled sinisterly. It was time to settle old debts. Frowned slightly and tightly closed his eyes. After finishing meditation and opening his eyes, he smiled brightly because he had finally broken through to the martial spirit realm, only regretting that his body could not yet absorb too much spiritual energy, so he could not enter the mid-stage. While Tai Mai was cultivating, Ma Am came urging departure because Thai and Gayat Dong Thien was fraught with danger. She then required each side to select 10 experts to follow her in. The rest would remain to cultivate. After gathering enough people, the group set off. Yet behind them, a shadow silently observed. Jai Tai Mai had been lured. Next, they would only wait for the right moment to strike. That watcher was Ma Ka of Yin Sha sect. After advancing deeper for some time, everyone halted before an extremely eerie area. There appeared rows of soldiers in battle stance, their entire bodies frozen as if blocking something. Suddenly, the ice soldiers simultaneously raised the long spears in their hands. Great Elder warned that to pass they must overcome the ice-armored warriors. Their numbers were too many. Once the shields flipped up, one would be skewered like a honeycomb. Tai Mai pondered and judged there must be a mechanism within. A Yin Sha sect disciple stepped forward saying he knew how to break through. When the soldiers withdrew their shields, there would be a gap. As long as one was fast enough, it could be crossed. The Great Elder sneered that it sounded good, so he should go first. Yin Sha sect were all cowards. Provoked, Zhen Tone became furious and shouted that even Than Duong sect ants dared look down on him, then jumped straight down. Ma Am panicked above and called for him to return, but Zhen Tone only sneered and said, see, as long as the timing is right, it is done. Before he finished speaking, the shields of the ice-armored warriors suddenly withdrew, causing him to slip. Zhen Tone fell flat and screamed in panic that it was impossible. Why had they withdrawn their shields so quickly this time? The outcome was clear. He was pierced through by countless spears and died on the spot. Above, some felt pity while others mocked. Ma roared in anguish, calling his brother's name. The sect masters derided him as foolish. Mai remained silent, observing, and finally said softly, "I understand." After speaking, she gave no further explanation and directly flew across to the opposite shore. Everyone cried out her name in alarm because of her speed. Mai calculated while flying that, when the cold wind blew through, the soldiers would simultaneously raise their shields. He continued to deduce that when the gust ceased, Mai immediately seized the moment when the soldiers raised their shields, stepping on them for momentum and leaping to the other side. Immediately afterward, the shields dropped again. Those on this side witnessed it and exclaimed in astonishment, so that was it. Mai ventured deeper and realized this was the central palace of Thai and Gayat Dong Thien. Yet the empty space made her wonder where the yin-yang flower truly was. After walking further, she discovered a stone pedestal in the middle of the great hall and softly asked what that was. Approaching, she saw a book upon it titled Heavenly Eye Insight. Lifting the book, she read in shock its functions: to comprehend yin and yang, view the past, see the future, and break heavenly schemes. Suddenly her vision blurred, and she felt dizzy for no clear reason. Heavenly Eye Insight suddenly floated up and opened on its own, countless talismans appearing. At the same time, the nearby wall shone brilliantly. The wall opened, revealing countless red spirit stones within, along with the illusory figure of Shui Yuan, immortal. Mai exclaimed at so many high-grade spirit stones. This was the secret treasury space of Thai and Gayat Dong Thien. Looking at that phantom, she guessed it was the remnant image of Thai and Gayat immortal, and beside it surely lay the yin-yang flower. For the massive pile of treasures, she drooled, then waved her hand to gather everything inside, and laughed loudly that she had finally saved her wife. Suddenly, Shui Yuan immortal stepped forward and touched her forehead, causing her to tremble as if lifted to a new realm. She clearly felt the puppet framework strengthen, and the puppet demon essence power also became far stronger. After that time, Mai was pushed back to reality and opened her eyes wide. She sat down blankly on the ground, asking herself what had just happened and why she was already outside. And the Than Duong sect members saw her appear and asked if she had found anything. Mai spread her hands and shook her head, saying she had searched everywhere but found nothing. He within the puppet chuckled inwardly at how could they know the entire treasury had been swept clean by him. The great elder proposed retreating to guard against unforeseen events because this place was too strange, and worried something had happened to Thai Than Van. Mai saw there was nothing left to exploit and nodded in agreement. Suddenly interjected unwillingly, saying Yin Sha sect had lost many protectors to come here, and returning empty-handed was too great a loss. Not that he suspected Miss Jai of monopolizing the treasures. He merely wished to check thoroughly once more. Mai frowned slightly, vaguely guessing the other party's true intention. This old fox was clearly stalling for time. She had to quickly see how things were on the other side. Thinking so, she sat cross-legged to regulate her breathing, intending to return his consciousness to his original body. Yet outwardly she told that they could go check while she rested for a while. He opened his eyes and awakened within his own body, glancing around to see only endless white snow without a single figure. Strangely, the Yin Sha sect seemed to have vanished, but very quickly he sensed their familiar aura still lingering nearby. Hid behind an ice wall and saw Ma Ka and Ma Lin gathering their subordinates to discuss. His heart turned cold. There truly was a conspiracy. Ma Ka stepped forward and cautiously asked a subordinate whether the magic artifacts had been arranged. That man immediately replied respectfully that everything was fully prepared. Lord Ma Ka. As he listened intently, he accidentally bumped into the ice wall, producing a rather clear sound. Jolted and cursed inwardly, "This is bad." Ma Lin immediately raised her sword in vigilance, her gaze sharp as she shouted who was there. Knowing that a single slip would mean being besieged, he reused his old trick, staggering out while swaying and mumbling incoherently. Ma Lin recognized him and lowered her guard, so it was that foolish young master. Seizing the chance, he spread his arms and acted silly, whining that he was hungry and wanted milk to distract them. After speaking, he lunged forward and buried his face into Ma Lin's chest, making Ma Ka both angry and embarrassed. Ma Ka pulled him away but still cautiously asked whether it mattered if he had overheard. Ma Lin replied indifferently that he was just a fool who would not understand anything. Ma Ka did not pursue it further and raised a cup-shaped treasure to order the ambush prepared and the 36-star formation activated. He pretended to cling to Ma Lin, but his heart was icy cold. Yin Sha sect intended to seize this chance to destroy Than Duong sect. He feigned madness to find an excuse to leave, then returned to the Than Duong sect side. Tin Nha was the first to notice and asked where young Master Jai had gone. He awkwardly conveyed the message by hugging her and muttering keywords such as silver cup, attack, 36-star formation. Tin Nha immediately understood and translated in panic. Yin Sha sect plans to use the 36-star formation to ambush us. She hurried to inform Thai Than Ha and Thai Than Van. The two who were cultivating were startled and enraged upon hearing it. Truly a pack of beasts. The two quickly gathered the Than Duong sect disciples and ordered them to prepare for battle. Almost at that very moment, the silver cups were set in their positions. Light from the silver cups shot straight into the sky, forming a gigantic cage enveloping Than Duong sect. The Than Duong sect disciples all felt their bodies weaken. The 36-star formation was complete. Thai Than Ha braced her sword against the snow in alarm as her strength waned. Thai Than Van immediately realized this formation was meant to drain vital energy. Yin Sha sect advanced with Ma Ka and Ma Lin leading. Ma Ka laughed and asked Ma Lin if she feared the Jai family investigating. Ma Lin shrugged and said that fool understood nothing. Killing them all would solve it. The two immediately rushed forward, intending to kill he in one strike. Tin Nha held him tightly and raised her sword, shouting that she would protect young Master Jai. He felt moved, yet the situation was extremely dangerous. He thought that if he could stop this internal strife, his villain value would increase. So he closed his eyes and sent his consciousness back to the puppet. In the cave, Tai Mai stood up and proposed speaking privately with Ma Am, asking if the Great Protector could step aside. Ma Am called her name in surprise. In a quiet corner, Ma Am directly asked what it was. Tai Mai went straight to the point and asked why Yin Sha sect had attacked Than Duong sect. Ma Am was startled at being exposed so early, but still threatened her not to interfere in the grievances between the two sects. Tai Mai replied coldly that she did not care about their grudges, but within Thai and Gayat Dong Thien, there should be no internal fighting. Stung in pride, Ma Am roared and recounted his hatred because the one he loved had been taken by Than Duong sect, calling them water bandits who deserved death. Tai Mai's expression turned icy as she asked why he had not stopped it from the start, and stated that not everyone of Than Duong sect was bad. Today she would handle this matter. Seeing he could not persuade her, Ma Am circulated his power, dark green energy enveloping his body as he sneered that Tai Mai had just exhausted her energy. She immediately grew alert and asked what he wanted. Ma Am's eyes suddenly turned blood red. He leaped up to ambush Tai Mai, shouting for her to taste the perils of the martial world. Ma Am's sharp claws tore through the air toward her. Tai Mai lightly dodged and countered to block, sneering that this was good, she would play with him. Two engaged in fierce combat. Ma Am relying mainly on his sharp claws, while Tai Mai nimbly evaded each strike. His claws gouged deep into the rock wall, leaving 3 terrifying marks. Had it struck the puppet, it would have been torn apart. Than Duong sect elders secretly observed from afar, planning to intervene only when Tai Mai was in danger so she would owe them. Ma Am again swung his claws straight at Tai Mai. Tai Mai dodged and kicked him hard in the face, cursing, "What kind of pervert are you trying to grab?" Knee slammed straight into his nose, accompanied by scolding. Ma Am was sent flying and smashed heavily into the wall with a loud crash, stone dust scattering. Still staggered up coughing and praised that she was worthy of a martial emperor. One kick was already formidable. Tai Mai knew the outcome was decided, yet still asked if he wished to continue fighting. Ma Am replied gloomily that there was no need, but immediately after, he suddenly shot out a volley of poisonous iron needles, shouting that it was over. Tai Mai was struck and asked in shock whether the needles were poison. She fell as Ma Am proudly declared it was the poison emperor's toxin. Even a martial emperor would die. 2 Than Duong sect elders instantly rushed out, shouting for him to stop in order to claim the favor. At the very moment Ma Am was distracted, Tai Mai burst forth with speed and thrust her sword through his left chest. Ma Am could not believe he had been defeated. Tai Mai said coldly that she cultivated poison arts. Such poison was useless. He within the puppet laughed inwardly because this body had neither blood nor flesh. Poison had no effect. Tai Mai left no future trouble, tearing Ma Am's body into pieces until only a pool of blood remained. He picked up the Great Protector's core, intending to use it to replenish the red-eyed flood dragon's energy. After finishing, she left, ignoring the frightened elders. At that moment, the second protector of Yin Sha sect rushed over asking what had happened. Seeing Ma'am's corpse, he immediately turned pale in horror. Second protector knelt and begged for forgiveness, saying the great protector acted with evil intent, and it was unrelated to the entire sect. Tai Mai casually pulled the poisoned needles from her hand and smiled, saying she only came for the yin-yang flower and would not pursue the whole sect. 3 needles fell to the ground with a clink and lay, still like their dead master. Tai Mai's gaze was icy as she spoke in a low voice. I do not take the initiative to cause trouble, but if you wish to be enemies, then I could not ask for more. Outside, Thai Than Ha was locked in fierce battle with Ma Ka, their sword intents colliding continuously and sending bursts of energy flying in all directions. Thai Than Ha roared and questioned Ma Ka whether they were not afraid Miss Jai would hunt them down to the end. Ma Ka sneered that there was nothing to fear. When the time came, they only needed to spare the life of that foolish Jai brat. The truth would be whatever he chose to say. At that moment, the great elder of Than Duong sect led people rushing over and loudly stopped them, telling them to cease fighting as it was all the great protector's scheme. The mastermind had already been slain by Miss Jai. Hearing this, the sword in Ma Ka's hand fell onto the snow with a dull thud. Ma Ka stood frozen in place, muttering in disbelief that his father had died. He cried out in pain that it was impossible. Ma Lin stepped forward to console him from afar, while the second protector remained calmer and turned to the great elder requesting a private talk. Great elder did not beat around the bush and asked what other schemes the second protector had. The man smiled and replied that the conflict had been caused by the great protector. Now that he was dead, it was settled. The more the second protector spoke, the more his ambition showed. He proposed marrying both Thai Tin Nha and Ma Lin to young Master Jai to form an alliance with the Jai family. Great Elder sighed and said he had considered it, but the Jai family was one of the 5 great families. Matching status would not easily accept them. The second protector smiled sinisterly and said if so, then cook the rice first. Was that not Than Duong sect's specialty? He sat cross-legged in the warm room and sighed, his heart filled with tangled thoughts. He had controlled Jai Tai might ascend the yin-yang flower back, and after leaving Thai and Gayat Dong, Thin, the heavenly eye insight technique had manifested in his mind on its own. He closed his eyes to regulate his breathing, a faint green light flashing at the corner of his eyes. The sword on the table emitted similar fluctuations. He smiled to himself that heavenly eye insight could actually let him see the flow of vital energy. Suddenly, a soft knock sounded at the door. He instinctively looked toward the door, and his face instantly flushed red. He realized those eyes could also see through things. This ability was truly overbearing. He hurriedly put his belongings away and thought that figure seemed to be Thai Tin Nha. Thai Tin Nha entered with her alluring figure carrying a wooden box full of food and called out to young Master Jai. She asked why he was sitting on the floor and where Miss Jai was. He lay sprawled on the floor playing with an earthworm and said that sister was busy upstairs, playing with worms. Tin Nha laid out the dishes on the table and told him to get up to eat. His eyes lit up as he exclaimed, "Good food." Tin Nha glanced around anxiously and thought fortunately Miss Jai was not here, or it would be hard to act. He changed to a cheerful tone, inviting him to drink honey wine, and handed him a large cup telling him to finish it. He looked at the wine and happily praised its taste. After speaking, she casually loosened a few buttons of her clothes before him. Tin Nha said she would bathe first and told him not to secretly drink the wine, then walked into the bath with a coquettish sway. He sat pondering what Thai Tin Nha was plotting. Feeling something was wrong, he secretly swapped the 2 cups of wine to be safe. He rested his chin in thought, wondering about the effect of heavenly eye insight. He blushed and told himself it was only for cultivation, absolutely not peeking. A seductive figure appeared faintly before his eyes. The scene was as clear as a painting. He screamed inwardly that the figure was too fiery, his nose almost bleeding. He hurriedly stopped cultivating for fear of drying his blood. After bathing, Tin Nha came out wearing a red robe with black trim, showing her smooth white legs and saying, "Young Master Jai, I am done." She sat beside him and asked why the honey wine had not been drunk. He stammered that the wine was bitter. She immediately drank the cup he had swapped in one gulp, leaving him stunned and thinking perhaps neither cup had a problem. Tin Nha pressed close to him, smiling that the wine was sweet, and forced him to drink. He broke into sweat, thinking there must be something wrong with the wine in the same jug. Quickly shouted that there was a worm Tin Nha turned pale and screamed as well. Frightened, she hugged his head tightly to her chest, nearly suffocating him. The door suddenly burst open with a loud noise. Ma Lin stepped in with a sneer and said that such tricks to hook a fool were truly ridiculous. Tin Nha asked in panic why Ma Lin was there. Ma Lin held the wine jug and said her father had ordered the two of them to serve that fool together. Then she drank it dry as Tin Nha hurriedly tried to stop her. Ma Lin had already emptied the jug. It was Spring Breeze 10,000 miles bought on the black market. Ma Lin knew it was bad upon hearing this and smashed the jug. The medicinal effect took hold, and the two girls began clinging to each other, praising one another as adorable and charming. Two rolled onto the bed in various poses. He turned pale and slipped away quietly. He rushed out the door, muttering it had nothing to do with him, leaving behind blushing maids. He sat on the steps pondering when an electronic panel appeared before his eyes that only he could see. He analyzed that his villain aura had increased by 19% and conveniently noted that Deep Quinn's protagonist aura had also risen by 2%. Na Lan Mong opened the door and stepped out. He turned and gently asked why she had come out. She replied that she wanted to return to Thien Lang City. He embraced her and comforted her that the Van family could not act so quickly. She smiled and said the poison had been fully cured thanks to Sister Dia. Dia Trang and a girl hurried over with bad news, making him feel a foreboding. Dia Trang panted that the 5 great families had sent elites to tack back targeting Thien Lang City. The Medicine Emperor urged them to return quickly. Lan Mong anxiously urged departure. He nodded in agreement. He said in a deep voice that Deep Quinn must have guessed he was not dead because he knew about his connection with the Dragon King Turtle. After thinking it through, he waved his hand boldly. He handed precious medicinal herbs and manuals to the Medicine Emperor and Dia Trang as thanks, asking them to accept. The Medicine Emperor and Dia Trang happily accepted. One asked in shock whether he had emptied Thai and Gayet Dong Thien. The other laughed gleefully at the flirting manual. The Medicine Emperor took out a jade green medical scripture and handed it over, saying it contained his 20 years of insights. He accepted the 5-colored snow lotus as tuition and told he to keep the rest. He received it with a warmth spreading through his heart, gently nodding to express his gratitude to the senior. Before the city gate, Quan Tiet and Quan Van Pham stood blocking the entrance together, their bearing solemn. Two of them stood proudly upon their swords, slowly flying forward. As soon as Quan Van Pham saw them, he froze in shock and widened his eyes. "Big brother, big sister-in-law, why have you returned so early?" Vu Qua replied from above, hearing that people from the 5 great families were surging toward tack back. "We could not rest easy, so we came back first." Took out 2 pieces of cold crystal and handed them to Quan Tiet. She stepped forward to accept them. "Young master, this is what," Vu Qua immediately explained. "Keep these 2 pieces of cold crystal." He leaned close to her ear and whispered his instructions. "Mui understands. Everything will follow, young master." He walked over to Nap Lan Mong and handed her a cloth pouch. "Take it, Vu Qua, what this is." He smiled with the steady demeanor of a man who could shelter his wife. "My universal brocade pouch. Open it if you encounter danger. No matter what happens, do not be afraid. I am here." Sky suddenly darkened. A heavy blackness pressed down. Behind the mountain, flashes of lightning tore through the silent air. A soldier with a pale face rushed in to report. "This is bad. The Dragon King Turtle at Lin Za Sun has been ambushed." Vu Qua was horrified upon hearing it. "What?" He gritted his teeth in fury. "The Dragon King Turtle is the guardian of Thien Lan Than. If it falls, the city will shatter. The people will be slaughtered. Even my life will be hard to keep. Even if it is the 5 great families, I will make you pay the price." He waved his hand and ordered all forces to assemble. "Follow me to save the Dragon King Turtle." "Yes, big brother." On the other side, the gigantic Dragon King Turtle was facing the 5 great families head-on. A shout to kill rang out, causing the Dragon King Turtle to roar in fury. Blood filled its mouth, a miserable sight. Suddenly someone launched a sneak attack. From afar, a spiked iron mass flew over and pierced straight into its eye. Pain made it even more ferocious. Fresh blood splattered everywhere. Those vicious people still stood watching calmly, as if enjoying a spectacle. Van Lao Chai laughed arrogantly in mockery. "You beasts are already like an arrow shot from the bow, and that Lai Vu Qua is truly a turtle hiding its head. Who knows which corner he is hiding in now? Why risk your life for him?" The Dragon King Turtle panted heavily, exhausting its strength to resist despite its grave injuries. "I will never bow my head." Cannon of unknown origin was aimed straight at the battlefield. The troops under his command thus suffered considerable losses. Vu Qua stood boldly between the two cannons and the soldiers. "If you have the guts, then aim at me." He still smiled with contempt as he replied, "This brat truly is not dead. I had planned to slaughter in Thien Lan Than to force you to show yourself. Who would have thought you would deliver yourself? Young Tiu, heed my order. Capture Li Vu Qua for me." The wolf-like group immediately rushed forward. Yes. Vu Qua carefully observed the opponent, silently assessing. It is indeed Phi Ung Tiu, the special force of the 5 great families. Each of them has cultivation at martial emperor or above. It seems the Van family is determined to eliminate me completely. At that very moment, they simultaneously hurled throwing darts toward his army. His troops were completely caught off guard. Those facing them almost none survived. Morale instantly wavered. Someone trembled while looking at the cold corpses and cried out. The moment we met them, they killed more than 20 brothers. Observing the situation, Vu Qua instinctively sensed danger. The disparity in strength is too great. The morale of Thien Lang V is being suppressed. If this continues, we may lose without even fighting. Thinking so, he immediately stepped forward and struck the drum hard. The rapid drum beats echoed, blending with Vu Qua's firm voice. "Brothers, fellow townsmen, the Van family has repeatedly oppressed us. Toward Thien Lang Than they attack when they wish and kill when they wish. Does bearing the name of the 5 great families mean they can treat human lives like grass?" Those words gradually ignited the will of Thien Lang V. They looked at one another, their initial fear fading away. Seeing this, Quan Van Pham immediately stepped forward to stir their momentum. "We have no way out. Brothers, grip your weapons tight. For Thien Lang Than kill all these evil men." Right after that, Nap Lan Mong and the entire Thien Lang V army responded in unison, all shouting for Thien Lang Than. Under Vu Qua leadership, Thien Lang V charged forward with eyes ready for death, their mouths continuously shouting to kill. On the other side, Van Lao Nhi quickly ordered a change of formation. The Phi Ung Tiu troops immediately took position. As soon as the command ended, prepare fire. Thousands of arrows tore through the air toward Vu Qua at once. At this moment, they no longer stood still waiting for death. Each person actively counterattacked. Some were pierced by 3 arrows through their bodies, yet still forced their remaining strength to rush forward and strike directly at a Phi Ung Tiu soldier. Although Phi Ung Tiu were not easy to bring down, the scene still shocked them. One shouted, "Damn it, do these people no longer care about their lives?" At the rear, a Thien Lang V unit quickly completed the assembly of the cannons. Leader stepped forward and reported loudly, "Big brother, the Fire Star cannon is ready." Vu Qua cut down a Phi Ung Tiu soldier while shouting, "Fire the cannon." Receiving the order, the artillery unit immediately acted. A series of cannon blasts thundered one after another. The enemy troops consequently suffered heavy casualties. Each wave of bombardment that fell took the lives of dozens of Phi Ung Tiu. Quan Van Pham fought more fiercely with each strike, taking down 2 or 3 men in one blow. He turned to Vu Qua and shouted confidently, "Big brother, we are gaining the advantage." Suddenly someone launched a sneak attack from behind Vu Qua. Nap Lan Mong hurried to support and warned, "Be careful, Vu Qua." Wiped the sweat from his forehead, looked at her tenderly and said, "Thank you." The situation was clearly turning, the balance gradually tilting toward Vu Qua. Van and Hi Lao laughed sinisterly. "I thought you were merely tack-back commoners who cherish life and fear death. Today truly opens my eyes." As his words ended, sinister energy surged around him. His eyes turned black with only the pupils gleaming. That was Doc Nhan, the signature ultimate skill of Van Nhi Jia. Van and Hi Lao released streams of poisonous aura. Instantly countless creatures like robust locusts poured out. He sneered and declared, "This is a reward. I will let you die swiftly." Vu Qua looked worriedly at the once mighty army now, collapsing in agony. He thought to himself, Doc Nhan is similar to Tam Nhan, an eye technique that controls poisonous insects as weapons. There was no time to hesitate. Many soldiers were unable to withstand the sea of tiny insects. Driven to desperation, they could only scream, "Get away, get away." At that moment, Vu Qua suddenly seemed to remember something, took a treasure from the system, and successfully dispelled all the poisonous insects. Unexpectedly, what he had thought of was insecticide. The more he sprayed, the more exhilarated he became, watching the poisonous insects scatter in panic each time the mist burst out. Vu Qua laughed and said, "Poisonous insects, I have a nemesis made just to deal with you pests." He could not hide his delight. HMPH. I have deposited all the treasure seized in Thai Tak Than Duong Than into my Alamama account. Now I can buy whatever I want without hesitation. The number of poisonous insects was still overwhelming, forcing Vu Qua to toss the spray to Van Pham and shout loudly, "How Fong heed my order. There are 20 spray bottles here. Each brother take one." As soon as they received the items, everyone began spraying with all their might. The poisonous insects fell like harvested wheat. Ngu Nhi, seeing this strange power for the first time, excitedly asked, "Boss, what kind of treasure is this that one spray wipes them all out?" Nhu Nhi looked at Van Nhi Lao aged face and did not forget to mock him. "Ha ha, some famed ability. In the end, one spray is all it takes." Watching the poisonous insects he had painstakingly raised be neatly wiped out by Vu Qua, and hearing Ngu Nhi mockery, Van Nhi Lao was furious to the point of madness. His aged face twisted as he gritted his teeth and shouted, "Very good. You lowly rabble are quite something." He roared the name of the male lead, Li Vu Qua. Van Nhi Lao immediately unleashed a method to seize control of the situation, his resentful voice shrieking, "Die for me." Vu Qua was caught off guard and struck, staring in alarm as the old man rushed forward. Damn it, locked by the pressure of a martial emperor, his entire body could not move. Realizing the danger, Ngu Nhi rushed from behind and shoved Vu Qua aside, taking the full blow from the old man Van himself. Palm strike from Van Nhi Lao pierced straight through Nhu Nhi body. Blood poured from his mouth as he trembled out each word. "Protect Thien Lang well," then collapsed. Even in death, he only worried about the safety of Thien Lang Than. Over here, Ma Dai Cap, grief-stricken at his comrade death, roared Nhu Nhi name and charged into the battlefield. The two of them shouted in fury at the same time, "That beast." But before they could even close in, both were struck by a palm from Van Nhi Lao that pierced through their bodies, fresh blood splattering everywhere. Witnessing the brothers who had once shared life and death fall one after another under the old man Van hand, Vu Qua completely went mad. In his heart remained only one thought, revenge. The bloodline within his body erupted. A surging purple hue dyed the sky. He threw his head back and roared, "You dare kill Nhu Nhi and Ma Dai Cap? I will absolutely not spare you." As soon as his words fell, dozens of tentacles burst from the ground and lashed toward Van Nhi Lao. He hurriedly leapt away to dodge, shouting in shock, "What kind of bloodline is this?" Taking advantage of Van Nhi Lao's momentary distraction, Vu Qua launched a sneak attack from behind, but was immediately detected by him. Sure enough, this opponent was extremely troublesome. He quickly turned to counter. He lunged straight at Vu Qua, gripping his neck and lifting him into the air, roaring, "Is this all you have, Die?" Facing that threat, Vu Qua grabbed his wrist, the corner of his mouth curling into a cold smile. This unusual reaction caused Van Nhi Lao to falter for a brief moment. It turned out Nap Lan Mong had arrived in time to support him, her entire body radiating the majestic aura of a heavenly dragon. But as soon as Nap Lan Mong's spear tip reached him, Van Nhi Lao caught it firmly with one hand. He said disdainfully, "An attack of this level, and you dare dream of injuring me. I am a martial emperor." As his words ended, he struck Nap Lan Mong's abdomen with a fierce palm, sending her body flying. She crashed hard against a tree trunk and fell to the ground. Van Nhi Lao still held Vu Qua tightly in his grasp, arrogantly laughing, "You no longer have any chance of winning." That moment he felt a sharp pain spread through his body, angrily shouting, "You brat, you dare play tricks on me." He trembled as he turned around to look behind him. Before his eyes was the sight of Tai Mai using Vu Qua's own sword to stab straight through his chest. He asked in shock, "Who are you?" That girl was Tai Mai. She frowned and replied, "You do not need to know who I am. Only know that today is your day of death." After speaking, she decisively pulled the sword from Van Nhi Lao's body, endured the pain, and shouted, "You dare act recklessly. I am a member of the 5 great families." Van Nhi Lao clutched his chest and cursed inwardly, "Damn it, how can Li Vu Qua's subordinate have a martial emperor?" That strike just now pierced his heart meridian, leaving him unable to move. Tai Mai was completely unmoved by his threats, calmly asking in return, "So what if it is the 5 great families? When you relied on strength to bully the weak and slaughter the innocent, did you ever think of today?" Overwhelmed by her aura, Van Nhi Lao hurriedly begged, "Wait, I am the second uncle of Van Time Tran. He has a very good relationship with Li Vu Qua. You must give him face." Tai Mai disdainfully stepped on his face and coldly shouted, "Li Vu Qua knows Van Time Tran. I do not. Go die. Van and Chai Lao trembled as he watched her raise her hand to finish him. Suddenly a voice rang down from above. Stop, seeing reinforcements arrive. Van and Chai Lao joyfully shouted, Bong Than Van, why are you only coming now? Save me quickly. Than Van ignored him and turned to Tai Mai saying calmly, for this young lady's sake release Van and Chai. Otherwise your clan will suffer extermination. Tai Mai gave a faint laugh and replied, Ha ha, 8,000 Phi Ung Tiu are enough to level Thien Lang Than or a heaven-ranked sect in one night. Seeing that she seemed sensible, Than Van stroked his beard in satisfaction and said, knowing what is good for you is best. I do not care what relation you have with Li Yuguo, get lost. Tai Mai replied coldly, it does sound frightening, but this old beast must die. As soon as she finished speaking, she swung her blade and severed Van and Chai Lao head. Van seemed to have anticipated that action, not surprised at all as he coldly said, impressive, you truly have courage. But having killed a member of the 5 great families, this old man cannot stand by. Little girl, prepare to die. After speaking, Than Van dove down with a sinister smile. In midair, he suddenly twisted and used his tail to attack Tai Mai. Tai Mai reacted extremely quickly, shifting aside to dodge. Over here, Quan Van Pham observed the situation with a heart full of worry. He thought to himself, it is over, Van and Chai Lao is dead. Perhaps the end of Tak Bak has truly arrived. He turned to look at Nap Lan Mong, who stood dazed, holding a letter in her hand, unable to resist asking, sister-in-law, what do you plan to do next? She replied thoughtfully, Vu Qua previously gave me a brocade pouch, telling me to open it at the most critical moment. I do not know what is inside. Nap Lan Mong expression suddenly became resolute. She quickly gathered all the soldiers. Looking at the Phi Ung Tiu, she said firmly, everyone do not give up. Prepare to fight at once. However, their strength still made it difficult to withstand the most elite army of the 5 great families. Groups of soldiers fell one after another. Seeing this, Tai Mai anxiously shouted, be careful. Than Van approached and mocked, you should worry about your own life first. When he was almost within reach of his prey, Tai Mai suddenly withdrew and plunged straight down to the ground. Over here, Quan Tiat stood frozen, for a moment not knowing what to do, her voice trembling as she asked, young master, what should I do now? Her gaze fell upon the 2 cold crystals in her hand, and she suddenly recalled Vu Qua instructions from years ago. Quan Tiat, these 2 cold crystals can grant you immense power, but in exchange your memories will vanish and you will become a different person. If I am no longer here, then swallow them. Protect yourself and Thien Lang Than. Those words gradually steadied her heart. Quan Tiat replied coldly, young master, I will not let anyone harm you. After thinking this, she decisively swallowed the cold crystals. Quan Tiat's entire body immediately radiated a dazzling light. She slowly rose into the air, the earth and stones around her shaken and flung away. Seeing this, Nap Lan Mong anxiously tried to stop her. Tiat and Chai stop at once. However, Nap Lan Mong words seemed unable to reach her consciousness. Quan Tiat coldly unleashed her power, instantly freezing all 8,000 Phi Ung Tiu. Quan Tiat's sudden transformation left everyone utterly astonished. Van Pham spoke in a low, doubtful tone. Only now do I understand why Big Brother insisted on keeping Quan Tiat no matter what. Could she be the legendary ice snow goddess? At this moment, Quan Tiat vaguely opened her eyes. She glanced around, her expression puzzled. Why am I here? Tai Mai forced herself to look at Quan Tiat, bitterness filling her heart. I had wanted her to grow slowly. Who would have thought calamity would force her to awaken early? Once Quan Tiat fully awakens, her memories will return, and she will leave me, returning to her true homeland. Tai Mai looked at Quan Tiat. Her eyes reddened. Quan Tiat, must you truly leave me? At that moment, Vu Qua gradually regained consciousness. Quan Tiat cried out joyfully, young master. That familiar voice jolted Tai Mai awake. He called out happily, Quan Tiat, inwardly relieved, so it is still her. She has not forgotten me. Just as Tai Mai ran toward Quan Tiat, a gigantic hand suddenly appeared in the sky. That hand swept across her body at once, causing heaven and earth to tremble violently. Tai Mai thus lost her life. Vu Qua opened his eyes with discomfort. In the sky, the 5 clan leaders appeared simultaneously and gathered. Manhwa was the one who had just struck to stop Tai Mai. Cao Quinn gave a faint smile and said, who would have thought such a small tack back could produce so many twists? Standing beside him was the Hoa clan leader Hoa Tainla. She frowned in dissatisfaction. Lai Vu Qua dared to kill Van and Chai Jia. Van Ha angrily shouted, let me smash him to death with one palm. Fong Van Lai also nodded. Harsh mountains and rivers breed fierce people. This tack-back should be suppressed even more strictly. Only the Jai clan leader Jai Vo Song remained silent in thought. During this, Quan Tiat angrily shouted, "No, you dare harm young master." After speaking, her face darkened as she poured out all her strength and rushed up to confront them. Yi Hong, the Yi clan leader, glanced at the young girl and said disdainfully, "Overestimating yourself." He immediately moved to suppress her, striking Quan Tiat with one blow. She almost had no ability to resist. Body fell straight to the ground. Seeing this, Vu Qua shouted in panic, "Quan Tiat." He rushed forward and caught her falling body. Vu Qua asked anxiously, "Why have you reverted to your original state?" Quan Tiat replied with difficulty, "The cold crystals. When I swallowed both, my memories of young master gradually disappeared, so I forced myself to vomit one out." The Dragon King Turtle, standing nearby, witnessed this and said in a low voice, "This is the aura of a martial ancestor, a southern wilderness martial ancestor. What exactly has tack-back provoked? Could it be that a supreme expert wishes to erase this place?" Vu Qua gently laid the unconscious Quan Tiat on the ground, calculating inwardly, "Right now I am only a martial spirit. Facing 3 martial ancestors or more, I have no chance of winning. It seems there is only that way left." Returned to Tai my side, slowly lifted her body and fed her an inner core, thinking to himself, "This puppet has only run out of energy. Replacing it with Van Nha inner core will allow it to continue operating." He bent down and picked up the sword that had fallen to the ground. Sword tip pointed straight at the 5 clan leaders as he spoke loudly, "I pay my respects to the esteemed clan leaders." Van Ha found this man rather interesting and laughed. "Not bad, such courage counts as a figure. Lai Kwong Engia having a son like this is not in vain." At the mention of his parents, Vu Qua spoke sternly to accuse them. "Stop pretending to be righteous. My father's death is certainly related to your 5 great families. Back then the 3 kings framed him. You all knew yet chose to ignore it." Nap Lan Mong immediately understood her husband's intent. "Since we are acting, then act to the end." She quickly spoke up. "Vu Qua, how can you say that? If not for my father, you would not have lived until today." Vu Qua glanced at her and replied coldly, "Nap Lan Mong, do you think I truly love you? You are the daughter of my father killer. I merely used you." Gritted his teeth and shouted, "Today I cannot escape. Do you think you will have a good ending? Go to hell with me." In the final moment, he poured out all his resentment and thrust a blade through Nap Lan Mong's body. Vu Qua pulled her close, swiftly stuffing a pouch of fake blood into her abdomen, and softly said, "Sorry, my wife. I cannot let all of Thien Lang Than be buried with me." Who would have thought companionship would turn into farewell? Nap Lan Mong sobbed, "Why must you bear all the blame alone?" Vu Qua stepped back and struck the spot where the blood pouch was placed, the effect so realistic that the 5 clan leaders were completely deceived. Oatine La angrily cursed, "A scum like you even dares to strike your own wife." As she spoke of seeking justice for Nap Lan Mong, she conveniently moved to kill Vu Qua. As Hoatine La attacked him, the Dragon King Turtle rushed over to block. Vu Qua asked in surprise, "Elder Turtle, why have you not fled?" The Dragon King Turtle glanced at him and snorted coldly, "Brat, Lin Za Sun is this old man territory, and I have eaten quite a bit of your dried fish. How could I watch you die?" After speaking, it opened its mouth and spat out a blue spherical object to Vu Qua. He asked in confusion, "Elder Turtle, what is this?" Enduring pain, the Dragon King Turtle instructed, "This old man cannot live much longer. This is the child born by my late wife. Take it with you. In the future, inherit the position of overlord of Lin Za Sun. Brat, run quickly. This old man cannot hold on much longer." Vu Qua obeyed, holding the little one as he fled, not forgetting to say, "Elder Turtle, I will certainly take good care of little black turtle." He loudly called for Quan Tiat and Tai Mai to retreat quickly. Seeing the 3 figures depart, Van Ha could not help but grow suspicious. "That female martial emperor was not already killed by me?" Hoatine La continued, "The brat is trying to escape. Pursue him quickly." The Dragon King Turtle exhausted his final bit of strength and roared, "Who dares to give chase?" Seeing that arrogant attitude, Van Ha was displeased. His eyes reddened with anger as he gritted his teeth and shouted, "Beast, are you tired of living?" As soon as he finished speaking, he immediately circulated his technique and struck straight at it. Witnessing the Dragon King Turtle draw all its power into its body, Van Ha cried out warily, "This is bad. This beast is self-detonating. It wants to drag us down with it." Yi Hong swiftly unleashed his ultimate skill, the three forms of the extreme immortal sword art. Gigantic circular formation composed of countless sword shadows instantly appeared, awaiting Yi Hong's command to attack that enormous monster. Just as the extreme immortal sword art pierced straight through Elder Turtle body, the Dragon King Turtle only had time to utter a farewell. Farewell, brat. After speaking, it exploded, the blast so violent that it shook heaven and earth. Only after a long while did the dust gradually disperse. Jai Vo Song then coughed lightly and said, I did not expect Li Yuguo to escape. Van Ha pointed at a nearby subordinate and shouted, Why are you still standing there? Pursue him at once. In the distance, Vu Qua and Quan Tiet supported each other as they ran a long way. Collapsed from exhaustion, Quan Tiet asked anxiously, Young master, where should we go now? Vu Qua looked at her deeply and said, Tiet Nha, listen to me. Your true identity is the Ice Snow Queen of Cuckback Tri Quoc. That is your real home. You must return and reclaim what belongs to you. Hearing this, Quan Tiet burst into tears and sobbed. But I know nothing. I do not want to leave young master. Vu Qua gently wiped her tears and softly comforted her. I have always regarded you as my own sister. You have swallowed one cold crystal. Your cultivation must have surpassed martial spirit, enough to protect yourself. If we act together, once captured, we will not even have the chance for revenge. Quan Tiet nodded in agreement, yet remained worried. Young master must be safe. I do not want anything to happen to you. Vu Qua stroked her head and said warmly, Silly girl, call me brother. Quan Tiet threw herself into his arms and called him brother. Vu Qua continued in a low voice, If I die, gather the forces of Cuckback Tri Quoc to avenge me. If I live, we will surely meet again. At this point, Vu Qua intuition warned him that danger was approaching. He immediately released Quan Tiet and urged her, Run quickly, someone is coming. The one who appeared was Jai Vo Song. He did not stop Quan Tiet, which left Vu Qua utterly puzzled. Vu Qua had not yet recovered from the battle. He forced a smile and said, Ha ha, it seems my day of death has arrived. Over there, Than Van was still suspicious, glancing at Nap Lan Mong as he calculated, how strange, Li Yuguo and she used to cooperate seamlessly. Why did he suddenly turn against her? He bent down to examine the bloodstains on the ground, confirming it was real fresh blood, and the wound was not fake. Could it be that Li Yuguo truly only used Nap Lan Mong? And Van turned to probe. Nap Lan Sovereign, do you know who the woman was that killed Van and Hijia? She replied angrily, HMPH. She must be Li Yuguo lover. He dared to keep a mistress behind my back. Will tear him to pieces, she shouted furiously. Than Van considered that he had his answer, turned and left as he said indifferently, It is not worth grieving over such a man. The clan leaders have already given chase. Li Yuguo will not escape. Sovereign, take care of yourself. Watching Than Van and the Phi Ung Tiu depart, Nap Lan Mong could no longer restrain her emotions and cried out, Yuguo. Van Pham supported her and asked blankly, Sister-in-law, what exactly happened? He slowly took out a brocade pouch and handed it to Van Pham. When Vu Qua returned to Thien Lang Than, he entrusted this to me. He received it in confusion. Inside was a short letter with only a few words. Use my life in exchange for the peace of Thien Lang Than. Nap Lan Mong looked across heaven and earth with resolute eyes. I swear if my husband Li Yuguo meets with misfortune, I will make the 5 great families repay blood with blood. Elsewhere, Vu Qua looked at Jai Vo Song, calculating silently in his heart. Only Jai Vo Song was alone. It seemed they had split up to hunt him down. The opponent was a martial ancestor. Even using time, I would be hard to contend. He had to seize the chance to escape before the others arrived. This was the last chance to live. Thinking this, he acted at once. Vu Qua was no match for Vo Song to begin with, let alone now. He quickly subdued him, seized his blade and shoved him. Vu Qua nearly fell. Vo Song said coldly, You are very clever. You deliberately left many false traces to mislead your pursuers. If you act then, act a little more convincingly. Whether you live or die depends on your fate. Vu Qua asked in confusion, What do you mean? Why are you helping me? Vo Song glanced at the blade and said indifferently, This blade belongs to my adoptive father Nap Lan Than Dai Enhan, and Van Kim Tran's sword belongs to my aunt. We have long been dissatisfied with how Thien Shen Tong. Sparing you has its reasons. After a pause, he looked straight at Vu Qua and warned, Brat, beware of Deep Quinn. That man is deeply scheming. This encirclement was planned by him. Strive to live. Do not let those waiting for you suffer, Vu Qua asked doubtfully. You mean Time Tran? Vo Song suddenly sensed the aura of the elders closing in. He immediately began the act. and kicked Vu Qua rolling onto the ground. Vo Song turned and greeted the others. You arrived just in time. Yi Hong replied coldly, Jai Lao is indeed wise. Had we not split up, this brat would have escaped. Vu Qua clutched his battered body and laughed loudly. Ha ha, just a nobody, yet the 5 great families hunt me down. Truly a blessing of 3 lifetimes. Vo Song raised the blade and pointed it at him, asking coldly, Lai Vu Qua, do you know your crime? Vu Qua did not flinch and replied firmly, I have never harmed anyone. What crime do I have? Come on. He chose to trust Vo Song, for in this story he was still a righteous gentleman. Vo Song did not wish to prolong it and said coldly, very well, then I will send you off, then rushed straight at him. And close enough, he whispered, if you survive, go to the Dong sect and find someone with the alias Wolf Lord. After speaking, he swiftly slipped a ring into his hand, and he decisively pushed Vu Qua into the abyss. Than Van stood nearby and sneered. To deal with a martial spirit, we had to mobilize ourselves. Truly using an ox cleaver to kill a chicken, Van Ha said doubtfully, not right. Deep Quinn once said this man was full of tricks, and had faked his death before. This time I fear. Vo Song cut him off irritably. Does clan leader Van doubt my strength? I am a martial ancestor after all. Van Ha hurriedly waved his hand. Jai Lao misunderstands. I am only concerned about Lai Vu Qua. Before he finished speaking, a servant rushed over in panic to report. This is bad clan leader. Miss Time Tran has escaped. Van Ha angrily shouted, What a wretched girl. After speaking, he immediately turned and left. Vo Song smiled. Everything had indeed unfolded as planned. As for Lai Vu Qua, was at this moment swept away by the current, fortunately preserving his life. What followed would likely be left to fate. In a bamboo forest, Time Tran fled in panic. Suddenly she halted her steps. At the end of the path, 2 people had long been waiting. Deep Quinn spoke bluntly. Time Tran, you should return. I do not wish to use force against you. Time Tran immediately tightened her grip on her longsword and looked at Deep Quinn coldly, snorting as she said, You think that by relying on the Deep family and breaking through to Martial King you can stop me? Deep Quinn roared unwillingly, Senior sister, are you truly so stubborn? Lai Vu Qua is nothing more than a dog discarded by the Lai family. The people of the 5 great families are hunting him down. By now he is already a corpse. Time Tran was so furious that she clenched her teeth. Summoning her cultivation technique, she shouted, Shut your mouth. Vu Qua will definitely be fine. How could someone like Deep Quinn, who had never been loved, accept those words? His face darkened as he roared, Lai Vu Qua is just a scum. What right does he have to gain your affection? Deep Quinn completely went mad, his technique erupting violently, the phantom of a gigantic blood ape towering between heaven and earth, its aura staining the space blue. The more he fought, the more frenzied he became, shouting, You should have been mine, you belong only to me. Facing that madness, Time Tran replied coldly, Vu Qua was right. You are nothing but a self-righteous hypocrite who stops at nothing. At this point, the relationship between the two had completely shattered. Deep Quinn immediately turned hostile. If I cannot have the woman, then Lai Vu Qua will not have her either. He immediately summoned the Blood Ape Tyrant Fist and struck straight at Time Tran. Fortunately, Time Tran dodged in time. Otherwise, seeing the ground shattered into flying stones by that punch was enough to show its terrifying power. Deep Quinn had truly turned his face. Tiffany, standing aside and witnessing those vicious words, was utterly despairing, her heart aching as she murmured, why treat me like this? The clash between the two grew increasingly intense. Zunai anxiously ran forward to stop him, big brother Deep, but being obstructed only made Deep Quinn more enraged. He glared and shouted, Get lost. If it were the former Zunai, she might have obediently stepped back. But now she had awakened. She immediately rushed forward and said, Big brother Deep. Deep Quinn grew even angrier and shouted, Did you not hear me? Get lost. Before he could finish speaking, Deep Quinn suddenly felt his body destabilize, his hands numb as the sword fell to the ground. He stared at the person before him and said in a trembling voice, Nai, you. Zunai burst into tears and shouted, Deep Quinn, you never loved me. You only used me. You killed my father. Our Hyatt perished because of you. I was truly foolish, truly foolish. Deep Quinn endured the pain in his heart and said calmly, So you knew all along. He struggled to pick up his sword, deciding to kill the one he considered a traitor. Deep Quinn rushed straight at Zunai, shouting, Why did you deceive me? I was devoted to you, yet you led the wolf into the house, slut. I should have killed you from the start. Just as the sword was about to touch Zunai, Ximen Lang, wearing a mask, suddenly appeared and severed Deep Quinn's arm with one slash. Quinn clutched his arm and screamed in agony, My arm. He rolled on the ground, trembling nonstop, shouting, "I will kill you all." Tiffany ran after them in confusion and asked, "Who are you? Why did you save me?" That man did not even bother to respond, going straight to Time Tran and asking anxiously, "Junior sister Time Tran, are you all right?" She nodded and replied, "I am fine. Others are about to arrive. We must leave immediately." Zunai stood aside, thinking doubtfully, why does this voice sound so familiar? Could he be? Looking at Deep Quinn lying in pain on the ground, that man asked indifferently, "How should we deal with him?" Time Tran replied flatly, "He has suffered a fatal wound. Even immortals cannot save him. Leave him." The three of them immediately departed. Only then did Deep Quinn panic and shout, "Do not, senior sister, save me. Have you forgotten our 3 years of fellow discipleship?" But no one turned back. Deep Quinn watched their backs and said resentfully, "I will not die." In the dark of night, 3 figures quietly approached a bridge. Time Tran took the initiative to speak. "Escorting me here is enough. Traveling in a group makes it easier to expose our tracks. I alone will go to Jiangdu. The scenery here is peaceful, yet the hearts are heavy with sorrow." Time Tran looked into the distance and thought, "Vuquar, I wonder if you are safe now." That man removed his mask and said indifferently, "Junior sister Time Tran, travel carefully. I will return first." Zunai recognized the familiar face and cried out happily, "Big brother Zyman." She clung to his arm and acted coquettishly. "Big brother Zyman, is it truly you? Why are you so cold to me? I am Nai. Zyman Lang said in disgust, "Let go. I saved junior sister Time Tran only because of a bit of childhood affection from years past with her. Nothing more than convenience. From now on our ties are severed. Do not meet again." After speaking, Zyman Lang turned and left, leaving Zunai collapsing to the ground crying, "Big brother Zyman." At this point, regret was already too late. Tears and sobs tore through the stillness of the forest. At Thien Lang Than, after the battle that day, all the soldiers of Thien Lang V trained day and night with harsh intensity. On the command platform, Nap Lan Mong gripped her spear tightly and slammed it to the ground, shouting, "Weak with such force, how can you defeat the Phi Ung Tiu of the 5 great families? Thrust harder, more accurately." The soldiers shouted in unison, "Yes, Commandery Princess." Van Pham hurried over and called, "Sister-in-law." Nap Lan Mong immediately asked, "Is there any news of Vuquar?" He shook his head sadly. "There is still no clue at all." Van Pham said worriedly, "Sister-in-law, you have pushed yourself for a month now. Even an iron man could not endure it." Nap Lan Mong shook her head. "I am not tired. Vuquar paid too great a price for Thien Lang Than. I must make this place stronger." In her heart, she only prayed, "Vuquar, you must not let anything happen." At the same time, in a small house, Vuquar was being cared for by an old woman. She wiped his face and said worriedly, "He has been unconscious for 3 days. When will this child wake?" As soon as she finished speaking, he let out a faint groan of pain. He slowly opened his eyes. The old woman joyfully ran out calling, "He is awake. He is awake." His whole body ached, making Vuquar think irritably, "This Jai Vo song truly struck too heavily. As a martial ancestor, he does not know how to hold back. That fatal slash left me no time to use the recovery aura. An Oscar should award him a golden trophy." The old woman brought her husband in to ask about him. "Child, how do you feel?" Vuquar replied politely, "I am fine, thanks to anti-care." The old man placed his belongings by the bed and said, "I have put your belongings here. Your old clothes were torn, so I found another set for you." After giving their instructions, the two went to cook. Vuquar responded gratefully. Soon smoke rose from the kitchen. The rare peaceful scene made him feel warm. After thinking for a while, he suddenly noticed a familiar ring. A thought flashed in his mind. "This is the ring Jai Vo song secretly gave me." He picked up the ring to examine it, and it suddenly emitted light. Within the light, an illusion appeared. Vuquar thought to himself, "A projection, it looks familiar." The illusion clearly revealed Jai Vo song. He said calmly, "Congratulations, Li Vuquar. It seems you have survived. I know you have many doubts. This recording has the answers." He spoke in a low voice, recounting, "My Jai family has always sold our lives to Ngo Thien Shen Tong. During one assassination mission, my aunt and Nap Lan Than developed feelings. Afterwards, Nap Lan Than became my adoptive father. My uncle was a righteous man, devoted to the people, but was framed by Nap Lan Kayat and died miserably. My aunt was also brutally killed. Since then, the Jai family and Ngo Thien Shen Tong cannot share the same sky," Vuquar thought. So the female assassin Nap Lan Than loved was from the Jai family. O Song solemnly instructed, "The Lang Tin blade and Thiep Y sword must absolutely not be discovered by the imperial family. Otherwise it will bring calamity of extermination." Your puppet still lacks a weapon. You can try the heavenly treasure glazed umbrella inside this ring. Realizing that all his secrets had been exposed, Vuqua scratched his head awkwardly. So you already knew about Jai Tai Mai? Vo Song snorted coldly in reproach. You borrowed the Jai family name in Than Duong City to stir up trouble. Did you think I would not know? For the sake of Thai Tin Nha and Ma Lin's wedding a few days ago, and because you resolved the conflict between Than Duong sect and Sat sect, I will not pursue the matter for now. His mind drifted again to Tin Nha and Ma Lin's marriage, and he could not help sighing inwardly. Two girls could also marry. Such thinking was truly open-minded. But after reflecting carefully, was he being too old-fashioned? Outsiders might even think he had traveled from ancient times to the modern world. Vo Song suddenly remembered an important matter and cut off his thoughts, speaking sternly. Last time the situation was urgent, so I could not explain clearly. Van Tine Tran will take advantage of the 5 great families hunting you to escape back to Jiangdu. She must be pursued fiercely. You should hurry and find her at once. Hearing this, Vuqua could not help but worry, gritting his teeth and muttering, "Damn it. I went to the northern border to help the Snow Army. Has a month already passed since I returned? Tine Tran must not let anything happen. I will go find her immediately. See you in the next videos." According to Li Vuqua, during the past month, he had in fact only fallen into a state of unconsciousness. Where had he gone? What had he done? It would be revealed later. Vuqua sat up and put on his clothes, constantly reminding himself that this matter could not be delayed. He had to meet Tine Tran quickly. From the capital to Jiangdu was thousands of miles, and she also had to evade the Van family's pursuit. At this moment, she was very likely hiding in Sage Forest. Just as he was about to ask someone for directions, he saw an old woman carrying a bowl of hot soup walking in. Vuqua immediately asked, "Auntie, where is this place?" She smiled and replied, "This is Dong Lai Hai Sun County, Lai Village. Why are you already awake, child?" Vuqua frowned at the ring on his hand and calculated silently. Dong Hai County was only about 20 miles from Sage Forest. If he flew on his sword, he should still make it in time. Seeing him circulating his energy, the old woman hurried forward to persuade him. "Child, are you leaving right away? You have just awakened, and your body is still weak. Stay and rest a few more days." Vuqua was extremely grateful and stepped forward to Bo. "Auntie, I still have urgent matters and cannot trouble you both any longer. Thank you for taking care of me during this time. Please accept this small token." Seeing the gold ingot before her, the old woman was stunned, speechless. At the same time, on Tine Tran's side, she was fleeing in panic with all her strength. While running, Tine Tran looked back in despair. "Damn it. What kind of monster is this that keeps chasing me without letting go?" From behind came a loud shout demanding wine, and at the same time, thick, long roots stretched out intending to bind her tightly. At that critical moment, Tine Tran unfortunately tripped over a tree root. He fell to the ground, retreating in fear while trembling and pleading, "Do not come closer." Sage King Zam Lam slowly approached and said coldly, "Hand over the wine at once." Tine Tran was tightly bound by the roots and angrily demanded, "What do you want? I do not have any wine on me." Zam Lam manipulated the roots to crawl over Tine Tran's body. He snorted coldly, "This old man smells wine on you. Do not think of deceiving me." Tine Tran trembled at those roots and hurriedly covered her chest, shouting, "Do not touch there." The more she struggled, the tighter the roots constricted. Just when Tine Tran was about to be unable to endure it, a streak of sword light slashed from afar, instantly cutting off Zam Lam's restraint. Tine Tran fell down. Tai Mai swiftly rushed forward to catch her. Tine Tran gratefully expressed her thanks for being saved. Tine Tran looked at Tai Mai in a daze. This young lady was truly beautiful. Standing before her made her feel inferior. But suddenly a trace of vigilance flashed in Tine Tran's eyes. She broke free from Tai Mai's embrace and asked warily, "Are you the one who killed Li Vuqua?" Tai Mai replied calmly, "If he were truly dead, do you think I could still stand here talking to you?" Tine Tran still did not believe it and continued to question, "But the peach sword you carry belongs to him. Who exactly are you?" Tai Mai smiled smugly and said that she and he were almost one. "Guess what kind of relationship I have with him." Tine Tran seemed to collapse, trembling with anger and muttering, "So you truly are his woman. He even gave you the Ling Ching blade." In her fury, she failed to notice Zam Lam reaching out to grab her. Tai Mai across from her hurriedly shouted a reminder, "Be careful." After speaking, she rushed forward to relieve Tine Tran. Tai Mai showed no fear and boldly used her bare hands to block Zam Lam's attack. But in the blink of an eye, Tai Mai was sent flying backward. Seeing this, Zam Lam snorted coldly, You dare to ruin this old man's pleasure. I fell heavily to the ground and forced herself to say, "This is bad. I forgot that, after several consecutive battles at the northern border, my demon essence power is completely exhausted." Seeing Tai Mai's exhausted state, Tine Tran hurried over and asked anxiously, "Are you all right? What should we do?" Even a martial emperor could not do anything to it. Terrifying growl drew closer and closer. Tine Tran helplessly raised her head to look at Zam Lam, murmuring in despair. Could it be that death was truly the only path left? Tine Tran supported herself with her sword and stood up, gritting her teeth to make a decision. In order to meet Vu Qua, she had to persevere. Without further hesitation, Tine Tran straightened with resolute momentum and charged toward Zam Lam, shouting, "I will risk my life against you." As the two sides were about to clash, a miracle suddenly occurred. Zam Lam abruptly retreated. This action surprised Tine Tran. Why did it withdraw? What exactly is happening? Zam Lam swayed and turned around, hurriedly searching for the source of the wine scent. After walking a short distance, Zam Lam's eyes suddenly lit up upon seeing a jar of wine under a large tree. He could not help swallowing repeatedly wine. He hurriedly ran over to open the lid, sniffing while praising such fragrant wine. While Tine Tran was still stunned by that strange series of actions, a soft call sounded from afar. "Tine Tran." Vu Qua stepped out from behind the tree and said with a smile, "It has been a long time." That simple sentence alone was enough to make Tine Tran freeze. Her hands clenched tightly. "Vu Qua, I thought you were already dead." Able to restrain her emotions, Tine Tran threw herself into Vu Qua's chest, crying while reproaching, "I thought twice that you were no longer here." After crying, she raised her head and asked in a choked voice, "Do you know how worried I was about you?" Vu Qua smiled gently to comfort her. "Sorry, I encountered some trouble on the way and was delayed." Tine Tran wiped her tears, her voice firm. "You must explain clearly to me first. What do you mean by almost becoming one?" The more she spoke, the more petulant she became. Vu Qua laughed in sudden realization, walked over to Tai Mai and casually removed her wig, explaining that this was only a puppet. "It looks very lifelike, does it not?" Only then did Tine Tran breathe a sigh of relief and remind him, "Next time do not use such strange things to tease me." Tine Tran had just tried to move her hand when a sharp pain struck, causing her to frown tightly. Vu Qua immediately said worriedly, "Let me bandage your wound first." He did not hesitate to step forward and wrap his arm around Tine Tran's slender waist, leaning close to her ear and softly reminding her, "Hold me tight." After speaking, Vu Qua executed his movement technique and soared upward. Two of them flew up into the sky together. Night fell. Vu Qua found an open space and hastily set up a tent. From outside, only two faint silhouettes of a man and a woman could be seen. Tine Tran asked shyly, "You really did not see anything?" Vu Qua replied helplessly, "My young lady of the Van family, you tied that cloth yourself. I swear I saw nothing." Though he spoke so firmly, in his heart Vu Qua secretly rejoiced. Indeed, he saw nothing, but he still had the heavenly eye insight. Suddenly his whole body grew hot. He looked at the spring scenery before his eyes and could not help clicking his tongue. Her figure was truly beautiful beyond reason. After loosening part of her clothing to reveal the wound, Tine Tran softly said, "You can apply the medicine now." He swallowed and immediately stepped closer, answering softly, "All right." As he poured the medicine into his hand, he said, "You have quite a few bruises on your body. I will apply some blood-activating medicine to ease the pain." As soon as he finished speaking, Tine Tran's face flushed red. His bare hand rubbed against her back a little too firmly, making her let out a soft cry. "Oh, it hurts, be gentler." That alluring cry stirred waves within him. He cursed inwardly, "Damn it. How is anyone supposed to endure this? Am I even human or worse than a beast?" Crooked thought flashed through his mind. In this desolate forest, a lone man and a lone woman, then I will not hold back. He suddenly lunged forward and hugged Tine Tran tightly, his hand even deliberately touching places it should not, while pretending to sigh. Her belly is really soft, and there are even a few folds, so smooth and plush. Tine Tran screamed and shoved him away, then hurriedly covered her chest and angrily scolded, "You lecher, where are you putting your hand?" He feigned innocence and replied, "I do not know anything. I did not see anything." Tine Tran blushed and stammered, You grabbed that spot." He still pretended to be proper and laughed it off. "Do not worry, I will not laugh at you. Having a little softness on the belly is normal. Girls with a bit of fullness are blessed. It will be easier to give birth in the future." Tine Tran angrily retorted, "I am not fat, look carefully. My belly is completely flat without a single roll of fat. saying that she grabbed Vu Qua's hand and placed it on her stomach. He suddenly sighed in regret. Haze, this flat, so you are like a chopping board. Looking big before was just an illusion. Suddenly having his arm shaken off in a Samsung Dodge style, Time Tran refused to accept it and grabbed the arm he was pulling back. She directly pressed his hand onto her waist and said irritably, "Where am I like a chopping board? See for yourself." Since the opportunity was delivered to his mouth, he would not miss it. Vu Qua took the chance to enjoy a bit of benefit. The feeling from his palm made him think of a soft, white, steamed bun. Time Tran frowned in annoyance, hitting and scolding him without holding back. Rogue Vu Qua blocked while explaining, "Ow, you pulled my hand yourself. Stop hitting. Do not kick there, and half my life's happiness will be gone." After a round of bickering, the two adjusted their clothes and went outside the tent to light a fire. Time Tran was still angry and shot Li Vu Qua a glare. "What are you laughing at?" Qua shamelessly raised his hand to his nose and calmly replied, I plan not to wash my hand for 7 days. It smells so good." The scent of a lady, Time Tran standing opposite, blushed and scolded Ro. Right then Vu Qua took out the roasted chicken, looked at her and smiled. "All right, do not be angry. Eat some roasted chicken." Time Tran refused to be at a loss, reached out to take the chicken and asked while eating, "By the way, Vu Qua, why did that monster chase me this morning?" Qua ate while calmly explaining, "That was not a monster but the overlord of Sage Forest, Zam Lam Heen Vuong. It is addicted to alcohol. The floral water you sprayed is 70% wine, so it chased you. I threw it a stronger jar of wine and it left." Vu Qua suddenly extended his hand and said, "Time Tran, give me the floral water." Time Tran asked in confusion, "What are you going to do?" Qua opened the cap and poured a few drops of floral water onto the ground, then explained, "Zam Lam Heen Vuong is a rare overlord with intelligence, even higher than Dragon King Turtle. We can use its addiction to alcohol to protect Thien Lang City." Just as Vu Qua said, only a few drops of floral water soaked into the soil. It immediately lured Zam Lam to appear. That man roared fiercely, "Where is the wine? Where is the wine?" Early the next morning at Thien Lan City, the soldiers took turns patrolling. Suddenly, patches of water appeared beneath their feet. Water quickly spread along with countless roots bursting upward. The squad shouted in panic, "Enemy attack." Nap Lan Mong frowned and immediately went outside the city, sternly asking, "Who dares to invade Thien Lan City?" When she saw Zam Lam, Nap Lan Mong felt worried. This is bad, another martial emperor-level expert. Zam Lam drank wine while arrogantly asking, "You are Nap Lan Mong, right? HMPH. I finally found you." Seeing no killing intent from the other side, Nap Lan Mong stepped forward to greet him. "Senior, what brings you to Thien Lan City?" Zam Lam drunkenly laughed and replied, "This old man is Zam Lam Heen Vuong. Someone named Li Vu Qua hired me to be the guardian beast of the sect. The condition is offering good wine every day." Hearing that, Van Pham happily said, "Big brother is indeed still alive." Nap Lan Mong excitedly asked, "Did he leave any other message?" Zam Lam Heen Vuong casually opened another jar of wine, praised it as not bad and took 2 gulps before slowly saying, "He also said he must go out to train and look for something called the Wolf Lord." After speaking, Zam Lam stretched out his hand and gave Nap Lan Mong a ring. "Ah, this is what he sent. He told you to develop Thien Lan City well and train a master artisan." Looking at the pile of spirit stones in front of them, everyone was moved. Nap Lan Mong choked up. So many high-grade spirit stones. Vu Qua nearly lost his life, yet still remembered to worry about us. Kui Van Pham happily muttered, "It is good that Big Brother is fine." At this moment Zam Lam changed form. He transformed into a huge ancient tree before the gate of Thien Lan City and declared that from today he would stay here. "You must keep your promise. Not a single day without wine." Nap Lan Mong nodded with a smile and ordered wine to be brought to Lord Heen Vuong. Vu Qua and Time Tran continued on their journey. After going further, Time Tran stopped and asked, "From here to Jiangdu, how many days are left? Would using the sword-riding puppet be faster?" Vu Qua replied, "I think so too." But the demon core of the red-eyed flood dragon was shattered by Zam Lam Heen Vuong. "We must find another to replace it." Vu Qua secretly sighed, fierce and mighty when showing off, but when needed there is nothing to use. After a few more steps, Vu Qua frowned and stopped. A group of people were surrounding and hunting a sword master. The two quickly hid behind a rock. Time Tran peeked and asked, "Are they hunting a demonic beast?" Vu Qua looked carefully and explained, "That is a martial emperor-level sword master. There is a necklace on its neck. The corpse beside it must be its master. Young Master Truong stood to the side, laughing gleefully, and ordered, "This beast has been poisoned by me. It will not last long. Brothers, kill it and seize the longsword in its mouth." Before the group could charge up, they were counterattacked. Sword Master rushed forward at astonishing speed and struck down the opponent. Young Master Truong's face turned pale as he snorted coldly. This beast killed Vuong Luke in the blink of an eye, poisoned yet still this strong. The two beside him trembled and asked, "Young Master Truong, what now?" Young Master Truong heartlessly shouted, "Bunch of trash. Do you not see the skeleton beside it? Take out the bows and aim at that and shoot." Group obeyed and immediately drew their bows and fired together. Arrows rained toward the skeleton. Fortunately, the Sword Master used its body to shield it. The Sword Master angrily struck and killed one person. The people behind cried out in grief, "Fifth brother." For the sake of brotherhood, that man's eyes turned red as he stared at the Sword Master and roared, "Beast, I will cut your throat." Qua remarked, "This Sword Master is truly fierce, but the situation is about to turn bad." Time Tran nodded and said, "These people are too despicable. Poisoning is not enough. They even target the skeleton of the dead." Young Master Truong grew more excited as he watched and kept shouting, "Get up there and kill it." Unable to keep watching, Vuqua took out masks and handed one to each person, whispering, "Put them on to avoid revealing our identities." Time Tran looked at the mask in confusion and asked, "Vuqua, what is this?" At this moment the situation was extremely dangerous. The Sword Master was nearly exhausted, lying there panting, yet the group still fiercely charged forward. Beast died. As one man was about to slash down, he was suddenly blocked by another sword strike. Vuqua and Time Tran stood in front of the Sword Master. Young Master Truong angrily shouted, "Who are you two, daring to ruin my good deed?" Only then did Vuqua clearly see young Master Truong's face, slightly surprised in his heart. So it is him. According to the plot he wrote, young Master Truong is the son of the great merchant of Jiangdu, relying on power to bully others and committing every evil deed. In the story, this man once had designs on Van Time Tran and was killed by her. He did not expect to meet him so early. Thinking that, Vuqua tightly grasped Time Tran's hand and pulled her behind him. He looked straight at those people and quietly instructed, "These ones cannot be spared, not a single one left." Time Tran nodded, "I will listen to you." Young Master Truong, ignorant of life and death, still shouted to kill those two pretending to be mysterious. "They are only martial scriptures. I advise you to keep your lives and stop meddling." Vuqua and Time Tran circulated their power. He curled his lips into a smile and replied, "Yes. This joke, we must manage it." With just a wave of his hand, several people were cleanly killed. The remaining ones fled in terror. One shouted while running, "Martial spirit with a fusion skill, killing a martial king in the blink of an eye. What kind of monsters are these two?" They fled for their lives, yet still cried out, "We do not want this money anymore. Run!" Young Master Truong watched them flee and shouted loudly, "What are you running for? I am the one paying." At this moment, he suddenly turned his head back. Seeing the two appear behind him, young Master Truong turned pale, collapsing to the ground in panic as he stammered, "Were you hired by that old fisherman? I only teased his daughter a little, even gave him an extra grandchild. Besides, where would he get the money to hire you?" Overwhelmed by fear, he spilled all the vile things he had done, including how he was connected to that old firewood seller. He even grumbled that the old man walked too slowly and blocked his path. That kind deserved to die. At this point, he suddenly burst into loud laughter. "I understand now. You are relatives of Hoa Hoa, right? That slut kept causing trouble for me. I already buried her alive in the back garden." After spewing a string of crimes, young Master Truong narrowed his eyes and begged in a falsely pitiful tone, "Spare me. I will give money, a lot of money." Before he could finish speaking, his eyes suddenly bulged wide. Time Tran did not hesitate, swinging her sword to end him on the spot. After finishing him off, Time Tran removed her mask and coldly said, "Scum who treats human lives like grass and humiliates women like this does not deserve to live." Seeing her anger, he advised, "Enough. Do not waste your breath on that thing." Seeing he about to approach the Sword Master, Time Tran reminded him, "Even gravely injured, it is still a martial emperor. Be careful," he nodded. "Do not worry. Sometimes beasts are more trustworthy than humans." Sensing someone approaching, the Sword Master struggled to stand despite exhaustion and raised its guard. But the next scene completely stunned it as he walked straight up before it. Without a word, he knelt under the Sword Master's astonished gaze and bowed respectfully. Junior Li Vuqua pays respects to Jiangdu Sword Saint Din Nha. After bowing, he stood up, brushed the dust from his clothes, and said, "Sword Saint who eradicated evil without regard for fame or gain, you are a hero I deeply admire. You have guarded this grave for more than 20 years, loyally protecting your master like this. You deserve my help." Hearing someone understand its heart, the sword master released its sword, let out a roar, and silently shed tears. Time Tran looked at the sword in his hand and could not help sighing. Who would have thought it was a supreme-grade treasured blade? He solemnly added, "This sword is not something just anyone is worthy to wield." The two stayed to dig a grave, he said. The deceased should at least be laid to rest to find peace. Sword Saint died of exhaustion fighting a powerful enemy alone to protect the villagers. He deserved a proper burial. He carefully buried the sword together with the skeleton. At that moment, the sword master suddenly spat out its demon core, leaving Time Tran stunned. This is. After the demon core left its body, the sword master gathered its remaining strength and charged forward. Time Tran cried out in shock, "Do not." It was too late. The sword master chose to crash into the coffin so it could be buried with its master. Time Tran hurried over and embraced the sword master, choking as she asked, "Why do this?" He softly replied, "Perhaps it always wished to reunite with its master in the Yellow Springs." As night deepened, he held the demon core and gazed at it for a long time before saying, "The sword master's demon core should be enough to restart the puppet." Time Tran reminded him, "The 5 great families all think you are dead, yet this puppet is still being hunted. I have a few outfits left. Perhaps we can give it a different appearance." He nodded, "We must change its image to avoid being recognized. We need to go on Alamama to find a better silicone skin." He brought Taimai aside, and while adjusting her, his eyes lit up. In just a few minutes, even Time Tran could not help exclaiming, "This looks too beautiful. No one would believe it is fake." He laughed. "With this martial emperor puppet, things in Jiangdu will be much more convenient. But unfortunately, this puppet still has a flaw. Before, my cultivation was insufficient. When controlling it, I could not divide my focus to control myself." Time Tran asked in confusion, "What do you mean you cannot control yourself?" Immediately afterward, she understood what it means to lose control. He began to act restless again, placing his hand where it should not be. Time Tran flushed and shouted, "Li Yuguo," turned around and struck him hard on the head, scolding, "You did that on purpose, right?" He tearfully explained, "Do not be angry. I said I could not control it." After a while, the two calmed down again. He sighed, "Tomorrow we can reach Jiangdu. I wonder if finding the Wolf Lord will go smoothly." Under the warm firelight, Time Tran gently placed her hand over his hand. She smiled and said, "No matter what happens, I will always be by your side." Early the next morning, at Jiangdu, Time Tran admired the bustling streets with delight. She did not expect Jiangdu to be even livelier than the capital. He handed Time Tran a candied hawthorn skewer and asked, "Is the capital not lively?" She replied, "The royal family is there, so the rules are strict. It is not as free as here." Chatting happily, Time Tran suddenly frowned and whispered, "Vuqua, someone is following us." He reacted quickly and tilted his chin into that alley. The two exchanged glances and turned into the alley ahead. Halfway down the alley, they were immediately blocked by a group of strangers. Calmly spoke, "Brothers, we have no grievances. Why are you following us?" Suddenly, a deep voice of a tall man came from behind, asking under a hat, "Are you Li Yuguo?" He turned swiftly and asked coldly, "Who are you?" That man did not waste words and immediately lunged to attack. "Ask King Yama below, and you will know." He immediately activated Heavenly Eye Insight. He saw the opponent's vital energy concentrated in his legs. The attack was only a feint. Realizing this, he immediately leapt into the air to evade. Without hesitation, he counterattacked with cannon fist. That man was forced back several steps. He removed his hat and laughed loudly in praise, "Worthy of Big Brother's son. Your cannon fist has reached a transcendent realm." He froze at those words, suspicion flashing through his mind. Big Brother, could he be the Wolf Lord? According to the plot he wrote, the Wolf Lord was a powerhouse of the Wolf clan, the great villain. Though only a martial king, his connections spread throughout Hao Thien Nation. Later, the Wolf King admired the heroic spirit of Lai Kwang Engia and followed him to conquer in all directions. He called out in doubt, "Uncle Lang." The Wolf King laughed heartily, "You brat, in just a few years you have become a martial spirit." He spread his arms and embraced him. "Uncle Lang, I finally found you." Time Tran, standing aside, asked in confusion, "Do you two know each other?" Only when she spoke did the Wolf Lord notice another person. He pointed at Time Tran and asked, "Is this beauty your woman?" He hurriedly said, while being tightly hugged, "Uncle, let go. I am about to suffocate. Time Tran blushed and awkwardly retorted, "Who is his woman? This lecherous fellow is utterly hateful." The Wolf Lord thought she was shy and continued laughing, being able to court such a beautiful girl. "You are quite fortunate, but this is not the place to talk. Follow me." He followed the Wolf Lord to a memorial tablet and recalled that after Lai Kuang Engia died, the Wolf Lord had hidden in Jiangdu, raising troops and waiting for the chance to avenge against Hao Thien divine sect. In the original story, the Wolf Lord once led a great army to attack Hao Thien divine sect. Though defeated and forced to retreat, he laid the foundation for the sect's collapse 10 years later. After Time Tran and he finished offering incense, he asked, "Uncle Lang, how have you lived these past years?" Uncle Lang sighed heavily. "Do not mention it. Since the day your father met disaster, I have not slept peacefully a single night. That beast Tam Vuong, even in my dreams I want to kill him. If not for the Wolf clan's weakened forces, I would have made them pay long ago." At this point, the Wolf Lord gradually calmed down. Fortunately, the Ko family decided to step in and help. "Now that you have returned, the time for great action is right," he asked in surprise. "Uncle Lang already has a plan." Uncle Lang nodded thoughtfully and began to explain slowly. "At present, the strongest power in Hao Thien Nation is Thien the Nation. Next are the 5 great families, then the 10 great heaven-ranked sects. Thien Vo Academy belongs to the Heaven Institute level and is located in Jiangdu. What are your and your wife's names again?" Did not tell the truth and calmly replied, "Her name is Van Time Tran. She left the Van family to stay by my side." Time Tran blushed and retorted, "Nonsense. I simply did not want to be a pawn of the Van family, so I temporarily cooperate with you." Hearing this, the Wolf Lord laughed heartily, worthy of Big Brother's son. "So the Van family's eldest miss who is being searched everywhere was taken away by you. You two should enter Thien Vo Academy to study, but change identities to avoid exposure." Time Tran and he both felt awkward at the Wolf Lord's overly intimate way of addressing them. The Wolf Lord did not mind and continued instructing. "Thien Vo Academy is known as the Library Pavilion of Hao Thien Nation. Even members of the 5 great families must study there. You will surely gain much. The most important thing is that you must find the Sun Moon Blade within the academy." Repeated in astonishment, "Sun Moon Blade." The Wolf Lord nodded in confirmation. "The Sun Moon Blade is a relic your father left behind. After that deadly battle, it was taken by Thien Vo Academy. Within it lies an extremely important secret. You must uncover it." He fell silent, realizing this was a detail that had never appeared in the novel he once wrote. Just as he was finishing his instructions, the Wolf Lord suddenly remembered something and said sternly, "Recently, a one-armed disciple of the Deep family joined the academy and was accepted as the dean's direct disciple. He is rarely seen, but you should still be careful." Time Tran asked in shock, "What could it be? Deep Quinn is still alive?" The next morning at Thien Vo Academy, a crowd had already gathered at the gate, buzzing with discussion. Someone whispered, "It is said the Academy's plaque was personally inscribed by the founding emperor of Hao Thien Nation. Its background is truly extraordinary." Time Tran had changed her appearance and asked softly, "Vu Qua, will we be recognized like this?" He reassured her, "Do not worry. That part of yours is much smaller now. No one will recognize you." Mentioning that, Time Tran complained irritably, "Those Wolf Clan women forced me to wrap it so tightly. I fear if I unwrap it later it will shrink." He laughed loudly. "A little smaller is good too. Small buns are cute and easy to eat." While they were bickering, their names were called, next to Lai Qua Van Enham. Time Tran gritted her teeth and scolded, "You lecher, who let you speak nonsense?" He hurriedly soothed, all right, it is our turn." The two slowly stepped onto the martial stage, each standing before a stone stele. The instructor spoke, "Just place your hand on the stone stele and your cultivation will be displayed." As soon as he placed his hand on it, the data immediately appeared. "I Vu Qua, mid-level martial spirit qualified." It was Time Tran's turn. The instructor read, "Van Enham, upper-level martial king qualified." The crowd instantly erupted. So young yet already a martial king. The academy has accepted 2 more geniuses. Someone admired, "Will they not enter the inner sect early?" Another cut in, "What do you know? Entering the inner sect requires passing trials. High cultivation does not guarantee success." After the test, he slung an arm over Time Tran's shoulder and smiled. "Brother Van was only a martial spirit when we parted. I did not expect such rapid progress." Time Tran politely replied, "Brother Lai flatters me." As soon as they stepped down, a senior brother approached and invited, "You two follow me for the trial." He quickly handed over several high-grade spirit stones and smiled. Please give guidance, senior brother. The man smiled back. You are too polite. The trial is ascending cloud steps. Climb 30 steps to enter the outer sect. 50 steps will grant a private room. Moreover, the ascending cloud steps holds mysteries. Remember, do not stop midway. If you do not advance, you will retreat. Handing a little spirit stone for valuable information, he smiled inwardly. It seems we must climb 50 steps together, then share a room. Time Tran angrily scolded, shameless. Who wants to share a room with you? Shortly after, in the academy courtyard, many disciples stood waiting and training. Afar, several figures slowly approached. Leading them were Tu Lishitai and Lin Hong. Lin Hong announced loudly, the trial begins. Immediately, the crowd below rushed up the steps. Time Tran glanced at he and said, What are you standing there for? Let us go. Observed for a moment, then said softly, Wait, the ascending cloud steps is a great artifact. Each step has different vitality. The spiritual energy on the right is thinner. Walking there will consume less strength. The crowd that was initially full of vigor now panted heavily. No, this is only 20 steps. I must reach 30 to enter the outer sect. Suddenly someone widened his eyes in shock. What is this? On the opposite side, Li Yuguo and Time Tran were leisurely walking upward. Lin Hong nodded in appraisal. That boy not only has strong spiritual power but can also discern weaker vitality zones. He is a talent. Perhaps he can climb 100 steps. Tula smiled and shook her head. Not easy. A genius like Deep Quinn is rare even in 100 years. Pay more attention to the girl who fled the Van family, a woman who dares defy fate. I quite like her. Climbing together slowed their speed. The crowd cried out in shock. Heavens, they have reached 90 steps. Do they intend to reach the summit? 90 steps is already the limit. Exhausted, Time Tran sat down gasping. Sorry, I cannot endure any more, though tired, he said. Give me your hand, I will pull you. Time Tran looked at the hand before her, somewhat moved, but shook her head. No need. Reaching here by myself, I am already satisfied. Without another word, he gripped her hand tightly. No, I will not let go. If we go up, we go together. Time Tran frowned at him and softly called Vuqua. He ignored everything and tightened his grip, pulling her forward. He spat out a mouthful of blood. Memories of his past life flashed through his mind. Timid and avoiding society, writing novels that started strong but ended weak, coming to this world yet calling himself a savior while being lazy in cultivation and relying only on schemes. He smiled bitterly. A person's greatest enemy is himself. If you cannot defeat yourself, who can you defeat? He gritted his teeth and dragged himself step by step, murmuring 98 steps, 99 steps, 100 steps. As soon as he stepped onto the 100th step, he collapsed and vomited blood. When he woke, he was shocked to find he had reached late-stage martial spirit. Below, the crowd erupted again. 100 steps equals 30 steps of pressure magnified 300 times. Yet he even pulled someone through such increasing pressure. The two sat resting on the steps. Time Tran scolded worriedly. Fool, you nearly died, do you know? He wiped the blood and teased with a smile. Does your heart ache? Time Tran retorted, who would care? I just think you are too foolish. Lin Hong approached, looking at the two, and said, Boy, you carry the scent of a puppet. Without waiting for he to answer, he asked again, Are you also a puppet user? Seeing it was Lin Hong, he struggled to stand and reply, I have only studied it superficially. I dare not compare with Senior Lin. It is merely a pastime to practice my hands. After hearing that, Lin Hong immediately flew into a rage and shouted, How dare you? You actually say puppets are merely a casual game. The people around shook their heads in dismay upon hearing the exchange. Everyone knew Lin Hong valued puppets more than his own life. This brat was truly courting death. Some even whispered to each other, he just escaped one storm and now provokes Lin Hong. This time there will surely be a good show. He remained calm and replied, Did I say anything wrong? Mining and purchasing puppet materials costs an extreme amount of money. A poor man like me can only try playing with it to gain some experience. Lin Hong frowned and retorted, That is not wrong. But if you say you are playing, then what do you use to play? Slowly analyzed, puppets indeed consume wealth, but in return they allow a puppet master to reach combat strength equal to the puppet. Puppet masters are rare because their true body is too weak. A clever enemy will ignore the puppet and strike directly at the master. That is the fatal weakness. Hearing this, Lin Hong nodded in satisfaction. Boy, you truly have decent understanding of puppets. Lin Hong turned around, tossed a token to he, and said, Settle your lodging, then come see me. Time Tran let out a breath and stepped forward complaining, You scared me to death. daring to confront a senior right after entering. He smiled. What is there to fear? Did you not see Senior Lin Hong still asked me to meet him? Inwardly he felt smug. As the author, how could these supporting characters trouble him? As Time Tran was about to leave with she was called back by Tula. Van Enham, do you wish to become my direct disciple? The surrounding crowd cried out in shock. Heavens, it is Tula Shitai. I did not expect her to accept this frail-looking person as a direct disciple. Time Tran turned back in disbelief and whispered, Shitai, I have just entered. Tula smiled and interrupted. It does not matter. Climbing 70 steps and daring to resist family fate is enough. Time Tran was startled. Could it be her identity had already been seen through? But she quickly lowered her head and bowed. Disciple greets master. On the corridor of the residence area, he walked while tossing the token, feeling extremely pleased. Tula Shitai's swordsmanship ranks among the top in the academy. Time Tran, becoming her direct disciple, would certainly gain greatly. Thinking of this, he laughed. It is a pity I cannot share a room with her, but I have been single for over 20 years. A few more months is nothing. First, I must find a comfortable place to stay. Suddenly, he saw a crowd gathered ahead and frowned curiously. What are they doing? Leaning by the gate to look inside, he saw the Jiangdu Merchant Alliance. The Duong family and Duong Thong surrounding and beating someone. Duong Thong kept cursing. I told you to refine 10 soul-gathering pills. Why are there only 8 now? He inwardly sighed. So the academy is also full of bullying. Just as he was about to turn away, he suddenly stopped. Wait. Beaten man was covered in injuries and struggled to explain. You only provided enough materials for 5 pills. Now demanding 10 is not that excessive coercion. Looking closely at that face, a name immediately surfaced in his mind. Bok Kai Fiend. The plot he wrote, Deep Quinn's rise relied greatly on this Bok Kai Fiend. His cultivation was low, but his mind was extremely formidable. If I can subdue him, he will surely become an extremely capable A. On the other side, Duong Thong kept kicking and cursing despite the explanation. Brat, do you not understand the rules? Just as Duong Thong raised his fist to strike Bok Kai Fiend's face, a hand suddenly blocked it. Duong Thong shouted angrily, Who is it? He looked at him in confusion. Both are martial spirits, yet his strength is so great. He smiled to mediate and took out a brocade pouch. Senior brother, calm down. It is only 2 spirit gathering pills short. 1 pill, 10 spirit stones. I have 20 spirit stones here. Before he finished speaking, Duong Thong knocked the pouch away. He roared arrogantly, You just entered. Do you know who I am? I am Duong Thong, ranked 23 on the outer sect Earth list. You dare meddle in my affairs. His arrogant attitude made he unable to endure. He swung his fist straight into Duong Thong's face and shouted, Whose father are you? Say it louder. Duong Thong was sent flying. His followers cried out in shock. One punch knocked Duong Thong away. Who is this guy? Duong Thong is a well-known figure on the Earth list. He paid no attention and stepped forward to help Bok Kai Fiend up. Are you all right? Bok Kai Fiend forced a smile. I am fine. I fear you will face trouble instead. As soon as he finished, Duong Thong rushed from behind with a sword shouting, I will kill you. He remained calm and turned to Bok Kai Fiend with a smile. He is only worthy to be my maid's opponent. As soon as the words fell, Tai appeared and blocked the sword strike. She landed lightly before the captivated gazes of the men. They whispered, Where did this woman come from? Beautiful like a fairy, yet only a maid. Duong Thong still refused to accept and shouted angrily, Brat, you attacked sneakily. I am not convinced. He nodded calmly. If you still wish to fight, then in 3 days go to the Earthlist arena. I will conveniently take your ranking. Duong Thong laughed loudly, just what I want. 3 days later at the arena. But since it is a challenge, there must be a wager. If I win, that maid belongs to me. He curled his lips. Fine, I agree. But if you lose, bring out your family heirloom bitch thigh hand blade for me. The crowd dispersed. Bok Kai Fiend lowered his head apologetically. Sorry, brother, I implicated you. I know you are the one who climbed 100 steps at entry, but challenging Duong Thong is reckless. He has wide connections and may play tricks. He smiled. I have my own plans. Later move to my villa courtyard to live. Avoid being bullied by them. Just as he was about to say more, Lin Hong appeared and praised with a smile, truly perfect. Like Qua, your puppet just now was truly outstanding. Exactly like a real person, Lin Hong stepped closer. Seriously reminded, but when the puppet fights and the true body pretends to rest, another puppet master will see through it. Then if the opponent strikes you directly, it will be dangerous. He shrugged. I had no choice. My spiritual power has not reached the realm of single mind dual use. Lin Hong snapped his fingers and dozens of puppets appeared in the air. He continued slowly. The issue is not single mind dual use. Puppets are divided into 3 types: Spirit Stone, Origin Core, and Demon Core. Spirit Stone puppets are the simplest. Just carve spells during creation, then use a spiritual command to let them fight automatically. He suddenly understood, so there is no need to transfer consciousness in. Lin Hong smiled, correct. But ideally one uses the origin core of a deceased cultivator as the origin spirit. Combined with soul techniques, the puppet can seem revived. He murmured, revive. Lin Hong said no more and turned around ordering, follow me. Before leaving, he turned back to give the key to Bok Kai Fiend and said, this is the key to my villa courtyard. Follow this path to reach it. I will accompany Senior Lin Hong for a while. Bok Kai Fiend gratefully accepted it. After finishing, he quickly followed Lin Hong. The two stopped inside a room filled with puppets. He was slightly astonished. This place is full of puppets. Suddenly a puppet walked forward, looked at Lin Hong and called, father. He asked in surprise, this is? Lin Hong sighed and stroked the girl's head. It is a long story. Lin Hai, go inside. I have matters to discuss with Lai Qua. Lin Hai nodded. Yes, father, I will prepare tea. After Lin Hai left, Lin Hong said, that puppet is my daughter. 10 years ago, my wife and daughter died in a fire. I used soul summoning to call her spirit back, then used the origin core of a deceased cultivator to refine her into a puppet. He asked in shock, that is a forbidden art. Lin Hong nodded and pointed at several skins hanging on the wall. Yes, I bought some corpses and skinned them, but human skin quickly decays. After speaking, Lin Hong suddenly knelt before he and begged, Lai Qua, can you tell me how you create your people? Only then did he understand this was the true purpose for wanting to meet him. Lin Hong stood up and took out a book, speaking sincerely. As long as you teach me the creation method, I will give you all my research insights on biochemical puppets. He quickly stopped him. Senior, wait, I do not create people. His mind was in turmoil. He thought the science of this world is too primitive. Those chemical concepts would be hard for him to understand. I must find a way to explain it simply. After thinking for a moment, he suddenly had an idea and explained, that is the sap of a special tree. It can be condensed into a material close to human skin, lasting more than 100 years without decay. I call it rubber. Lin Hong hurried forward and asked, more than 100 years? He sighed and continued, forbidden puppet arts use living souls as sacrifices. Is it truly right for you to do this? That is your daughter. Have you ever asked how she feels? Lin Hong refused to accept it and angrily replied, because I love her. I cannot bear to see her and her mother leave me. At that moment, Lin Engai stepped forward and knelt. Father, please stop. I beg you to wake up. I am already dead. Even if you give me a new body, what then? I still cannot eat or drink, cannot feel the fragrance of flowers. Lin Engai touched Lin Hong's face and choked. I cannot use my hands to feel the world. I am only a skeleton that can move. If not for the origin core within me, I would have long dissipated. Please, Father. Father, I know you love me, but I cannot even shed tears. Each time I change bodies, my soul endures unbearable pain. I am not afraid of pain. I only fear you sinking deeper into error. Lin Hong angrily shook off Lin Engai's hand and shouted, be quiet. They deserve death. I have lost everything. I cannot lose you too. As long as I succeed in researching puppet arts, I will create a perfect body for you to live like a real person. At that moment, he stepped in front of Lin Engai and said, Senior, can you truly bear to let your daughter's soul suffer torment? You once researched prosthetic puppets to benefit the world. That is the path you should follow. Lin Hong froze upon hearing this. At the same time, Lin Engai slowly pulled open her collar, revealing the origin core. She said softly, yes, Father. The man who used puppets to bring blessings to others is the father I am proud of. Because of my death, you torment yourself like this. It pains me deeply. If only I still had a heart. The origin core fell. Lin Engai smiled. I hope Father accepts reality and returns to being the father in my heart. Lin Engai's soul left the puppet. She smiled brightly and said, Father is a man who stands between heaven and earth, a great hero who brings blessings to a region. He wiped Lin Hong's tears and comforted him. Thanks to Brother Lai Qua, I dared to say these words. My soul has been freed. I hope Father will no longer bind himself. Father, rise up. I will always be by your side. After saying that, the puppet fell down. He and Lin Hong dug a grave for Lin Engai. After finishing, he softly apologized. Lin Hong sighed and interrupted, enough. I was too delusional. Perhaps this is best for Lin Engai. Lin Hong suddenly looked at he and said, Li Qua, I originally wanted to accept you as a disciple, but my inner demon is too heavy and I dare not. How about we become sworn brothers? He was startled, Wait, senior. Lin Hong waved his hand, agree or not speak quickly. I hate dragging things out. He smiled. Since that is so, brother Lin Hong, please accept this bow from your younger brother. The two returned together. Lin Hong reminded, Brother Qua Duong Thong is not a concern, but he has an elder sister protecting him whose strength rivals mine. You must be careful. He replied calmly, Thank you, brother. 3 days later at the arena, many discussions could be heard. It is said today Li Qua, the one who climbed 100 steps, challenges Duong Thong, ranked 23 on the Earth list. Some say he wants fame. Others laugh that he seeks death. Some are more interested in his stunning maid. Duong Thong arrogantly stepped onto the arena. Below, the crowd shouted flatteringly, Young Master Duong Go, knock down the freshman, break Lai Vu Qua's neck within 10 moves. He arrived with Tai Mai and Bok Kai Fiend. Bok Kai Fiend whispered. Duong Thong deliberately gathered people to build momentum. He smiled coldly. Coincidentally, I also intend to use this chance to establish authority. Let us see who lives and who dies. After speaking, he leaped straight onto the arena. Duong Thong sneered. Junior brother Li Qua, with so many people watching, do not get beaten off the stage and run to beg your maid for help. He smiled provocatively. Why talk so much? If you have guts, then charge. Duong Thong angrily circulated his power and shouted, Die. Then unleashed a strike straight toward he. He stood still and smiled. This move is too weak. When the water dragon was only inches away, he tilted his body to evade. At the same time, he rushed forward to counterattack. Duong Thong had some strength. He dodged and then swung his sword fiercely toward he, curled his lips in a smile, and raised his hand to block. Immediately afterward, he threw a heavy punch into Duong Thong's abdomen. A single blow, Duong Thong collapsed. The spectators stared wide-eyed, unable to understand what had just happened. Unharmed, he stepped forward, lifted Duong Thong's blade, and asked, Is this the bitch thigh hand blade? After examining it for a moment, he nodded. Not bad. According to the wager, this blade belongs to me. He pointed the blade toward the Earthlist elder and asked, Has it not been announced yet? The old man hurriedly replied, Yes, I will change the ranking. The elder hurriedly climbed onto the arena. Holding the token, he announced, I declare Li Qua has successfully challenged and becomes ranked on the Earth list. Before he finished, an arrow shot from afar. The arrow struck the token, causing the elder to fall. The old man angrily stood and shouted, Who is it? Immediately, a graceful figure descended from above onto the arena. Duong Nin stood there with imposing aura and declared loudly, It is me. Crowd cheered. Little demoness Duong Nin ranked 30 on the heaven list, peak martial spirit. Some wager he cannot last 5 moves. Others believe he can endure 50. Above, 4 elders observed. One dissatisfied said, This is an earth list fight, yet a heaven list interferes. Is that not bullying the weak? An elder said in a deep voice, Li Qua still hides many abilities. Tula smiled, Just watch. After all, he is the one who climbed 100 steps. He glanced at Lin Hong and added, Lord Lin Hong also values him greatly. Lin Hong pondered, I hope the brat does not reveal the puppet demon core. That weakness has not been resolved. He looked at Duong Nin and asked directly, Are you the little demoness Duong Nin? Duong Nin snorted coldly, Yes. Duong Nin arrogantly looked at the bitch thigh hand blade and said, That is my family heirloom and dowry. It cannot be given. But she lowered her voice to negotiate. My younger brother has lost. It can be exchanged with something else. His eyes lit up. Fine then, 20,000 spirit stones. Duong Nin angrily warned, Do not go too far. He showed regret. If not, then forget it. You wagered the blade with me and I won. There are witnesses. Selling it on the black market would fetch more than 20,000 spirit stones. Duong Nin angrily drew her sword, pointing at him, and gritted her teeth. Fine, if you defeat me, the bitch thigh hand blade is yours. Laughed loudly and amended the condition. If I win, you must become my maid. When I say east, you go east. When I say west, you go west. If you win, my life is yours. Duong Nin was furious beyond words. She immediately circulated her power and shouted coldly, Let your die. It was water element again. A giant fish roared and charged straight toward he. Fish suddenly spewed a massive stream of water straight into the sky. Vu Qua nimbly dodged, twisting his body to escape danger by a hair's breadth. Seeing Vu Qua escape so easily, Duong Nin snorted coldly and continued channeling her strength to unleash wolf-slaying kick. The crowd watching outside gasped in amazement. The famed ultimate technique of the little demoness had appeared. The legendary wolf-slaying kick carried terrifying power, her foot stimulating bloodlines and gathering spiritual energy, her speed surging explosively, often taking a life in a single blow. Some laughed gleefully at another's misfortune. It seemed this time Li Vu Qua would find it hard to escape disaster. Vu Qua narrowed his eyes, his expression turning serious as he focused completely on observing every change in his opponent's attack. Duong Nin continued gathering energy without pause, launching a killing move straight at Vu Qua, shouting die. Vu Qua did not dodge at all, the corner of his lips lifting into a faint smile. Immediately after, at Vu Qua's command, countless tentacles burst up from the ground. Those tentacles slowly advanced, step by step completely dismantling Duong Nin's wolf-slaying kick. Duong Din tried to break free from the encirclement of tentacles, angrily shouting, "You dare ambush me." The tentacles did not stop and continued moving. Before Duong Din could react, her body was tightly bound by the tentacles with no way out. The people below watched the scene with flushed faces and burning ears. Duong Nin was helpless, both ashamed and aggrieved to the point of tears as the tentacles tightened around her again and again. Duong Thong struggled to his feet, pointing at Vu Qua and shouting, "You are truly shameless. Stop at once and release my sister, treating her like this, and you still call yourself a man." Vu Qua showed a smug look, tormenting her. "You were the ones who provoked me first. As long as you admit defeat, I will release her. Otherwise, do not blame me." Vu Qua laughed with interest. "Thousand-hand demon, activate extreme vibration mode." Duong Din let out several choked cries, the sight too much for anyone to look at directly. Men below cheered endlessly. "This feels amazing. Junior brother Li Qua did well, truly a feast for the eyes. Who would have thought the usually cold Duong Nin would end up so miserable? This trip was worth it." Duong Thong had no other choice, gritting his teeth and shouting, "I admit defeat. We admit defeat." Vu Qua nodded and said, "That will do." After speaking, Vu Qua controlled the tentacles and flung Duong Nin far away. The men shouted excitedly, "Wow, senior brother Li Qua is incredible. This control and release technique is truly masterful." The women whispered among themselves, "Senior brother Li is so frightening. What is frightening about it? I actually want to be his target more." During those comments, Vu Qua stood frozen for a moment, speechless. Then Vu Qua stepped forward, lifting Duong Nin's chin and asked, "Now will you hand over the blade or the spirit stones?" Duong Nin angrily shouted back, "If you want to kill, then kill. I will never become your maidservant." Vu Qua replied at once, "My target was never you. It was just that you could not distinguish right from wrong, so things turned out this way." Duong Nin gritted her teeth and shouted, "I hate you." Vu Qua removed his outer robe and gently covered Duong Nin with it. Turning to leave, Vu Qua calmly said, "Hate me if you wish, many already hate me. One more makes no difference." Vu Qua picked up the blade and stabbed it into the ground. "The blade is returned to you. Consider it that I will not argue with you sisters. I have no interest in bullying women." Duong Nin hurriedly spoke, "No. Since you are so generous, how can I go back on my word I lost? From now on I am willing to be your maidservant." The surrounding men exclaimed in shock. Brother Li's move is truly deep and unfathomable. Vu Qua turned his face away and said, "Forget it." Duong Din angrily shouted, "What, am I not beautiful enough or not strong enough? I offer to be your maidservant and you still refuse." Duong Thong quickly ran over to stop her. "Sister, do not be impulsive. At worst, we just give him the spirit stones." Duong Din turned to scold her younger brother, "Shut up. Is this not all because of you?" Vu Qua laughed and added, "That is right. What maidservant? I was only joking. Just hand over the spirit stones and it is settled." Duong Din changed to a pleading expression. 20,000 spirit stones is too much. Can you reduce it a little?" Vu Qua answered briefly, "No," inwardly thinking that the little demoness was good at playing the beauty card but still too inexperienced. Duong Din flared up again. "You are a man, yet you do not know how to yield to a girl." Vu Qua coldly replied, "Sorry. Aside from those 2 grapefruits, I cannot see where you resemble a girl." Hearing that, Duong Nin boiled with rage and shouted, "Fine, I will fight you to the death." Duong Thong tried his best to hold her back while Vu Qua leisurely whistled. From afar someone shouted, "Li Qua, you are merely an outer disciple, and you dare insult an inner disciple." Tan Vu jumped out and continued, "What happened earlier does not count. The Heavenly Martial Academy has never had an outer disciple challenge an inner disciple. Let me teach you a lesson on behalf of junior sister Nin. Vu Qua thought to himself, is Tan Vu not Deep Quinn's follower? Now likely in the top 10 of the heaven ranking, a martial gang level expert. It seems I can only call for reinforcements. Suddenly Tan Vu only had time to see a shoe heel appear before his eyes. A woman kicked straight into Tan Vu's face. The woman said coldly, "Do not even think about touching my young master." Tan Vu clutched his bleeding nose and shouted, "This does not count. You attacked by surprise." Immediately after, Tan Vu froze, his mouth agape in disbelief. The surrounding men buzzed. Is this a fairy? She is so beautiful. Wait, she called him young master. Could she be Li Yuguo's maid? Even Deep Vu, the martial king, was kicked flying with one strike. Could this maid be a martial emperor powerhouse? I might turn to leave. Tan Vu hurriedly called out, "Miss, please wait. May I ask your name?" Tai Mai replied briefly and heaped Tiu Thien. The men immediately went mad over that beauty, shouting in unison, "Goddess and heap Tiu Thien is mine. All of you move aside, fairy." Vu Qua looked at the chaotic scene and shook his head with an inward smile. Truly a bunch of fools blinded by lust. Duong Din handed the blade to Vu Qua and thought to herself, with a martial emperor maid protecting him, his backing must be even more terrifying. This person should be befriended, not offended. Vu Qua said, "It seems you understand the situation. Let me lend a hand with the Duong family's trouble." The Duong siblings Duong Nin and Duong Thong asked in surprise, "How do you know?" Vu Qua smiled and replied, "My intelligence network is not bad." Inwardly thinking that as the author, how could I not know your Duong family encountered trouble in Jiangdu? Duong Nin blushed and said, "If you can help, I am willing to follow you for life." Vu Qua pretended to think and said, "It is getting late. How about this? When I arrive, you come alone to see me and explain everything clearly. What do you think?" Duong Din softly replied, "Agreed." Duong Nin felt uneasy inside, going to his place at night. What is he planning to do? Scene shifts to the residence. Vu Qua joyfully shouted, "Alamama is truly amazing. Even a courtyard residence can be bought." Outside the gate, a carriage slowly came to a stop. As soon as he stepped down, Tan Vu exclaimed in shock, "Heavens, is this Li Yuguo's residence? It is even more luxurious than the Duong mansion." Duong Thong joked, "Perhaps in the future sister will be the mistress here." Duong Nin thought to herself, with a martial emperor guarding him and living in such a place, could he be a royal disciple? A knock sounded at the door like thunder. Duong Nin angrily shouted, "What nonsense are you talking about?" Duong Thong held his head and cried out in pain, "You already gave him even your dowry blade. What is wrong with calling him brother-in-law once?" Just then Vu Qua stepped out and said with a laugh, "Haha, actually I did not take the previous bet to heart. Everyone need not feel guilty like this." Duong Thong bowed his head and replied, "Many thanks to brother Li Yuguo for your generosity in not holding a grudge against a junior." Tan Vu hurried forward to mediate. "Junior brother Li Yuguo, what happened before was just a misunderstanding. Today, after seeing the appearance of that maid, I knew you are a dragon among men. I have always liked befriending heroes, so I came with the Duong siblings to apologize to you and Miss Tiu Thien." He secretly curled his lips in disdain, thinking who invited this fat man here. His skin is thicker than a wild boar's hide. He smiled politely and said, "Since that is the case, come inside and sit while we talk." The four entered the garden and stopped before a strange tree. Duong Nin asked in confusion if it was primordial spirit gathering grass. Tan Vu exclaimed that he had heard this species was extinct, yet it could still be seen. Duong Nin was secretly astonished by Li Yuguo's unfathomable depth. He invited them to stay in the courtyard residence if they did not mind. There were many rooms, and it would be convenient for everyone. Tan Vu rejoiced inwardly at the thought of seeing Tiu Thien often from now on. Duong Thong excitedly said that with the spirit gathering grass assisting them, their cultivation would surely increase. Moving to another room, the four gathered around the dining table. He praised that he had not expected her to cook such delicious dishes. Duong Thong leaned against his shoulder and joked that his sister could ascend the arena and descend to the kitchen. Staying single for now yet one day, she would shine brilliantly. Duong Nin blushed bright red in embarrassment. She immediately threw a piece of meat at Duong Thong's head and scolded that even eating could not shut his mouth. Duong Din asked if his promise to help resolve their trouble was real. He reassured her that he would keep his word and suggested going to the merchant guild tomorrow. Duong Thong raised a toast to apologize for the past. Everyone began eating and drinking. chatting and laughing lively. Late at night, Tan Vu and Duong Thong were drunk and slumped over the table. He supported Duong Nin, who kept muttering that she was not drunk. He shook his head and called them all hopeless drinkers. He escorted Duong Nin to another room to rest. Duong Nin curiously asked about his identity, then stopped if it was inconvenient. He replied that knowing would only put her in danger. Laid her neatly on the bed and told her to rest early. Tomorrow they would go to the merchant guild to settle the family matter. If it went smoothly, then good. If not, then they would endure it. He let out a breath, thinking that even as the author he could not be omnipotent in handling everything. Suddenly Duong Din grabbed his hand. He sat up, took a wine jug, and invited him to drink another cup with her. He asked blankly what wine it was. Duong Nin replied it was noble consort brew made by her mother and always carried with her. He took a sip and thought the wine was truly strong. Duong Din gently pulled aside her robe to reveal her shoulder and said that if he helped the Duong family overcome this hardship, she was willing to serve him for life. Duong Nin removed her outer garment, leaving him both startled and embarrassed, a fleeting thought crossing his mind that this girl's figure was indeed fiery. Duong Din moved close to express her feelings. He awkwardly dodged and said he would go bathe first, inwardly flustered as his limbs no longer obeyed him. From behind, Duong Nin embraced him and said there was no need to bathe. She liked his scent. His mind spun wildly as he told himself this was not good. He was about to lose control. He turned and pulled Duong Nin into his arms. Just as he was about to carry her onto the bed, someone kicked the door open and rushed in. He started and turned around. Time Tran stepped in furiously and shouted, "Li Yuguo." He stammered and asked why she was here. Time Tran angrily accused him of betraying her and Sister Nap Lan. Time Tran glanced at the overturned wine jug on the floor and said it was spring breeze 30 degrees, then turned to ask Duong Din who she was to dare lay hands on him. Duong Din coldly asked in return who she was. He released Duong Nin and ran to explain to Time Tran, asking her not to misunderstand. Time Tran drew 3 acupuncture needles and immediately shot them toward him. He vomited violently. Time Tran asked whether the medicinal effect had lessened. Time Tran slowly drew her treasured sword. Seeing this, he quickly raised his hand to stop her. He said with a trembling voice that things were not as she thought. Duong Din explained that she only wanted to bond with him because the Duong family's hope now rested entirely on him. Time Tran asked if she knew who he was. Duong Din replied that was Lai Quan out of royal blood. He laughed and admitted he was Li Yuguo. Duong Din suddenly understood. You are Li Yuguo, wanted by the 5 great families. Then she must be the Yun family's young lady who ran away. Duong Nin said she would not report them because young Master Lai had helped her. Time Tran nodded and let bygones be bygones, warning that it must not happen again. Duong Nin agreed. Time Tran asked if rooms had been prepared for them, then what about her? He smiled and said of course. He took Time Tran's hand and led her away, saying, "Follow me." He opened the door to a room. Time Tran was delighted by the modern and spacious room, exclaiming that it was beautiful. Time Tran bounced on the seat praising how soft the bed was. He corrected that it was a sofa. She then asked about another object, and he explained it was a clock for telling time. Time Tran pointed again to ask. He replied it was an electric lamp used for lighting. Time Tran lightly kissed his cheek and praised that, although she did not understand, it was very impressive. He smiled and said there was something even more impressive. Did she want to try? Time Tran pushed him away with a flushed face, yet still huffed that he should not dream. He laughed and explained he had been set up, then asked why she had come out while cultivating with the abbess. Time Tran lay on the bed and said the abbess had long realized she was a woman and knew her story, and had spoken much about Deep Quinn. He was stunned upon hearing the name Deep Quinn. Time Tran said he was a key figure nurtured by the 5 great families. So coming to the Heavenly Martial Academy was merely for the title, and he rarely showed himself. Time Tran removed her outer garment and said there was no need to hide anymore. Binding her chest for so long had been uncomfortable. He was so entranced he felt as if his nose might bleed, inwardly begging her not to tempt him like that. Time Tran turned her back and added that in 3 months the Heaven Ascending Tower would open with 49 perilous levels yet suitable for cultivation. Only inner disciples could enter. She would obtain a token for him. He thanked her with delight. Time Tran told him that in 3 months he must enter the inner sect or she would not forgive him, then suddenly cried out when she saw him approach. He stripped off his clothes and lunged forward, saying the medicinal effect of spring breeze 30 degrees had not yet dissipated. Tran threw a punch straight into his face and shouted for him to get lost. Dawn had just broken. It was already the second day. The three of them, Duong Nin, stepped out of the residence together. Envu yawned and said he had cultivated too late last night and forgotten the time, not expecting it to be morning already. Everyone still seemed in good spirits. Duong Thong laughed and replied that he had slept soundly until dawn. The room arranged by brother Li Yuguo was truly comfortable. Duong Thong sighed and said he woke up because he needed to relieve himself and could not fall back asleep, so he took the chance to cultivate. The primordial spirit gathering grass was indeed very effective. He walked out and reminded them that the secret of the spirit gathering grass was known only to a few. Tan Vu immediately assured him not to worry. They were not foolish enough to let it spread. Duong Nin asked whether Miss Yun would not be going with them today. He replied that she had personal matters to attend to and told everyone to get into the carriage first. Carriage slowly rolled away from the residence. Inside the carriage, Duong Din took out a secret manual and said this was the Duong family sacred water blade art. Combined with the jade water origin blade, it would unleash the greatest power. Inviting him to take a look, he nodded, accepted it, then asked what exactly had happened to her family. Duong Nin sadly recounted that her father had been transporting military rations for the governor of Jiang due when they were lost. The merchant guild suspected him of embezzlement and imprisoned him in the dungeon. They had sold all their property to repay half. The remaining amount, worth 100,000 spirit stones, was a heavy burden on both sides. Hearing this, he reassured her that he would do his utmost to help. The scene shifted to the Jiangdu Merchant Guild. Someone loudly mocked that the Duong family had come again. After such a scandal, they still dared to show their faces. He entered with Duong Nin and Duong Thong amid whispers, calling the Duong family the shame of the guild and Jiangdu. If not for the Duong family, the guild would not have offended the naval governor. He gently patted Duong Nin's shoulder and told her not to worry. He had a plan. She only needed to stand aside and watch later. A woman approached and greeted them. "And Nin, you have all arrived." Duong Nin was stunned and called out, "Sister Hiu and Gayet." She happily ran over to greet her. Hiu and Gayet said Duong Nin had been at the Heavenly Martial Academy recently and rarely went out, asking about her situation. Duong Nin replied that thanks to her sister's blessings, she was still well. Hiu and Gayet examined her carefully, then softly said, "I understand now." Hiu and Gayet stepped before him and introduced herself as Van Hiu and Gayet, in charge of appraisal. He thought to himself that she was the daughter of the guild leader, and that after this upheaval Deep Quinn would appear. That time Van Hiu and Gayet would succeed as guild leader, while now leader Van was gravely ill but not yet dead. All matters handled by subordinates. It seemed the situation could only be reversed by starting with leader Van. Hiu and Gayet asked what business had brought the young master here, inwardly thinking that he was likely just another lecher. He replied that he had come to buy magical artifacts and sell puppets. Hiu and Gayet curiously asked if she could see the goods. The two sat chatting. A puppet stood beside them pouring tea. He asked what she thought of this puppet. Hiu and Gayet praised it as not bad and asked if he had crafted it himself. Could he also be a puppet master? She added that puppet masters were very rare nowadays. Such research showed great dedication. She was quite interested. Hiu and Gayet mentioned the possibility of long-term cooperation with the guild. He instead asked if her complexion was poor because something had happened at home. Hiu and Gayet said directly that from now on she wanted to earn money together with him. She suddenly stood up angrily and retorted that nothing had happened to her family, inwardly panicking because this man who had seemed lustful just now had seen through her family affairs. Could a puppet master truly be so formidable? He hurriedly said perhaps he was overthinking, but if an elder in her family had fallen ill, perhaps he could help. Hiu and Gayet asked in shock how he knew so much. Who exactly was he and what was his purpose here? He set down his teacup and said his identity was unimportant. He only wished for long-term transactions as partners, helping each other, and to show sincerity he was willing to resolve her current trouble. Hiu and Gayet worried whether he could cure her father. Yet if she did not take the risk then, when her father's illness flared, the guild would surely fall apart. She turned and said, "If so, please follow me, young master." Before a room a voice shouted that no visitors were allowed. He immediately said, "Leader Van, your voice is weak. Does it feel as if your organs burn with fire every midnight?" Hiu and Gayet asked in astonishment how he knew. He only smiled and replied that it was a secret. At that moment, a maid opened the door in panic, calling for Li Yuguo and asking where the physician was, urging to invite him quickly. The person under the blanket irritably said there was no need. Letting others know of the illness would only bring more trouble. He then said that other families likely already knew. Even the Duong family had been harmed. If this dragged on, the consequences would be dire. Duong Nin was startled and asked whether her father had been harmed. He explained that someone wanted to seize the guild, so they first targeted the Van family, then the Duong family. The person under the blanket slowly turned around. Leader Van, gaunt and emaciated, asked who exactly he was to know so clearly. He said identity was not important. What mattered was to remove the residual poison and treat it immediately. Everyone was stunned and asked residual poison. Yuguo and Duong Nin grabbed his hand and asked whether their father could be saved. He replied that while the leader still lived, Duong Nin's father was temporarily safe. But if the leader died from the poison's outbreak, then her father would surely find it hard to escape. He loudly declared that therefore the leader must not die. It was not only his life to be saved, but 2 families and over 10,000 members of the guild. Inwardly thinking, he had to state the crux clearly. Leader Van trembled and repeated, over 10,000 people. He resolved that as long as the illness could be cured, he would accept any price: silver, spirit stones, magical treasures, even his daughter. Yuguo cried out in shock. He immediately said Leader Van spoke too much. He was only saving a life. He opened the celestial insight eye to observe. Leader Van anxiously asked if he had discovered anything. He replied that this was likely witch poison. He turned and told Li Yuguo to find boy's urine. She stared blankly and asked where to find such a thing. He pressed his lips together, blushing, took a jar, and went outside saying he would handle it himself. The women in the room could not help being astonished. Young master Li so handsome and over 20, yet still a virgin boy. After that they began preparations. The boy's urine was mixed with incense ash according to his instructions. He further instructed Duong Thong to prepare a brazier. After speaking, he poured spiritual power into a brush and drew formation patterns on Leader Van's abdomen. Twisted veins immediately bulged clearly. Leader Van cried out in agony. Li Yuguo rushed forward. He shouted to hold the leader's limbs firmly. Leader Van struggled and cried to kill him because it hurt too much. Li Yuguo, heartbroken, still gritted her teeth and urged her father to endure. Black fluid splattered onto her face. Li Yuguo stood stunned and asked what had happened, why the blood was black. He immediately called for the brazier to be brought over. He continued pressing chi into the leader's abdomen. A red goo worm was forced out. Duong Thong simultaneously brought the brazier. Leader Van collapsed onto the bed, drenched in sweat. Goo worm burned in the flames and let out a shrill cry. His gaze turned icy as he looked down. This was the goo worm that had been draining her father's essence day and night. Li Yuguo went pale. Who could be so vicious as to use such a method on my father? The Merchant Guild dungeon. The jailer informed the man inside. Duong Gu, your daughter has come to visit. The Duong siblings hurried inside in panic, calling for their father. Duong Gu was stunned and asked, Nin Thong, why have you come here? Back at Leader Van's side, a few minutes earlier he had given Li Yuguo a pill and told her to take it to recover quickly. She accepted it gratefully and gave thanks. She recognized it as a spirit fruit from the primordial spirit-gathering grass, a nearly extinct and extremely precious treasure, yet he had handed it over so generously. No wonder Duong Nin trusted him. A man both upright and capable, today's kindness must be repaid. He patted Duong Nin's shoulder and told her to leave so the leader could rest. She blushed and nodded. Seeing his daughter with a stranger, Duong Gu grew wary and asked who he was and why he held the family-treasured blade. Was he threatening his daughter? Duong Nin hugged her father tightly and vowed to clear his name and rescue him. Politely explained not to misunderstand. He was only keeping the blade temporarily. Duong Nin quickly said her father had misunderstood. She herself had given the blade to brother Vu Qua. Duong Gu frowned and reproached that if she took the blade away, how could he face her mother? Duong Thong admitted fault. Father, this was my doing. I lost the blade in a wager with brother Vu Qua. Then recounted the whole story. A few minutes later, Duong Gu lowered his head to thank young Master Li for repaying resentment with virtue. He helped him up and said he had come to ask for details, whether anything unusual had occurred during the transport. Duong Gu recalled that the shipment had been strange, the water level unusually shallow, the river bandits well organized. Most importantly, the escort had not been royal guards, but men of the 5 great families. He asked if his wife's name had been Engai Quan. Duong Ngu sorrowfully replied yes, he had failed her. He said he was certain he understood now. Duong Thong, follow me to your mother's grave to take a look. Duong Thong asked blankly what he intended to do. He uttered 2 words, dig the grave. Duong Ngu turned pale upon hearing this. He angrily shouted insolence, I thought you upright. Who knew you would dare dig my wife's grave? I will fight you to the death. Calmed him while explaining that his wife had endured hardship by his side for years. How could she be so weak as to take her own life merely because he was imprisoned? This was highly suspicious. Duong Ngu froze and asked whether he meant their mother had been forced to death. He said he dared not conclude yet and must examine it to know. At midnight, his group quietly went to dig the grave. Soon as the coffin lid was opened, the 3 immediately sensed something was wrong. He stroked his chin and analyzed that if it were suicide, the bruising would concentrate on the lower body. Yet she had many bruises on the upper body indicating internal injuries before burial. The hanging had only been staged. Duong Nin wiped her tears. Mother was gentle and kind. How could someone so cruel harm her? He deduced the killer was left-handed since the right side of her neck had been shattered. There is another truth I must say. Duong Nin stammered what it was. He said from the abrasions it was clear she had been assaulted, but resisted to the death. The killer failed and then broke her neck. Duong Thong angrily noted that the governor was also left-handed and oversaw the guild. Duong Nin trembled and gritted her teeth. That bastard, I will kill him. He advised not to alert the snake in the grass. A mere governor would not dare seize such a large shipment alone. There must be others behind him. Duong Thong asked what they should do. He mentioned Leader Van's concubine as a starting point. Duong Thong asked why. He explained that a favored woman should not have blisters unless she was raising goo worms and infected with poison. She must have been manipulated and would return to seek the mastermind. Duong Nin added that by following her they would expose the one behind it. He confirmed that was correct. Midnight Leader Van's concubine secretly went to the riverside. The mask was removed, revealing a completely different face. 3 watching from behind were left open-mouthed. Ti Mui whistled a signal. Bamboo tube rose from beneath the water. A man wearing a lotus leaf hat stood up and asked Ti Mui why she had come. He had warned her not to meet unless urgent lest Van discover it. Ti Mui moved closer and said, Brother Dung, something is wrong. Li Yuguo, who was wanted, is still alive. He changed his name and entered Heavenly Marshal and even cured Leader Van. He seems to know something, so we must report to the master at once. The 2 drew close and whispered that if the master learned the news, there would surely be heavy rewards. Good days were near. They could conveniently kill Van and be together. Ti Mui sweetly called Brother Dung. The 2 leaned in, lips meeting. The 3 in the distance widened their eyes. He painfully decided that for the sake of public morals, he would have to play the villain. He stepped forward and tapped the shoulders of the adulterous pair about to act. Hey, stop. Brother Dung, still inflamed, brushed his hand away and shouted not to ruin the mood. He was speechless and did not know how to respond. He directly slapped him to wake him up. Only then did the 2 snap out of their daze. He coldly said, You ungrateful wretches, seize them and strip them to make puppets. Brother Dung still spoke stubbornly. Demui quickly tugged his sleeve and whispered that Li Yuguo was truly a puppet master, rumored to be ruthless and turn living people into puppets. Hearing this, he pulled a long face and retorted, Who made that up? I have been kind and upright for years. How did I become a rapist? That is blatant slander. Do you believe I will turn you into a lamppost? Demui dropped to her knees and kowtowed, begging for mercy. I only followed the master's orders. It has nothing to do with me. The 2 looked at him in disbelief. Does the word kind have a grudge against your family? Went straight to the point and asked who their master was. Ti Mui hesitated and dared not speak. Brother Dung gritted his teeth and said since it had come to this he would speak. Their master was the governor sent by the imperial court to the guild. He lunged forward, clutching his leg and crying for mercy. He panicked and told him to keep his distance. Ti Mui was stunned that he was even more cowardly than she. Pushed him away and asked for the whole story. Brother Dung said they were senior brother and sister of the witch poison sect who had grown into husband and wife. Ti Mui lost her nose and learned disguise techniques to pose as a beauty. Brother Dung dreamily said only he knew this secret, and he loved her so he never abandoned her. He shouted to get to the point. Brother Dung scratched his head and continued that back then their family was poor and their parents gravely ill. T. Mui was forced to sell herself to the governor and later became Leader Van's concubine. He resentfully said he had worked hard to earn money to support the family yet was betrayed and once wanted to divorce. Veins bulged on his forehead as he listened to the rambling. Brother Dung continued that because of his aging father's persuasion and T. Mui's hardship he endured, most importantly he still loved her. He could not endure and slapped him repeatedly. Shouting, "Is that the point?" Brother Dung clutched his head, apologizing and begging not to be killed, pointed at T. Mui and told her to continue. She confessed that they relied on the governor who promised that once Leader Van died he would grant them freedom and wealth. He asked then, "Who ordered the governor to send you to kill Leader Van?" T. Mui hesitated for a moment before confessing that the one behind everything was the third prince. He folded his arms, as expected. It matched the plot of his novel. The third prince sought to seize the merchant guild, so the Van and Duong families became obstacles. Brother Dung begged that he had confessed everything and pleaded for mercy. A cold voice sounded from afar, "Keep dreaming." Leader Van appeared with his beloved daughter and a squad of bow-wielding guards. He ordered them to release arrows and shoot the adulterous pair dead. He hurriedly tried to dissuade him. "Leader Van, please show mercy." But once the arrows left the bow, they could not be recalled. Brother Dung tightly embraced his wife, shielding her, using his not-so-sturdy body to block the rain of arrows. The two collapsed heavily to the ground, while arrows continued to pour down from above. Questioned that grievances had their owners and debts their creditors. They had been coerced, so why kill them utterly? Leader Van replied indifferently that a traitor like her was unworthy of past affection, and her appearance was even more unsightly. Li Yuguo objected. "Father, how can you say that? You were not like this before." Leader Van replied coldly that if not for young Master Li, he would have died at her hands. How could he spare her? After speaking, he turned and ordered the troops to withdraw. Li Yuguo helplessly called after him. She lowered her head to apologize on her father's behalf. He gently replied that it was fine, cruel, yet understandable. With her last breath fading, T. Mui whispered, "Young Master Li, this is what you need. Please bury me with Brother Dung." He accepted the slip of paper and nodded, promising to do so. Opening the paper, he could not help but be stunned. In the Duong family hall, Duong Nha raised a cup to thank young Master Li for saving his family. He replied that Duong Nin and Duong Thong were his friends. It was only right. Yuguo rushed in anxiously, telling Nin to leave quickly. Duong Nha asked in surprise what had happened. She urgently said that her father was about to act against the Duong family, and all clan heads in the guild had already been arrested. Duong Nha refused to believe it. Brother Van would not do such a thing. He sighed as he had expected. Leader Van likely intended to abolish the clan system and make the guild his own. Li Yuguo was stunned that young Master Li had known all along. Duong Thong asked in panic whether they would just let him do whatever he wanted. The sound of hurried footsteps approached. Leader Van led men inside and laughed, asking Brother Duong if he was well. Duong Nha demanded his intention. The Duong family had never betrayed the guild. Leader Van folded his arms and said that for stability and development, the seal should be handed over. Duong Nha stood firm. The seal was left by their ancestors to prevent monopoly. Did Brother Van intend to defy ancestral teachings? Leader Van coldly said his decision was made and ordered his men to seize the entire Duong family. His subordinates surged forward to carry out the order. He tried to dissuade him that the guild had just weathered turmoil and the Duong family was innocent. There was no need to force matters. Please reconsider. Leader Van ignored him and repeated the order to capture them all. Kill anyone who resisted. Chaotic battle inevitably erupted. Thong Hen asked Leader Van whether he should eliminate Lai Kwa as well. Leader Van stopped him, saying his life-saving benefactor was not the target. He suggested that without poison there was no true man. Delivering Lai Kwa to the 5 great families in exchange for protection would be worthwhile. It would count as repaying kindness with enmity. Thong Hen drew a hidden weapon. He raised his crossbow and aimed straight at him. The arrow shot forth as someone shouted for young Master Li to be careful. Li Yuguo rushed out to block the arrow for him. Everyone cried out in shock. Pale-faced, she lay in his arms, apologizing that her father had been misled by villains. Leader Van trembled and shouted to stop. He held his daughter sobbing and scolded her for being foolish. Li Yuguo weakly begged her father to awaken and spare the Duong family. Duong Nha and Gu urged him to restrain his grief. Leader Van laughed madly, restrain grief. He roared that they all deserved to die, and to kill them all. A cold blade pierced through Duong Nha and Gu's chest. He turned his head and called Shifeng Thong Han. Shifeng Thong Han withdrew his blood-stained sword. Duong Nha and Gu's body collapsed to the ground. Duong Nin cried out for her father. He pulled her back to defend. Tan Vu advised that Thong Han was a peak martial emperor and could not be confronted. Leader Van ordered Shifeng not to show mercy and to kill them all. Thong Han obeyed and charged forward. Tan Vu shouted to run and that he would hold him off. Thong Han roared that a nobody dared block his path and to die. His sword struck against hard metal. Thong Han staggered back in shock and asked who she was. The one who appeared was Tiu Thien. Tan Vu's eyes turned into hearts as he cheered that Tiu Thien had arrived. Tai Mai coldly told him to return to his room and not get in the way. Tan Vu obediently withdrew. Thong Han roared that whoever it was would die. Tai Mai spun her parasol calmly to meet the attack. Blade in her hand suddenly slid free. Cold sweat broke out on Thong Han. Damn it, he had underestimated her. Tai Mai rose lightly on her toes and shot upward. The tip of the parasol stopped 3 inches from his face. Tai Mai coldly asked, because of how Hon Lak you fought with your elder brother Thap Van Vo Ditch until you turned against each other, correct? Thong Han was shocked. How did you know? Who exactly are you? Tai Mai replied calmly, you only need to understand that I can help you. How Hon Lak was originally your woman, but your twin elder brother Thap Van Vo Ditch took her away. Are you willing to accept that? With the resounding title of Killing Emperor, you ended up becoming a mercenary for a fool. Do you truly accept hiding for the rest of your life like this? Only the weak choose to run away. I am the same as you. We both have too many unwilling grievances. Only by relying on our own strength can we reclaim what originally belongs to us. Van Min Chu shouted in panic. Thong Han, do not let that slut bewitch you. Quickly kill her. This old man will reward you with 10,000 spirit stones. Tai Mai sneered. Is that little amount enough to buy his dignity? Thong Han asked in a deep voice. Speak. What must I do? Tai Mai answered briefly. Kill Van Min Chu. Van Min Chu roared in fury. Thap Van Thong Han, you dare act recklessly. If this old man had not taken you in, you would have long ago. Thong Han said nothing and directly delivered a fatal blow. Tai Mai loudly announced, from today onward, Jiangdu Merchant Association will be managed by the Yang sisters. Does anyone object? The crowd responded in unison, no, no. As she passed by Thong Han, she softly mentioned the location. At sunset today, meet again at Ta Quan Relay Station. Thong Han softly replied. Duong Nin cupped her hands in gratitude. Many thanks, Miss N Heap, for lending your aid. Tai Mai did not turn back. No need to thank me. It was all young master's intention. The Yang sisters gratefully spoke words of life, saving thanks to brother Li. Vu Qua smiled and replied, enough. You two handle your father's funeral matters. I still have things to do. Let out a soft sigh. What a pity for Miss Hiu and Gaiet. The sunset light gradually slanted down by his side. Vu Qua stepped into the relay station and greeted. Has Lord Thap Phuong arrived? Thong Han looked at him suspiciously. Lai Vu Qua gave a wry smile. Do not misunderstand. Tiu Thien is busy, so I came in her place for the appointment. He sat opposite and said, hey, can you take off the hat to talk? Thong Han raised his hand and removed the hat. Shiny bald head almost made the tea Vu Qua had just drunk spray out. Thong Han frowned. You called me here just to mock me. If you have something to say, then say it. He scratched his cheek awkwardly. Sorry, I did not mean it. He went straight to the point. In your eyes, what kind of person is Hao Hon Lak? Thong Han blushed. She is a kind, beautiful, and gentle lady. All the finest words in the world are not enough to describe her virtues. Vu Qua burst into laughter. Ha ha. You are wrong. She is nothing but a slut. Thong Han pointed his sword at him. Shut up. You dare insult my woman, he retorted. Your woman. Do not forget she is your elder brother's wife, and also the daughter of Chang Hong. Do you think she never planned to plant goo poison on you? Thong Han was stunned. Goo poison. Vu Qua brushed aside the blade. You two brothers relied on each other for years, yet in the end betrayed one another over a woman. Have you never doubted it? Thong Han sheathed his sword. She did force me to drink several strange, nourishing soups before. I refused. After that, she always stayed close to my elder brother. Could it be? He stood up abruptly and affirmed, that is right. That soup was Hao Hon Lak's goo poison. When she failed to poison you, she turned to poison your elder brother. Now he has become a puppet. Thong Han frowned. Then what should I do? Vu Qua pondered. The poison emperor's goo poison is not easy to cure. If you cannot sway your elder brother, then the only way is to kill him. and reclaim the position of killing emperor. Thong Hen exhaled lightly. Perhaps I guessed it long ago, yet kept avoiding my elder brother and Hao Hon Lak. Now it is time to face everything. Thong Han sincerely expressed his thanks. We met by chance and you have cleared my doubts. This is a sword pellet as repayment. Vu Qua was secretly startled. The sword pellet is one of the 10 great hidden weapons. He took out an item and handed it over. This is blazing sun grass, which boosts combat power. But after one incense stick of time, the body will suffer severe weakness. Thap Phuong Vo Ditch is not easy to deal with. Use it in a critical moment. I hope you survive and return. Thong Han accepted the blazing sun grass. Then I will thank you in advance. He put his hat back on. It is getting late. If fate allows, we will meet again in the martial world. Bok Kai Fin followed him toward the place of advancement. Bok Kai Fin said, Boss, thanks to the previous arena match, you ranked 10th on the Earth board. Unfortunately, you are still an outer disciple, so the record does not count. Otherwise, you would have entered the Heaven board, Vu Qua replied. It is fine. We have already taken the advancement mission and are preparing to enter the inner sect. Time Tran is waiting for me to go with her to the sky-piercing tower to cultivate. He thought to himself, it was also time to continue cultivating Ling Tin Y Thiep Art. Bok Kai Fin was puzzled. Boss, the mission is to search the Thatch Veen mountain range for 3 days. Why are we coming to Tucson to cultivate? Vu Qua explained. The outer skin of the Thatch Veen stone monkeys is very tough. Inside Tu Tien there is Tu Hone that helps deal with them. He thought to himself that this stone monkey was exactly like the gambling-addicted forest sage king. Unfortunately, it only eats spirit seeds, so Alamama cannot display its effect. Bok Kai Fin reminded him. The top Dao board expert Tu Kong Ho often comes to Tu Tien at night. Boss, be careful. Vu Qua nodded. Rest assured. Stay here and wait for me. Inside the purple pool, someone was already sitting there. He hid behind a boulder. As expected, he ran into Tu Kong Ho. Better avoid it if possible. But Tu Kong Ho had already noticed. Who dares disturb this lord's cultivation? Tu Kong Ho pulled on his gloves. So it is Li Qua ranked 10th on the Earth board, feeling itchy and seeking death. He shrugged. Tu Kong Ho, I do not want trouble. Leave quickly. Before he finished speaking, his gaze turned cold. Tu Kong Ho unleashed fierce tiger fists and charged forward, die. White vines like octopus tentacles suddenly sprang up from the ground. Tu Kong Ho's hands were tightly bound and unable to move. He struggled in vain and shouted, Bastard, what are you doing? I will kill you. Vu Qua laughed teasingly. Who told you to like picking fights? Vines suddenly released him, causing Tu Kong Ho to tumble. Vu Qua warned, take your beating and get lost. Today I need to handle private matters in Tu Tien. Tu Kong Ho clutched his aching body and shouted the familiar line, This lord will not let you off. I will definitely return. After Tu Kong Ho left, he took out professional diving equipment and prepared to go down into Tu Tien. After equipping himself, he did not hesitate and jumped straight down. Ordinary people diving into Tu Tien would faint and die. Without Alamama, this secret would likely never be discovered. He emerged from the water. Looking at the structure ahead, this is the place. Vu Qua reached out and lifted the glass bottle. He leisurely took a few sips of Tu Hone. Truly something formidable, ordinary water turned into fine wine in the blink of an eye. This time he struck it rich. Suddenly he sensed a stream of light behind his back. This was Tai's sword. Green smoke drifted from the blade, making him jump in shock. Damn, it dissipated. Faint green smoke gradually gathered into the shape of an old man. That man raised his hand and pointed straight at his glabella. A surge of Dao aura followed and invaded his consciousness. Unexpectedly, it was the unyielding sword art. His cultivation directly reached the peak of martial spirit. At last, he tasted the fortunate stroke of a protagonist. After that, he met Bok Kai Fin again. He asked, Boss, why did you go to Thatch Veen mountain range at midnight to dig Kim Nguyen ore? Vu Qua replied, Earlier I accidentally beat Tu Kong Ho at Tu Tien. He will surely not let it go, so it is better to set off early. He instructed that Thatch Veen mountain is full of demonic beasts. For safety, you should stay outside and provide support. Bok Kai Fin nodded. I will listen to you. On both sides of the path stood stone pillars and clusters of stone monkeys. Vu Qua carefully inched forward step by step, suddenly stepping on a stone that made a sound. Hundreds of eyes in the night lit up and stared down. He bent low and moved. This is big trouble. The stone monkey king dove straight down from above. Vu Qua swiftly took out a small object and threw it into the lake. The monkeys were immediately drawn toward the surface of the lake. Each one scrambled to scoop up the lake water and gulp it down. Seized the chance to turn and run. Damn, Let us see who dies. His footsteps suddenly halted. Stone Monkey King was sleeping soundly. In front of it lay a herb. As expected, the Kim Din grass was here. But unfortunately, he kicked a stone again. Vuqua turned pale as the Stone Monkey King awoke. He awkwardly greeted, "Hello." The Stone Monkey King roared in fury and lifted a massive boulder to hurl at him. Its arms slammed down toward him. Oh my, worthy of a tyrant-level Stone Monkey King. Such terrifying pressure. Was forced back repeatedly by the shock. Facing it head-on like this meant certain death. The huge boulder nearly smashed straight onto his head. Vuqua drew his sword to block the Stone Monkey King's strike and search for an escape. Not good, fighting like this gives no chance at all. I must change tactics. His gaze flicked toward the nearby lake. Got it, Tai sword art. He plunged into the lake with a splash, and in one breath absorbed all the liquid within. Feeling it was enough, he sprang up onto the shore. The Stone Monkey King was already standing there waiting. It looked at the human before it without understanding what was happening. At this moment, Vuqua had clearly fallen into a drunken state. With one slash, the Stone Monkey King's arm was instantly severed. Second sword, the third, then countless sword shadows tore its body apart. The Stone Monkey King counterattacked in mad fury. Vuqua calmly thought it was time to end this. Taking a sip of fragrant wine, he swung the final sword. The Stone Monkey King's head separated from its neck. Vuqua leisurely sat drinking wine. Endgame. The price of drinking too much was that Vuqua hugged a tree trunk and called out to dear Jai Hu, "Tiu Hon, this is too heavy, I cannot bear it." Had I known, I would have used Wu Liang wine earlier. In the distance, it seemed a group of people were doing something. Please keep quiet for this lord. Tu Kong Ho led his underlings and bound Bok Kai Fin. I do not believe Lai Vuqua will not come to save you. When that happens, I will make him taste it. Bok Kai Fin stubbornly cursed back. I think my boss spared you last time, you defeated loser. Tu Kong Ho trembled with rage, gritted his teeth, and shouted that no one was allowed to mention that matter again. He was the #1 on the Earth ranking. Bok Kai Fin calmly retorted with imposing confidence. Even so, he was only a defeated man beneath his hand. Tu Kong Ho's face turned ferocious. He swung his blade and roared, "Shut your mouth for this old man." Vuqua burst into loud laughter, shouting a few incoherent words without head or tail. Tu Kong Ho suddenly turned to Lai Qua and said coldly, "I have been waiting for you for a long time." Vuqua's cheeks flushed red. He staggered and said, "What do you want with me? Are you trying to invite me somewhere?" Bok Kai Fin gaped in shock. Could it be that the cultivation method the boss practiced was the precious scripture of Qianghua? The group of Tu Kong Ho also froze. "Boss, this Lai Qua has drunk too much." Tu Kong Ho sneered. "Lai Qua, do not dream of playing tricks. Today your life is mine for sure." His underlings charged forward together. He secretly rejoiced at seeing Lai Qua drunk. Truly the perfect chance to kill. Blade had just slashed down when Vuqua lightly dodged it in his drunken haze. He even teased casually, "Ho ho, you are quite cute." Tu Kong Ho roared, "Cute your head." He unleashed fierce tiger fist and shouted loudly, "Die for me." Vuqua's eyes turned agile, flashing with a trace of sobriety. With a single sword strike, he severed both of Tu Kong Ho's arms, making him howl in agony. The disciples' faces drained of blood. "Lai Qua, you dare kill a fellow disciple. I will report to the academy." Vuqua's romantic affairs only became a topic of discussion much later. Bok Kai Fin recalled his drunken appearance and could only sigh, "Boss, stop drinking and throwing yourself at people. Especially do not hug me." Vuqua scratched his head and laughed awkwardly. It was just an accident. Time Tran raised her cup in congratulations. "I did not expect you to enter the inner sect so quickly." Vuqua laughed in reply. "Was it not just to eat bigger buns?" Time Tran blushed. "You are talking nonsense. Senior sister is looking at me and smiling." Bok Kai Fin shyly said, "Senior sister Ho, I heard you are very skilled in magic arts. Could you guide me?" Senior sister Ho teased in return, "Of course. Besides magic, what else do you want to learn?" Vuqua chuckled, "Little brother Bok, your tricks for courting girls are still too green." Bok Kai Fin's face turned crimson. "Boss, you can still laugh at me." His expression suddenly turned serious when he saw a red meteor streak across the sky. A red meteor was no good omen. Perhaps everything would arrive sooner. Since coming to this world, the original order had changed. Deep Quinn left tack back early. The beast tide that should have come once in 100 years was approaching. Nalan Mong and I should have died, yet we still live. It seemed everything was being pushed forward. In the future, the 100 slumber beast would be even more terrifying than Deep Quinn. I must stop it. Time Tran perceptively looked at him. Vuqua, It seems you have something on your mind. He smiled and said he simply did not know what to wish for at the moment, thinking in his heart that this matter was hard to explain, so he did not tell her. Time Tran believed him. If you are troubled, just wish for what you are thinking of. Vu Qua clasped his hands devoutly. "Oh, Meteor, let me eat an extra large bun." Time Tran did not expect him to be so shameless. She immediately grabbed his hand and angrily scolded him to go die. He yelped loudly. Suddenly a voice called out from behind Time Tran. The one who came was Ngayat Tran, Time Tran's younger sister. Bok Kai Fiend looked at the two identical faces and blankly asked why there were two Time Tran. Vu Qua quietly explained that it was her younger sister Van Ngayat Tran. Looking at the girl before him, his eyes nearly popped out. He thought smugly that the meteor was truly effective. The big bun arrived so quickly. Time Tran heard the commotion and turned her head. Unexpectedly meeting Ngayat Tran at this moment, she cried out in surprise, "Little sister." Ngayat Tran rushed forward and hugged her while sobbing. Time Tran comforted her and softly asked why she had come. Ngayat Tran cried as she said she had fled from marriage. She did not want to marry the second prince. She did not want to become a sacrifice for the family. "I want to be like you and decide my own life." Time Tran hugged her sister and encouraged her. "It is good that you think so. From now on we must grasp our own fate." After a while, Ngayat Tran released her, glanced at Vu Qua, and softly asked if he was Li Vu Qua. He looked quite handsome. "No wonder you keep thinking of him." Time Tran was struck at the heart and blushed as she denied it. "He is only a friend. Do not speak nonsense." Seeing this, Bok Kai Fiend teased, "What a pair of flower sisters. Boss truly is blessed." He tapped the boy's head and scolded him for talking nonsense. Yet in his heart he thought that the virgin body he had kept for 2 lifetimes should finally be broken. After a while he and Time Tran separated to stroll alone. Tonight the scenery was gentle with bright moonlight and rows of trees. Their shadows reflected upon the water. The wind rustled as if in welcome. Vu Qua asked, "Was it not said that you sisters did not get along?" Time Tran replied indifferently, "In the past at home we were very close. After all, we are twins and share a connection." He asked in surprise. She extended her hand to show a birthmark and explained, "Within a certain range we can sense each other. If she is hungry, I am hungry. If she is in pain, I am in pain." Vu Qua heard of this for the first time and asked in disbelief if it was really that strange. Time Tran said nothing more and quietly walked on. Suddenly she stumbled and fell into his arms. Vu Qua asked in panic what was wrong with her. She leaned against his chest. Her face flushed as she said she had drunk a little too much and felt dizzy. Then she lifted her sparkling eyes and softly asked, "Vu Qua, have you ever thought about the matter of us?" The ambiguous atmosphere made Vu Qua blush as well. He held the beauty tightly and smiled, saying there were still many things to do. Time Tran shyly turned away and lightly beat his chest as she scolded him for only knowing how to say such things. Seeing the kitten-like appearance in his arms, he burst into laughter. He gently touched her beautiful face and tenderly said, "Silly girl, we still have many things to do together." Time Tran softly called his name, Vu Qua. What should come will eventually come. The two of them spent a sweet and unforgettable night together. Only the innocent Ngayat Tran suffered. On the other side, she enjoyed the rare moment after fleeing marriage, soaking in a warm bath and sighing that after running for so long, taking a proper bath felt wonderful. After waiting a long time without seeing Time Tran return, she wondered and was about to look for her when she suddenly sensed something unusual in her body through their spiritual link. Whatever Time Tran experienced, she felt clearly. Ngayat Tran blushed and crouched down as she shouted, "Vu Qua, you bastard, you dare do that to my sister." She trembled and cursed inwardly. What a damned physique. How could I be so unlucky? Ngayat Tran was so tense she nearly cried, gritting her teeth as she complained about her sister. How can you eat everything? She tried to calm herself, dragging her weary body to sit on a nearby chair, telling herself it should be over soon, endure a little longer. Looking at her sweat-covered body, she angrily cursed, "Li Vu Qua, you bastard, I will not spare you." She thought that running to her sister would bring peace, who would have expected to suffer torment all night. 3 watches later, the two exhausted figures embraced each other and fell into sleep. A little turtle slowly crawled onto Time Tran, startling her awake. Lifting the tiny turtle in her hands, she quickly shook he awake beside her and smiled brightly. "Vu Qua, look, is this little black turtle not adorable?" He was still groggy with sleep. "It is only midnight and you are already awake." Seeing this, Time Tran brought the turtle close to his face. Recognizing the familiar appearance, he cried out in delight, "Heavens, has Qui-Ra truly come back to life?" He grabbed the little turtle and laughed. Could this be Qui-Ra's child? Then that means it saw us, making Time Tran blush deeply. Excitedly shook the little turtle and pressed on with questions. Qui-Ra, was my performance last night acceptable? Speak quickly. The little turtle was shaken until dizzy, inwardly screaming that it saw everything, from the embraces to the sweet words. He murmured dreamily, "Time Tran, the scent on you is truly fragrant." She coolly pushed he back down. He asked in surprise, "Time Tran, why are you sitting on me?" She blushed and answered briefly, "I like it this way, is that not allowed?" Just like that, the two of them spent another passionate night together. The next morning he escorted her back to the residence and teased, "Usually you walk as lightly as a cat, so why are your steps so awkward now?" Time Tran blushed and snapped, "Is it not because of you?" going on and on until I was dazed. Before she finished speaking, Ngayat Tran stormed over, pointed straight at he and shouted, "You too indeed." Her words caught in her throat from embarrassment. She angrily turned away. Her unusual attitude made he worriedly ask Time Tran what is wrong with her. Time Tran guiltily explained, "Did you forget what I said last night?" She must have sensed it. "Hurry and go explain." Ngayat Tran angrily rushed into the nearby bamboo grove to vent her anger, in her heart wishing only that Li Yuguo would disappear. Li Yuguo deserves death. With every curse she snapped another bamboo branch. If the bamboo could speak, it would surely cry injustice and tell her to find the right person to slash. Speak of Cao Cao, and Cao Cao arrives. He crept closer and whispered, "Ngayat Tran, calm down, between me and your sister at that time." Seeing his face, her anger exploded. She screamed, "Li Yuguo, you bastard, you dared defile my sister. I will kill you." He could only weakly fend her off. "Listen to my explanation. Who told you to be my sister-in-law?" Fortunately, he dodged one move. Ngayat Tran grew even angrier and scolded, "Men like you never speak a true word, sister too, knowing I was here yet still going on until midnight, not giving me a moment of peace." Seeing her lose reason, he thought that avoiding forever would not work and coldly said, "Then I apologize." Suddenly enormous tentacles burst from the ground and tightly bound Ngayat Tran. She cried out in fright, "Ah, what is this? It is so slimy." He asked awkwardly, "Are you calmer now?" Perhaps his expression was too sly and made her misunderstand. Ngayat Tran cried out aggrieved, "You are not human. After bullying my sister, you even bully me." He hurriedly ordered that she be released. Ngayat Tran fell to the ground. He awkwardly explained that he did not mean it that way. At this moment, even jumping into the yellow river would not wash him clean, inwardly regretting that he had truly offended his sister-in-law. Ngayat Tran retreated in panic and threatened, "Do not come over. If you dare touch me, I will not spare you even as a ghost." Terrified, she tripped over a stone and fell backward. If he had not caught her in time, she might have fallen into the sharply cut bamboo. She softly said, "Thank you." Suddenly, something felt wrong. Seeing his hand, Ngayat Tran angrily screamed his name, her cry echoing through the entire forest. After a long day, Ngayat Tran finally returned to her chamber. She angrily questioned Time Tran. "Li Yuguo used bloodline power to bully me. What do you even like about him?" Time Tran smiled and replied, "As for that, I only like his appearance." Calling the past, she gently said, "Yuguo is the best person I have ever met. If you had seen him risk his life to protect the people of Nulan City, you would surely admire him." "All right then, I will go find Yuguo to discuss entering the heaven-piercing tower tomorrow. You rest early." After speaking, she left, and Ngayat Tran remained fuming. Ngayat Tran thought to herself, what kind of bewitching technique did Li Yuguo use to make sister so devoted to him? The next morning at the heaven-piercing tower, he proudly said, "Time Tran, thanks to repairing the vehicle, I have become a martial king." He spoke plainly, believing no one would grasp the hidden meaning. It only made Time Tran blush and reproach him. "So it was because of leveling up that you did that," leaving me not knowing how to explain to my sister. From afar, Fu Zoe saw the two flirting and sneered. "Oh, is that not Li Yuguo, the king of showing off, and the delicate young master Van Enham? From a distance, I could see you exchanging affectionate glances. You are not that kind of companion pair, are you?" He ignored him and pulled Time Tran away. As he passed, he tossed out a line. "Where did this dog come from barking so loudly?" Zoe turned and shouted, "Just the two of you want to enter the heaven-piercing tower. It is filled with restrictions, and many experts have died inside." That man then looked at Time Tran and sneered, "If you obediently follow me, I might reluctantly let you join my team." He replied coldly, So it is senior brother Cow who passed 5 gates but lost all his teammates. Sorry, my team does not lack a watchdog. He turned to Time Tran and gently said, do not mind that sort of person. She calmly replied, I am fine. What matters is entering the tower to train, raise our cultivation, and find my father's relic. He was moved and praised her. Fu Zoe snorted coldly inwardly, thinking he would see their abilities. At this time, the two had reached the 5th floor of the heaven-piercing tower. Before them stood a stone monster. From its appearance, it seemed to have guarded this place for a long time. Upon seeing intruders, it charged forward. Time Tran and he immediately coordinated their attacks in perfect harmony. But their strength was still inferior to the stone monster. It raised its arm to block and counterattack, knocking both of them rolling away. He irritably said this stone monster resists magic and has thick skin. Time Tran added this level is much harder. He suggested returning to devise a plan before coming back. We have already reached the 5th floor and obtained quite a few beast cores, though only low level. He looked at the stone monster and judged that his cultivation was still insufficient. Thinking so, he pulled the beauty into his arms. Said, let me repair the vehicle a bit more to increase cultivation. Time Tran blushed and scolded, you lecher, are you addicted? He quickly removed her clothes. Time Tran worriedly asked if it would be all right with the stone monster still there. He answered firmly that if they did not provoke, it would not approach. Having said that, the two quickly began. Zoe had followed them without them knowing. That man hid in a corner and sneered, so it is a woman. At the same time, Ngayat Tran in her room diligently trained with a Vu Qua dummy. She angrily shouted, you stinking man, it was this very face that deceived my sister, I will. Before she could finish, her body once again felt the familiar shameful sensation. She trembled as she braced herself on the ground, muttering aggrievedly. Sister said they would only go to the heaven-piercing tower for a few hours. Who would have thought they would stay inside so long? Ngayat Tran's whole body was drenched in sweat, her mind filled with the word unfair. Their mother once said their special physiques meant they could only love the same man. Yet now only sister enjoyed it while she suffered alone. Ngayat Tran crouched down and burst into tears. If this continues, how can I endure it? I must think of a way. Suddenly an idea came to her. As long as sister sees clearly Lai Vu Qua's flirtatious nature, would she not leave him? Thinking so, she immediately disguised herself as Time Tran and went to his residence. Their appearances were already very similar. Wearing Time Tran's clothes as well, Bok Kai-chin did not recognize her at once and blankly asked, Sister Time Tran, why are you here? She replied slightly awkwardly, Vu Qua forgot something, so he asked me to fetch it. Hearing that Bok Kai-chin did not suspect further, Ngayat Tran secretly felt proud. Now I will enter his room and find evidence of his womanizing to wake sister up. After searching for half a day, she sighed tiredly. Strange, there is not a trace of him being frivolous. Could it be, as sister said, that he is truly an unparalleled good man? Her gaze drifted to the vast forest nearby. Such a beautiful forest. Letting that Lai Vu Qua lie here would be a waste. After thinking it over, she walked over and lay down, deciding to take a nap. Time Tran greeted he, and said she would return to her room first because she was worried about her sister being alone at home. Then she left. Seeing he return, Bok Kai-fin was surprised. Just now Sister Time Tran entered Boss's room. Why is she coming back from outside with Boss now? Ran over to ask. He turned and replied, is something wrong? Why are you not studying herbs? Bok Kai-fin stammered. Boss, that is sister-in-law. Before he could finish, he laughed and cut him off. We are all men, we understand. No need to say more. Bok Kai-fin was about to speak when he added, when you are free, refine some great tonic pills for me. Bok Kai-fin stood frozen, speechless. He sneered, if you cannot refine it now, that is fine, I can wait. After speaking, he whistled and walked into the room. Bok Kai-fin looked on worriedly. Boss, it is not that I did not warn you. You did not give me a chance to speak. As soon as he opened the door and stepped inside, he saw a beautiful girl sleeping on the bed. His eyes lit up. You said you were going to see your sister, but you secretly came to my forest instead. If you want to repair the vehicle, just say it. After speaking, he rushed toward the girl. The girl drowsily opened her eyes and saw it was Vu Qua. She asked, what do you want? He calmly replied, close the door and turn off the lights to repair the vehicle. Ngayat Tran cried out in panic, I am not, do not. Before she could finish, He pressed his lips to hers in her stunned state. Elsewhere, Time Tran also just woke up. Not seeing her sister, she grew worried that something bad had happened. Lying on the bed and breathing quickly. Cut to the bed stained with specks of blood. He anxiously asked Time Tran, "Are you on your period?" She shyly replied no. He suddenly realized something. Could it be you are Van Ngayat Tran? Ngayat Tran softly admitted, "I came to find sister. I was too tired and fell asleep here, then you." Could not believe his ears. It was like a bolt from the blue. Ngayat Tran softly said, "Do not be like that. Actually, I had prepared myself mentally." He thought in confusion, what does she mean? Could it be she liked me long ago? Ngayat Tran continued, "Sister and I have a special physique. We are destined to marry the same man in this life. Sister is already yours, so I prepared myself. I just did not expect it to be so soon." That moment, Time Tran pushed the door open and rushed in, angrily shouting, "Pourquoi you dare bully my sister," leaving both of them stunned. Time Tran rushed over and beat he up, then pulled Ngayat Tran to join in. The two sisters joined forces against him. Later at the heaven-piercing tower, seeing he with a darkened face, Bok Kai-Fien asked worriedly. He shook his head and said it was nothing. "It is just that my back hurts a little." Then he asked how the great tonic pill was progressing. Bok Kai-Fien awkwardly had not answered yet when Ngayat Tran smiled and asked why rush into the tower today. "Can we not go tomorrow?" Explained that today the heaven-piercing ranking begins scoring. In 1 month only, the top 10 teams can enter the Divine Ruins trial. She curiously asked what the Divine Ruins are. He said the Divine Ruins are an island in the South Sea. It is said that a supreme sea dragon was once besieged by experts there. In the end, both sides were severely injured. The island is filled with powerful spirits. Each time the academies send elites to seek inheritances. With luck, one can rise in a single step. Ngayat Tran nodded in understanding. "Then we must enter the top 10. Burst of laughter rang out. "Only you also dream of entering the top 10. Fu Zoe appeared arrogantly, mocking that such beautiful ladies had chosen the wrong dung heap. "Following me would be better. Li Yuguo only has a face that looks unreliable." Retorted, "Cao Fu Zoe is it? Dare to bet with me? If we surpass you in the tower, you give me Starsteel. If we lose, my maid will belong to you." Fu Zoe pointed at the girl behind him and sneered, "I do not need a maid, I only want." That man pointed at Ngayat Tran and the disguised Time Tran. "I want her and him." Everyone was furious. Wanting Van Enham's sister was one thing, but even targeting Van Enham, truly eye-opening. Fu Zoe secretly thought they were actually flower sisters. Bringing them back to play together would be even more delightful. That man laughed and said to he, "That day on the 5th floor I saw everything. If you do not agree, the news that the eldest daughter of the Van family is hiding in the Tian Wu Academy will spread." He froze and thought someone was spying again. Facing that proposal, he could only agree. This bet was extremely dangerous. He must win and not lose. On the 5th floor of the heaven-piercing tower, there was an ugly monster. Ngayat Tran asked, "Is this the stone monster that blocked you before?" He replied, "That is the king within stone. Its body is hard as steel, but its weakness is the beast core embedded in its back." He asked how Bok Kai-Fien knew. He replied that he exchanged pills for information with other disciples. He assigned tasks. "I and Nai Zyro Kyan will attract it. The others focus on attacking its back. After reaching Martial King, I have mastered dual focus with Nai Zyro Kyan." The whole team charged forward, coordinating smoothly under his command. Their perfect cooperation quickly brought the monster down. Distributed to each person a military ration pill he refined to restore stamina. This military ration pill is like compressed cake, yet still replenishes vital energy. Truly good stuff. He praised Bok Kai-Fien. This pill could even be auctioned. He modestly said it is still being improved, hoping one pill will suffice for a whole day. Bok Kai-Fien checked the information and said the later floors have no strong opponents, but the 10th floor has the Lord of the Nether Marsh guarding it, which is very troublesome. I am still gathering ways to deal with it. Confidently said, "It is fine. Let us reach the 9th floor first, then decide." Inwardly pleased that Bok Kai-Fien was increasingly showing his strategist talent. Outside the heaven-piercing tower, he sighed that they only reached the 9th floor. The Lord of the Nether Marsh is immune to physical attacks and can turn invisible, too hard to fight. Time Tran comforted him that there is still a month and they will find a way. Hearing that, he suddenly had a new idea flash through his mind. About taking a stroll outside Tian Wu Academy. "I want to sell some goods to earn more spirit stones." Ngayat Tran immediately nodded. All right, I want to go too. She pulled he along at once, walking while acting spoiled. I want to go too. Staying home every day is boring to death. Time Tran laughed and said, that is good. I will go back and rest first. Vu Qua, remember to look after my sister. He turned back and told Bok Tri-Fiend to remember to sell the beast core of the king within stone. Bok Tri-Fiend patted his chest and assured, leave it to me, boss. Recently, quite a few things had happened, and his reputation had risen noticeably because of it. On the system display, Vu Qua's halo increased sharply, while Deep Quin's halo dropped by 20%. It seemed this halo had once helped Deep Quin escape a fatal calamity. The system interface, a new Spirit Stone shop button suddenly appeared. He curiously pressed it. Primordial Spirit Consolidation Art priced at 10 top-grade Spirit Stones. Scarlet Sky 9 Transformations 50 stones. 8-9 Mystic Art 30 stones. Heavenly Eye Insight 2 top-grade Spirit Stones. Could not help exclaiming, heavens, these are all good items, and the prices are truly steep. 1 top-grade Spirit Stone equals 10,000 high-grade stones. I did not expect the Heavenly Eye Insight picked up at Shui Yue to be so valuable. The upgrade section for Heavenly Eye Insight appeared. It could see through matter within the body and consume eyesight to launch eye-based attacks. Price 100 high-grade Spirit Stones. He sighed in amazement. What, Heavenly Eye Insight even has an advanced version? I truly want to know what else it can do besides seeing through. Just then Ngayat Tran stepped in and closed the door. He asked worriedly if she was feeling unwell anywhere. Ngayat Tran hugged his arm, pressing her whole body close. Blushing, she whispered, I want to repair the vehicle again. As the carriage arrived, Duong Nin hurried out to greet them. Vu Qua, you are here. She was surprised to see that besides Vu Qua, there was another girl accompanying him. He looked slightly tired and said he came today to consign some goods to the merchant guild. Ngayat Tran held his arm tightly, her face radiant. Duong Nin curiously asked about the relationship between him and that girl. He quickly waved his hands to explain there was nothing and urged her to look at the goods, inwardly sighing that this girl was even more addicted to repairing the vehicle than her sister, exhausting him completely. He opened several chests he had brought. Inside were pepper powder, rare herbs, as well as glass and special ores. Duong Nin marveled at the high purity and considerable value. He smiled and replied that with Ali Mama in hand, the world is yours. After consigning the goods, he immediately prepared to leave. Duong Nin regretfully tried to keep him longer and wanted to thank him for the previous guild matter. He waved his hand and said, another day. There are things to handle today. Ngayat Tran felt slightly jealous. It seems that beauty also has feelings for you. What sister said about your peach blossom luck was indeed true. He explained she was only an ordinary friend and told her not to think too much. Two continued on to Jiangdu Stone Gambling Yard. The place was crowded and bustling, everyone holding raw stones, which made Ngayat Tran extremely curious. He asked what place this was that so many people held stones and cried. He explained this is a stone gambling yard, buying raw stones in hopes of cutting out spirit stones. Unlucky and you lose everything. Cao Fu Hao stepped forward to greet them. Is this not Brother Li Qua? And Miss Time Tran is here too. He shook his hand, knowing inwardly that the other party had already learned Time Tran's identity, and introduced himself. Cao Fu Hao smiled, saying he had heard his younger brother mention him. Today a new batch of raw stones arrived. Please choose for fun. He smiled and replied, then I will not stand on ceremony. Cao Fu Hao led them to the raw stone area and told them to choose freely. Ngayat Tran softly asked if he knew how to choose. He confidently replied it is as easy as turning a hand. Just watch, guaranteed hits. He secretly activated Heavenly Eye Insight to observe the pile of raw stones. Among the entire pile, only a few contained spirit stones. The success rate pitifully low. He selected several stones and returned the rest to Cao Fu Hao. The group went to cut the stones. On Cao Fu Hao's side, they kept cutting but found nothing. It truly seemed like gambling. Cao Fu Hao curiously turned to look at his side. The result was that 10 out of 10 stones on this side hit. The surrounding crowd gasped, some envious, others regretful of their own poor luck. Smugly thought his appraisal ability was truly annoying. Cao Fu Hao watched from afar with suspicion. He collected all the spirit stones just cut. Cao Fu Hao curiously asked if he had any secret. He laughed it off, saying it was all thanks to luck. After speaking, he took the initiative to bid farewell and leave. Cao Fu Hao watched his back with growing suspicion, not believing it was only luck. He immediately ordered people to investigate Vu Qua's identity. Gaiet Tran praised him in amazement. He modestly replied he had only deliberately revealed a small flaw. Cao Fu Hao suddenly called out Vu Qua's name from behind. As if he had expected it, he turned and smiled. See, I knew it. Cao Fu Hao brought a group and asked whether to call him Brother Lai or Lai Vu Qua. He narrowed his eyes and smiled. Your mind works fast. You uncovered my identity so quickly. Cao Fu Hao was surprised that he showed no shock. He directly asked what he wanted with him. Cao Fu Hao said plainly he wanted to cooperate on a big business with him. He was slightly surprised by this proposal. Cao Fu Hao said the family would soon choose a successor. Cao Fu Zoe, a high-tier martial king, was a strong candidate. He understood that he wanted to use his hand to eliminate Cao Fu Zoe. Cao Fu Hao nodded to confirm it was exactly so. Cao Fu Hao opened 2 chests filled with spirit stones, saying aside from money he lacked nothing. Success would be richly rewarded. Refusal would see news about him spread to the 5 great families. Gaiet Tran intended to draw her blade in resistance, but was stopped by He. He said that being forced to this extent, he had to accept the deal. Cao Fu Hao handed him a set of heaven and earth inner armor, saying with his martial king's strength it would be very useful, and there would be great rewards afterward. He immediately agreed, inwardly delighted because the heaven and earth inner armor was a supreme grade magic artifact. This time he struck it rich. He brought back a large incense burner. Bok Kai Fin ran out in shock and exclaimed, Heaven's boss, this is the Qing Qiang furnace. He smiled and said use it for pill refining to make things faster. Bok Kai Fin patted his chest and assured that with this furnace everything would be settled. Gaiet Tran yawned wearily. Walking all day was truly exhausting. You all continue talking. I will return to my room first. Bok Kai Fin also carried the Qing Kang furnace back to refine pills. He bade everyone farewell and told them to rest early. Turned to ask Time Tran about Cao Fu Zoe's situation. She replied that they had climbed to the 20th floor and ranked 80th, but the mystic beasts on that floor were too strong and 3 people had died. He thought for a moment and said it seems they will stop at the 20th floor. We still have a chance to surpass them. Time Tran worried that their team could not even defeat the mystic beast on the 10th floor. He told her not to worry and let him think. Time Tran sadly said that recently she often dreamed of a black hole devouring all living beings. A few days ago she even heard him mumble about a beast tied in half a year. Vu Qua, are you hiding something else from me? Which startled he as he thought the original calamity was about to replay. Time Tran was too intelligent, so he knew he could not hide it any longer. It was time to reveal the truth. He told her to follow him because there was something very important. After hearing everything, Time Tran understood. So you are not the true Lai Vu Qua. You came to this world to prevent the catastrophe 9 years later. He nodded and said that is right. I came to change everything and your fate as well. Do you blame me? His voice filled with worry. Unexpectedly, Time Tran rushed forward and hugged Vu Qua tightly, leaving he stunned. She shed tears and leaned against his chest, saying whether you are the real Lai Vu Qua or not. From the moment I met you, the one I love has always been you. On the 1st floor of the heaven-piercing tower, everyone was ready. He signaled to begin according to the plan. He darted past the mystic beast and unleashed a powerful strike. While running, he provoked it, "Chase me, you fool." The mystic beast growled fiercely and charged after him. According to plan, he lured it into the trap. The mystic beast was tightly bound by iron chains. Bok Kai Fin anxiously shouted, "Boss, hurry up. The 4 symbols soul annihilation formation cannot hold long." He concentrated all his spirit to cast the spell, activated the heaven-piercing eye to eliminate the mystic beast. The mystic beast howled violently in agony. Finally, he defeated it. Bok Kai Fin ran over to congratulate him, blood still on his hands, praising the spell as extremely powerful. He modestly replied it was thanks to his intelligence and formation. Suddenly, he felt something slightly wrong with his body. Everyone hurried over to ask. Time Tran anxiously asked if he was injured. He said it was nothing, just the aftereffects of the spell. It would be fine after a while. Time Tran told him to limit using that move in the future. Gaiet Tran pinched him and scolded him for scaring people. He smiled to reassure her and urged everyone to proceed to the 3rd floor. Behind him, Time Tran still looked on worriedly. On the 19th floor of the heaven-piercing tower, he happily said it was not easy at all. Finally, we reached here. We are about to surpass Cao Fu Zoe. He asked Bok Kai Fin if he had a map of the maze, but he shook his head. The maze on this floor changes constantly. Recently, only Cao Fu Zoe's team passed it. He calculated that because of the restriction they could not fly and could only walk. With so many forks, Bok Kai-Fin suggested splitting up to increase the chances. He handed each person a communicator called a sound transmission artifact to contact each other if something happened. Everyone accepted except Ngayat Tran. She snorted lightly and said her physique and her sister's resonance was stronger than this device. He told the two sisters to be careful, and Ngayat Tran told him to rest assured. He touched his forehead thinking heavenly eye insight only consumed eyesight. The headache from the 10th floor was not because of it. He did not know the cause. He sighed, it hurts again. Could it be from repairing the vehicle too much? The communicator suddenly rang urgently. Vukwa, something has happened. He hurriedly picked it up and asked what happened. Ngayat Tran is missing. His face immediately darkened. This moment Ngayat Tran was strolling in a garden full of flowers, marveling that such a beautiful place existed within the maze. She sat beside a fragrant purple flower bush and curiously asked what flower this was. A male voice replied that it was mandala flower. Turning around, she saw Cao Fu Zoe. He sneered and said, I have been waiting here for you for a long time. Now only the two of us remain. I will cherish you well. His smile full of wicked intent. Ngayat Tran stepped back in fear and called him a pervert, inwardly shaken because she had not sensed when he appeared. It turned out Cao Fu Zoe had been secretly following them for a long time. The team died out in the heaven-piercing tower and stopped at the 20th floor. Does that not mean I lost? I waited in the maze to ruin your plan. His eyes terrifying. Finally, I have waited for you. Maze is complex, and others will not arrive in time to save you. Obediently surrender. And Ngayat Tran drew her sword and warned him not to touch her. Suddenly her legs went weak and she collapsed. She asked in pain what happened. Cao Fu Zoe laughed and said there is a poison flower without color or scent. Ngayat Tran panicked, wishing she had brought the communicator. She wrote Cao Fu Zoe's name on her arm, hoping her sister would come to save her. On the other side, Tran suddenly sensed something abnormal on her arm. She lifted her sleeve and clearly saw the name Cao Fu Zoe. Tran hurriedly informed everyone. Cao Fu Zoe has captured Ngayat Tran. Bok Kai-Fin anxiously urged to go rescue her. He roared angrily, Cao Fu Zoe dares touch my woman, he is seeking death. At noon under the blazing sun at the Cao residence, guards stood strictly at the gate. Two guards saw them approach and pointed to block the way. It was he, Tran, and Bok Kai-Fin. The guards shouted asking who they were. He coldly told them to move aside. Another mocked that if they wanted trouble, they should consider their status. His face darkened, and he unleashed his power. The two guards were blasted into pillars, blood splattering everywhere. If you like to see status, I will show you. He stepped inside and sneered. In broad daylight, where did these mad dogs come from barking wildly? Cao Fu Zoe held a pouch and sneered. So Brother Li has arrived, unable to pass the heaven-piercing tower, so you came to admit defeat. He was furious and prepared to strike. His eyes murderous, Tran shouted asking where he hid Ngayat Tran. He coldly threatened that if he did not hand her over, he would die without a whole corpse. Cao Fu Zoe calmly chewed his bun, then sneered, and said, my family has no one named Ngayat Tran. If you know what is good for you, then get out of here at once. Otherwise, do not blame me. Before he could finish speaking, his eyes suddenly widened, his face filled with shock. Vukwa unleashed his power. An octopus tentacle shot straight toward Cao Fu Zoe. He immediately drew a weapon from nowhere to block. The weapon collided head-on with the slick surface of the tentacle. Cao Fu Zoe leaped back to dodge, tearing off a piece of the tentacle's flesh, and shouted, I am a peak martial king. What can you possibly do to me alone? At that moment, an aged voice sounded from behind. In broad daylight, why are you making noise at the main gate? Cao Fu Zoe turned his head and exclaimed in shock, Father. One who arrived was the head of the Cao family, his body already frail as he leaned on a cane supported by someone. He sighed and said, if there is something to discuss, can you not sit down and talk? Vukwa cupped his hands and bowed, respectfully saying, Old Master Cao, I know you are a kind man. I do not wish to cause trouble at the Cao residence, but your son has kidnapped my woman. Cao Fu Zoe broke out in sweat and pointed as he retorted, Father, he is slandering me. Cao family head hurriedly defended his son, saying Fu Zoe has always been upright and honorable with a good reputation. How could he do such a despicable thing? Cao Fu Zoe straightened his back and replied, that is right. If you do not believe it, you may search the residence. Vukwa understood that questioning further would likely be useless. He immediately activated the Heavenly Eye ability to scan the entire Cao residence. Indeed, Cao Fu Zoe had not touched Ngayat Tran, but had already transferred her elsewhere. Not wanting to waste time, he said, for the sake of old Master Cao, I will not go inside, farewell. He left the Cao residence. Time Tran handed Vu Qua a letter saying a servant gave this to me just now. Vu Qua froze in surprise and said what? Opening the letter, he saw it read, Ngayat Tran is imprisoned at the Earth God Temple. Act cautiously. Signed Fu Hao. Vu Qua immediately realized it was sent by Cao Fu Zoe's elder brother. It seemed they could cooperate for now. Kai Fian asked, boss, what do we do next? Vu Qua replied, at once I will go save Ngayat Tran. You two stay behind to handle the aftermath. Around the Earth God Temple, a river flowed past, with a bridge connecting across it. Many people were coming and going. Vu Qua folded his arms and walked across the bridge. Though he knew Ngayat Tran was not yet in danger, an indescribable unease still rose in his heart. Suddenly, a fierce pain struck, causing him to frown and clutch his head tightly. Passers-by looked at him suspiciously. Vu Qua gripped the bridge railing and muttered, damn it, the headache is back. At that moment, a voice sounded, thank you, mortal. You have freed me from the abyss. Vu Qua was startled and turned around asking who is there. He lowered his head and looked at the calm river surface. Beneath the water, a grotesque face emerged that looked exactly like him. Vu Qua panicked and stumbled back, falling as he shouted, no, this is not me. People around pointed and whispered, is this guy crazy? He suddenly started shouting. Cold sweat poured down his face. He pressed a hand to his forehead and steadied himself. Calm down. It must just be a temporary hallucination from exhaustion. He stood up and continued toward the forest where the Earth God Temple was located. The most important thing now was to save Ngayat Tran. A headache struck again, violently causing Vu Qua's face to turn pale. Before his eyes appeared gigantic crimson eyes. A voice echoed in his mind, hand your body over to me. Vu Qua fell into a secret realm. The red eye at the center stared and laughed loudly. By the thousand-hand demon, why do I carry human bloodline? Vu Qua trembled in midair and asked, who are you? He replied, you are my descendant. He growled, what do you want? The demon slowly said, I want to borrow the aura outside this cage. Vu Qua was startled. A cage, could it be? He laughed and said, that is right. Thanks to someone revealing the truth of the world, the seal has loosened a little. Vu Qua trembled all over, thinking it is over. His body could not move at all. Demon seemed to see through his thoughts and said, I can sense the rage within you. Do you want revenge? I can help you slaughter them all. Immediately, tentacles appeared behind Vu Qua. Tentacles bound his body tightly. The demon whispered, come, let me become you. Vu Qua struggled in vain and shouted, what are you trying to do? Stop. Intense pain erupted. A strange mark appeared on his forehead. Vu Qua clutched his head in agony. Inside, Vu Qua seemed to go mad. Evil aura enveloped his entire body, causing those around to panic and move away, whispering, this guy is muttering while walking. One look, and you can tell he is not normal. A bald man said warily, there is evil aura on him. Everyone stay away, or you will suffer misfortune. At this moment, Vu Qua had completely lost consciousness, the corner of his mouth curling into a sinister smile. Charged at innocent people, the octopus tentacles flung a man into the air. The crowd fled in panic in all directions. Screams echoed everywhere. In the secret realm, Vu Qua was bound tightly by his own tentacles. He roared, stop. You must not kill innocent people. The thousand-hand demon laughed coldly and said, this world is full of suffering. I am merely helping them find release. Demon had seized Vu Qua's body and ordered the slaughter of those around. Now let us head to the Earth God Temple. Slowly savor my feast. Inside the Earth God Temple, Ngayat Tran was tightly bound to a pillar. She said coldly, old man, I advise you to release me quickly. Otherwise later I will tie you up instead all day. The old teacher sighed helplessly and replied, young lady, I dare not disobey the second young master's order. Please do not force me anymore. Tentacles suddenly pierced through the brick wall. Vu Qua in his possessed state slowly walked in. The old teacher turned in shock and asked, who are you? As soon as Ngayat Tran saw Vu Qua, she cried out joyfully, you finally came to save me. Tentacle pierced through the old teacher's body. He groaned once and collapsed. Ngayat Tran screamed in horror. Vu Qua stepped closer and bent down to look at her intently. He controlled a tentacle to tighten around Ngayat Tran's wrist and said hoarsely, such pure aura, truly a rare delicacy. Ngayat Tran immediately sensed something was wrong and asked in fear, you are not Vu Qua. What are you going to do? In the secret realm, Vu Qua cried out in despair, stop, let her go. Outside Vu Qua's body revealed a terrifying greed. The demon said coldly, "Women are merely burdens, deserve to die. Let me help you." Vu Qua screamed in despair, "No." At that moment a foot stepped inside. A voice sounded, "Vu Qua, my elder brother was right. As expected, you found this place, but alone you will likely save no one." Cao Fu Zoe stepped out, his aura like an eagle protecting his body. He sneered, "Let me show you what a superior martial king truly is." Vu Qua deployed a protective barrier, but Cao Fu Zoe had already rushed in to attack. He shouted, "Arrogant brat, a mere minor martial king dares to act insolently before me. You are courting death." Fu Zoe had not yet noticed Vu Qua's abnormality, only angered that the other dared to call himself me. He thought to himself, "Is this man hiding his strength? Regardless, today he must die." Cao Fu Zoe quickly retreated, his footwork steady. He unleashed his ultimate move, Eagle Claw. A phantom eagle appeared as he shouted, "Li Qua, go die." Vu Qua's barrier cracked under the full force of the blow. Cao Fu Zoe sneered, "Who told you not to know your place and dare provoke me?" In his consciousness, Vu Qua thought in panic, "I just broke the seal and encountered this strike. This is truly bad." His eyes flared with icy light. A voice sounded, "But before me you are nothing but trash." Tentacles silently circled behind Cao Fu Zoe, causing him to tremble in shock. He had no time to react before his chest was pierced through. He dropped to his knees, vomiting blood, his whole body trembling. "It seems today I cannot escape death. Even in death I will drag you with me." In that life and death moment, Cao Fu Zoe poured out all his strength and unleashed his ultimate move. The phantom eagle shot toward Vu Qua as if to burn him to ashes. Soul-scorching eagle. Even though he stood within the protective barrier, Vu Qua could not avoid injury. Flames engulfed his body, fresh blood spilled from his mouth, leaving him horrified. How could this be? Vu Qua vaguely regained consciousness after the fierce battle. His whole body ached and his head throbbed as if split by an axe before he could understand what had happened. Seeing him open his eyes, everyone around immediately gathered in joy. Bok Kai Fiend exclaimed, "Boss is awake." Time Tran also let out a relieved breath. Ngayat Tran stepped forward and asked gently if he still hurt anywhere. Time Tran threw herself into his arms in excitement. Vu Qua reassured everyone while casually pulling the beauty into his embrace, smiling as he said, "It is fine, just a little tired." In his heart he quietly recalled the recent upheaval. The thousand-hand demon had only just awakened, so its power had not fully recovered. Otherwise, he would have been completely taken over. Yet one question still troubled him. Why had the thousand-hand demon suddenly awakened? Cao Fu Hao stood outside watching and teased with a smile, causing the two girls to blush and quickly separate. Brother Li holding two beauties in one arm truly makes others envious. Vu Qua leaned back comfortably, yet did not forget to get straight to the point. "Enough talk. Where is the reward you promised?" Cao Fu Hao took out a golden box. Inside lay a blue star-shaped gem. "Brother Li, do not be impatient. I always keep my word in business. Here is what you need." Not wanting to stay and watch further displays of affection, Cao Fu Hao quickly took his leave. "I will not disturb you any longer. If there is another chance to cooperate, we will meet again." Kai Fiend felt puzzled by Cao Fu Hao's unusually generous attitude and asked Vu Qua, "Boss, that man is no good person. Why cooperate with him?" Vu Qua replied calmly, "Cao Fu Zoe lost and would certainly refuse to hand over Star Iron. This matter could only rely on Cao Fu Hao." Bok Kai Fiend scratched his head, still confused. "So do we continue climbing the Heaven Ascension Tower?" Vu Qua nodded decisively, "Of course, although the wager has ended. To obtain the qualification for the Divine Ruins trial, we still must pass the 20th floor." The scene shifted to the 20th floor of the Heaven Ascension Tower. The group's campsite. The bonfire crackled and warmed the surroundings. Bok Kai Fiend sighed in exhaustion. "Finally, we passed the 19th floor. Who had nothing better to do than design that boring maze?" Vu Qua reminded them the 20th floor has the 1,000-year ice phoenix. It was the very beast that wiped out Cao Fu Zoe's team, so we must be absolutely careful. At that moment, Vu Qua suddenly sensed something. When he looked up at the sky, a blue glowing creature like a giant bird was diving straight toward them. Vu Qua immediately warned everyone, "It is here." Blood-red eyes of the 1,000-year ice phoenix flashed with intense killing intent, locking directly onto Vu Qua. Vu Qua did not flinch. He flicked his hand and threw a golden pill upward, "A gift for you, this sword pellet." The ice phoenix rushed too fast to dodge and directly swallowed the sword pellet. Immediately after, its body trembled in strange convulsions. Seeing this, Bok Kai Fiend shouted in delight, "Boss, it hit." Vu Qua also proudly formed hand seals. Once he activated Sword Gang, that ice bird would explode like fireworks. As he spoke, he pointed confidently at the Ice Phoenix. Sword Pellet activate. Contrary to expectations, the Ice Phoenix merely exhaled a cold breath as if satisfied after a meal, then counterattacked with bone-piercing frost. Vuqua turned and ran while cursing, "Damn it. Is the thing broken?" Bok Kai-Fiend also ran after him, not forgetting to guess that the sword pellet had likely been frozen solid by the cold inside its body. Unfortunately, they had not run far before one of Bok Kai-Fiend's legs was frozen solid. He cried out in panic, "We are done, boss." Even Vuqua was about to be frozen as well. At the critical moment, Time Tran rushed in from afar and unleashed her sword technique. The longsword burst into fierce flames, shattering the ice binding the two men, but nearly injuring Bok Kai-Fiend in a sensitive spot. Vuqua secretly breathed a sigh of relief. Time Tran's vermilion bird bloodline perfectly countered the Ice Phoenix, while Bok Kai-Fiend flushed red and wailed in anger, "Elder sister, next time aim better. I still need to carry on the family line." The Ice Phoenix refused to stop and continuously shot sharp shards of ice at the group. Time Tran swung her sword to block each wave of attacks, while loudly telling everyone to retreat and let her handle it. As soon as she finished speaking, she stomped the ground and shot into the air. The power of the vermilion bird erupted, blazing wings ignited behind her. Time Tran slashed straight at the Ice Phoenix's face, causing it to roar. Below, Bok Kai-Fiend spared no praise. "Sister, you are amazing." The Ice Phoenix retaliated fiercely, but Time Tran nimbly twisted aside to evade. Ice Bird inhaled deeply again, frost energy rapidly gathering around its body. Bok Kai-Fiend shouted in alarm, "This is bad. It is about to spew freezing airflow again." Vuqua hurriedly yelled to warn Time Tran to be careful. As if she had anticipated it, Time Tran immediately executed her sword move. A blazing vermilion bird phantom spread its wings. Vermilion bird, blazing flame. Both sides almost simultaneously unleashed their strongest ultimate moves. Ice and raging fire collided violently, like opposing extremes exploding in midair. Vuqua could not help but praise, "Truly worthy of the vermilion bird bloodline." The vermilion bird's power quickly overwhelmed and burned the Ice Phoenix until it flailed wildly in the sky. The Ice Phoenix let out a miserable cry. Seeing the moment ripe, Time Tran called to Vuqua. He immediately understood and responded. Vuqua pointed straight at the Ice Phoenix and shouted loudly, "Sword Pellet activate." In an instant before the Ice Phoenix could react, it felt its body burn intensely, and a thunderous explosion resounded in midair. Its body burst apart like brilliant fireworks, flesh and blood scattering everywhere. At the mission hall, the registrar smiled and handed the book to Vuqua. "Congratulations on passing the 20th floor of the Heaven Ascension Tower. Once you complete the sect-wide mission, you may obtain the qualification for the Divine Ruins weapon trial." Bok Kai-Fiend stood behind and asked, "Boss, shall we choose the lowest difficulty mission?" Vuqua shook his head seriously and said, "No, we choose the hardest mission." Bok Kai-Fiend was startled. The book clearly recorded the Green Blood Wolf mission appearing at Thien Hoa Village, specializing in devouring infants. More than 10 victims already. After reading, Vuqua pondered, "The green blood wolf only appears during beast tides. Why attack villagers? This must be investigated." He did not hesitate. Returning the book to the registrar, "We choose this mission." Night fell and the group sat eating. Vuqua curiously asked Bok Kai-Fiend about the matter between him and Ho My NHI. He sighed and said, "I just learned my NHI likes a tall and burly senior brother. While I am this skinny, I probably will not catch her eye." Vuqua raised his cup and smiled to comfort him. "Do not be discouraged. As long as you are sincere, sooner or later you will move her heart." Ngayat Tran brought out a pot of steaming soup and said with a smile, "Vuqua, we leave for the mission tomorrow. Drink some soup to strengthen yourself." Vuqua looked into the pot and was startled. Heavens, the whole pot was filled with powerful tonics. How much does she intend to fortify me? He stepped back with a frightened expression, thinking silently, this girl is truly an energy-draining machine. Every day she makes me repair the car several times. Fortunately, I once cultivated the blazing sun divine manual, otherwise I would have ascended long ago. Before he could recover, another enormous plate of meat was set before him, causing his eyes to widen. What now? Time Tran picked up some meat and smiled gently. "Vuqua, eat your fill. Tonight we will dual cultivate to increase our strength." Vuqua broke into a cold sweat, not daring to refuse under the terrifying gazes of the two sisters. Time Tran urged him, and Ngayat Tran added, So are you eating or not? With no way out, he could only lift the pot and gulp down the soup. Can I eat now? Inwardly he wept. It seems tonight I must use ginseng to cool the fire. At Didnt village, the atmosphere was gloomy and cold. The trees stood bare without leaves. A faint wind carried desolation. Four walked together. Vu Qua had to stuff paper into his nose. Time Tran asked worriedly, "Why are you still having a nosebleed?" He scratched his head awkwardly and replied, "It is nothing. Probably too much nourishment last night, and I have not released it yet." Vu Qua walked while observing in all directions. The village was utterly deserted without a single soul, which made him suspicious. Even the village chief was nowhere to be seen. Ngayat Tran worriedly said softly, "Vu Qua, once we finish, let us leave this place early. I feel this place is very abnormal." Pak Kai Fin suddenly spotted a little girl sitting by the well and hurried over to ask, "Little sister, do you know where the village chief is?" The little girl turned her head. Half of her left face was uneven and covered in tumors, looking extremely terrifying. Pak Kai Fin was startled and fell backward, shouting, "There is a ghost." Vu Qua immediately reassured him, "Calm down. She is just an ordinary child." Vu Qua stepped closer and knelt down to ask gently, "What is your name, little sister? Where is everyone in the village?" The girl clenched her hands and trembled as she replied, "My name is Tun Tiu Tiu. The villagers all fled into the mountains. They said they were waiting for an expert to come eliminate the demon." He nodded and continued asking, "Then why are you still here? Where are your parents?" Tiu Tiu burst into tears. "They said I am a demon and would not let me go with them. They even killed my parents." Vu Qua gently pulled the little girl into his arms and comforted her, "Do not be afraid. Big brother will protect you." Ngayat Tran stood beside him angrily saying, "Killing people and even driving away a child. These villagers are worse than beasts." Bok Kai Fin sat down on the grass and said in a low voice, "Let us observe the situation first." Vu Qua suddenly turned his head to look behind and saw several figures approaching from afar. An old man with white hair leaning on a cane stepped forward. "I am the village chief of Didnt village. May I ask what brings you here?" Vu Qua quickly stood up and cupped his hands. "We come from Didnt Academy and have accepted the mission to eliminate the demon." The village chief nodded and turned to lead the way. "Please follow me." He led everyone to the front of a gloomy cave. Standing at the cave entrance, the old man said, "This is the lair of the fiend. Its strength is at the martial emperor level. I hope you will be extremely careful." Vu Qua stroked his chin in thought. The green blood wolf usually hides in caves. Rushing in directly would be very dangerous. It would be better to lure it out. Bok Kai Fin suddenly came up with an idea and turned to Tiu Tiu saying casually, "The green blood wolf likes to eat children. Using bait to lure it out would be faster." Ngayat Tran became furious upon hearing this and shouted, "Bok Kai Fin, are you still human? How can you use a child as bait?" He folded his arms and replied, "With boss here, he will not let the girl be harmed. Do you not want to complete the mission quickly?" No one knew what Vu Qua was thinking, but he placed his hand on Tiu Tiu's shoulder and said, "I think this method can be tried." In the end, Tiu Tiu agreed to act as bait, lightly bound, and placed before the cave entrance to lure the green blood wolf. The little girl cried loudly in fear. The scent of child flesh quickly attracted the green blood wolf. Its seasoned nose twitched slightly, with each step revealing sturdy, glossy, sharp claws. In the blink of an eye it appeared with its massive body, its fierce crimson eyes fixed on Tiu Tiu. Tiu Tiu cried out in terror, "Do not come closer." But with a swift motion it grabbed the little girl in its hand and growled threateningly, "Dare to trick me." Tiu Tiu was so frightened her eyes widened as she begged, "Do not eat me." The critical moment, Ngayat Tran and Time Tran attacked together with their twin swords, intending to ambush the demon beast. The green blood wolf keenly detected it and swung its claws, knocking both of them away. Vu Qua immediately rushed forward to assist, gripping his weapon tightly with both hands and slashing straight at the green blood wolf. Streams of icy aura followed his sword strike, forcing it to leap back into a defensive stance. Two sides confronted each other. Time Tran took the chance to warn, "This green blood wolf has reached the martial emperor level and is very difficult to deal with." Vu Qua nodded, "Everyone be careful." The green blood wolf bared its fangs and sneered angrily, "Just you few dare to try to kill me," then lowered its body preparing to charge. It kicked toward the two girls. Fortunately, they dodged in time. The strike shattered rocks and earth. Dust billowed and covered the surroundings. In the thick dust, Time Tran saw its shadow vanish and cried out in alarm, "Little sister, be careful." The green blood wolf had silently appeared behind Ngayat Tran. Before she could react, its claw was already raised high. Punch struck her abdomen, sending Ngayat Tran flying hundreds of meters away. Her cry of pain rang out. Seeing this from afar, Vu Qua shouted loudly, Ngayat Tran, while Time Tran could only stretch out her hand and call out in despair. Ngayat Tran clutched her abdomen and knelt down, gritting her teeth as she said, "Damn it, it is synchronized constitution." Hot blood surged. Vu Qua raised his sword and charged forward, his eyes icy and filled with killing intent, grinding his teeth as he growled, "You dare injure my woman." Swung his sword, unleashing a fierce stream of firepower. The green blood wolf raised its arm to block. Its eyes shifted from red to white. With the other hand it counterattacked, coldly saying, "The one who will die is you." The next blow sent rocks flying everywhere. As it prepared to leap again, it suddenly noticed blazing red spikes embedded in the ground and muttered in surprise, "What is this?" Taking advantage of its distraction, Vu Qua jumped up and slashed down from above him, but the demon beast reacted in time. It opened its mouth and bit down tightly on the sword blade, its eyes looking at him with contempt. Qua was stunned. His face flushed red and sweat poured down as he tried to pull back his weapon, but to no avail. The green blood wolf then drove its knee into his chest, causing him to grunt in pain. His body was sent flying and dragged across the ground through the thick dust. Slamming into the trunk of an ancient tree, he finally stopped, one hand bracing the ground and the other clutching his chest while gasping, blood spilling from the corner of his mouth as he angrily cursed, "Bastard." The demon beast walked up before him, tightening its claws and growling, "You do not know your own limits." That moment, Tiu Tiu rushed forward with all her remaining strength. The little girl spread her arms to shield Vu Qua, her young face trembling, yet she still said, "Monster, you must not hurt my big brother." Vu Qua, exhausted, called out, "Tiu Tiu, why are you here? Quickly move away." The green blood wolf did not hesitate and immediately swung its claw. Strike pierced straight through Tiu Tiu's chest. Blood gushed out, staining her clothes red. Vu Qua widened his eyes and roared in extreme agony, "No." Demon beast flung her body to the ground just as he rushed over and dropped to his knees, calling, "Tiu Tiu." He held Tiu Tiu in his arms. She looked at him with faint gratitude and said weakly, "Big brother, you did not dislike me for being ugly and even gave me new clothes. I like you. I do not want you to be hurt." Her small hand rested on his chest, her eyes gradually closing, a fragile smile appearing. "Big brother, do not be sad." Vu Qua's heart shattered, tears streaming down as he hugged her tightly and shouted, "Do not sleep, Tiu Tiu, you will be fine." The little girl used her last strength to wipe away his tears, but her small hand fell limp, her final breath fading away. As if 10,000 swords pierced his heart, he roared her name, shaking heaven and earth, forgetting even the demon beast standing before him. Chima appeared again, laughing mockingly. "Li Vu Qua, you are truly useless. You cannot even protect a child, truly pathetic." Then incited him, "Accept my power and kill it." Green blood wolf brushed off its hand and said indifferently, "It is only a freak child dying." Vu Qua clenched Tiu Tiu's body tightly. The aura around him surged enough. He gradually lost control, his eyes bloodshot, veins bulging on his forehead, each word cold as he uttered, "Dog, die." In that instant, only Tiu Tiu lay there amid the swirling mist-like aura coiling around Vu Qua's figure. Vu Qua moved at extreme speed, his figure flashing continuously and leaving the green blood wolf spinning without direction. In the blink of an eye, he appeared behind it. The green blood wolf startled and turned its head back. Vu Qua swung his hand in a direct slash. The lower jaw of the green blood wolf was torn apart, blood gushing like a waterfall. Seeing this, he quickly retreated several steps to keep his distance. Surging power formed a violent vortex, sinister tentacles emerging all at once. The green blood wolf had no time to react before the terrifying force blasted it far away. The tentacles tightly wrapped around its body. The green blood wolf howled in despair, "Who exactly are you? Why do you possess such evil power?" Vu Qua did not answer. He only coldly spat out 2 words, "Die." He controlled the tentacles to ruthlessly tighten around the green blood wolf, flesh and blood splattering like rain, its vitality completely severed. After that, Vu Qua collapsed to the ground, his breathing heavy and ragged. In the secret realm, the voice of Chima sounded with inquiry. "How is my power? It makes you reluctant to let go, does it not?" Vu Qua gritted his teeth and retorted, "Shut up." He sprang up, his fist raised high in fury as he roared, "Get out, disappear from me." Chima continued laughing mockingly. "Let us merge into one. Hand all your rage to me. Vu Qua immediately threw a punch straight at that blazing red eye. Seeing this, Time Tran ran over anxiously and asked, Vu Qua, are you all right? Who are you talking to? Vu Qua stood upright and replied, I am fine. Cold sweat streamed down. A small cut appeared on his cheek. Inwardly, he thought that after taking a strike from Cao Fu, Zoe Chima had indeed weakened considerably. Everyone returned together to Thien Hoa village. Vu Qua knelt before the gravestone. The other three stood beside him in silent sorrow. Bok Kai Fien handed him a new set of clothes. Boss, you were right. In the Wolf King's lair, we found many corpses of cultivators. He presented a brown garment trimmed with gold and said this was found in the cave belonging to the villagers. All have been collected. The village chief is also missing. There is likely a problem. Bok Kai Fien hesitated and said, it is very possible the village chief was the Wolf King in disguise. Vu Qua held the garment. His face darkened as he clenched his teeth in anger. Bok Kai Fien then took out a sharp object resembling a beast horn and handed it over. Boss, take a look at this. Vu Qua removed the white cloth and immediately understood. This is the bone of a slumbering beast. The beast tide will arrive earlier than expected. After pondering for a moment, Vu Qua said to everyone, the wolf demon wants to use pure bloodline to refine beast bones into a magical artifact. Bok Kai Fien looked at the dark purple bone and shuddered. Why does it look so terrifying? Vu Qua reassured him, it has not been refined yet. I have a way to handle it. 2 days passed, the sky was scorching and the sun hung high overhead. The four stepped onto the stairs. Above them, a man stood waiting with hands behind his back. Vu Qua spoke. Ling Huang, old brother, is something the matter? Ling Huang handed over an urgent letter, his expression grave. It came from Thien Lang City. Vu Qua opened the letter. Inside there was only a single line. Thien Lang City is in danger. Return quickly, Nap Lan Mong. Outside Thien Lang City, night fell. In the tent of the Crown Prince, Lan Quiet was drinking heavily. A subordinate stepped forward and reported respectfully, Crown Prince, the second prince invites you to a banquet. Lan Quiet angrily smashed the wine jar and shouted, get out. The subordinate hurriedly retreated in fear, crushed the wine cup and roared, that damned second brother, this throne belongs to me. In the commander's tent, the second prince and the ministers had gathered. A subordinate knelt and reported, the crown prince does not allow anyone to disturb him. The second prince said calmly, ignore that waste. I now have 100,000 troops and flying eagle arrows. It is time to attack Thien Lang City. Quinn added, Thien Lang City is already in our grasp. If they hold out without supplies of food and water, they will not last many days. He further analyzed, at that time, without wasting troops, we will seize the city and the fire crystal mine. When the emperor learns the news, who else can compete for the throne? Second prince smiled darkly. Once the matter succeeds, and I ascend the throne, you will be the #1 meritorious minister. Deep Quinn thought coldly, Vu Qua, you useless fool. When I kill Nap Lan Mong and break Thien Lang City, let us see what you have to rely on. Outside the city, a group of unidentified people gradually surrounded it. In the city lord's residence, Nap Lan Mong said worriedly, if food and water are cut off, we cannot hold on for long. She anxiously asked everyone whether there was any plan to keep Thien Lang City safe. Van Pham sighed, the fire crystal mine has alerted the court. There are numerous martial emperors and martial ancestors. Even if Big Brother returns, it will be difficult to reverse the situation. Nap Lan Mong lowered her head to reassure herself. There will certainly be a way. Outside the door, hurried footsteps sounded. Vu Qua appeared and said decisively, as long as we trigger the beast tide, the crisis can be resolved. Seeing him, Nap Lan Mong was so moved, she almost burst into tears. Vu Qua gently comforted her. His eyes filled with affection. Wife, you have worked hard, leave the rest to me. Van Pham asked in surprise, Big Brother, you mean there is a way to trigger the beast tide? Time Tran explained, as long as we throw the slumbering beast bone into the black abyss, it will trigger the beast tide. Vu Qua said coldly, what of 100,000 troops? By then I fear they will kneel and beg us for shelter. He sat high with Van Pham drinking wine and admiring the moon, then asked, can I leave this mission to you? Van Pham smiled and replied, Big Brother, rest assured, in this world few can match my lightness skill. Even so, he still worriedly asked, after the beast tide, what then? Vu Qua calmly said, the beast tide will attack the military camp first. Both sides will suffer heavy losses. Thien Lang City has sturdy walls and great cannons guarding it, so it will be safe. Everyone answered in unison. With us here, Thien Lang City will surely overcome the disaster. Van Pham drained his wine and laughed. When I return, my child will recognize you as godfather. With big brother teaching him, my child will surely progress rapidly. I am willing to follow you to build Thien Lang City into the greatest in the world. Vuqua smiled drunkenly and replied, good. A gentleman's word stands. I will await your triumphant return. Two made their vow under the bright moon. A gentleman's word stands. Van Pham lay drunk, muttering, long live Thien Lang City. Vuqua pondered deeply. This alone is still not enough. He must prepare another path of retreat. The deep night was eerily silent, the stillness in the air sending chills down one's spine. On the watchtower, two soldiers on night duty were visibly exhausted, their eyes dull and lacking vigilance. Beneath the dense canopy, a shapeless shadow dashed forward at incredible speed, so fast it could be clearly seen from the high tower. The strange sight immediately caught the attention of the soldiers on the tower. One hurriedly shook his companion. Look quickly. What is that thing? Is it not just a person? And injured too? What is there to fear? Below was Van Pham, half an arm missing, covered in blood yet still forcing himself to run forward. The soldier on the tower trembled and stammered as if seeing a nightmare. No, look behind him. The other shouted in panic, beast tide. Tens of thousands of ferocious beasts were surging forward. Stop the one in front. Do not let him lead the beasts here. Van Pham exhausted every last bit of strength to run. After traveling more than 30 miles, he finally reached this place. The soldiers ahead shouted in chaos, where did this madman come from? Kill him immediately. Van Pham laughed loudly. Deep Quinn, you petty thief, then leaped up and hurled the object in his hand straight inside. Accept my final great gift. Soldiers raised their spears pointing straight at him. Charge, kill him. In that life and death moment, beautiful memories flooded his mind like slow-motion scenes. The grace of saving my life will be engraved in my heart. In this life, I can only repay in the next. We go together. I will never abandon my brother. We already have a child, wife. I have broken my promise. If there is another life, I will care for you forever. My son has big brother to guide him. His cultivation will surely advance by leaps and bounds. Big brother, I go first. In the next life, we will be brothers again. The life of Quan Van Pham had joy and pain, its ending unbearably tragic. On this side, Vuqua seemed to have sensed the truth, the corners of his eyes burning. Seeing this, Ngayat Tran asked, Vuqua, did you see something? He remained silent without answering. In just a moment, the beasts filled the horizon. The beast tide had arrived. The immediate crisis was temporarily resolved. Vuqua wept in anguish, hatred surging toward the people below. Bandit Prince. Below the city, it was utter chaos. Cries for help echoed throughout Thien Lang City. I do not want to die. Van Pham fought until the very last second, blades flashing wildly as he roared, I do not want to die. Come then, you beasts. Before long, his remaining arm was also severed. Who would have thought a dignified martial king would fall to this pack of wild beasts? Bloody, chaotic scene resembled the descent of doomsday. Patriarch, we cannot hold on much longer. Quickly think of a way. In the tent, the second prince pondered anxiously. Why did the beast tide appear at this time? If 100,000 troops are wiped out, how will I explain to Father Emperor? Crown Prince, please take a look. The Crown Prince saw the chaos on the second prince's side and was overjoyed. After waiting so long, it has finally come. Second brother, let us see how long you can remain arrogant. In the sky, a faint crimson light flashed. Vuqua's signal had appeared. Crown Prince seized the opportunity to lead his troops toward the camp. Before them lay a scene of devastation, blood flowing like streams, corpses piled high. Soldiers, heed my order. The enemy is many and we are few. Retreat for now. The Crown Prince loudly reassured, trust me, follow me and withdraw. I will preserve your lives. Surviving soldiers nodded in exhaustion. All right, we follow you. Tens of thousands advanced toward the city gate with a single purpose. The Crown Prince sat high on his horse and called out, City Lord Nap Lan, I am the Crown Prince of Hao Thien Kingdom. Please open the gate to grant us refuge. I promise not to attack and will defend the city together. Deep Quinn insidiously urged, Crown Prince, you are too naive. Do not trust these people of Thien Lang City. Lead the troops to charge in and perhaps there will still be a way to live. On the city wall, Vuqua spoke with authority. Deep Quinn, you still treat human lives as grass. Nearly 100,000 soldiers have died. Is this your strategy? Deep Quinn panicked when he saw Vuqua still alive. Angry murmurs rose behind, so it was all Deep Quinn's scheme. For personal gain, he caused the deaths of so many brothers. The one who deserves death is him. Deep Quinn frantically shifted blame. It was not me, it was Li Vuqua. Vuqua spoke to refute. I only wished for both sides to coexist. It was him coveting the fire crystal mine that caused this catastrophe. During this, Vu Qua felt even more disgusted. Issue the order, release the arrows. Deep Quinn turned pale and shouted, Li Vu Qua, what are you doing? Hundreds of flaming arrows tore through the air, staining the night sky red. Those who exploit danger will not even have an intact corpse in death. The Crown Prince immediately ordered, all troops lay down your weapons, follow the signal and enter the city. Ap Lan Mong looked at Vu Qua and said, let us go down and receive them into the city. He replied wearily, the beast tide has eaten its fill and will soon withdraw. The immediate crisis is considered resolved. It was only a pity that Quan Van Pham had been pierced through by many spears, dying upright in the flames, the sight unbearably desolate. Vu Qua's group silently stepped forward. He painfully spread his arms and whispered, we agreed to drink together. Holding Van Pham tightly, he burst into tears and asked in despair, why did you break your promise? He lifted his brother's cold body toward Thien Lang City. Brother, let us go home. Bok Kai Fin did not follow. He only stood watching their backs, his eyes full of calculation. So this is the power from the abyss. Humans are as insignificant as grass. He let out a faint, cold laugh, truly shaking to the heart. Next day, the second prince and Deep Quinn hurried over shouting loudly, where is Li Vu Qua? Get out here. He coldly said the beast tide had already retreated. So why had the gates not yet been opened for this prince to leave the city? Qua was arranging an altar to honor the fallen martyrs, his face somber as he turned and set forth a condition. You may leave the city, but you must meet my demand. The second prince impatiently pressed, what condition? Vu Qua raised his hand and pointed at Deep Quinn. I want him to kneel before my brother's coffin and kowtow 3 times. Deep Quinn gritted his teeth and snapped back. Li Vu Qua, do not go too far. He immediately cut him off. With those remnant soldiers behind you, what can you do? Even if I bully you, what can you do to me? Deep Quinn trembled with rage, his hands clenched into fists, wishing he could kill Vu Qua. You. Second prince hurriedly urged, if you are told to kneel, then kneel. This is all your own doing. Deep Quinn endured the humiliation and agreed, yes, his heart filled with venom. If not to preserve my standing in the Deep family, I would have slaughtered all of you. He lowered his head in disgrace and knelt before Van Pham's coffin. Vu Qua bent slightly and warned, Deep Quinn, if you dare touch Thien Lang City again, I will surely take your life. After the incense ceremony ended, second prince irritably wanted to leave. I have knelt and bowed, can we go now? Vu Qua folded his arms and calmly replied, of course. Before leaving, he cast one last icy glance behind. Quinn had not yet risen when he called out, second prince, please hear my explanation. Deep Quinn stood and chased after him, gnashing his teeth at Vu Qua as if he wanted to devour him. One day I will trample you beneath my feet. As soon as they disappeared, the steady footsteps of the eldest prince echoed into the main hall. Qua cupped his hands in salute. Eldest prince, Li Vu Qua truly admires you, daring to devise a plan to lure the beast tide to preserve your life. He remained composed and did not claim credit that was not his, replying at once, Your Highness flatters me. Vu Qua saw through the other's schemes and thought to himself that although the eldest prince had fallen from favor, his ambition was no less than the second prince's. He likely already had designs on him. The eldest prince smiled deeply. How about this, you, I, and worthy brother Jai Wushwang swear brotherhood in the Peach Garden? What do you think? The words swear brotherhood echoed again. Hearing this, Vu Qua clearly sensed the hidden intent. It seemed the eldest prince wished to use Thien Lang City as a force against the second prince. And with this backing, the city would no longer be oppressed by the 5 great families. At the same time, he could also seize the chance to expose the conspiracy behind the third prince. He quickly performed a salute. Many thanks to the eldest prince for your regard. How would Li Vu Qua dare refuse? Then it is settled. Jai Wushwang stood behind, silently assessing. Li Vu Qua's strength is ordinary, yet he carries a mysterious power. Perhaps he will help my Jai family rise above the 5 great families. 3 stood before Van Pham's coffin. The eldest prince said, I already know of my bandit imperial brother's matter. He was a true hero. Why not swear brotherhood before his spirit tablet and let him bear witness? Vu Qua replied, agreed. The 3 raised cups of wine and knelt before Van Pham's spirit tablet. I know Lan Kui. Li Vu Qua, I Jai Wushwang. Today we become sworn brothers. Though not born on the same day of the same month of the same year, we vow to die on the same day of the same month of the same year. Heaven and earth bear witness. Whoever betrays this oath shall be struck by 5 bolts of lightning. and have his soul scattered. When the oath ended, the three drained their cups together. In the mystical stillness of the late night, Vu Qua sat gloomily on a stone table drinking and lamenting. That bandit imperial brother broke his promise. As he drank, he choked with emotion. You once promised to drink with me all night at the city lord's residence. Why do you now lie there and never rise again? Some unknown moment, Na Lan Mong was already standing behind him. Vu Qua stopped drinking. That bandit imperial brother would not wish to see you like this. He painfully recalled how Van Pham always thought of them both. That bandit imperial brother died because of me. He could have returned home to live peacefully with his wife and watch his child grow up. He blamed himself and slammed his hand hard onto the table. If I were strong enough, he would not have had to risk his life. It is all my fault. Na Lan Mong sorrowfully embraced her husband. All these years I treated you poorly and was even harsh, yet you always forgave me. For Thien Lang City you bore all the blame. I truly love you. After speaking, she lifted his face and pressed a fervent kiss upon him. Vu Qua softly called Mong and A Chai, helped her lie upon the stone table, the posture enough to make others blush. Vu Qua whispered, Mong and A Chai, thank you for never leaving me. Tonight we as husband and wife will finally consummate our marriage. Two figures entwined. Vu Qua gently smiled as he removed the other's garments. Clothes fell away. The two reveled together upon the cold stone table. Passion laid bare made the long night even more intoxicating. Na Lan Mong's clear voice rang beneath the bright moon, each sound drifting through the night. Elsewhere, Time Tran was bored in her room when Jai Wushwang suddenly arrived, startling her. Has Patriarch Jai come to see Vu Qua? She asked. He replied, I came to see you. She asked in surprise, to see me? He lowered his head heavily. I just received news that your mother has passed away. He felt as if struck by lightning, unable to believe it, and cried out in panic, what? That day the weather was cool, the sky blue without a single cloud. A gentle breeze from afar rustled the leaves. The carriage carrying Vu Qua clattered along the capital's main road toward the imperial palace. Vu Qua sat inside the carriage, propping his chin as he looked outside, his heart heavy. Emperors have always been unfathomable. This audience may bode ill. As his thoughts wandered, the carriage wheels gradually slowed and then came to a full stop. Three stepped down from the carriage. Before them stood a magnificent and resplendent palace. The emperor was waiting inside. Everyone felt anxious and uneasy. Lan Quiet, familiar with the way, led the two in and reported, Father Emperor, your son has brought Lai Vu Qua. Lan Quiet sat imposingly upon the dragon throne, propping his chin as he observed him. The eunuch at his side did not wait for them to finish their salute before shouting, guards. At the eunuch's command, armored soldiers poured in, spearheads aimed directly at Lan Quiet's group, yes. Vu Qua had already guessed today would not be peaceful and had prepared early, so he remained calm. He raised his hand to stop them. Wait, your majesty, this commoner has something to present. Please review it before deciding my crime. Lan Quiet's face turned pale as he hurriedly said, that is right, Father Emperor. There must be some misunderstanding. Na Lan Quiet did not yet intend to eliminate them, only to intimidate. He listened to Lan Quiet and nodded. Then speak once more. If you dare deceive me, you will be executed by dismemberment. Vu Qua closed his eyes and replied calmly, yes, your majesty. He stepped forward and opened his storage ring. Countless crates of fire crystals appeared, each one larger than a fist, clearly of the highest grade. Na Lan Quiet asked in astonishment, this is. Vu Qua took the initiative to introduce, reporting to your majesty. These are fire crystals produced by Thien Lang City, highly refined and used to forge equipment. Na Lan Quiet laughed loudly in satisfaction. Indeed a fine gift. Lai Vu Qua, what reward do you seek from me? Vu Qua knelt on one knee and respectfully voiced his wish. This commoner seeks no reward, only that your majesty restore Thien Lang City's good name. After hearing the detailed explanation, Na Lan Quiet stroked his chin in understanding. So that is how it is. I wrongly blamed you. You have rendered merit, and are hereby granted the rank of 5th grade Flying Tiger General. Rise. Outwardly he showed favor, yet inwardly he calculated that a man who dared use the beast tied to annihilate 100,000 troops possessed ruthless methods well worth exploiting. During the rank of 5th grade General, Vu Qua let out a faint, cold smile. This position granted just enough authority for what he needed, yet kept him from being too close to the Son of Heaven, sparing him from Na Lan Quiet scrutinizing his every move. Being a little farther from the capital was better. Thus he cleverly spoke with loyal righteousness. This commoner is willing not only to accept the post, but also to guard the frontier for your majesty and pacify Long City. One who willingly abandoned wealth and glory in the capital to endure hardship at the frontier was deemed a loyal subject. Yet Lan Kayat found it hard to attach the words loyal to the sovereign to him, inwardly suspicious of what Li Yuguo was truly plotting. Though outwardly he reminded him that Long City was poor and sparsely populated, bandits ran rampant. Even the city lord had died at their hands. Li Yuguo understood the benefits clearly but did not voice them. Still wearing the bearing of a great general for the people and the nation, he declared boldly that he feared no hardship and was willing to eliminate bandits to safeguard the realm. While inwardly he mocked Lan Kayat's carelessness. Long City barren, the treasures there were beyond count. Lan Kayat felt pleased upon hearing this and immediately approved. Well done for defending the land and suppressing bandits. From now on Long City is entrusted to your governance. Yuguo bowed to receive the order. I obey the decree. Many thanks, your majesty. Trial arranged by Lan Kayat was considered concluded. Just as Yuguo intended to leave, he was stopped by Lan Kayat. He patted his shoulder and smiled. I have even better news for you, Yuguo asked suspiciously. What could be so good? In the end, he was dragged aside by Lan Kayat for a long conversation before finally escaping. Yuguo strolled back leisurely with his hands clasped behind his head. He sighed in exasperation. So Lan Kayat had brought up a marriage alliance, saying that even if you already have wives, it does not matter. What man fears having many women? I have a 14-year-old imperial sister. Why not form another bond? It went without saying how he had to tactfully refuse. Speaking with Lan Kayat was more exhausting than facing the emperor. It seemed the crown prince still intended to keep an eye on him. Yuguo lamented that the imperial palace truly drained one's strength. His steps quickened. At home, there were already 3 mouths waiting. Adding one more would be a true headache. Lost in thought, he inadvertently strayed from the path. Looking around, he jolted. This is bad. Today I promised Time Tran to return early. I cannot let her wait long. He had no choice but to ask someone for directions. He randomly chose a room and pushed the door open to step inside. Before he could steady himself, he realized he was lost. The imperial palace was too vast. He had to find someone to ask the way out. Unexpectedly, that room was a bath chamber. Steam filled the air. A woman's voice from inside asked if it was Tiu Thai. Yuguo froze in shock. Damn it, did he barge into a princess or consort's quarters? Before being discovered, Yuguo immediately turned to slip away. Best to retreat early. Otherwise, even jumping into the Yellow River would not wash him clean. That moment, Tai Bin inside turned around, revealing an adorable young girl with tinkling silver bells around her wrists. She looked around without seeing Tiu Thai, then directed her gaze toward the door. Seeing a strange man appear in the bath chamber, she screamed in fright and hurriedly covered herself with a towel. Yuguo knew he had been exposed and hastily explained, "It is all a misunderstanding." Tai Bin angrily sank into the pool and shouted, "You insolent man, this princess will kill you." Yuguo immediately opened the Ali Mama system interface and quickly ordered a golden duck. Right after that, he tossed out more than a dozen golden ducks to float on the water, silently praying they would save his life. Sure enough, Tai Bin was instantly captivated. She happily climbed onto one to ride it and exclaimed, "This is so adorable." Yuguo feigned calm and smiled. This is a divine gift presented to the princess. The new toy, her anger and embarrassment vanished. She crossed her arms and asked, "I like it very much. What is your name?" Yuguo replied, "I am the city lord of Long City, Li Yuguo. I was discourteous earlier." Tai Bin mischievously pointed and ordered, "Then your punishment is to play with me for a few days." Yuguo broke into a cold sweat. Where would he find the time? He could only say, "I agree, but I have urgent matters and must take my leave first." Seeing him about to run, Tai Bin hung onto the golden duck and stepped up from the bath calling, "Brother Li, do not go." Yuguo turned back in astonishment. Tai Bin gently tugged his hand, her other hand scratching her cheek shyly, her youthful face pleading, "Stay and play with me." Walking along the main street, Yuguo let out a weary sigh of relief. He had finally escaped. This princess was as clingy as a leech. He recalled how Tai Bin had chased him outside without regard for propriety, following him while making him promise that this time she would spare him. Next time he must prepare 100 toys. At that time he could only nod to appease her, not daring to refuse, inwardly rejoicing that with Ali Mama even 100 toys were nothing. After walking a bit further, He arrived before the gates of Van residence. Before the gates of Van residence, white mourning cloth and paper offerings fluttered everywhere, contrasting with the cloudless, deep blue sky. The sight made one's heart ache for the Van family. Vuquois halted. He had arrived. Just as he was about to enter, a fat man blocked him. It was Third Master Van in his 40s. A mourning band wrapped around his head, yet his face arrogant as he barked, "Who are you to barge in?" Vuquois did not wish to argue and replied curtly, "I am your son-in-law. Step aside." Third Master Van snorted coldly in disbelief. "Son-in-law, even my maid would not look at you." Men seize him and throw him out. Before anyone could act, Vuquois summoned his manifested bloodline behind him to charge forward. His face turned cold. "Try it." Third Master Van stammered in fear, "Do not act recklessly." As the tension peaked, Ngayat Tran suddenly ran over and shouted, "Stop." She rushed forward and threw herself into his arms, sobbing, "You villain, why did you come so late? My sister and I have waited so long." Vuquois tenderly stroked her head. "That watchdog delayed me for a few minutes." Hearing this, Ngayat Tran immediately looked at Third Master Van and said sternly, "Third uncle, Vuquois belongs to my sister and me. You are not to make things difficult for him." Third Master Van lowered his head repeatedly. "I was blind. I admit my fault." Two of them could not be bothered to argue with the man, still growling in anger, and strode straight into the Van family estate. Vuquois spoke calmly as if it were only natural. "We are the masters here. Why lower ourselves to argue with a guard dog? Elder sister is still waiting. Let us go in." Ngayat Tran gently nodded in agreement. In the main hall of the Van family, Ngayat Tran's mother's coffin was placed solemnly in the center of the room. White silk draped all around, paper money still fluttering in the air. Vuquois choked with emotion as he said, "Your son-in-law Li Vuquois has come today before mother-in-law's spirit tablet to fulfill his filial duty." He knelt before the coffin, lit 3 sticks of incense, and bowed in worship. "Mother-in-law, please rest assured, I will certainly take good care of Time Tran and Ngayat Tran." Immersed in the sorrow of farewell, Vuquois suddenly sensed a terrifying, lingering aura within his mother-in-law's body. He froze, lifting his head in shock to stare ahead. Time Tran noticed the change in him and asked in a low voice, "Vuquois, what is wrong?" He hesitated for a moment, unsure whether to speak, but wanting justice for his mother-in-law and for the woman he loved to know the truth, he asked seriously, "Do you believe me?" Time Tran had always trusted him absolutely. She answered without hesitation, "Of course I believe you. Have you discovered something?" He knew what he was about to say was cruel, yet he had to reveal the truth. Her mother's ribcage was completely shattered. She did not die of illness, but was murdered. As soon as Van Tam Gia heard this, he was startled. His expression shifted slightly. Afraid others would grow suspicious, so he hurriedly shouted, "This brat dares to slander my sister-in-law's corpse." Vuquois keenly noticed the unusual reaction and coldly asked in return, "You are so agitated. Could it be that you are the murderer?" Van Tam Gia's face changed awkwardly as he flusteredly retorted, "What nonsense are you talking about?" At last, someone could no longer endure letting him continue speaking. Manhwa stepped out coldly, questioning with authority, "Brat, who gave you the nerve to insult my wife's corpse and even slander my brother?" He glared angrily at him, inwardly cursing that Li Vuquois had been granted the title Flying Tiger General by the Emperor and had grown increasingly arrogant. Vuquois understood that no matter what he said now, it would be hard to convince everyone. Better to expose the truth directly. Thinking this, he drew a small knife and said coldly, "Then open your eyes and look carefully." He flicked his wrist and threw the knife toward the coffin, murmuring softly, "Forgive me, mother-in-law, for this offense." The sharp blade sliced across the flesh at incredible speed. Even Van Ha could not stop it in time. He roared in fury, but it was already too late. Vuquois told everyone in a deep voice to look closely. All eyes turned to Madame Van's body. Before them, her chest was torn apart severely, bones crushed to fragments, organs mangled beyond recognition. Everyone in the Van family turned pale with fright, exclaiming in unison, "How could this be?" Seeing this scene, Van Ha was not overly agitated. He merely remarked coldly, "My wife's chest was indeed smashed to death." Observing his calm demeanor while looking at the corpse, Vuquois felt uneasy. Something was wrong. His wife had been killed so tragically. He should be furious beyond measure. Why was Van Ha so indifferent? He resolved to personally uncover the cause of her death. He had to touch the wound, especially the shattered bones. Soon he discovered remaining clues. This is stone spirit powder, blood gloom resin, and mountain spring spirit liquid. Ngayat Tran could not bear the shock and burst into tears. Time Tran comforted her while anxiously asking, Vu Qua, do you know who the murderer is? He explained that the three medicines mixed together created an effect like an anesthetic. The murderer struck a fatal blow while his mother-in-law was unconscious, so her face remained peaceful even though her chest had been smashed. The old servant who had always cared for Madame Van panicked and knelt down crying out in grievance, I am innocent. It was not me. This old servant did not poison Madame. The third uncle turned abruptly and slapped her hard, making her spit blood as he roared, if not you then who? Servant collapsed to the ground with blood gushing out as if dead, yet Van Tam Gia still did not stop. He kept cursing that she had served Madame daily. Even the tonics were prepared by her, and she still dared to deny it. Vu Qua immediately refuted. She has no martial arts. How could she be the murderer? I think this is silencing a witness. Hearing this, Time Tran feared he would be bullied and spoke up first. Third uncle, if Vu Qua has spoken offensively, please forgive him. But his words are reasonable. Please explain clearly. That man glared fiercely and replied, explain what? He is only angry that I blocked him at the gate earlier. And Tam Gia spoke more and more self-righteously, his tone growing increasingly aggressive, seizing the chance to frame and retaliate. Suddenly a flash of cold light appeared. A sharp sword intent sliced off his neck while he was still rambling. Even in death, he did not understand why. Behind him, Van Ha calmly sheathed his sword. Van Tam Gia's severed head rolled several times before stopping on the ground. His eyes rolled white in death. Vu Qua had thought he had grasped a clue, but now it was cut off. He angrily demanded, Father-in-law, what are you doing? Van Ha calmly slid his sword back into its sheath and replied, my third brother once harassed my wife and was taught a lesson by me. Now he used a servant to drug her and even killed to silence her. Such a person does not deserve death only once. With only a few brief sentences, Van Ha sought to close the matter. He looked at him and said, the truth is clear. Clean up this mess quickly. Hearing this, Vu Qua had no grounds to refute, just as he thought everything would end here. He suddenly noticed a piece of paper fall beside Van Tam Gia's corpse. He immediately stepped forward to pick it up and said loudly, wait. Van Tam Gia still had this on him. He unfolded the paper to read it. Time Tran asked softly, Vu Qua, what is it? He replied, this is the prescription that killed your mother, prepared by the old bald man in the western part of the city. After reading it, he put the prescription away and said, Father-in-law, we must go to the old bald man to investigate further. What if the murderer has accomplices? Van Ha waved his hand indifferently. Go ahead. I will stay here quietly for a while. Time passed for quite a while. The sunset dyed the sky a tragic red as the sun set in the west. At the medicine shop, the outer curtain was stained with fresh blood. The three of them could not help but feel disappointed. This was indeed the old bald man's shop, truly difficult to find. Inside the shop, everything was overturned in chaos. The old bald man had been killed and lay slumped against the wall, blood covering the floor. Time Tran looked around and asked, did you find anything? Vu Qua looked at the corpse in disappointment, knelt on one knee and said, it seems someone arrived before us. Could it be that we still do not know who the real murderer is? Night gradually fell, stars glittered overhead. Everything had been arranged. Vu Qua stood in the main courtyard of the Van family and loudly announced, the old bald man's wife is lying in the western room. Everyone discussed happily, believing that once she awoke they would know the murderer clearly. Meanwhile, he noticed a figure standing at a distance observing him, but chose to ignore it and return to rest with the others. In the deep stillness of the third night watch, a mysterious man concealed in the shadows quietly opened the door to the old bald man's wife's room. He moved without making a sound, slowly approaching the dazed woman, his tall shadow cast upon the ground, his hand raised high with a knife waiting for the moment to kill. As expected, the hand gripping the knife suddenly chopped down with tremendous force, aimed straight at her face. Yet the seemingly frail woman on the bed suddenly reached out and grabbed the arm holding the knife. Tai Mai looked coldly at Van Ha, gripping his wrist tightly, and said in a low voice, I have been waiting for you for a long time. Vu Qua led everyone to appear and caught him in the act. He pointed straight at him and declared, he is the murderer who killed Madame. The Van family members immediately fell into chaos. Impossible, that is the family head. Li Vu Qua is talking nonsense. While everyone was still confused, Van Ha was also startled and exposed an opening. Tai Mai struck upward from beneath his chin and knocked him back, causing him to stagger. Van Ha screamed in pain, his face suddenly splitting into three faces fused on one head, male and female with twisted grotesque expressions. The eerie shriek made the air even more chilling. Vu Qua seized the opportunity and rushed forward like the wind, drawing his sword ready to strike. "Let me expose your true face." His blade struck repeatedly but caused no harm. Van Ha still stood firm without injury. He sneered contemptuously. "A mere martial king dares to be insolent before me, truly courting death." Behind him, Tai might tightened her grip on the iron rod in her hand, preparing to charge forward. Unfortunately, Van Ha had seen through everything, including Tai Mai's identity. He lightly sidestepped to the left and mocked, "Your puppet is decent, but a pity it has not seen enough." After speaking, Van Ha drew his weapon and rushed into battle. The overwhelming pressure of a powerhouse spread out in waves, forcing the Van family members to flee in panic. Vu Qua gave him no chance. While controlling the puppet, he launched a sneak attack from behind, pouring all his strength into his palm. Van Ha was busy dealing with Tai Mai and could not dodge in time. He was struck in the chest by Vu Qua, his face turning pale green as he groaned in pain. Van Ha immediately counterattacked in combat stance. The pressure bearing down made Vu Qua frown as he knelt to resist. Vu Qua quickly shifted the situation and unleashed another strike directly at his body, but he seemed completely unaffected, his counterattack even more ferocious, sending Vu Qua flying as he arrogantly shouted, "You do not know your own limits." Time Tran and Ngayat Tran cried out in alarm from the side. "Be careful." Ngayat Tran's eyes filled with tears as she called, "Vu Qua." Vu Qua was knocked back into a nearby tree, his face twisted in pain as he groaned, "Damn it, he is truly ruthless." Van Ha stood there laughing arrogantly. "Brat, after taking one palm from me, even if you survive by luck, you will become a cripple and lose all your cultivation." Vu Qua wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and raised his head to ask, "Is that so?" Seeing that he was still able to stand, he was stunned and then furious. "Impossible, how can you still stand firm?" He struggled to straighten up, leaning his back against the tree trunk, raising his hand to wipe the blood from the corner of his mouth. So this is all a grandmaster amounts to. In his heart he silently wept when thinking of the armor he had fought so hard to obtain. Only because it shielded him was he able to stand again. The Spring Song armor was now ruined after that single palm strike. Van Ha was completely enraged, veins bulging on his forehead and cheeks, his eyes bloodshot with killing intent as he ground his teeth and roared, "I will kill all of you." Qua turned to look at the two girls and softly called, "Time Tran." Time Tran understood at once and immediately took out a signal flare, igniting it and shooting it into the sky. Right after that, a group of people jumped down from the rooftops in unison. Clearly, they had long been waiting for this signal. Group quickly surrounded Van Ha. He still stood leisurely with arms crossed and sneered. "Oh, it seems there are quite a few people hiding in the Van family." Everyone simultaneously circulated their true energy. Sealing barrier was instantly erected, enveloping him within. Van Ha still laughed confidently. "Even a martial ancestor could not hold me. Do you think this band of flying eagle guards can trap me?" Ngayat Tran could no longer hold back and asked, "The Van family has no grievance with you. Why would you do this?" Van Ha replied without the slightest shame, "Your father did not know how to cherish beauty, locking such a lovely wife at home while he busied himself with affairs of state. I merely enjoyed her in his place." The three of them heard this and felt he had gone mad. "And your mother was unlucky because she learned my secret and wanted to expose me, so I had to kill her." Van Ha laughed lewdly and stuck out his tongue. "If not for being your father in name, I would have taken both sisters. One in each arm would surely be delightful." Ngayat Tran was about to lose patience and rush forward to curse him when Time Tran quickly held her back. Vu Qua stepped forward to block them. Ngayat Tran, "Leave it to me." Van Ha disdainfully tapped the barrier lightly. "Just you. This broken cage will shatter with a single strike from me." He suddenly paused when he realized Vu Qua's power had begun affecting his body. Qua stood outside and said coldly, "The flying eagle guards cannot trap you, but this can." Van Ha roared, "You brat, you dare scheme against me." He clutched his chest in pain, his face contorted. "This thing can pierce through my protective chi. What exactly is it? My chest feels as if it is burning unbearably." Everyone exerted themselves to maintain the barrier. Vu Qua said in a deep voice, "When you stole others' lives and killed Madame Van, you must have thought of this outcome." Van Ha trembled in extreme agony and begged, "Do not kill me. I know the secrets of the 5 great families. I can help you avenge yourself. Killing me only helps the one who harmed your father. If the Van family had not joined forces, your father would not have died." Vu Qua flicked his finger in disdain, his expression unchanged. The filthy dealings of the 5 great families and the 3 kings I understand better than you. Spare me. Manhwa clutched his chest and screamed. A brilliant golden light enveloped the entire barrier. Ah! A thunderous explosion rang out, a violent gale whipping up clouds of dust. Vuquois immediately embraced Time Tran and Ngayat Tran to shield and protect them, broke into a cold sweat and glanced back. Fortunately, there were many flying eagle guards, otherwise the sword core explosion would have spread everywhere. Someone shouted loudly, "Quickly look at this," pointing toward a deep pit. The 3 of them stepped forward to inspect it. At the bottom lay a corpse reduced to bones, the hair and clothing not yet decayed. A red birthmark clearly visible on the bones. It seemed he had been dead for many years. One of the 2 girls suddenly recognized that familiar mark. Time Tran burst into anguished tears that his father. The birthmark came from a burn when he brewed medicine in childhood. Ngayat Tran covered her mouth in disbelief as tears streamed down. Father. 2 sisters knelt on the ground crying like children calling for their father. Vuquois silently stepped forward. He sat down and gathered them into his arms, comforting them gently. "Do not cry, you both still have me. I will always stay by your side and care for you." Night after that upheaval, worried for the 2 sisters, Vuquois stood before their door lost in thought, wondering whether Time Tran could endure it. After thinking for a long time without resolution, he decided to knock and ask, "Time Tran, come out to eat." The one who opened the door was Time Tran, dressed in thin garments, her face lightly made up as if she had been waiting. Vuquois softly called for the 2 of them to dine, but she did not mention eating. Instead, she pulled him into the room, catching him by surprise. "Come in." Seeing this, he was stunned and stammered, "You too." Time Tran pulled him to the bedside where Ngayat Tran sat and said, "What is it? Did we not promise to cry and talk together?" Seeing both of them dressed revealingly, Vuquois scratched his head awkwardly. "No, I mean." Before he could finish speaking, Ngayat Tran had already pulled him down onto the bed. He blushed shyly and did not dare meet his eyes. "Why are you so hesitant today? Come here." Time Tran also sat close beside him, her hand resting on his thigh with clear intent. The 2 of them pressed close on either side of Vuquois, soft hands touching his chest. Time Tran stroked his cheek seductively and asked, "Are you not thinking of something else?" Vuquois flushed and replied awkwardly, "Are you not hungry? The meal is ready." Even so, he reassured himself that perhaps they only needed companionship. Today, the 2 girls were truly different. While he was still thinking, the 2 sisters had already begun removing his clothes. Only then did he realize the truth. Time Tran smiled and said, "Of course we are hungry. We are very hungry," Vuquois stammered. "What are you planning to do?" They pushed him down onto the bed together, nothing left to hold back, each with her own thoughts yet sharing the same purpose. Time Tran caressed him while thinking she was a daughter of the Van family and had to stay to shoulder its legacy. She loved him and wished to follow him to the ends of the earth but could not, while the other had already removed all his garments. Ngayat Tran held his hand, tears falling down her face. "I cannot bear to leave you, but I must help elder sister. If you forget me, that will not do." And then what was destined to happen came to pass. After the storm of passion, 2 figures entwined together in the sweet and intense night. The next morning, the 2 sisters escorted Vuquois onto a carriage to see him off. Standing atop the wall, watching the carriage fade into the distance, Ngayat Tran asked if elder sister regretted it. Time Tran replied, "How could I not feel reluctant?" She continued, "One cannot live only by reluctance. The Van family raised me for many years and needs me now. Meeting Vuquois in this life is enough for me. I only hope there is a place for me in his heart." Her tears silently fell to her chin. Time Tran continued speaking. "As long as one lives, there is hope." Ngayat Tran sadly leaned her head on her sister's shoulder and comforted her. "I understand. I will always be by your side." On the other side, Vuquois was still dazed after the night of passion, drool at the corner of his mouth. He jolted awake and muttered, "Did I not sleep in Time Tran's room last night? Why am I here?" Lifting the curtain to look out, he hurriedly asked the coachman, "Where are you taking me?" Seeing him awake, the coachman smiled and said, "You are awake." He replied, "Miss instructed me to take you back to Thien Lang City. Oh, right. Miss left you a letter in the carriage." Vuquois turned back inside and picked up the letter to read. Inside were only a few words. "Vuquois, I am sorry. We have decided to stay at Vangia to help restore its former prestige. The promise at Thien Vo Academy cannot be fulfilled. I am sorry. You should return first. There is no need to wait for us. When matters in the capital are settled, perhaps we will go to Long City to find you." After reading the letter, Vuquois clearly felt the trembling handwriting as if soaked in tears. He drew his sword and pondered, "Time Tran, I understand you, and trust that you are capable of helping the Van family rise again. Wait for me to return for the coming calamity, and for you and Ngayat Tran." Vuqua leaned his head out and instructed the coachman, "Uncle, please help me send a letter back to Thien Land City. Tell the madam to lead the troops to set out and join me." The coachman asked in surprise, "So we are not going to Thien Land City anymore?" Vuqua smiled and replied, "That is right. We are heading to Long City instead," inwardly calculating to settle the pending matters as soon as possible. At the same time, Deep Quinn was in such a wretched state that he reeked of stench. Flies swarmed around him. Passers-by covered their noses and avoided him, thinking that man was a beggar. Some even cursed it. Where did this stinking beggar come from? Get lost. He dragged himself to a stall only to be chased away by a fat shop owner, making him angrily blurt out, "You." Deep Quinn gritted his teeth viciously, thinking that if not for losing prestige in the Deep family and being suppressed by the Van family, he would not have fallen into such misery. The shop owner pointed at him and sneered, "Look at this beggar still daring to make a move. If you touch me, I will kick you rolling." The humiliation made him boil with rage, yet he only dared to glare and curse inwardly. If not for fearing the 5 great families, you would already be dead. Deep Quinn sought out a mysterious shop, hoping to find someone to help him take revenge. Now only that person could help him rise again. Upon arriving, he thought to himself, "I am here." As soon as he opened the door, he saw a woman teasing with a mocking smile, "Little brother, where did you come from?" Deep Quinn was startled and replied, "I have come to see Lord Ta Hong." She was Yuko, sitting with her legs crossed smoking as she looked him up and down, then laughed. "Little brother, you joke well. This place does not sell crab roe buns." Insulted, Deep Quinn slammed the table in anger and shouted, "What crab roe buns? I am looking for Ta Hong of the Imperial Rank Top 10. During the commotion, a man wrapped head to toe in bandages known as Ta Hong lifted the curtain and stepped out. "Not many in this world know of my place." Ta Hong stared at him intently and said, "Then you are not an ordinary person." Upon meeting Ta Hong, Deep Quinn hurriedly knelt and introduced himself, begging to be taught the body possession technique, promising that if successful he would obey every command. After hearing him out, Ta Hong burst into laughter. "So it is the young master of the Deep family. Body possession is simple. Come here." Deep Quinn stepped forward joyfully to express his gratitude, but Ta Hong immediately seized his body and sneered, "I will take this flesh as well," causing Deep Quinn to cry out in terror. Ta Hong said he was lacking a suitable body and did not expect him to deliver himself to the door. Deep Quinn screamed and begged, promising to find another body. The body possession had already begun and could not be stopped. Deep Quinn roared in despair within his mind, "I cannot die yet. I have not taken revenge on Li Yuguo. There are still too many things unfinished." At this moment, Ta Hong was nearly done with the body possession. "Almost there, this body will belong to me." Suddenly, within Deep Quinn consciousness, a strange voice resounded, "Mortal, I am the abyssal giant Maw, the one who delights in ambition. You interest me." Deep Quinn trembled and asked, "Who are you?" Image of the abyssal giant Maw appeared in his mind. It said that if he allowed it to become his bloodline, he would live and could take revenge and kill Li Yuguo. Hearing the promise of power, Deep Quinn hurriedly asked, "Can you truly grant me immense strength?" The abyssal giant Maw replied that it could help him dominate the world. Hearing that, Deep Quinn agreed without hesitation. "From now on, this body is yours." He laughed madly, "Your power is also mine." Abyssal giant Maw chuckled softly and sealed the pact. Being counter-possessed, Ta Hong panicked and shouted, "What is happening?" But the abyssal giant Maw coldly replied, "Your ambition is not enough." Ta Hong could not believe his failure. Deep Quinn shouted in delight, "Daring to possess me, then go die." Holding terrifying power in his hands, he rejoiced like a madman. Suddenly an arm wrapped around him from behind. Within this little brother body lies frightening power. It was Yuko hugging him tightly. Deep Quinn grabbed her hand and smiled, asking, "Do you have crab roe buns now?" Yuko smiled in reply, "Yes," her hand pulling down her robe. Deep Quinn moved closer, making her moan softly. He laughed, "Is that so?" He squeezed Yuko backside and asked if she liked this power. She answered softly, "Yes." Deep Quinn forced Yuko to kneel down and serve him. He appeared utterly satisfied as he indulged in pleasure. As the sky turned shades of red and orange signaling sunset before the grand gates of Long City, Vuqua together with Nap Lan Mong and Bok Kai Fin advanced forward. The city gate was sparsely populated and the scenery pleasant. They stopped at a tea house to rest. Vuqua asked about the handover of Thien Lang City. Nap Lan Mong replied it was finished, and the people would be at peace from now on. He held her hand and smiled gently. You have traveled far and worked hard. Nap Lan Mong blushed and replied, I am fine. While the two were still talking, Bok Kai Fin returned to report that someone at the gate was collecting protection fees, causing them to awkwardly withdraw their hands. He panted as he drained his tea. Vu Qua glared at him with judgment in his eyes. The one leading the fee collection was Vuong Laoengu. To enter the city one had to pay. Without money, do not even think of stepping through. After finishing his tea, Bok Kai Fin solemnly suggested going to meet Vuong Laoengu. Vu Qua stood up in agreement. Nap Lan Mong immediately followed. Sky grew redder as the three of them arrived together at the gates of Long City. A gate guard pointed and shouted, 1,200 taels. Seeing their luxurious clothing, he immediately demanded payment. Vu Qua's face turned cold as he reasoned. That amount is enough to feed an entire family for a lifetime, yet you demand it so easily. While speaking, another man secretly stared at Nap Lan Mong. Vu Qua gritted his teeth and warned, look again, and I will gouge out your eyes. Bandit laughed lewdly, suggesting they leave the beauty as collateral if they could not pay. His gaze and hands filled with ill intent. Vu Qua flew into a rage and grabbed his collar, squeezing tightly until his face turned pale, and he cried out in pain. He struggled free and shouted loudly to call his accomplices, quickly kill him for me. At that moment, a majestic voice rang out. A huge figure leapt down and shouted to stop. That burly man wielding a giant axe was Vuong Laoengu. Bok Kai Fin whispered, he is the mastermind. The former city lord also died at his hands. The man who had been seized laughed gleefully, boasting that the boss had arrived. But Vuong Laoengu glared because of the pain. Nap Lan Mong delivered a light strike that sent the man flying into the wall. He coldly ordered her subordinate to properly receive the beauty. The man tremblingly explained that they refused to pay. Vuong Laoengu allowed the beauty to enter the city, while Vu Qua was stopped if he did not pay. He ordered the gates closed, then turned her back and left without sparing him another glance. Bok Kai Fin ground his teeth in fury, fists clenched yet not daring to charge forward, while Vu Qua calmly folded his arms and said, it is fine. If we cannot enter during the day, then we will enter at night. Frail woman entering the city will arouse less suspicion, and it will be easier to gather information about Long Than. After he finished speaking, she turned back from afar and gave a wink. You two had already planned this. Bok Kai Fin jumped up. Vu Qua merely sneered and patted his shoulder. Let us go. Coordinating inside and out, there is much to do. Dusk faded and gave way to the silent night. Suddenly, two figures quietly scaled the wall into the city. They were Bok Kai Fin and Vu Qua. Through a crack in the wall, the room opposite was lit by an oil lamp casting the shadows of two people sitting close together. Bok Kai Fin curiously asked if it was Sister Mong and A Chai. Vu Qua almost threw a punch. Even the three techniques of Vuong Laoengu had not yet touched her hand. Before he finished speaking, he saw the two figures in the room holding hands. Bok Kai Fin whispered, look. Vu Qua immediately denied it. Impossible. Mong and A Chai is devoted only to me. The two silhouettes drew closer as if about to touch lips. Vu Qua could not restrain himself and burst out. Vuong, that rotten egg dares touch my wife. Bok Kai Fin stood beside him cheering in admiration. He kicked the door open and rushed in. The two people at the table startled and turned around, their hands still clasped. We'll beat you to death, you lecher. Vu Qua grabbed Vuong Laoengu by the collar, fist raised high. Stop! Nap Lan Mong hurriedly reached out to block him. Those words left him even more stunned. Jealousy made him lose reason, and he was about to charge again when he suddenly felt something soft on Laoengu. He froze, a woman. You lustful scoundrel. Laoengu threw a punch that sent him flying. Blood sprayed far. It turned out Vuong Laoengu was a female hero who robbed the rich to aid the poor. In the room, Vu Qua sat interrogating her. She calmly explained that collecting fees was only a disguise. She did not exploit the people. The former city lord was killed for his evil deeds. Just now she was only learning makeup. After hearing it, he finally understood. His face swollen like a guava from the punch, so he could only sit still. She introduced him. This is Li Vu Qua, the new city lord of Long Than. Vuong Laoengu bowed and apologized for her rashness. Vu Qua laughed it off, saying, without a fight there is no acquaintance, and even praised that her bearing suited a big sister. When he learned she was only 18, he was also stunned. Right after that, he grinned slyly and patted her shoulder to ask a favor. Vuong Laoengu immediately restrained her aura and stood to one side. Deep in the forest, there was a stone cave decorated with bizarre shapes. The wind howled through sounding like mournful cries. Bok Kai-fin and Vu Qua held flashlights as they stepped inside. The beams swept over chains on stone pillars. He curiously asked if the treasure of Long Than was hidden here. Vu Qua replied this was the mausoleum of the former dynasty Grand Preceptor. The treasure was worth cities. Going deeper, Bok Kai-fin shone his light on an eye-shaped pattern amid the smoke. It looked extremely sinister. Vu Qua reminded him to be careful not to trigger any mechanism. They continued toward the center of the cave. For them was a vast space with a red coffin suspended by black chains. Surrounded by ceiling characters and eye-shaped patterns, the sinister air made one shudder. Vu Qua noticed different lines of text carved on the stone pillars. After reading them, he sighed inwardly. History is indeed written by the victors. How Thien Than Tong had once raised troops in rebellion. In another corner, Bok Kai-fin curiously reached out to touch a carving of a closed eye. The eye suddenly opened and glowed purple. The entire cave shook violently. The other eyes lit up in unison. Bok Kai-fin fell back in panic. Vu Qua shouted tensely that this was bad. Bok Kai-fin blusteredly insisted he had done nothing. The coffin lid slowly opened. Purple smoke spread, carrying a deathly aura that made him tremble at the thought of a mummy. From the coffin, bones rose and formed a bizarre entity. A gigantic eye with a cross-shaped pupil and tentacles covered in eyes. A gloomy voice echoed. Bok Kai-fin had just stood up when he screamed, a ghost. He trembled and asked what it was. Vu Qua also broke into a cold sweat when the Kai Ma in his mind said this was a demon envoy representing envy, Yu Min Kai En Han. Vu Qua cursed inwardly as the Kai Ma appeared, warning that the eye could manipulate minds, and they had to be extremely careful. Yu Min Kai En Han looked down and lamented that human hearts were filled with envy. He ordered them to surrender their bodies and controlled its tentacles to reach out. Vu Qua stepped in front of his junior brother, and with one slash cut off a tentacle, purple liquid gushed out. He gritted his teeth and charged forward with the iron sword in hand. Sword light split down and cleaved the eye in two, causing Yu Min Kai En Han to howl in pain. Everything was too easy and made him suspicious. Bok Kai-fin behind him cheered in praise. The Kai Ma immediately warned that a demon envoy would not die so easily. Sure enough, purple smoke from the remains of Yu Min Kai En Han swirled upward. Vu Qua shouted to remind Bok Kai-fin to be careful. He turned his head. To respond, the eye suddenly flared with light. Small eye shot out straight toward Bok Kai-fin. The strike pierced straight through his forehead before he could react. His vision went dark. Before losing consciousness, he saw Vu Qua rushing over and calling his name. He returned. Vu Qua was taking the pulse of the unconscious Bok Kai-fin. No abnormality was detected within his body. Vu Qua withdrew his hand and observed his expression, worried about possible aftereffects. Fortunately, Bok Kai-fin gradually woke up. He sat up and rubbed his forehead. Vu Qua hurriedly asked about his condition and recognition. Bok Kai-fin smiled and replied, "Boss, what strange things are you saying?" He touched his forehead in confusion when he found no wound. Vu Qua explained that he had been attacked by Yu Min Kai En Han, but was fine. Vu Qua thought to himself that he was still clear-headed and had not been controlled for now. Seeing that he was fine, he left and instructed that if anything abnormal happened, he must report immediately. Bok Kai-fin nodded him off. After Vu Qua went far away, Bok Kai-fin slowly raised his fist. In his palm was the eye of Yu Min Kai En Han. His face darkened unreadably. The corner of his lips curved up with sinister intent. Midday sun blazed down upon the mansion roof. Vu Qua and Nap Lan Mong looked at the treasures on the table. She asked if they were spoils of war. He pointed to the treasure map of the former dynasty Grand Preceptor. Nap Lan Mong pondered and said that news of the treasure must never be revealed across the kingdom. Otherwise, Long Than would face great calamity. He nodded in agreement, took out a golden spatial ring set with 3 rubies and stored the map inside. "Yes, so I want to entrust it to you for safekeeping." Hearing that, Nap Lan Mong was stunned and asked again, "Give it to me." At that moment, he dropped to one knee, one hand holding the ring while the other lifted it as if proposing. He looked up with utmost sincerity and gently slid the ring onto her slender ring finger. "In this whole world, you are the one I trust most." He covered her mouth in emotion and softly called his name, Vu Qua. He stood up and, as her lips parted slightly, leaned down and kissed her. After a while they parted. She suddenly remembered and said, "Right, the Divine Ruins trial is about to open. When do you plan to depart?" Her flushed face still held a tear that was hard to resist. He panted and pretended to move closer with a wicked smile. Of course, I must eat well and sleep well before going. Just then the sliding door opened, and a petite pink-haired figure appeared against the backlight. She pointed as she strode forward angrily. Li Yuguo, this princess has finally caught you. He turned back and was startled to see Tai Bin, while Nap Lan Mong behind him asked, "Do you know Tai Bin?" Hearing that, his face turned pale, his mind in chaos knowing she was a princess, yet he stammered that it was only an accident. Tai Bin puffed her cheeks and stepped closer to question him. "You peeked at this princess bathing without taking responsibility and still owe me 100 toys." He broke into a sweat and hurriedly produced a brown teddy bear. "Here is a toy." Tai Bin pouted and said one bear was not enough. She wanted 1,000. He helplessly took out a pink stuffed rabbit. Nap Lan Mong darkened at the words about peeking at bathing. After coaxing this one, he angered the other. Nap Lan Mong ground out his name syllable by syllable. He stammered, "Wife, listen to my explanation." Not long after, a miserable scream echoed through the residence. "It is just a misunderstanding." Scene shifted. He and Bok Kai-Fin strolled through the street. He asked that Time Tran and Ngayat Tran were not here and manpower was lacking. He calmly replied, "Then we will find suitable companions." Bok Kai-Fin excitedly ran ahead and waved. "I already have someone in mind." He stopped alone, lowered his head and thought of the young sisters, wondering how they were now. While he was thinking, a man in a hat called from behind. "Brother," he turned and asked, "Who are you?" The man removed his hat, revealing a shiny bald head, and said with a smile, "It is me, long time no see." Seeing an old acquaintance, he stepped forward and patted his shoulder with a laugh. "How did you also come to Jiangdu?" Thong Han replied he came to give thanks for escaping the insect emperor. Thong Han cupped his hands and asked to follow and serve like an ox or horse. He quickly helped him up and laughed. "We are brothers after all." He smiled and said serving like an ox or horse is unnecessary. Better help me with something else. Time passed quickly at Thien Vo Academy. His group gathered everyone. He said this is good enough. Thap Phuong Thong Han and 2 martial emperors supporting them. This trial would be much easier. He pulled Bok Kai-Fin aside and spoke in a low voice. He asked about Ho My Nhai. Bok Kai-Fin smiled and said he had shown proof that the senior brother was unfaithful, so she changed her mind. Turning, Thong Han said seriously that there was hot news. The eldest young master of the Deep family had taken his own life. Hearing that, he focused and asked if it was Deep Quinn. Everyone confirmed it was indeed him. He activated his status to check and saw the halo still there, so he grew suspicious. If he is dead, then why is it still present? Just then an armored figure approached and asked whether the team was short of members. He requested to join. At this time they were on a large ship in the middle of the sea, battered by wind and waves, yet still steady. Bok Kai-Fin asked why they allowed someone of unclear origin to follow. He replied that man was a high-rank martial king and added combat strength. Even so, he still glanced at the armored figure with suspicion because of a familiar feeling. At that moment, the dean announced that they were about to arrive at the Divine Ruins trial site. Students who obtained demonic beast inheritances could choose techniques and treasures as rewards. He pondered as the dean continued giving instructions. Lin Hong appeared and spoke softly. "Vu Qua, I have something to remind you." He said sternly that the dean intended to strike your name off because Deep Quinn was his favored disciple. He cupped his hands in thanks to Lin Hong for the reminder. A while later, the ship docked at a fog-covered deserted island where the trial would take place. After setting up camp, he said they had to wait until morning to begin. He suggested that Ho My Nhai stay in the same tent as Bok Kai-Fin. He slung an arm around her and laughed. She blushed and softly replied. He went a Thong Han to admire the sea and casually asked if he wanted to dive together to search for treasure. Thong Han asked in surprise what treasure. He spoke of a shipwreck near the island and invited the armored figure but was refused. Without further words, he took a breathing tube and dived with Thong Han. Seeing him swim naturally, he secretly praised his technique. After a while, they saw a decayed wreck lying on the seabed. They had arrived. He asked about the pirate Tu Fa La. Thong Han confirmed and guessed this ship belonged to him. He nodded and said aside from him, few could build such a ship. They swam inside through a hole and saw scattered headless skeletons, making he vigilant. Swimming deeper, at the end of the cabin appeared a rotten door locked with a wooden bar. Opening it, both were stunned by a pile of skulls stacked high. The heads of the corpses were all here. They swam through. Thong Han suggested grabbing the items and leaving quickly because this place was too strange. Finally, he found a red box wrapped in chains that was still intact. Suddenly, a humanoid sea monster appeared and slashed toward him. The sudden attack forced he to dodge backward and release the box. Damn it, that man had hidden well. Fortunately, Thonghan swam over in time to block the next strike. The sea monster continued attacking. Thonghan tilted his body to evade and then counterattack. With a single stroke, he severed the sea monster's hand that gripped its weapon, then followed through with a spin of his sword and split its body in two. Looking at the sea monster's corpse lying motionless, Vuqua let out a breath of relief and said it was fortunate to have his help. Otherwise, he would have been finished, then handed him the box and said this was the pass, just a small matter. He opened the box. The item inside made him look closer and call everyone over to see. It was truly strange, only a scabbard rather than a pass. Vuqua glanced at it and immediately recognized it. Unexpectedly, it was his father's son, Moonsaber. He lifted the scabbard and examined it carefully, clues gradually linking together in his mind. According to the sect master, the son Moonsaber should be kept within the academy. So if the scabbard appeared here, then perhaps the treasured blade lay within the Divine Ruins trial ground. Before the gate of the Divine Ruins trial ground, nearly 100 people from various sects had gathered. The gate rose 4 zhang high, surrounded by densely stacked massive stones. Vuqua stood patiently waiting with his teammates when he suddenly heard a young, sweet female voice calling his name. Senior brother Vuqua. He turned toward the voice. Before him stood a group of 5 in uniform, both men and women masked with only their eyes visible. The one who called him was likely Ma Chai standing in the middle. He looked at her for a moment but still could not remember who she was, so he spoke up and asked who she was. Bai Kai Fiend, standing behind, feared he might be rude and whispered a reminder. Boss, this is Vu Man Chai, princess of the southern nation. After hearing that, Vuqua thought to himself that the plot of this world had truly changed. Even Vu Man Chai from several years later had appeared early. Man Chai cheerfully made his acquaintance, introduced herself, praised his strength, and suggested traveling together. Seeing that there was strength in numbers for mutual support, he nodded and replied, "All right." At that very moment, slow footsteps echoed from a raised mound, along with the announcement that the gate of the Divine Ruins had opened. The academy head appeared with 2 disciples. He gave a final warning that life and death were fated, and wealth lay in heaven's hands. Anyone afraid could leave at once. The gate of the Divine Ruins trial ground slowly opened, brilliant golden light shining out from within, so dazzling that everyone had to squint. The academy head's voice continued, saying that once they entered the gate it would close and reopen only after a month. But when the gate fully opened, no one paid attention anymore. All filed in one after another with hopes of obtaining treasures and strengthening themselves. Time flew swiftly. Before long night had fallen, Vuqua carefully checked the tent stakes one last time and tightened the ropes. Only after finishing did he rise at ease. The campfire was lit. Seeing everyone exhausted, he suggested resting here for the night and volunteered for the night watch. Bai Kai Fiend gladly accepted the goodwill, slung an arm over the girl beside him and left, saying it had been hard on the boss. Vuqua sat by the fire, occasionally poking the glowing embers with a branch, his mind preoccupied with thoughts of the future. The beast inheritance was likely at the center island of the Divine Ruins, yet he did not know what kind of guardian beast awaited there. In the dead of night, a few faint noises suddenly sounded. Being naturally cautious, that alone was enough to draw Vuqua's attention. For everyone's safety, he decided to follow the sound and investigate. If it were an assassination squad launching a night attack, it would be dangerous. After all, he had no shortage of enemies. Following the sound, Vuqua slipped into the bushes, carefully using branches to conceal himself, his eyes serious as he observed the dim scene ahead. Yet before him was Man Chai in a rather awkward situation. She was hiding behind the grass, relieving herself. Though concealed, she was still discovered by him. Vuqua's heart felt as though it shattered, wanting only to cry out to the heavens. Intended to slip away quickly, but haste only led to trouble, carelessly stumbling over a branch beneath his feet and falling forward. Vuqua pitched forward onto both knees. What had been meant as a silent retreat now left him completely exposed before Man Chai. Worse still, he fell right in front of her. Thus he saw what should not be seen. Sweat poured down as he scratched his head and explained that if he said it was an accident, would she believe him? Man Chai startled and looked up mid-act. The two stared at each other for a long while. In the end, it was unclear what exactly had happened, only that when everything was over, dawn had arrived. the sun rising from the east as everyone gradually awoke. Ma Chai crossed her arms and turned her face away in anger, while Vu Qua held his swollen cheek in misery, unsure when he had been struck, but the lingering pain proved the force had not been light. Bai Kai Fian glanced over and immediately understood something had occurred. He teased that the boss was truly impressive, already getting close to Princess Man and Chai so quickly. Vu Qua hurriedly waved his hands and told him not to spout nonsense lest she overhear and make it impossible to face each other for life, because whenever Man and Chai saw him she would beat him into a pig's head. He said so. Inwardly Vu Qua was delighted, swallowing as he secretly thought that curve had truly been full and round. A squeeze would surely have felt satisfying. In contrast to their group's leisure, another team was being chased by monsters, running past in panic while shouting for everyone to hide, wondering what kind of monster was so hard to handle. Seeing their fear, Bai Kai Fian felt uneasy, guessing they might have encountered a martial ancestor-level beast. Vu Qua was also curious, so he decided to take a look. Let us go. When they arrived, several people were already there. The massive surrounding stones suddenly began to move, startling everyone. What terrified them was a gigantic stone puppet forged from a huge boulder. It leapt forward and swung its arm down toward his position. Suddenly Thong Han, wearing a bamboo hat, stepped out, drew his sword from the scabbard and lowered his voice. Let me test the power of this new treasured blade. Thong Han shot into the air, the sharp blade carving a fan-shaped arc. The puppet's stone arm was instantly severed. Even so, the puppet did not stop, its remaining hand gathering immense energy in its palm. A faint blue light flickering with a growing humming sound leapt up and hurled that energy sphere straight down at him. Thong Han raised his sword to block, but the sphere kept expanding and forced him backward. He frowned and shouted that it was bad. He could not hold it, able to block or dissipate it. He had no choice but to use his sword as leverage and strike hard, knocking the sphere away in another direction. Ironically, that direction was the mound where Vu Qua's group stood. But before he needed to act, Kai Jayap stepped forward to shield them. That man bent one knee and gripped his sword hilt tightly. When the sphere entered striking range, that man swung his sword horizontally, the energy shattering completely at once. Silence returned to the surroundings. Bai Kai Fian clapped in admiration and exclaimed how cool it was. Vu Qua watched Kai Jayap, who had just appeared. Though aided, he remained wary, his gaze fixed as he wondered why that man carried such a familiar scent. As if sensing his stare, Kai Jayap slightly turned and revealed a pair of pale violet eyes, cold and assessing him in return. Stone axe blade was about to cleave down upon Vu Qua. He gently closed his eyes to face it. He instantly sprang away from his original spot. The puppet, seeing this, slammed its axe hard into the ground. Vu Qua took a fighting stance, drew his sword, and decided to deal with this thing first before anything else. He used his small sword to block the puppet's axe blade. Suddenly another one appeared behind him, swinging its blade straight at Vu Qua. Kai Jayap rushed over in time and blocked the strike for him. Seizing that opening, Vu Qua slashed and broke the puppet's axe handle, then spoke his thanks. The two cooperated seamlessly, backs against each other amid the stones. Vu Qua looked around and said this place must be a formation, and they needed to find the formation core. Kai Jayap replied that he should go find it and leave this place to him. Smirked in trust, then I will leave it to you, old iron. Bai Kai Fian held something small and round in his mouth and shouted that the boss they had arrived. Thong Han hoisted his sword onto his shoulder ready to fight and declared he would hack these stones to pieces. Bai Kai Fian laughed loudly with fierce excitement, his scheming face like a triumphant villain. He poured his strength into attacking the puppets. Thong Han beside him swung his sword. Bai Kai Fian roared for them all to die and boasted that they should taste the power of the spirit treasure pill. Vu Qua quickly stepped forward to remind everyone to be careful as he went to break the formation. He leapt up onto a nearby tall branch. Then he activated the Heavenly Insight Eye to observe the entire mountain. There was only a single cave entrance emitting dazzling golden light. Vu Qua thought to himself that the spiritual energy here fluctuated unusually. The formation core must be there. Before long, he arrived before the cave entrance and confirmed that this was the place. Inside was a small lake. In its center stood tall stone slabs surrounding a round boulder. Closer look revealed someone sitting there, golden spiritual energy surging upward like an ancient pillar of light piercing straight into the sky. On a protruding rock sat a gaunt skeleton in a meditative posture. Vu Qua reached out and took the nameplate still intact in that person's hand. He exclaimed in shock, He had not expected this person to be the world-renowned puppet master, Li Yuguo. Vuquois pulled out a worn old notebook placed atop the skeleton. Inside were records of secret puppet codes. When besieging and killing a martial ancestor-level beast, Li Yuguo had created an elemental puppet that shook the world. Yet afterward he disappeared with the secret technique. Who would have thought he died here? Vuquois flipped through the notebook. It was filled with incomprehensible symbols. Suddenly his eyes lit up. He found it. He drew his sword, a dense layer of golden light enveloping the blade. Vuquois focused his mind and began chanting. He frowned and shouted softly, "Break." Outside, the puppets disintegrated one after another. At the same time, Thong Han asked in confusion what had happened. Bai Kai Fian replied that the boss must have broken the formation. After finishing everything, Vuquois stepped outside, thinking to himself that once this gate was passed, the beast inheritance would be very close. As night fell, Ma Nha swished a foxtail grass while pouting in anger. Humph, this Li Vuquois had been acting as if she did not exist, and had not even said a few words to coax her. Suddenly she heard faint moans echoing, a low sound. It turned out Kai Jayap and Yuko were entwined together. Yuko's face flushed with satisfaction, her lips slightly curved as she let out soft moans. Man Nha shyly covered her eyes. These two truly had no sense of propriety in the dead of night. Yuko still moaned and told him to go harder. Yuko looped her arms around that man's neck and panted, "That Li Vuquois is about to treat you as a brother. When do you plan to make a move against him?" Hearing Vuquois mentioned, that man frowned in displeasure, his expression darkening. "Soon, I will kill him quickly." Man Nha was horrified when she heard that, "Kill him." She turned and ran in haste. No, she had to warn Li Vuquois at once. But Yuko was faster, making a move on Man Nha. Everything seemed to have been arranged in advance. Man Nha was startled, but had no time to react. She collapsed unconscious. That man coldly praised, "Well done." That man wrapped an arm around Yuko's waist, looked at the unconscious Man Nha and said calculatingly, "Then let us use the soul-piercing needle to give Li Vuquois a grand gift." Yuko looked at the person on the ground with a dangerous gaze and replied, "Yes, young master." In the cold night, a bonfire crackled in the mountains. Behind it stood a solitary small tent. Inside the tent, Vuquois was discussing with Bai Kai Fian and Thong Han. He asked directly whether the Dao Qi pill refined so carelessly could truly be taken at will. Bai Kai Fian gave an awkward laugh and scratched his head. "It is fine, boss. At worst, we cannot use martial arts for 7 days. With you protecting us, it will be all right." Thong Han also laughed and said, "We are brothers. We will rely on you, big brother." Vuquois crossed his arms and looked at the two, helplessly shaking his head. He truly had no way with them. Just as he finished speaking, he saw a shadow flash past outside the tent. He said he would go out to take a look and lifted the flap to step outside. After that, he rushed swiftly into the forest. After running some distance, Vuquois stopped at the last place he had seen the figure. He looked around, scratching his head in confusion, wondering where that person had vanished. Suddenly, a soft arm reached out and embraced him from behind. Vuquois was startled, completely unable to guess who it was or why someone had appeared behind him. He immediately grew vigilant, thinking it was an enemy preparing to strike back. At that moment, the girl behind him called sweetly, "Li Vuquois." It was Man Nha. She boldly loosened the clothing before her chest to seduce him. Before he could react, he was faced with this scene and asked in a daze why Princess Man Nha was here. By now, Man Nha had taken off her outer garment, leaving only a thin white layer. Vuquois hurriedly covered one eye, flustered and unsure what to do, asking what she was doing. He stammered that she was forcing him to look, and that she was the one taking the initiative. His face flushed red, and his nose suddenly began to bleed, the atmosphere turning ambiguous. That moment, the sound of galloping hooves and shouting came from afar, shattering the scene. "Someone sneaking around here, search carefully, and do not let harm come to the princess." Vuquois turned pale because he absolutely could not let them see this. He panicked, while Man Nha behind him seemed controlled and unaware, still seducing him and telling him to undress. In his heart, he roared that he must not and had to run at once. Before he could leave, he was caught on the spot. Vuquois was anxious, while Man Nha instead wrapped her arms around his neck. Yuko, wearing a black mask, appeared among the rushing crowd. She pointed and falsely accused him of daring to insult the princess. The crowd immediately surrounded him, leaving no escape. Vuquois hurriedly explained that he had seen a suspicious person and chased after them and was not the culprit. Yet man Nhai standing behind Yuko still pointed at him, insisting it was him. Regaining his composure, he said killing him would be easy, but if the princess awoke and proved his innocence, then who could bear the crime of false accusation? Yet before anyone believed him, man Nhai seemed to change, and immediately ordered Li Yuguo to be seized. At that moment, another set of footsteps sounded. Kai Jayap slowly approached with authority and spoke to stop them. It was not him. Wait until the princess awakens, and it will be clear. If you arrest the wrong person, do not expect to leave the island. That man stood before them, speaking in his defense. Seeing someone shielding him, Yuko temporarily yielded and said they would wait for the princess to wake, her hand gripping man Nhai as she spoke against her will. The situation eased, allowing him to breathe in relief. He immediately thanked Kai Jayap for helping him twice. That man left without turning back, leaving only a brief sentence. It was nothing. A while later, movement sounded in the bushes. Yuguo extended a branch and held onto a tree trunk with one hand to steady himself. He looked toward the distant tent and then slowly and cautiously moved closer to avoid being discovered. Entering the tent, he stood beside the bed where man Nhai lay unconscious, observing her lifeless eyes clearly under control. Unable to bear seeing her like that, Yuguo cast the heavenly eye and connected his divine sense to awaken her. As expected, man Nhai opened her eyes and woke at once. The first thing she did was rush forward and cling tightly to Yuguo, crying as she warned that the armored man intended to harm him. The news stunned him because he had not expected his benefactor to be the enemy. He asked again for clarity. Man Nhai released him and recounted what had happened in the forest, seeing that man being intimate with Yuko and saying he would kill him before she was knocked unconscious. After hearing it, Yuguo still found it hard to believe and reassured her that if he wanted to kill him, he would have acted when fighting the stone puppet. Seeing he did not believe her, man Nhai affirmed once more that every word was true. Yuguo fell into conflict, unsure whom to trust, suspecting it might be Kai Jayap's scheme, yet also fearing he had misunderstood his benefactor. After some thought, he and man Nhai decided to play along with the plan. If it was true, he would show no mercy. She would continue pretending to be unconscious to investigate. Man Nhai nodded in agreement. War God Mountain appeared picturesque and mystical, with two dazzling beams shooting from the summit straight through the clouds. Yuguo said that after breaking the formation yesterday, the beam reaching the cloudy heavens had appeared. The beast core must be there. Climbed the mountain with Thong Han, by Kai Fin and Kai Jayap. Unlike him, who was full of vigor, the two teammates behind were visibly exhausted. Bai Kai Fin complained he could not climb due to the side effects of the violent chi pill. Thong Han also said they would rest and follow later. Yuguo stood near the summit and looked back, replying, "All right, you two rest for a bit. I will go up first to take a look." After saying that, he quickly climbed higher. Before long, he reached the summit and, together with Kai Jayap, stepped into a cave whose entrance was strewn with skulls and scattered human bones. As soon as he stepped into the cave, he had not yet had time to clearly observe his surroundings. He immediately encountered a gigantic azure dragon. It charged straight at them and sent both him and that man flying. Yuguo and Kai Jayap each steadied themselves on a drifting bamboo raft, while below the enormous azure dragon soaked in the water with ruby-red eyes. He held his breath and watched every movement to avoid a sudden ambush. Suddenly, the monster shot out of the water, baring its fangs and glaring as it threatened him. The impact shattered the once calm surface, the raft beneath his feet shaking violently. Steadying himself, Yuguo quickly calculated that to survive and escape this illusion, he could only kill it, otherwise he would die here. The thought had barely ended when the azure dragon lashed its tail and shattered his raft. Fortunately, he reacted in time and manifested wings to rise into the air, keeping away from the water. He flew to Kai Jayap and urgently drew his sword to speak. "Old Iron, we must kill this dragon to win. I will distract it while you find its weakness." Kai Jayap crossed his arms and listened seriously. While they were discussing, the azure dragon had already closed in, opening its mouth to swallow Yuguo. He followed the plan and did not counterattack, but retreated and signaled that man to strike. Kai Jayap did not disappoint, gripping his sword and crouching as he observed the timing. Immediately after, that man thrust his sword straight into the azure dragon's body and leaped high into the air. The monster instantly shattered along with the illusion and vanished. Only Yuguo and Kai Jayap returned to reality. He lifted his head to admire the surroundings, and saw the beast inheritance orb lying amid shimmering blue crystals. Bent down, picked up a crystal and tossed it to that man, calmly saying, "Old iron, the treasure that dropped from the dragon is yours." That man took it and examined it carefully, realizing he had been tricked, cursing him inwardly without end, turning his back so he could not see his expression. Vuquo placed his hands on his hips and laughed as he asked, "How is the treasure?" A surge of dark violet light erupted from that man. He pointed straight at him and shouted, "Stop joking and hand over the beast inheritance." Vuquo coldly asked, "Why do you want to harm me?" Kai Jayap no longer concealed himself, revealing his true nature as he roared, "Because I want you dead," and swung his sword as he charged forward. That man directed his sword to stab straight at where he stood. Thanks to his quick reflexes, he sprang up to evade and landed elsewhere. In his fury, that man did not relent, pressing step by step and forcing him to leap onto the top of a nearby rock, since that man still could not injure him. Enraged, that man unleashed the Yi family sword art first sword Cold Light across 19 provinces. Thousands of identical swords floated in the air as he growled to see how many times you can dodge. Vuquo was astonished to recognize the move. The Yi family sword art, "Are you Yi Qin?" Before he could hear the answer, 10,000 swords shot toward him at terrifying speed. He stood frozen as if turned to stone, unable to accept the truth. That man laughed smugly and replied that knowing it now is already too late. When the sword tips were only inches away, he snapped awake and unleashed the jade water frost blade ice wall, freezing all the sword shadows. Leaped up and shattered the ice wall, causing the swords to break apart, striking while shouting, "Break for me." At the same time, behind Kai Jayap, a gigantic umbrella suddenly shot forward from the rear. That man panicked and tilted aside to dodge. That man turned around and saw Tai Mai standing behind him at some unknown moment. He shouted, asking who she was. The girl hoisted her umbrella and replied bluntly, "I am your father." As soon as she finished speaking, Tai Mai charged straight ahead, but the abyssal giant maw burst up from the ground to block in front and protect Kai Jaya, leaving her no time to evade. Seizing the chance, the monster opened its mouth and bit down hard on one of her legs. Tremendous bite force caused blood to gush from her leg. Seeing this, Kai Jayap realized it was a puppet and frowned as he cried out. Held tightly by the abyssal giant maw, Tai Mai sensed the demonic energy around that man was too heavy and had to change her move. She opened her umbrella and unleashed the grand celestial blossom rain, firing countless purple spikes straight at Kai Jayap. That man had no time to defend before the abyssal giant maw appeared behind him. The monster opened its huge thorn-filled mouth to shield and protect that man. Immediately after, both of them vanished. Outside on the lake, a purple vortex appeared and grew larger. The abyssal giant maw surfaced and spat Kai Jayap out from its horrifying mouth. That man tumbled across the ground. Kai Jayap angrily shouted, "Why did you pull me away? I could have killed him." The abyssal giant maw coldly reminded him that the thousand-handed demon was not easy to deal with, and that now was not the time to act. He added that the thousand-handed demon had not fully awakened. At this time, you should do something else. When that man asked, he was told to indulge your greed. The greedier you are, the stronger we become. Kai Jayap seemed to understand the path ahead. That man clenched his fist and declared he would become the ruler of the world before ordering a return to the capital. Vuquo stood inside the cave filled with doubt. What was that gigantic mouth? Yi Qin had vanished into the void. Aymar explained that it was the special ability of the abyssal giant maw, consuming essence to transport its host to another space. Vuquo stared blankly and asked what kind of monster the abyssal giant maw was. Kaima replied that he was the greediest demon envoy and also my strongest opponent. Vuquo frowned, not expecting him to dare trade with such a demonic creature. Kaima sneered and tempted him to make a deal to kill that man, but Vuquo sat down to cultivate and ignored it, believing that trading with a demon was no different from Yi Qin. Kaima merely said calmly that one day you will beg me. Vuquo took out the immortal pill, focused all his spirit on it. He had to quickly accept the inheritance and absolutely not allow Yi Qin to succeed in his scheme. Spiritual energy of heaven and earth rapidly gathered around him. Streams of golden wind enveloped the space and created pressure that made him groan softly. Outside the cave entrance, the golden sky spread a mysterious aura that stirred curiosity. At the same time, in the grand prison of the capital, 2 guards stood watch properly. A rat crept quietly to their feet. It was immediately driven away. Second, Prince, someone has come to visit. The call startled the second prince. He rushed joyfully to the iron bars, expecting the Emperor Father to have sent someone to retrieve him. But the one who appeared was neither the Emperor Father nor any trusted aide, only a woman. Yuko revealed a sinister smile and immediately made her move. She assassinated the second prince right inside the grand prison, causing him to die without closing his eyes. His large body crashed heavily onto the damp ground. Night fell, the scene shifting to the residence of the third prince. Yuko pushed the door open and entered forcefully, the assigned mission completed perfectly. She clung to the third prince and excitedly reported, "Congratulations, master. The second prince has gone to the underworld." The third prince's face flushed as he smiled faintly. "Well done." That man gently stroked Yuko's cheek and continued asking, "What about the eldest prince over there?" Yuko affectionately embraced his arm and replied, "Everything has been arranged, just waiting for tomorrow." If one ignored the dialogue, anyone would think they were merely passionate lovers. Two sank into desire without escape, the third prince tightening his hold on her slender waist, kissing her soft lips deeply before getting straight to the main matter. That man pressed Yuko down, a sinister and cunning glint still lingering in his eyes. "Sooner or later, the world will belong to me, Yi Qin." A bolt of lightning split the sky, flashing as if heralding an approaching storm. Stormy night thunder rolled and stirred unease. Suddenly a scream tore through the curtain of rain. Lan Kayat jolted awake from a nightmare and sat upright, his face pale. The Empress hurriedly embraced him in concern. He clutched his chest and panted, warning that someone wanted his life. The chamber door was suddenly kicked open. An armed figure rushed in. Lan Kayat cried out for guards in panic. The Empress also screamed in terror. It was the second prince with bloodshot eyes filled with killing intent, the weapon in his hand stained with the blood of guards. Two clung tightly to each other, trembling as they watched their son approach. "Why is it you? What are you doing here?" Blood splattered across his body and sword. He advanced toward the bed step by step, Lan Kayat trembling as he shouted, "Are you seizing the throne? Rebellious son, what do you want?" He ignored the scolding and immediately swung his sword, preparing to take the lives of the terrified pair. A scream echoed through the heavens, mingling with thunder striking the red-tiled roof amid torrential rain. In the lush green hills under clear air lay War God Mountain. In the forest by Kai Fin and Thong Han waited wearily while Vu Qua cultivated within the formation, complaining that the divine ruins were about to end, yet the boss was still not finished. Inside a bubble of spiritual energy, Vu Qua cultivated diligently, sweat soaking him. Suddenly white smoke and lightning flared from the bubble, releasing immense power. Even the two observing from afar were stunned by the aftershock, their minds reeling without understanding what had happened. Vu Qua exhaled a long breath, streams of power still lingering around his body. Seeing a new mark appear on his arm and feeling his body much stronger, he thought to himself that he had finally completed the inheritance. Thong Han exclaimed in astonishment that he had reached mid-stage martial emperor and comprehended the Golden Thunder mantra. Bai Kai Fin excitedly congratulated the boss as incredible. The system suddenly displayed a notification congratulating him on entering mid-stage martial emperor and unlocking phase 2, allowing access to many modern weapons. A series of weapon choices appeared in the air, filling him with excitement. Vu Qua thought excitedly that with a little time he could deal with the rebellious Yi Qin. But his face suddenly twisted when he saw something. Yi Qin's villain aura had surged to 80%, far surpassing his own 60. Learning this, he stroked his chin thoughtfully. Could it be that Yi Qin had begun using schemes again? The scene shifted to the gate of the Divine Ruins Island, where many people were gathered. The academy head facing him asked whether Lai Vu Qua had obtained the inheritance. Murmurs spread around that he had leaped straight to mid-stage martial emperor, truly terrifying. The old man reluctantly handed him a red wooden box. "If not for my beloved disciple Yi Qin meeting misfortune, it would not be your turn." After speaking, the old man turned away with a cold snort, leaving Vu Qua holding the box in awkward confusion. Suddenly a soft hand tugged lightly at his sleeve, making him turn his head. Beautiful Ma Nhi shyly and coquettishly asked, "Big brother Vu, I am about to return to the southern nation. Will you come find me in the future?" Cheerfully draped an arm over her shoulder, making her blush deeper. "Of course, as close teammates I will certainly visit." Though he said so, an improper thought about that alluring curve of her hips flashed through his mind. Hearing this, Ma Nhi felt a trace of disappointment and murmured, "Only teammates." then told herself to let it go. She opened the red box and took out a precious golden pill, cherishing it as she said, "This is the heart-protecting pill of the southern nation, a gift for you." After speaking, she returned to her people, not forgetting to look back and wave, reminding him to visit. Vuqua smiled and replied, "All right," while holding the box. The scene shifted to the streets of Jiangdu. Vuqua walked along the avenue holding a golden key, thinking that since he had seen the sun-moon saber scabbard, the treasured blade must be in the treasure pavilion. Suddenly, he realized someone unfamiliar was following behind him. Knowing he had been discovered, the person stepped forward and bowed. "Lord Li," Vuqua asked, "who are you?" The man hurriedly reported that he was a guard of the eldest prince. That turmoil had struck the capital. The second prince had died in prison, and the eldest prince had been executed. Vuqua was stunned. The guard continued that the eldest prince had been falsely accused of rebellion. The third prince had produced evidence of accursed poison. The eldest prince would rather die than admit guilt, and was ultimately strangled. Vuqua pressed further. The third prince never cared for court affairs. Why would he suddenly act like this? The guard knelt deeply, begging Lord Li to clear the eldest prince's name. Vuqua reassured him to stand and promised to handle it. The guard handed over a death exemption token sent by the Empress with a message to beware of the third prince. Vuqua nodded and said he would head to the capital after finishing matters in Jiangdu. Looking at the token, he fell into thought. Could the third prince be him? Scene shifted into the treasure pavilion. Vuqua inserted the key into the lock. A vast room filled with countless precious manuals appeared. He was astonished that this was the largest technique repository of How Thien Nation, yet only one item could be taken. He immediately activated the information eye. He sensed the flow of spiritual energy within the treasure pavilion. Unexpectedly, the sun-moon saber lay beneath the floor. Sensing the azure saber's spiritual energy underground stunned him. He lightly touched the floor made of refined Li tin. If broken forcefully, it would collapse the entire treasure pavilion. This design forced the greedy to use their brains. Vuqua pondered and decided to search for the mechanism to open it, instead of causing a great disturbance. He looked at the crystal sphere emitting a golden glow as it floated in the center of the room. Could the crucial mechanism be hidden inside this thing? Yet no matter what methods he tried, the sphere remained unmoving. Vuqua poured all his strength into pulling it without the slightest shift, unconsciously lamenting why this thing was so stubborn. With brute force useless, he changed his line of thought. Perhaps he should try using the Golden Thunder mantra. No sooner thought than done. He immediately infused countless bolts of lightning into the sphere. The sphere instantly shone with dazzling brilliance. The light spread in all directions, triggering special books scattered throughout the treasure pavilion. Names such as Primordial Usura Path and Supreme Void Solitary Wheel Technique appeared one after another. Then came Fist King Afraid of Wife, Decadent Disc, and finally Vuqua's gaze stopped on the Sun-Moon Radiance Art. He immediately stepped forward and picked up the Sun-Moon Radiance Art, the Sun-Moon emblem on the book suddenly glowing and startling him. The moment the book left the shelf, the mechanism beneath activated at once. Hidden passage obediently opened a deep path beneath the floor. Vuqua immediately understood that his guess had indeed been correct. From the secret passage, a brilliant golden light surged upward, the sun-moon saber blazing fiercely as it slowly rose to the surface, leaving him stunned. The scene shifted to the bustling capital, Vuqua blending into the crowd as he entered. As he walked, he pondered that if his judgment was right, he had to find a way to force the third prince to reveal himself. At that moment, a squad of soldiers suddenly appeared. They swiftly surrounded Vuqua, one of them shouting that he was Li Vuqua, wanted by the third prince. Seize him at once. Vuqua calmly took out the death exemption token and loudly demanded to be led to an audience with the emperor. Before long, Lan Kayat was in the hall sipping tea while deep in thought. The eunuch hurried in to report, "Your Majesty, General Li Vuqua requests an audience." Lan Kayat frowned in thought and then ordered that he be admitted. Vuqua entered and saluted, but Lan Kayat immediately pointed and shouted, asking whether he had colluded with the eldest prince to attempt assassination. Vuqua calmly replied, "Does your Majesty not find the eldest prince's alleged rebellion too strange?" Lan Kayat frowned and asked what he meant. Vuqua leisurely analyzed that since the eldest prince was already the crown prince, why would he commit assassination? Clearly someone had set a trap to frame him. Everything was full of doubts. Hearing this, Lan Kayat began to reconsider, recalling that his eldest son had always been gentle and filial. Perhaps he had truly been framed. Seeing the emperor waver, Wu Qua continued that the second prince had died unusually in prison, and the third prince had suddenly grown power-hungry. Everything was too coincidental. Lan Kayet was startled and asked, "Do you mean the third prince?" At that moment Yi Qin entered, pretending to smile as he asked if Father Emperor had summoned him. Lan Kayet casually replied that he was merely listening to beloved Minister Li analyze the case. Yi Qin feigned interest and said he wished to hear it. Wu Qua glanced at Yi Qin and deliberately said that the third prince was merely a frail scholar without cultivation. As soon as he finished speaking, he suddenly threw a punch straight at Yi Qin. Yi Qin quickly blocked the blow, grinding his teeth as he shouted, "Lai Wu Qua, how dare you?" Wu Qua sneered and asked how could a frail scholar withstand his punch. Lan Kayet above hurriedly shouted for them to stop. But Wu Qua did not stop, and instead struck another punch into Yi Qin's abdomen. That man failed to evade in time, and immediately coughed blood as he staggered back. Lan Kayet could not bear it and stood up, shouting loudly to stop at once. Wu Qua continued pressing forward, thinking coldly to see how long that man could endure. Yi Qin realized in panic that something was wrong, and was forced to circulate his inner force to protect himself. The moment his inner force was revealed, his true cultivation was exposed before everyone. Wu Qua's purpose had been precisely to force him to expose this facade. Soldiers rushed in to surround them. Wu Qua withdrew his hand and sneered that the third prince had been exposed. Lan Kayet angrily shouted, "Lai Wu Qua, do you dare strike the crown prince and attempt rebellion?" Wu Qua smiled and slung an arm around Yi Qin, explaining it was merely a spar. Yi Qin immediately accused him of disrespect. Lan Kayet gritted his teeth and ordered that because of the death exemption token, he would be spared execution but not punishment. Immediately imprison Wu Qua in the grand jail. Covered in injuries, Yi Qin watched Wu Qua's departing figure and coldly threatened that today's humiliation would be repaid in full. Lan Kayet looked at Yi Qin's ferocious demeanor and could not help but grow suspicious. Thrown into prison, Wu Qua blamed himself for being too hasty. Without evidence, it was not enough to convince the emperor. Suddenly, the cell door opened. Wu Qua sprang to his feet when he saw that the visitor was Vo Song, blurting out second brother. Curiously asked why he had come, Vo Song replied that if he did not come, who would save him? Vo Song reminded him that he had been too rash, but the emperor had grown suspicious and assigned a secret investigation. Wu Qua secretly rejoiced that his goal had finally been achieved. Vo Song lowered his voice to warn that the court was almost entirely in the third prince's hands. Even Fai Ung Tiu of the 5 great families had become his personal guard. Hearing this, Wu Qua was startled and asked if the 5 great families were also involved. Then what about Time Tran? Vo Song explained that the Van family had weakened after Van Ha's death. Fortunately, the Van sisters had left the capital, but their whereabouts were currently unknown. Wu Qua blamed himself for leaving them alone. Vo Song firmly stated that the third prince was on his way back to the capital and would arrive in 3 days. Time was urgent, and evidence had to be found quickly. Wu Qua asked what role the third prince played. Vo Song nodded and said the third prince guarded the borderlands. Only he had sufficient troops to counter Fai Ung Tiu in the crown prince's hands. Wu Qua understood and replied that he knew. The scene shifted to a banquet in the palace where numerous court officials had gathered. Qin appeared holding a cup and approached Lan Kayet to bow and offer a toast. Lan Kayet laughed heartily in response and said good. The empress sat beside him with a radiant smile, praising her son for being so talented. The season of osmanthus blossoms was almost here. He had always loved composing poetry and matching verses. Why not make a poem to lift his royal father's spirits? The suggestion came as sudden as a bolt of lightning striking straight down. Her words made Deep Qin falter for a moment. Lan Kayet also nodded in agreement. Every year when osmanthus season arrived, he would compose poetry. This year naturally could not be any different. Assembled officials immediately chimed in, saying that to hear the crown prince compose on the spot was a blessing earned over several lifetimes. They respectfully folded their hands and waited to appreciate it. Deep Qin burned with anger, casting a glance at the empress as he silently cursed, "What a meddlesome old woman." Into this situation, Deep Qin had no choice but to compose a poem. He sighed and said that since it had come to this, he would boldly display his humble talent. He began to chant, "This year the osmanthus blooms with a rich fragrance. It can be brewed into wine and also cooked into soup. Add in a whole hen. The sweet and fatty flavor spreads and lingers unforgettable. The court officials below were all stunned. After finishing, Deep Quinn still did not realize anything was wrong. He even smiled modestly and said he feared making everyone laugh. Yet which official would dare to mock him? They immediately showered him with endless praise, claiming such poetry existed only in the heavens, rarely seen in the mortal world, a masterpiece worthy to be heard for generations. The empress behind them smiled even more brightly, raised her voice to interject that the ministers were too generous with their praise, that Tayat Nhi's strength was far more than that. Deep Quinn felt a headache coming on and anxiously waited to see what else the empress intended to say. Lan Kayat could not bear the scene, cleared his throat and spoke. Enough, Crown Prince. In the future you should read more books. Deep Quinn hurriedly lowered his head to receive the order, replying that Father Emperor teaching was absolutely right. However, in Deep Quinn heart alarm bells had already begun ringing. The old emperor had indeed grown suspicious. It seemed he had to strike first. Late at night, Lan Kayat returned to the sleeping palace with the empress to rest. He still felt as if his head were splitting apart, sighing repeatedly in frustration. Seeing this, the empress brought over a bowl of soup and softly asked whether His Majesty was worried about Tayat Nhi matter. Lan Kayat pondered and replied that the third prince had changed far too much recently, giving him a real headache. After hesitating for a long time, Lan Kayat finally voiced the doubt in his heart that Tayat Nhi was very different from before, no longer like their son at all. These words left the empress stunned. She quickly composed herself, lifted the hot bowl of soup and offered it to him, advising His Majesty to drink some calming soup and rest early. Lan Kayat nodded and responded softly, slowly raised the bowl to his lips and drank sip by sip. Yet only a moment after swallowing the first mouthful, his eyes suddenly widened. He clutched his chest and cried out in pain, "Your Majesty, Your Majesty." The empress rushed forward in panic, her anguished cries echoing. At the same time, Vuqua was sitting and staring at the puppet in front of him, sighing non-stop. After thinking for a while, he decided to take Tiu Thien Jade that had been bitten and damaged by that huge monster. Unsure whether the inheritance jade could still be restored, but he might as well try. Vuqua held the jade and placed it directly inside the head of the puppet. Immediately afterward, he busied himself drilling and modifying it, muttering about infrared scanners, recording functions, and all kinds of weapons as he worked. After a long while he finally finished. Vuqua let out a breath and regretfully said that he could not install a cannon for now. Otherwise, he could have shouted to bring out the bazooka. Just then, an urgent voice came from outside the door saying something was wrong. Song rushed in saying that the emperor had been poisoned and fallen unconscious. The empress had been imprisoned in the grand prison by the third prince. The court was now in utter chaos. Vuqua asked in shock what was happening. He frowned and thought that the other side truly could not wait any longer. Vosong hurriedly asked if there was any solution. The third prince would arrive in one more day. If the emperor passed away, then Deep Quinn would ascend the throne. Vuqua curled his lips and declared that as long as he was here, he would not get his way. Outside the sleeping palace in the night, layers of soldiers patrolled densely. The defenses were extremely tight. Suddenly, a strange fragrance drifted through the wind. The guards had only inhaled a little before immediately collapsing to the ground unconscious. Vuqua smiled and glanced gratefully at Duok Hong. Fortunately, Senior arrived at the capital in time. Otherwise, he truly would have been helpless. Duok Hong waved his hand, telling him to hurry inside. If they were discovered, it would be over. The two quickly slipped into Lan Kayat's sleeping chamber. Duok Hong stepped forward to take the emperor pulse, examined carefully, and said he had not expected it to be soul-severing poison. Half of the 3 souls and 7 spirits were gone. The method was extremely vicious. Vuqua hurriedly asked whether this poison could be cured. Duok Hong nodded and replied that it could be cured, but it would take time, at least half a month. Vuqua frowned and thought half a month was too long. He feared Deep Quinn would create more schemes. Amid the chaos, an idea suddenly flashed through Vuqua's mind. He lowered his voice and asked whether Senior had a way to let the emperor temporarily awaken. Next morning, the court officials had already gathered in full. One minister angrily scolded that the emperor had just passed away, and he was already committing treason. If the late emperor knew, he would certainly not have passed the throne to him. Deep Quinn looked at him and sneered that he was the crown prince. Inheriting the throne was heaven will. Whoever dared oppose would go meet the emperor with him. The minister was rendered speechless. The others, out of fear for their lives, quickly lowered their heads in submission, clasping their hands and asking the crown prince to lead the court. and rule the realm. All the officials knelt and hailed the new emperor. Deep Quinn looked down in satisfaction and loudly declared that from now on this empire belonged to him. Before his words even ended, the doors were flung open by Vu Qua. He laughed and uttered a single word, "What?" He was celebrating too early. Deep Quinn showed interest upon seeing Vu Qua, smiling as he said Li Vu Qua still dared to come. Colluding with the eldest prince to harm the late emperor had failed, and now he had walked into the trap himself. Vu Qua did not waste words, snorted coldly and took out his smartphone, silently playing the video directly for the officials. In the video, Deep Quinn was clearly visible. Behind him, Yuko anxiously advised her master that Li Vu Qua was secretly investigating, and it was very dangerous. He only smiled calmly and replied that the body-seizing art was not easily exposed. There was no need to worry. Vu Qua stopped the video there and turned it off. The entire court immediately erupted in discussion about the evil body-seizing art. Who would dare use it on a prince? Someone immediately pointed straight at Deep Quinn. Sitting on the throne, Deep Quinn panicked and shouted that it was slander. What body-seizing? Everything was fabricated by him. Vu Qua sternly said the evidence was clear, and he still denied it. Deep Quinn stubbornly retorted that Vu Qua had colluded with the eldest prince to rebel, then ordered Fai Ung Tiu to arrest him. At that moment, a familiar voice rang out coldly asking who dared. Mangacap slowly appeared before the hall. Deep Quinn turned pale in fear at the sight and sprang up trembling, asking he was not dead. Mangacap snorted coldly that if he died it would suit him perfectly. Vu Qua spoke up explaining that everything had been a trap to lure him in. A mere projection could not immediately prove identity. Traitorous eunuch saw that Mangacap was still alive and fearfully knelt down begging the emperor for mercy. He crawled forward and kowtowed at Mangacap's feet, confessing that everything had been ordered by the head of the Deep family, that he himself had only been momentarily foolish. Mangacap laughed coldly and said the Deep family was truly capable, colluding above and below to seize the empire. He would exterminate 9 generations. Knowing he could no longer conceal anything, Deep Quinn burst into laughter and cursed Mangacap. On what grounds would he exterminate him? His throne was not clean either. Today he would send that tyrant on his way and ordered Fai Ung Tiu to act. Those men immediately surrounded Mangacap, intending to kill him. He angrily shouted that he was not dead yet. Deep Quinn only laughed disdainfully upon hearing that, saying he was not worthy of commanding Fai Ung Tiu. This throne was not for him alone to sit. He had not reveled for long when a rain of arrows suddenly shot into the hall from outside. Those arrows in an instant wiped out all of Fai Ung Tiu. Thiat Long led the army charging in. Deep Quinn frowned tightly the moment he saw this man. Nguyen Jiang was napped Thiat Long. Without time to think further, Deep Quinn turned and ran, but Vu Qua only needed to circulate his power lightly to block his path. Deep Quinn sneered provocatively that Li Vu Qua should not think that obtaining the divine ruin's inheritance guaranteed victory. Qua did not respond. Killing intent surged from his entire body as he coldly said that today he wanted him dead. That man mocked and said he was still as foolish as ever. Deep Quinn immediately circulated his power to summon Ta Hong, smugly saying there was food. Ta Hong impatiently replied that he had waited a long time, telling him to begin. Qua looked at his fused state and frowned, blurting out what kind of monstrosity this was. Seeing that expression, Deep Quinn laughed heartily and told him to stop struggling. This thing was draining his cultivation. Before long, he would become useless. Vu Qua stopped acting, drew his blade, and calmly said so that was it. Deep Quinn was stunned and stammered how he. Vu Qua withdrew his hand and sneered, asking why he was always so stupid. After draining for so long, he still had not realized this was only a puppet. Deep Quinn was driven mad by the mockery and roared the name Li Vu Qua. Vu Qua's face turned cold. His sharp gaze surveyed the situation. Deep Quinn was blinded by hatred, completely ignoring the fact that he was draining the life force of those around him. That man laughed in a twisted manner like someone suffering from chi deviation. Li Vu Qua, today I will see where you can run. Vu Qua calmly tightened his grip on the hilt of his blade, began circulating his inner force, gathering all his strength to unleash a strike toward Deep Quinn. Deep Quinn braced himself to resist, grinding his teeth in silent curses. Damn it, he endured it so that Ta Hong could absorb the power from Vu Qua's attack. When the process was complete, Deep Quinn laughed provocatively and said, all your attacks have been devoured by me. What else can you do? Vu Qua immediately switched moves, unleashing demonic thousand hands. As soon as he finished speaking, Dozens of tentacles burst out from the ground. Deep Quinn remained disdainful, repeatedly asking whether this kind of attack could even injure him. In the very next moment, Deep Quinn froze in shock. Vuquois did not waste time, directly swinging his blade straight at him. A violent explosion rang out after Vuquois' slash. Deep Quinn took the blow head-on. He spat out a large mouthful of blood, his body gravely injured. After that, Deep Quinn was escorted into the Grand Prison, where torture instruments hung everywhere, screams echoing without end. Bound tightly, Deep Quinn glared at Vuquois with hatred, grinding his teeth as he threatened that if you kill me, you will never learn the whereabouts of the Yun sisters in this lifetime. Deep Quinn had struck Vuquois' weakness, causing him to grit his teeth in anger and utter "you." Immediately after, Vuquois poured all his strength into a heavy punch to that man's abdomen, the terrifying force making him spit blood. After venting his anger, Vuquois calmly smiled and warned Deep Quinn that he must not die. He would repay his sins little by little. Seeing it was enough, Vuquois turned and left, coldly instructing the jailer to continue the interrogation tomorrow. As soon as Vuquois left, Deep Quinn glanced at the crow perched outside the barred window, swearing inwardly, "Li Vuquois, do you think you can imprison me like this? Let's start over from the beginning." The crow's eyes suddenly glowed red. After leaving the prison, Vuquois suddenly felt uneasy, muttering in confusion, "A crow." Early the next morning, the funeral bell tolled, announcing the emperor's death. Just yesterday, Lan Kayat had been diagnosed as curable, yet today he had breathed his last. The empress and the consorts wept miserably, repeatedly calling out to His Majesty. At the same time, in the main hall, the civil and military officials gathered once more. Thiat, long draped in imperial robes, slowly stepped forward. When he sat upon the dragon throne, the officials below shouted in unison, "Long live the emperor! Long live forever!" Paying respects to the new emperor, "May our emperor live 10,000 years, 10,000 years, 10,000 times 10,000 years." Vuquois' head throbbed endlessly. Deep Quinn had just escaped. The old emperor had died, and today the third prince ascended the throne. Everything had happened too fast. Thiat long majestically declared that today he ascended the throne, there would be rewards and punishments. The loyal and resourceful would be appointed as head of the 5 great families. Vosong calmly kowtowed in gratitude, thanking for the imperial grace. Thiat long glanced at Vuquois and continued, "As for Li Vuquois, Li Vuquois colluded with Deep Quinn, murdered a prince, guards, imprisoned Li Vuquois in the Grand Prison." The soldiers immediately obeyed and stepped forward to seize him. Vuquois had not even reacted, staring blankly as he asked what. Night fell. Vuquois was thrown into the Grand Prison again. At this moment he calmly sat there gnawing on an apple. Seeing that it was Thiat long who arrived, Vuquois indifferently said that on the surface he imprisoned him. In secret he provided good food and drink. Tell him what he wanted him to do. Thiat long frankly replied that he wanted him to go to Dai Kim Nation as a spy to investigate. Vuquois asked what if he refused to go. He showed no interest. Was it that same old undercover trick again? Thiat long decisively said he had to go because the enemy who killed his father was in Dai Kim Nation. Vuquois exclaimed, "What?" Thiat long solemnly recounted that back then his father had led the army on campaign, winning consecutive victories. The enemy used a despicable scheme, capturing the crown prince of their nation as a hostage, threatening the court, forcing his father into a dead end before releasing him. Vuquois coldly interrupted, "So to save the crown prince you sacrificed my father." Thiat long shook his head. "My royal father could not bear to do that. Your father voluntarily requested to go to battle, determined to fight the enemy to the death. Who would have thought the Jin army was so cruel, slaughtering 100,000 troops, not even sparing your father remains? Duangat Thuat took your father remains back and refined them into medicinal goo, hiding them in Dai Kim Nation." Hearing this, Vuquois furiously punched the wall. He ground his teeth and cursed that beast. He would surely hack him into 100 pieces. He appeared furious on the surface. In his heart, Vuquois had already seen through Thiat long's smugness. He wanted to use him to go to Dai Kim Nation. Then he would play along and see what tricks he would use. Vuquois resolutely agreed to go. Thiat long nodded and reminded him that Mong Nha was now a princess. He should go bid her farewell. Late at night, Vuquois quietly arrived before Naplan Mong room. As soon as he opened the door and called Mong Nha, he saw a soft figure rush forward and throw herself into his arms. Naplan Mong anxiously asked her husband that her royal father was sending him to Dai Kim Nation. Why he agreed, Vuquois sighed that how could he not avenge his father's death. Lan Mong excitedly insisted on going with him. Vu Qua gently stroked her cheek and advised that she was already a princess. She should stay to serve her royal father and wait for him to return. Lan Mong clutched his sleeve and choked out that he must not forget his promise. Vu Qua did not reply. He lowered his head and kissed her lips, stopping the words she was about to say. Tears streamed down Lan Mong's face, unease rising in her heart. She did not know why she felt that the two of them could only go this far. Next morning, sunlight filled the room. Lan Mong slowly awoke. Opening her eyes, the space beside her was already empty. Only a token remained. She held it tightly and softly said, "Husband, I will wait for you to return." At departure, Bok Kai Fin stepped forward asking to go along. Vu Qua smiled and refused, telling her to stay and take care of his sister-in-law, waiting for him to return. After riding some distance, Vu Qua could not help but look back, calling inwardly, "Mong Nhai, wait for me." Scene shifts. On the road, a group of people appeared escorting a carriage. Suddenly, the carriage was ambushed. Arrows shot swiftly toward the target. Elder Wang was sitting inside the carriage reading, when an arrow suddenly pierced straight through his body. The arrow served as a signal. Immediately afterward, bandits surged out from both sides like a broken dam, blocking the carriage. They ferociously shouted to capture the Elder Wang in exchange for money and pleasure before charging forward together. Seeing this, the escorting soldiers risked their lives rushing in, fighting while shouting loudly to protect the divine physician. Hearing the commotion outside, Wang Trung hurriedly lifted the curtain to look out. At the sight of the chaotic battle, he panicked inwardly. It was over. They had encountered mountain bandits. Wang Trung trembled inside the carriage, praying. Just as despair set in, strange sounds suddenly rang out. The bandits shouted asking who it was and then miserably begged for mercy. Curious, the Elder Wang parted the curtain and immediately saw Vu Qua single-handedly and bravely defeating all the bandits. Guards were overjoyed, repeatedly praising the young hero extraordinary skills. Finally, they were saved. Seeing the situation calm, the Elder Wang stepped out to ask his identity. Vu Qua glanced and recognized him as the divine physician of Dai Kim Nation heading to Yen Kin to treat Tu Du and Gat Thuet daughter. So he bowed and introduced himself as Li Vu Qua, who had come late to repay a favor, hoping the elder would forgive him. Vu Qua recounted the story from years ago at the foot of Thien Kim Mountain, that Elder Wang had once saved a wounded soldier who was his father, while inwardly thinking that Wang Trung had saved countless people and surely would not remember, just in time to borrow this as an identity. Elder Wang stroked his beard and nodded, saying that when the two armies clashed he had indeed saved many soldiers. Vu Qua continued that his father had passed away last year, and before dying instructed him to repay the life-saving grace, willing to brave fire and boiling oil for the elder. Hearing this, the Elder Wang did not refuse and smiled that since the young hero valued loyalty and righteousness, he should accompany him to Yen Kin. Vu Qua calmly expressed his gratitude. The plan succeeded. Vu Qua secretly smiled to himself. Half a day of arrangement had not been in vain. Earlier, Vu Qua had secretly gone to the bandits' lair and shot in a confidential letter to lure them. The bandits curiously took down the letter to read its contents. The letter stated that a wealthy merchant named Elder Wang was on the way to Yen Kin. Thus they fell into the trap. After some travel, the convoy finally arrived at the gates of the Tu Du residence. Tu Du and Gat Thuet personally came out to welcome them, warmly saying, "Elder Wang, you have finally arrived." He hurriedly urged him to quickly examine his daughter. She had been unconscious for 7 days and 7 nights. Gat Thuet walked ahead to lead the way, yet his eyes secretly observed Vu Qua behind, feeling that this gaze seemed strangely familiar. Inside the room, Tu Du Vo Yu lay motionless on the bed. After taking her pulse, the Elder Wang sighed that he could only temporarily suppress the illness. To cure it completely, he was powerless. Ngat Thuet panicked and shouted that he only had this one daughter, begging Elder Wang to think of a way, but he merely shook his head and told him to seek another master. Vu Qua stood at a distance observing Ngat Thuet and thought that his 3 sons had all died in battle. This daughter was his last bloodline. If he could save her, he would likely gain his trust. Thinking so, Vu Qua stepped forward to hold Vo Yu's hand and take her pulse, causing Ngat Thuet to angrily shout what was the boy doing. After examining, Vu Qua clearly stated the illness was a witch poison in the form of parasitic worms spreading through the body, causing coma and high fever, belonging to the extreme northern witch poison. Ngat Thuet, upon hearing the precise diagnosis, urgently asked if she could be saved. Vu Qua hesitated, thinking there was a way to save her, but using it would expose his identity. Thinking that a life was more important, he sighed and decided to risk it, then drew the sun-moon blade. Seeing this, Ngat Thuet immediately drew his sword to Vu Qua's throat, demanding his identity. Vu Qua remained calm, and said since he recognized the sun-moon blade, he must also know it could force the witch poison out. Without delay, he lifted Vo Yu's hand and used the blade to make a small cut. Immediately dark green blood flowed out along the wound. Ngat Thuet joyfully exclaimed that was good. The poisoned blood had flowed out. Vu Qua explained that in the extreme north there was an evil sect specializing in black witchcraft. This poison was cast by them, and only the sun-moon blade could cure it. Ngat Thuet sheathed his sword, grinding his teeth that those black witches deserved death. As for him, it was inconvenient to talk inside, so they went outside. Ngat Thuet sat down and asked Vu Qua's identity, both the son of Li Quang Engia and Li Vu Qua of Hao Thien Nation. Vu Qua apologetically explained that because he was wanted he had to conceal it. Ngat Thuet frowned and continued asking what he had come to Dai Kim Nation for. Vu Qua replied in a low voice that the enemy of his enemy was his friend. He had been persecuted by Hao Thien Nation. His father died unjustly. The new emperor even accused him of rebellion, so he swore irreconcilable hatred with Hao Thien. Ngat Thuet laughed heartily and praised those words. Since he had saved his daughter, he could stay at the Tu-Du residence. Vu Qua gratefully thanked him. After Vu Qua left, Ngat Thuet immediately summoned his aide. He instructed in a low voice to closely monitor this man. Next morning in Yen Kin of Dai Kim Nation, crowds bustled back and forth. Vu Qua busily ran through the streets buying food. He leisurely ate candied hawthorn while glancing at the person standing on the opposite pavilion. Vu Qua snorted inwardly. This old fox appeared to grant freedom but secretly arranged surveillance. It seemed he had to find a way to gain his full trust. Walking along the road, Vu Qua suddenly noticed a man wearing a conical hat, a new thought flashing through his mind. He quietly followed that man into a narrow alley. The man turned around in panic, asking who he was. Vu Qua did not hesitate to swing his blade down and coldly replied he was the one who killed. He immediately opened the Hao Thien spy list. The name just marked in red was the one who had died. Thur Kim calmly said that a traitor death was no pity. Outside, two other spies whispered in shock that Li Vu Qua acted truly ruthlessly. One said to continue monitoring while he returned to report to the Prime Minister. That spy hurried back to report everything to Ngat Thuet. Ngat Thuet listened and showed interest, laughing that it was truly interesting, killing 10 Hao Thien spies in one breath. After thinking for a moment, he asked where he was now. The subordinate replied he had returned to his room. When Vu Qua had just returned to his room, the elder Wang appeared to inquire. Vu Qua packed his belongings while saying this residence was not a place to stay. He still had things to do. Just then, Ngat Thuet pushed the door open and asked if he was leaving to continue killing Hao Thien spies. Vu Qua secretly rejoiced that the fish had taken the bait, but outwardly replied coldly that it was his business. What did it have to do with him? Ngat Thuet laughed that killing like that achieved nothing. If it were him, he would use them to spread half-true, half-false information before striking, leaving them unable to respond. Proposed cooperation to turn Hao Thien Nation upside down. Vu Qua pretended to hesitate and realized the intelligence network previously cut off had all been caused by this old fox. At that moment, Vo Yu appeared, happily running over calling Vu Qua brother. Vu Qua rubbed her head gently and said she ran fast. It seemed she had recovered well. Vo Yu smiled and nodded, thanking him for saving her. She paid no attention to her father's presence, happily taking Vu Qua's hand and pulling him to play on the swing. Only then did Ngat Thuet speak, telling them to go but not play too long, then glanced at Vu Qua, reminding him to think carefully about his words. In the airy corner of the garden, Vo Yu smiled and asked that everyone said her father deserved death. What did Vu Qua think? He slowly replied that enemies called him a villain, but to Dai Kim Nation, her father was a pillar and a loyal minister. Vu Qua sighed softly and continued, I truly hate your father, but after thinking it over, the one I hate most is still that hypocritical third prince. Ngat Thuet and Wang Trung stood at a distance, silently observing the conversation between the two. Wang Trung asked in confusion what the general was smiling about. Ngat Thuet replied that it was right for him to hate him. If not for him using the emperor of Hao Thien Nation, his father would not have died. And if he did not hate him, then he must have other schemes in his heart. Wang Trung asked again whether they should entrust him with an important task. Ngat Thuet pondered and said it was still too early, they should wait. Qua glanced behind and secretly smiled. To gain the trust of that old fox, he still needed to scatter a little more bait. While they were chatting happily, Vo Yu's stomach suddenly growled. Qua laughed, took out some food and handed it to her, asking if she was hungry, telling her to drink some yogurt. Vo Yu happily accepted it, took a big sip and delightedly said it was delicious, sour and sweet, thanking Vu Qua brother. Suddenly Vo Yu stared at him and suggested going out to play, saying she had never seen the outside world before. Vu Qua shook his head and refused because she had just recovered. Vo Yu's eyes immediately reddened, interrupting him to say her father told her she carried the 9 yin severed meridians and must not let others know. From childhood until now, she had never been allowed outside. Vu Qua curiously asked about the 9 yin severed meridians, recalling that those with this constitution were martial prodigies, but rarely lived past 30 unless they had a rare medicine. He suspiciously asked whether her father had taken her to the land of extreme cold to seek the 9 yin snow lotus. Vo Yu nodded and asked how he knew. Vu Qua explained that only the 9 yin snow lotus could resolve this meridian, and it grew only in extreme cold regions. Vu Qua also warned her never to reveal the matter of the 9 yin severed meridians to anyone. Vo Yu nodded, moved, and then begged him to take her out to play. Seeing her on the verge of tears, Vu Qua helplessly sighed and agreed, saying he truly could not refuse her. Qua then took Vo Yu out for a stroll. It was her first time on the streets, and she was extremely excited, saying the place was so lively and she had never seen so many people. Vu Qua looked at her in a daze, thinking this girl had been locked in the residence too long. Today she should enjoy herself fully. He took her to the lake to fish and relax, and they went to eat noodles together. After that they even had their fortunes told and picked out jewelry. Vo Yu happily placed a hairpin in her hair and turned to ask whether it looked good. Looking at that pure smile, Vu Qua was momentarily stunned. Understanding why Ngat Thuet had named her Vo Yu, that smile could soften anyone's heart. From afar someone quietly watched. Vu Qua was unaware and smiled, saying it looked beautiful. Their Vo Yu looked beautiful in anything. She pouted, saying the praise sounded reluctant. Further away, a repeating crossbow had been drawn, its arrow aimed straight at Vo Yu. That man did not hesitate to release the arrow. Vu Qua was startled when he saw it shooting straight toward her. Without time to think, he turned and embraced Vo Yu, using his body to shield her. The archer frowned in shock, wondering who this boy was to see the trajectory of his arrow so clearly. Vu Qua was struck by the arrow, but his momentum still blazed. He held Vo Yu tightly and shouted, seeking death. Vo Yu cried out in panic, asking how he was. Without wasting words, Vu Qua immediately unleashed demonic thousand hands to counterattack. The opponent saw the massive tentacles and hurriedly dodged, crying out in horror what kind of monster this was. The tentacles attacked continuously. That man used a dagger to cut them apart, but still could not stop them. Dozens of tentacles sprouted from the ground, causing him to flee in panic. Thinking that under Tu Ngat Thuet command there was such an expert, he had to quickly report back to the Crown Prince. Vu Qua frowned, dropping to one knee and gasping, his eyes filled with killing intent. He had let him escape again. Next time he must die. Vo Yu anxiously supported him, flustered that he was badly injured, and they had to find a physician at once. Vu Qua smiled and rubbed her head, saying it was only a minor wound. As soon as he finished speaking, his vision blurred and he collapsed to the ground. Vo Yu cried out in panic for help. No one responded. She struggled to lift Vu Qua and cried that he must not let anything happen. He supported Vu Qua into a medicine shop and called loudly for the physician. The physician came out asking what happened. Vo Yu choked with tears, begging him to save the man because he was bleeding too much. After examining him, the physician said the arrow was coated with deadly poison and the wound was difficult to treat. His medical skill was insufficient and advised finding another expert. Vo Yu panicked and pleaded with him to save him. Seeing her innocence, the physician began to haggle, saying he could save him, but the cost would be high. Vo Yu hurriedly took out the jade bracelet her father had given her and begged him to treat him. Holding the jade bracelet in his hand, the physician smiled slyly and said that in that case he would do his utmost. The two residents, Ngat Thuet angrily slammed the table and shouted that the boy had the audacity to take his daughter outside. He ordered Vu Qua to be brought back immediately. Absolutely no forgiveness. The subordinates answered in unison. At the medicine shop, Vu Qua had been bandaged and lay resting on the bed. The physician wiped his sweat in relief, pretended to be concerned, and told Vo Yu that he would go out to find more medicine, and she should stay to care for the young master. Vo Yu gratefully nodded. She set down the basin of water and looked at Vu Qua, sighing that she had always wished for an elder brother. While wringing the cloth, she sadly said she once had 3 elder brothers, but they had all died in battle. She had never even seen their faces. Therefore, she hated war, and her father wanted her to stay away from power struggles and live carefree, so he named her Vo Yu. But because he worried for her, her father always kept her confined in the residence. Today, being able to go out and play truly made her happy. Vo Yu tightly held Vu Qua's hand, tears falling as she choked that though they had not known each other long, he was like her brother. He must not let anything happen and had to recover. Suddenly, the sound of the door opening came from behind. Vo Yu hurriedly turned around asking if the physician had returned. Her words caught in her throat. Her eyes widened in fear. The physician returned with 2 burly men, threatening vilely that if the little girl had any more treasures, she should hand them over. Vo Yu stepped back in fear, saying she had already given the jade bracelet. Was it not enough? The physician laughed loudly, saying how could a commoner wear such a precious bracelet? She must be the daughter of a wealthy family. The brown-haired man leered, telling them to hurry so they could sell her to a brothel. Vo Yu desperately warned them not to touch her. Her father was the minister of Dai Kim Nation, Tu Duangat Thua. Hearing that name, they turned pale. The brown-haired man trembled, asking if she was Ngat Thuat daughter. The other panicked, saying if that old man found out, their whole family would die. The physician remained calm, slowly drawing a dagger from his sleeve, saying that in that case they would kill her. As soon as he finished speaking, he viciously lunged at Vo Yu. She screamed desperately for help. Fortunately, Vu Qua awakened in time and struck, snapping the physician's wrist. Then he kicked him, flying away. Vo Yu rushed into Vu Qua's arms, crying, saying he had finally awakened, and the bad men were terrifying. Vu Qua rubbed her head and comforted her not to be afraid. He was here. The physician stammered in panic. How could this be? I clearly smeared soul-bewildering medicine on your wound. Vu Qua pulled Vo Yu behind him and said coldly that such medicine could only fool commoners. To him it was useless. Without another word, Vu Qua covered Vo Yu's eyes with his hand and smiled to reassure her, saying he would show her a magic trick and telling her to close her eyes. Vo Yu innocently nodded in agreement. Just as the ruffians were about to charge forward, Vu Qua activated demonic 1,000 hands. Massive tentacles burst from the ground, tightly binding each of them. After finishing them off, Vu Qua smiled and said, "Abracadabra, now open your eyes." Vo Yu asked blankly where the bad men had gone. Vu Qua replied calmly that they had been sent to a very distant universe. Hearing that, she did not doubt him at all and turned to ask about his injury. Vu Qua waved his hand, saying the poison had no effect. When he fainted, his body had automatically activated its self-healing ability. As soon as he finished speaking, a cold voice rang out, "Li Vu Qua." Ngat Thuat led his men in and angrily shouted that he dared let his daughter fall into danger, ordering them to seize him. Vu Qua quickly raised his hand, asking the general to hear his explanation. Vo Yu immediately ran forward to shield him, and loudly said her father must not harm Vu Qua's brother. He had been seriously injured protecting her. Ngat Thuat was stunned. It was the first time he had seen his daughter risk herself to protect someone like this. He choked out the word daughter. Swallowing his anger, Ngat Thuat sighed and said fine, seeing her defend him like that he would spare him for now. But he was a martial emperor who could have injured him. After thinking for a moment, Vu Qua replied he only knew the opponent was an archer. Ngat Thuat frowned and muttered, "An archer." Elder Wang beside them softly reminded that an archer capable of injuring a martial emperor could only be close arrow Kai Bayat under the crown prince command. Ngat Thuat gritted his teeth in fury. "Kim Long Than, you dare attack my daughter." Time passed quickly. Half a month later, in a rear courtyard, Vu Qua placed a computer on the table. He and Vo Yu each had one, teasing that her skill level was too low. Vo Yu snorted, saying he did not know how to yield. Vu Qua said seriously that esports could not be underestimated, yet Vo Yu still turned away in feigned anger. Qua handed her a cup of milk tea and asked if she was no longer angry. Vo Yu happily took it and smiled, saying she would forgive him for the sake of the milk tea. From afar, Ngat Thuat watched the two, feeling uneasy. The boy was getting closer and closer to Vo Yu. This was not good. Behind him, Deputy Lu Fai Long laughed and said the young lady who used to be melancholic was now cheerful thanks to Li Yuguo. Could it be the general was jealous? Ngat Thuet cleared his throat and scolded him for nonsense. How could he be jealous of that man? He was still worried. That man's schemes were deep. He feared approaching Vo Yu served another purpose. I Long stroked his chin thoughtfully, saying that usually he only practiced and played with the young lady. He seemed honest. Perhaps the general already had a way to test him. Ngat Thuet nodded and said a few days ago the hall master of the military intelligence hall had been eliminated by Kim Long Than people. So transfer Li Yuguo to the military intelligence hall. Bai Long was surprised, saying it was a vital institution. What if? Ngat Thuet cut him off. The military intelligence hall handled military intelligence. If that man harbored ulterior motives, he would reveal them sooner or later. The military intelligence hall, the deputy hall masters had all arrived. Kim Votam angrily slammed his hand on the chair and cursed. The new hall master was actually a wanted criminal of Hao Thien Nation. Were the higher-ups all blind? Beside him was Kim Vo Tin, also a deputy hall master. As soon as Votam finished speaking, someone stepped in through the door. Vuquois smiled in greeting. So early in the morning and already this lively, what were they discussing? Everyone in the room immediately stood and saluted, greeting the hall master. Votam stood in a corner with arms crossed and said disdainfully, "What hall master? Clearly just a petty man." As soon as he took his seat, Vuquois gave an order, "Bring guard Triu Van Quang here." Tin angrily objected that Triu Van Quang was a veteran of the military intelligence hall. He should not think being the new hall master allowed him to act recklessly. Vuquois curled his lips and said it was simple. Triu Van Quang was a spy of Dai Lu. At the same time, he understood Ngat Thuet sent him here to monitor him. To gain trust, he could only act against another enemy of Dai Kim, which was Dai Lu. Triu Van Quang laughed coldly and shouted what nonsense the brat was saying. How could he be a spy? Suddenly, Vuquois placed a thick stack of records on the table and calmly said he had reviewed the battle reports many times. Before the great battle, he abandoned his position and retreated. Afterward, General Nguyen was killed. How could he not arrest him? Van Quang panicked and loudly denied it, saying he had received secret intelligence of an enemy attack on the rear and led troops away. That was why. As for General Nguyen, he arrived a step too late and only saw him riddled with arrows. How could it be his doing? Vuquois shook his head and asserted that General Nguyen died from an arrow shot from behind. That fatal arrow could only have been fired by an archer. After finishing the analysis, Vuquois pointed straight at Van Quang and said he was the murderer. Van Quang stepped back, stammering in rebuttal. Vo Tin also understood at this moment that with General Nguyen's strength it would have been difficult for him to die even if surrounded. Vo Tam immediately grew furious and ordered the traitor seized. Everyone rushed forward together. Van Quang knew the matter was exposed and stopped pretending. Drew a dagger. Van Quang grabbed someone and held the dagger to his throat, threatening them not to come closer or he would kill him. Vuquois laughed at the sight, saying the two traitors acted deeply. Song Dai Hai was it not? Everyone drew weapons, but only he rushed forward bare-handed to help him escape. Vo Tam was shocked again. Song Dai Hai was also a traitor. Dai Hai and Van Quang immediately exchanged glances. The two signaled to each other. He intended to swallow the poison prepared in advance, but before it reached their mouths, Vuquois tentacles blocked them. He mocked them, wanting to take poison and commit suicide. After speaking, he controlled the tentacles to bind them tightly and lift them into the air, ensuring they could not kill themselves. Vuquois then said indifferently that he would not allow it. Someone brought a tray with 2 blood-stained poison pills and reported in alarm that the hall master was right. The 2 traitors had hidden poison in their mouths. Vuquois took one to examine and slowly analyzed that it was dragon-extinguishing poison of Dai Lu. Once swallowed, it would immediately turn the body into a pool of blood. Vo Tin frowned and said so the previous hall master, suddenly turning into a pool of blood, was because he was also. Without waiting for him to finish, Vuquois confirmed that was correct. That man feared his identity would be exposed and drank the poison. Afterward, he ordered the interrogation of the 2 surviving spies to extract more intelligence about Dai Lu. The 2 knelt respectfully and saluted, introducing themselves as subordinate Kim Vo Tam and subordinate Dao Vo Tin, greeting the hall master. Switching to another room, Bai Long praised Li Yuguo for overturning the military intelligence hall records, thinking he was stealing information, yet he helped capture internal spies. Ngat Thuet sipped tea and agreed that the boy had methods, and trusting him with the position was indeed appropriate. Bai Long's eyes suddenly lit up in realization. He understood that using Li Yuguo was because Great Liao was expanding its power and threatening both Great Jin and Hao Thien Nation. Even if Li Yuguo were a spy, he would still act against Great Liao for the sake of Hao Thien's interests. The general nodded in satisfaction and laughed. I did not expect you to understand this old man so well. My years of guidance were not wasted. His gaze turned crafty as he began calculating deeply. If Great Liao had already allied and grasped crucial intelligence enough to wage war, then handing the military intelligence hall to Li Yuguo might sever their entire spy network. Time passed swiftly like a shuttle, and in the blink of an eye half a year had gone by. Everywhere displayed scenes of prosperity and flourishing peace. Your Majesty. Didnt Long sat firmly at the center position, attentively reading the court memorials before bursting into hearty laughter. In just half a year, Li Yuguo has captured more than 300 spies, triggering a massive purge within Great Jin's court. Glanced at Nap Lan Mong beside him and asked, daughter, if he had stayed back then, could he have reorganized Hao Thien Nation to this extent? Nap Lan Mong did not even look at him, and replied coldly, perhaps. After all, he was driven away by royal father. As soon as she finished speaking, Nap Lan Mong decisively stood up. Didnt Long said guiltily, I know you are still angry, but everything I did was for Hao Thien Nation. And for you, Nap Lan Mong replied with an icy face, I am tired. I ask to withdraw first. Bok Kai Fien quickly interjected from the side. The princess will understand your Majesty's hardships sooner or later. Didnt Long let out a heavy sigh, I hope so. Glanced at the emperor's expression and craftily continued. This subject heard that Wat Thuet greatly values Li Yuguo. I fear that if the act continues too long, it may become real. Didnt Long flew into a rage and slammed the table, thunderous fury.